Today, the 7th update has a total of 501 VIP chapters. Now you should be able to receive the light of the gods. By the way, you can get a monthly ticket. There are only 4 monthly tickets a day, and you vomit blood. As soon as Lingyun left, the beauties in the room naturally couldn't sit still. Vot. Bai Xian'er flew out first, and she didn't even bother to sit in the car. With the 9 flashes of Xing Luo, it was a few hundred meters in a flash, which was faster than Tai Xiaohu's big run. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu, neither of them had a car, so they habitually called for a car on the side of the road. Tang Meng was sweating furiously, thinking that if this really made them take a taxi back, Brother Yun would not let him killed. But he couldn't leave yet, so he had to throw his car keys to a younger brother of Qinglong next to him. You have been to Villa number 1, drive my car, and send the 2 of them there. The Qinglong younger brother was excited as if he had won a super prize. He nodded hurriedly, and drove over. Xue Mining didn't even have time to say hello to Shini, Xue, and Xue Qingya and his wife. She pulled Miao Xiaomiao directly into the Maybach 62, and instantly jumped to 100 miles per hour, chasing Lingyun. This is absolutely speeding. And the police around him, who are still maintaining order, stared at him, but he could only smile bitterly, saying that he didn't see anything. If you want to care, who dares to not see the cars of the Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and the Director of Municipal Public Security, which are still parked outside the ordinary clinic? Lin Menghan and Long Wu naturally couldn't not go, but neither of them had a car. When Tang Meng saw this, he wanted to help, but he didn't have a car either, so he looked around and suddenly saw the 5 gangsters, staring straight at him. With him. Bing, come here and drive the 2 of them to Villa number 1. Do you know the address? Bing finally got his chance. He smiled and said, Brother Meng, of course I know. You forgot that when we were playing speedboats on Qingshui Lake, we also pointed to Villa number 1 and guessed, who can live in it? It's the villa, let's go. Bing Le Dian Dian led the way. Yao Ro was worried about Ling Yun. Her heart was about to be pulled, but there was nothing she could do. There are still many people here, and there are still many things that need to be handled by her. Naturally, she can't leave, so she can only watch Ling Yun leave on tiptoe. Zhang Ling also wanted to go, but she looked at her head teacher, Kong Shouru, and bit her lower lip, knowing that she should go back to school, so she sent Lingyun a text message. Kong Shouru saw Zhang Ling's expression. She sighed softly. He came to Zhang Ling and said to her, Lingyun told me just now that he has nothing to do with him. He will definitely go to school next Monday. Let's go back to school and go to the teacher's house. The teacher will cook for you. Zhuang Meina saw that all the beauties ran after Lingyun, but no one was with her. She stomped her feet in a hurry and wanted to take a taxi by herself, but was stopped by her mother. Nana, Lingyun told me just now that he will come to our house in a few days. You don't have to worry now. Zhuang Tianda was stunned. Turning to look at his wife, he asked excitedly and puzzled, when did you say that? Zhao Baomen turned to look at her husband, sighed and said, when else can it be, before getting into the car? Zhuang Tianda couldn't help but feel lost for a while. He was Ling Yun's father-in-law, the head of the family, and Ling Yun didn't tell him anything important. Ling Yun left. Liang Fingyi and Su Lingfei had no meaning to stay here, but they definitely couldn't catch up like this, so they said goodbye to everyone and left. After leaving, Su Lingfei took out her mobile phone and excitedly said to Liang Fingyi, Hey, Fingyi, you want to invite me to dinner today? Liang Fingyi wondered, why did you invite you to dinner? Su Lingfei smiled proudly and said, you didn't see it just now. I recorded all of Lingyun's performance this morning, the key scenes, with my mobile phone. Do you want to? When Liang Fingyi heard this, her expression immediately became happy. She grabbed Su Lingfei's mobile phone and said, show me quickly. Su Lingfei let Liang Fingyi grab the phone and waited to hear Liang Fingyi's exclamation. The exclamation was there, but unfortunately it was not an exclamation of surprise, but an exclamation of disappointment. What are you recording? It's all snowflakes, chi la la, nothing at all. Su Lingfei wondered how it was possible. She immediately grabbed the phone back, flipped through 2 videos one after another, and was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that my mobile phone is broken? How can I watch the previous videos? Su Lingfei couldn't hide her disappointment, feeling that things were really strange. Of course, Su Lingfei is not an exception. Today, I was thinking of taking pictures with my mobile phone. All of them are like this. There are no less than 100 people who are disappointed because of this incident. It's over, I'm still thinking about going back and making it the #1 news. It's too bad. Su Lingfei stomped her feet in a hurry. Forget it. Liang Fingyi stamped her feet angrily and scolded her old classmate. At the clinic, after Tang Meng sent Su Bingyan and Lu Li away, he returned to the ordinary clinic again, and found that the room was quite empty all of a sudden. The woman alone left 13 at once. The clinic lost the embellishment of those stunning beauties, and the color faded in an instant, and it seemed that even the light was dimmed. Yao Rou cleared her mind and instructed the 3 little nurses to organize the internal affairs of the clinic and clean the internal and external hygiene. Zhuang Tianda also received a call from the secretary. There were several documents that he needed to sign immediately, so he also said goodbye to everyone and left with his family. After Lingyun left, within 5 minutes, most of the people left. Only Shani Shui, Lin Jinggang, Li Yifeng, Tang Tianhao, Xue Qingya and his wife, several old friends of Shani Shui, Song Jingyang, Zhong Qingshan and others. Everyone looked at each other. Xue Shani smiled wryly and said, "Look, that kid's attraction is really big enough. In the blink of an eye, we are all left." Song Jingyang and Zhong Qingshan were outsiders. When they saw that there was nothing to do with them, they took the initiative to say goodbye to everyone. After the 2 left, Shani Shui, Lin Jinggang, and Li Yifeng looked at each other, and then Shani Shui spoke again and said to Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao, "Yifeng, Tianhao, you 2 can promote Lingyun for today's affairs, but it's best to take a degree. After all, Lingyun hasn't taken the college entrance examination yet, so the limelight is too much, it's not too good. Jiang is old and hot, Xue Shani is old and skilled, and he is well informed." He thought about Lingyun for a long time. Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao naturally nodded deeply, expressing their deep understanding. Seeing this, Shani Shui laughed loudly. "That's good. My old bones can't stand the toss. I have to go back and have a good rest. You old guys, do you want to go to my house for a cup of tea?" Xue Shani was naturally referring to his old friends. Today, these old people gave Lingyun a big gift. "You still need to ask," I said, "in which life did you, Lao Shui, cultivate such a good fortune that you picked up such a good grandson-in-law?" An old man looked at Dr. Shui with envy and hatred on his face. He went on to say, "If you don't take out your best tea today, the rest of us will stay at your house and not leave." Shani Shui was really happy today. He laughed loudly. "Don't say the best tea, you just want to drink. I also took out my daughter Hong, who has been treasured for 18 years, for you to taste." Another old man pointed at Dr. Shui and said, "Look, this granddaughter hasn't graduated from high school. She just wants to drink her granddaughter's wedding wine." It seems that Lao Shui can't wait any longer. Accompanied by Xue Qingya and his wife, Shani Shui said goodbye to Lin Jinggang, Li Yifeng, Tang Tianhao and others, and several elderly people made fun of each other and left the ordinary clinic. Everyone naturally respectfully sent Xue Shani to the door. "Watch him get in the car." Then, Lin Jinggang, who was sober in his heart, exchanged a few words with Li Yifeng, made an appointment, got into the military vehicle that came to pick him up, and left. Xue Shani was in a hurry to marry his granddaughter. His daughter was already married to Lingyun. Ling Yun's son-in-law has already settled down, and Lin Zheng has been thinking about hugging his grandson. How can there be a good mood? As for wanting Ling Yun to marry only his daughter Lin Menghan, Lin Zheng completely gave up the idea after seeing Ling Yun surrounded by beauty. It was simply a daydream. Not to mention the Lin family, even if the Long family came, it would be impossible to force Ling Yun to obey obediently. In the end, only Li Yifeng, Tang Tianhao, Tang Meng, and 4 little nurses were left in the ordinary clinic. As for the 22 patients that Ling Yun had successfully treated, Tang Tianhao had already sent someone to take them away. He and Li Yifeng had to talk about these 22 patients, and of course they wouldn't let them leave without authorization. Li Yifeng looked at the intersection, sweating profusely, and Lu Jinlai, who was still directing traffic honestly, said lightly, "This Lu Jinlai, you can carefully observe it and consider using it." Tang Tianhao smiled, "Let's observe first, but his performance today is really good." Tang Tianhao specially explained a few words to Tang Meng, and then the 2 leaders of Qingshui City took their own cars to leave. "Tang Meng, it's fine to have me alone here. You can go to Villa number 1 to see Ling Yun. If anything happens, just call me right away." Yao Ro was always worried about Ling Yun. Her heart was so worried that she couldn't let it go. Seeing that everyone had left, she urged Tang Meng to go to Villa number 1. Unexpectedly, Tang Meng smiled at Yao Ro and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, Brother Yun is pretending. He thought it was too troublesome to socialize, so he just ran away first. He's nothing at all." Ling Yun told Tang Meng about this, "Of course not. But when it comes to understanding Ling Yun, Tang Meng is definitely a roundworm in Ling Yun's stomach, no one can't guess." When Yao Ro heard this, she was overjoyed, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she asked, "Really?" "Of course it's true. Let's just count the gifts that Brother Yun received today with peace of mind. Don't worry about anything else, it's guaranteed to be fine." Those checks, contract documents, etc., as well as those extremely important items that Ling Yun had received, had already been taken away by him in the space ring, but the large amount of red envelopes and gifts here had to be added up, so Tang Meng never left. There were too many things. Tang Meng, Yao Ro, and the help of the 3 little nurses, the 3 of them had been busy all afternoon before they counted them all. And this afternoon, in Ling Yun's Villa number 1, the beauties who were chasing after him were staging a vigorous room-robbing battle to be continued. The 4th area of Qingxi Villa District, the number 1 villa. When Tai Xiaohu took Ling Yun back to Villa number 1, there were only the 2 of them, plus Lao Chui, 3 people in the car. Tang Meng really guessed Ling Yun's mind. There were too many people in the clinic. After Ling Yun showed his amazing medical skills, his body had another vision. After he knew that everything was over, he would definitely be forced to ask questions. There was no end to it. Ling Yun was too lazy to explain this, so he had to apply oil on the soles of his feet. Ling Yun didn't lie to Tai Xiaohu and Chui Lao. Just after the crossroads, he sent a voice transmission to tell the 2 that he was all right, so they didn't have to worry at all. At the same time, Ling Yun also told Bai Xianer, who was chasing after Fei Ben, through a voice transmission, that he knew Bai Xianer. If Bai Xianer really thought that his physical strength was exhausted and his vitality was severely damaged, he would definitely be in a panic. However, after returning to Villa number 1, the 6 beauties who were chasing after him were deceived by Ling Yun. There was no way, because at that time, Qin Dongxue had already arrived. Ling Yun pretended to be sick, in fact, mainly to deceive Qin Dongxue, because he knew that if he was well, he would definitely return to the Qingshuiwen villa, but when he went back, Qin Dongxue would definitely ask, "What is the matter with so many beautiful women here today?" How to ask Ling Yun to explain? There is no explanation at all. Since there was no way to explain it, Ling Yun simply thought of a way to not explain it, and waited for a while before talking about it. Anyway, it could be delayed for a day. Ling Yan looked at the heartbroken and distressed expressions of the other 5 beauties. Although he was secretly proud, he was really distressed, but he couldn't tell them the truth. What a smart person Qin Dongxue is. If Ling Yan is like this, other girls are like nothing. Qin Dongxue will immediately know that he has been deceived. At that time, Ling Yan is not as simple as explaining what happened to so many beautiful women. So after Ling Yan returned to Villa number 1, he flew upstairs directly, returned to his room, closed his 5 senses and 6 senses, and concentrated on meditation. Do your best to absorb the aura consumed by healing. As for Tai Xiaohu, Ling Yun asked him to rush to Shangri-La Hotel to preside over the overall situation, and Chui Lao also wanted to go back to his residence to get some things, so he also left. Although Ling Yan's spiritual energy is now extremely powerful, he can treat 22 critically ill patients in a row, and consumes at least 30% of his spiritual energy, but there is absolutely no such thing as a serious injury to his vitality. And Ling Yan was still thinking about going into the bridal chamber with Yao Rou tonight, thinking that it must be before the evening. Adjust his own state to the peak. In this case, as long as he enters the bridal chamber with Yao Rou, he can completely cross a big realm and break through the 8th level of physical training. The 8th and 9th layers of body training. It is also in the late stage of body training. In fact, it is not difficult to pass the test, but Ling Yan now pays attention to steady fighting, one step at a time. He didn't want to leave any regrets for himself on the way of cultivation. Therefore, Ling Yan was equally cautious about every time he crossed a pass, whether it was a big pass or a small pass. It's like walking on thin ice, for fear that if one is not good at practicing, there will be endless troubles in the future. If he was reincarnated and rehabilitated, and he couldn't fight steadily, Ling Yan himself would despise himself. So he takes every step. Every time I cross a level, I walk very steadily. Only in this way, there will be no loopholes in my mood. In the future, I will overcome the catastrophe and fight against my inner demons. Ling Yun here is to close the 5 senses and 6 senses and concentrate on cultivation. But the 7 beauties who came back started fighting for the room. Ling Yun's villa number 1 is too big. The first floor is more than 1,300 square meters, and the second floor is almost all bedrooms, except for the largest master bedroom where Ling Yun lives. There are also 8 bedrooms. Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao were already preconceived, so of course the 2 of them didn't have to fight. After knowing that Ling Yun was recovering in the room, they went back to their own rooms to rest, and they didn't participate at all. As for Bai Xianer, she also had the right to live in the bedroom east of Ling Yun's master bedroom early, and now she knew that she was transformed by the 9-tailed celestial fox, and naturally no one would argue with her. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu had of course visited Villa number 1 when Ling Yun went to see. As Ling Yun's relatives, they were actually half the owners of this villa, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the real owners. There is no fight directly. However, Lin Menghan and Long Wu were fighting over the bedroom opposite Ling Yun's master bedroom. In fact, this kind of competition is meaningless at all, because the 2 of them have their own houses in Qingshui City, and who lives a little closer or farther from Ling Yun's bedroom, in the same villa, there is not much at all. Significance. What they really competed against was that they both knew each other's identity, their identity, by Ling Yun's side. Lin Menghan was Ling Yun's first woman, while Long Wu was the fiancé who had made a baby kiss with Ling Yun. One of them was determined, and the other was used to being domineering and not letting anyone go. It looks like a fight for a room, but it's actually a fight for status and a name. Qin Dongxue persuaded her at first, but later found out that this kind of thing could not be persuaded by anyone other than Ling Yun. Besides, she had an inexplicable fire in her heart, and in the end she just ignored it and took Ning Lingyu directly to the first floor. I went to the gym to teach her some basic body moves. In this way, it finally arrived at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. When the sun set in the West Mountain, Ling Yun finally stopped cultivating. With a swipe of his consciousness, he understood the situation in the entire villa, and couldn't help but feel amused. Ling Yun exercised a little skill, made his face pale and ugly again, then opened the door and walked out of his bedroom in a vain step. "Anyone to cook?" "I'm hungry," Ling Yun shouted weakly as soon as he went out. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Qin Dongshui hurriedly stopped practicing, flew upstairs to support Ling Yun, and asked in a distressed voice, "Stinky boy, how are you? Do you feel better now? Why is your face still so ugly?" Shui Mining came out, Bai Xianer came out, Lin Menghan and Long Wu naturally came out of the same room. As for Miao Xiaomiao, she was still in her room and didn't show up at all. Ling Yin said in a miserable voice, "Hey, the overdraft is too big. So far, only 20% has recovered. However, I can barely walk." Qin Dongshui looked concerned. She couldn't help but scolded and said, "Since it's all overdrawn, why are you running back and forth? After saving people, you should go to rest immediately. Really, you have to save face and suffer. Auntie is still in the clinic. Is there anything I can't handle for you?" Qin Dongshui saw Ling Yan's tragic appearance, and she felt distressed in her heart. She wished she could suffer for him. Ling Yan was just pretending. He couldn't bear to talk about this topic again, so he glanced at Lin Menghan and Long Wu, and asked in surprise, "What happened to the two of you? Who is messing with you? Tell me, I'll go. Ask him to venture anger for you." At the same time, Ling Yan sighed secretly in his heart, and said in his heart, "He said that there are 3 women in one play. Now, there are 7 beauties in his villa number 1, and all of them are stunning. How many plays must this be?" For the first time, Ling Yan found out that the house was too big, and it was not a good thing. There were too many people living there, and there were too many troubles. Lin Menghan and Long Wu had been fighting for an afternoon. They both glared angrily at each other, but didn't speak. Ling Yan had no choice but to smooth things out. "Why, you two are in conflict?" "No way?" Qin Dongshui gave Ling Yan a glare of anger, and secretly said to him, "It's all because of you, for fighting over the bedroom opposite you. The two of you have been fighting for an afternoon. You can do it yourself. I'm all arguing. Bored." Ling Yan didn't answer, and didn't look at Lin Menghan and Long Wu, but just pretended to be pitiful and said, "I'm hungry and want to eat." In order to pretend to be sick, Ling Yan didn't even eat lunch. It's no wonder he wasn't hungry. When Qin Dongshui heard it, she quickly said, "Okay, I've already asked Ling Yu to prepare the meal for you, so let's go down and eat now." When everyone went downstairs, Ling Yan saw that Ling Yu had already brought dinner to the table, and was waiting for him to come down with a worried expression. "Brother, are you feeling better?" "Ling Yu, you don't have to worry, it's just a simple physical exhaustion. I will find a place to practice tonight, and I should be able to recover almost. Give me some food, I'm going to starve to death." In fact, there is no need for Ling Yun to say that. Zheng Mei has already rushed over to serve Ling Yun with rice, some serving rice, some holding chopsticks, and some serving soup. This life is actually not bad. After a while, Ling Yun suddenly discovered the advantage of having more people. It's really not bad. With so many stunning beauties, serving him with great care, could that day be wrong? Under the meticulous service of Zheng Mei, Ling Yun had a beautiful meal. He came to the wind and the clouds, and he was full. Then he got up and took 2 steps pretending to be, and his feet were obviously a lot more at ease. Well, it works when you're full. I feel like I've recovered by almost 10%. Now it's much better. Ling Yun muttered to himself and told all the beauties to make them feel at ease. Sitting back on the sofa, Ling Yun began to deal with the conflict between Lin Menghan and Long Wu. His handling method is very simple and rude, with all 50 big boards. "Neither of you can live here. Why? Lin Menghan and Long Wu immediately panicked and asked at the same time. Ling Yan first looked at Lin Menghan and said directly, "You are practicing the profound ice art. Once you start practicing, the entire villa will drop 10 degrees in an instant. This is just the beginning, and others won't be able to rest in the future." Ling Yan pointed directly at the key points, and in one sentence Lin Menghan lost his temper. Then, Ling Yan used his voice to form a line, coaxing Lin Menghan in a gentle tone, "Baby, that reason is actually fake, you don't even think about it, every time we do good deeds, your cry is so loud, can you live here?" This is definitely Ling Yan's great weapon. Killing the enemy in one move is better than any cultivation technique. Lin Menghan lost his temper in an instant, but a shy smile appeared on his face. "Then why can't I live here?" Long Wu glared at Ling Yan and asked. To be continued. "Because I will go to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School to go to school from next Monday, and I will not miss a class until the college entrance examination." The corner of Ling Yun's mouth showed a signature smile, and he announced to Long Wu and all the beauties around him. The 6 stunning people were shocked and stunned at the same time. It was really rare and difficult to be able to say these words from Ling Yan's mouth. Ling Yun used voice transmission to enter the secret. "Wooer, now I'm talking to you, they won't hear it, let me tell you, we two are at the same table in the class, you want me to send it alone after school. Are you going home, or do you want me to bring you back here?" When Long Wu heard this, she was instantly delighted, and she hurriedly blurted out, "Ah, I don't live here anymore. Bai Xianer, Shui Mining, and Miao Xiaomiao live here, can Long Wu change?" "Cannot." "Qin Dongxue and Ming Lingyu live here, can Long Wu change?" "Certainly not possible. Since she can't change it, it's no wonder that she is willing to live here after hearing Ling Yun say that she will have a good class from next week." "Why do you want to live in a villa with Ling Yun?" Of course, it was for the sake of being able to spend more time with Ling Yun. If Ling Yun went to the school to have a good class, who would spend the most time with Ling Yun? There is no doubt that it is Long Wu, because she is Ling Yun's tablemate. One day's school hours, from 7 in the morning to 10 in the evening, were enough for the two of them to rub their ears and temples together. Moreover, Ling Yun also said that he would take her home alone. After returning home, they could continue to chat with me. If the two of them wanted to, they could even be on the road, anywhere. However, what if Long Wu lived in Villa No. 1? Ling Yun is about to bring her back here, so many beauties are vying to snatch someone from Long Wu. How much time can Ling Yun give her? And looking at Ling Yun and other women looking at each other, Long Wu was not jealous enough to be sullen. There is no need for Ling Yun to explain such a simple truth, he just said one sentence. Long Wu instantly understood what Ling Yun meant. A fool would continue to ask to live here. After he was full, Ling Yun solved the two women who had been arguing all afternoon with just a few words. For others, the problem seemed impossible to deal with. Ling Yun solved it instantly, and made all parties satisfied. That's it? Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, and Shui Mining saw this. Couldn't help looking at each other in dismay. Humph. No, what else do you want to do? You two dare not even listen to what your aunt says. If you let you live here, why don't you give me the roof? Ling Yun now has the initiative, completely restraining the two stunning beauties who were making a fuss, and immediately began to wantonly practice machismo. By the way, he also complimented Qin Dongxue and raised her status. Qin Dongshue's heart was dark, but Lin Menghan and Long Wu didn't dare to answer, and bowed their heads in shame, their black and beautiful hair flying against the wind in the summer breeze, passing through the hall. Ling Yun was so happy to see it. Don't apologize to my aunt. Ling Yun seized the opportunity, pursued the victory, and began to teach the two beauties a lesson. Auntie, I was wrong. I'm sorry, Auntie. Lin Menghan and Long Wu stood there extremely ashamed, one pinching their slender hands and the other pinching their skirts. With a flushed face, Qin Dongxue admitted her mistake. At this time, Qin Dongxue's jealousy was greatly reduced, and she felt a little embarrassed. She giggled and said with a smile, okay, it's all a family, it'll be fine in the future. After finishing speaking, Qin Dongxue said to Ling Yun's voice transmission, secretly, stinky boy. You really have a way, no wonder there are so many girls around you, the two of you have been arguing for an afternoon, it is useless to persuade anyone, and you were overwhelmed by a few words. It's gone. Ling Yun said in his heart that it was finally here. He looked at his nose and his heart. Honestly, he pretended to be a good cat and said to Qin Dongxue, Auntie, look, these girls are really boring, I'm so sick, they all came home, and they all chased after me. I can't even drive away, I feel like I have nothing to do when I'm full all day. Qin Dongxue chuckled and said coquettishly, less stinky beauty. You want to praise yourself for being excellent, no one is stopping you, you don't need to be so bewildering. Suddenly, Qin Dongxue looked sullen again, and scolded, stinky boy, are you talking about me? Didn't Qin Dongxue come after him? Ling Yun knew that he was overwhelmed and lost his words, so he hurriedly said, where is my aunt thinking? You are my aunt, and we are relatives. Of course, you have to come and take care of me. I am too moved. Finally, you know each other, it's not too bad. Qin Dongxue was satisfied, but he thought to himself, fool, if I wasn't your aunt. Secular fame kills people, and Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu are now suffering from it. You can't blame women for being too affectionate, you can only blame Lingyun for being too good, he is really too good, in this mortal city, he is a god-like existence. And has an extraordinary appearance? Not to mention Ling Yun and Na Ying's unparalleled figure, just look at Ling Yun's face, if you want to say that a girl doesn't feel moved, you can only say that the girl is blind. Of course, there is also a possibility that girls have no love for men, then there is really no way. After the matter was resolved, Lin Menghan and Long Wu were still embarrassed to talk to each other, but they stopped arguing. 6 stunning beauties were sitting on the sofa in the living room, talking with Ling Yun, carefully asking about Ling Yun's body. Happening. Ling Yun answered without a word, as long as he seized the opportunity, he would use voice transmission to enter the secret and communicate with Miao Xiaomiao, who had never left the room on the 2nd floor. Has Xiao Jin found the doghouse of the 2 drivers today? I found it. They live in a large yard in the southern suburbs. There are not only 2, but at least 10 people, all of them are masters. Did you spot a woman in a black veil? No, it's all men. Tell me how to get there. Ling Yun had no distractions, and had concentrated on practicing for 6 hours. The aura that had been consumed had already recovered, and now he had reached the peak of his own strength. When the night came, it was a good time to kill. Since he was in the southern suburbs, he was definitely not far away from Nanquifeng. After he took the temporary kennel of Heavenly Kill, he happened to drop by Nanquabi Garden and get intimate with Yao Ro into the bridal chamber. Even the drivers are innate masters. It seems that these killers are not low in the sky, but I don't know if they are from the demon sect. Ling Yun pondered in his heart. After Ning Lingyu finished cooking dinner for Ling Yun, she chatted with Ling Yun for a while, and then went to cook for Zhongmei, but was stopped by Ling Yun. Ninger, give the Qingshui family a call and ask them to cook the best dish on the table and deliver it before 8 o'clock. Just kidding, Ning Lingyu can cook for Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue, what is her status now? Apart from Qin Dongxue, which woman in the room could not curry favor with her? It is absolutely impossible for her to cook for Zhongmei. Villa number 1 has now replaced Shueshini's side, and has completely become the Qingxi Villa area, a wealthy area, the largest customer of Qingshui people. Call here to order food. Qingshui people are doing their best, for fear of doing poorly. Lost such a big client. Before 8 o'clock in the evening, the Qingshui family brought a sumptuous dinner over. They were all the signature dishes in the store. The steamed koi did not dare to pretend to be the carp bought in the market. It was really from Qingshui Lake. Koi fish salvaged that day. Ning Lingyu's cooking skills were personally taught by Qin Qiuyue, and now with the careful guidance of Aunt May, the cooking skills are no longer under the control of any chefs in Qingshui City. Therefore, Lingyun's dinner brought to Qingshui people's family he didn't care much, not to mention that he was already full. What Lingyun cared about was that the people who came to deliver the food were 5 people in a delivery van, a manager, 2 guys, and 2 waiters, one of whom was Zheng Xian, a beautiful waiter who had served Lingyun. When Zheng Xian, who was slender, with a beautiful face, and a smiling face, entered Lingyun's villa living room with the 2 guys who were carrying the lunch box, she was stunned when she saw Lingyun sitting on the sofa. You. Zheng Xian was stunned for a long time, but she didn't say the good thing. What a coincidence. Lingyun sat on the sofa, looked at Zheng Xian, whose face was flushed with excitement, and said casually with a smile. Brother Lingyun, what are you looking at? When Shui Mining saw that it was Zheng Xian, now it was her turn to be jealous, and she immediately pouted to express her dissatisfaction. Nothing, didn't this meet an acquaintance? Lingyun retracted his gaze, smiled at the beauties, and didn't say much. Hello, this is the meal you ordered at Qingshui. Zheng Xian finally spoke smoothly when she saw that Lingyun was no longer looking at her. It's kind of interesting. Lingyun glanced at the table full of food and said with a smile, raising his hand to settle the bill in cash. Hello, this is the most distinguished guest card of our Qingshui family. In the future, if you order meals in this villa, or go to our hotel, you can get a 50% discount. There is already a balance of 1 million. The polite young manager held a golden card in his hand and respectfully handed it to Ling Yundao. 1 million balance? 50% off? Does that mean you can spend 2 million? 365 days a year, that is, every day, and spending 8,000 yuan a day is enough for a year. Who did this? Lingyun calmly raised his hand to take it, and asked, casually. It was done by the Qingxi Public Security Bureau, the director of the sub-bureau, Director Liu. He asked us to hand it over to you. Liu Jin is here. This person hits a snake with a stick, he really knows how to stick it. However, Lingyun was really satisfied. Okay, go back and tell him, just say this card, I accept it. After sending the 5 people from the Qingshui family away, Lingyun took the most prestigious card and studied it over and over for a long time, and then threw it to Shui Mining. In the future, you don't need to spend money for meals, haha. Qing Dongxue stretched out her beautiful slender jade fingers, poked Lingyun's forehead, and said in a coquettish voice, you are so beautiful. To be continued. 10 p.m. Don't go back tonight, you all stay here, I'm going to find a place to practice tonight, and I won't be back all night, don't wait for me. Lingyun was going to kill someone. Before he left, he said to the 7 beauties at home. Bai Xianer was reluctant. She didn't speak, but she held on to Lingyun's clothes and didn't let go. Qing Dongxue was really worried and asked seriously, Stinky boy, you cultivate alone to restore your vitality, do you want me to protect you? Qing Dongxue thought of the woman in the black car during the day, the Holy Maiden of Mazong. She couldn't see through the strength of the Holy Maiden of Mazong, so she was worried. Lingyun smiled and said, Auntie, I'm not rushing to the gate, I'm just recovering my vitality, where do I need to protect the law? After finally dispelling Qing Dongshua's worries, he left behind Bai Xianer and other beauties who were reluctant to part. Lingyun fled away from Villa No. 1. There was a strong wind blowing in Qingshui City, and the wind was howling. Wow! It feels so good to be free. 2 kilometers away from Villa No. 1, Lingyun was in a dark corner. Lingyun, who had just changed into night clothes, exhaled a long breath into the night sky and muttered something. The rainy weather in Qingshui City is coming soon. Ling Yun whispered again, looking up at the dim yellow moon. The sky in May changes as soon as it changes, and the strong wind brings dark clouds. The moonlight tonight is not good, the night is dark, and near the end of the month, there is only half of the moon, and it may be covered by dark clouds at any time. However, when the moon is black and the wind is high, it is a good time to kill. In the darkness of the night, Ling Yun performed 1,000 miles of walking through the streets and alleys, looking for remote places to walk, and soon left the bustling urban area and came to the southern suburbs of Qingshui City. Following the route provided by Miao Xiaomiao, Ling Yun quietly touched the large courtyard where the heavenly killing master was, and flew into the hospital. Hidden in the shadows, unknowingly. Hey, that kid is really amazing today, he has taken all the limelight, 21 people who will die at any time, plus a madman who has been crazy for more than 10 years, he was easily cured by him. 2. He's a god. The speaker was one of those 2 drivers. This man was of medium stature and looked ordinary, but Ling Yun knew that he had at least an innate level of strength. No way? We got those 30 people out of the hospital. He has been locked here for 2 or 3 days, so he can be cured? Believe it or not, if we had known that he was so powerful, we should have figured out a way to hang the breath of those 10 people. If we sent those 10 people over today. Maybe enough for that kid to drink a pot. Those 10 people are all dead, and you're saying it's useless now. Besides, we didn't think of a way to hang them, didn't we all feed them innate energy? Who can't be blamed for it? Forget it, those 10 people were simply taken out of the hospital too early, and they were dying. They didn't eat for several days, and starved to death. Another said with a smile. Seeing 10 people starve to death, but they are completely indifferent. It sounds like 10 little sparrows have died. It can be seen that human life is in the eyes of these king-level killers. How worthless. The murderous intent in Ling Yun's eyes became gloomy and sharp. He was too lazy to listen anymore, these killers were all chatting, and they didn't say anything useful at all. If you want to inquire about Xiao Mimi's whereabouts, you have to find a way to find the holy maiden of the demon sect. Brush. Ling Yun no longer hid his figure, and rushed out of the corner in a flash. Standing lightly in the yard. God kills everyone, get out and die. Who? Who is it? Court death. Following a few furious shouts and swipes, 12 masters flew out from several rooms, and instantly surrounded Ling Yun. It's you. Ling Yun. Those 2 innate masters, who were posing as drivers and who had seen Ling Yun, were shocked when they saw that it was Ling Yun. No one is following them, how did Ling Yun find this place? Haha, I thought it was someone who came to offend us, but it turned out to be such a little white face. Yo, this kid came here, I think he wants to be chivalrous, ha ha ha, I really don't know how to write the dead word. Maybe he really thought we were all ordinary people, and let us come out to die, ha ha ha. The masters of heavenly killing couldn't see Ling Yun's strength at all. Seeing that he took the initiative to send him to the door, they were arrogant. They were all arrogant and proud, and they didn't take Ling Yun seriously at all. Yo, so it turns out that the Ling Yun you mentioned is this little white-faced person? I said why the Holy Maiden refused to move Ling Yun so long, it turned out to be because of him, ha 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 ha. A thin old man in red, with a pair of small eyes flashing brightly, stared at Ling Yun in the encirclement, and said without any hesitation, his eyes were full of disdain. Goddess? It turned out that the beautiful woman in black gauze was called the Holy Maiden by the people of the Heavenly Slaughter Organization? Ling Yun sneered and reminded him lightly, Old man, you dare to speak like this, are you not afraid that your Heavenly Maiden will hear you and slap you to death? The red-clothed old man looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, ha 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 ha, yo, I feel distressed right now. Then he looked at Ling Yun with a fierce look. Of course not, the Holy Maiden has never been here before. If you want to chase her, you seem to be in the wrong place. Ling Yun laughed and said casually, then you are not afraid. Shall I tell your heavenly saintess these words? These people are definitely going to die. Before killing them, Ling Yun had to get as much useful information as possible. I just heard a blue-clothed young man behind him sneer, "Hey, boy, there is a way to heaven, you don't go, there is no way to hell, you break in, you killed so many people in the sky, come today, do you still want to leave alive, dream?" Ling Yun shook his head lightly, I don't want to die, I want to leave alive. The old man in red heard it, and laughed wildly again, leave alive? It's just you? It's just a little white-faced person who can cure diseases. He still wants to come to our God-killed territory, to spread wildness. Even if the gods don't accept you, the old man will do it today. I got you. Remember on Xuanhuan Road, the one who killed you is the king in red. The old man in red seemed to be too lazy to talk nonsense with Ling Yun, his arms shook, and his two blood-red palms were about to be raised. With a flick of the figure, he rushed towards Ling Yun. Brush! Ling Yun moved lightly, dodging the attack of the red-clothed heavenly king, flicked the corner of his clothes, and smiled lightly, what are you in a hurry, don't worry, I'll be the first to take you on your way later. The old man in red saw his violent blow, but Ling Yun easily avoided it. He couldn't help but be stunned for a while, and said solemnly, boy. Where did you learn this feat of lightness? You can actually avoid my flying eagle strike? Ling Yun didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. He looked at the dead people seriously and asked, can anyone tell me where the Holy Maiden is, and how can I contact her? I miss her. The indifferent blue-clothed youth squinted his eyes slightly, and two sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes, and said lightly, just because you want to inquire about the whereabouts of our Holy Maiden, go to Xuanhuan Road and ask others. While speaking, 3 flying knives flashed with a cold blue light. It quietly appeared in the hands of the blue-clothed youth, and he shook in the wind. Brush, brush. The 3-handled flying knives aimed at Ling Yun's back, up, down, and they shot at them, as fast as lightning. I really don't know how to live or die. Ling Yun frowned and shouted, without dodging, he raised his hand lightly when the 3 flying knives, glowing with blue light, came behind him. Seemingly slow but fast, 3 shots like lightning. Do you know what it means to play a big knife in front of Guangong? You even smeared poison on the blade? Ling Yun took the 3 flying knives as thin as a cicada's wings in his hands, turned around gently, and looked at the blue-clothed youth whose face was beginning to panic. He squeezed the 3 flying knives into dough with a gentle force. Just dropped it on the ground. Okay, since you don't want to talk, then I won't ask, just die. None of the masters of these days have surpassed the 3rd level of the innate. Ling Yun kills them without any effort at all. Phantom Fish and Dragon Step. Ling Yun left a real afterimage on the spot. The real body has come to the front of the red-clothed old man, and in the terrified eyes of the red-clothed old man, he punched violently. Tiangang, subduing magic fist. The old man in red couldn't dodge at all, he could only fight hard with his fists, yeah. At the same time, he shouted violently. Bang! After a chaotic sound, the red-clothed old man's arms were all shattered by Ling Yun's punch, his forearm was also snapped, and his thin body was shaken back. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of the sky. With a faint smile on his face, Ling Yun followed him like a shadow, almost rushing against the body of the red-clothed heavenly king, and then punched again. Bang! The red-clothed heavenly king broke both arms, unable to resist at all. Ling Yun punched him in the chest and heart. What? After a shrill scream, the red-clothed heavenly king's sternum collapsed, his heart was directly shattered by Ling Yun's punch, blood spurted from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, and a bloody arrow shot out from his chest. I said, the first one to send you on the road. Ling Yin stopped and smiled at the already breathless red-clothed Heavenly King, then ignored him and turned around. Not good. Brothers, we have misunderstood. This kid's strength is far beyond ours. He abolished the Heavenly King in red with one punch, and knocked him out with another punch. Ling Yin showed his terrifying strength. In the face of a bunch of dead people, he doesn't need to hide his strength. Come together and kill him. The 11 remaining masters of heavenly killing, knowing that none of them were Ling Yin's opponents, rushed forward together decisively. Does it work together? Ling Yin smiled faintly. Without dodging, the Dian Zhu protects himself, and uses the heavenly game to subdue the devil with all his strength. Bang! The first expert who rushed up was knocked flying by Ling Yin, and flew upside down more than 10 meters, fell to the ground and vomited blood. Bang! Another person was shattered by Ling Yin's punch, and he vomited blood and died in the process of flying out. Bang 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 bang! Ling Yin punched 4 in a row, one punch one at a time, and the shot was ruthless, instantly ending the lives of the 4 innate masters. Only the remaining 5 figures flew back. To be continued. If they missed a hit, they were killed by Ling Yin in the blink of an eye. The 5 masters of heavenly killing knew that they were not Ling Yin's opponents at all, so they turned around and ran away without a word. I only thought of running away now. Don't you think it's a bit late? Ling Yin looked at the 5 heavenly killing masters who flew back, and did not rush to chase, but stood still and said calmly and leisurely. After finishing speaking, Ling Yin slowly pulled out the blood demon sword. Raging the world! Ling Yin shouted loudly, and his figure flew out brazenly. It seems to appear behind the 3 fleeing killers at the same time. Brush brush. 3 afterimages, almost the same movement, the same posture, hit the body of the 3 innate masters without any tricks, splitting them in half. You two come back too. Ling Yin's figure showed again, and it was a phantom fish dragon step again. He turned into 2, and instantly caught up with the last 2 people. He pinned them all to the acupuncture point, and threw them back into the large yard. Ling Yin returned leisurely, raised his foot gently, kicked a heavenly killer into the room, and then slammed the back of the head of another heavenly killer with the back of the dark blood demon sword, giving him to him. Stunned, he flew into the house. Looking for a place to sit down, Ling Yin looked at the heavenly killer, grinned, and asked lightly, "Want to die or live?" "Think, want to live." Ling Yin was very satisfied. If he didn't want to live, he wouldn't run away. He smiled and said, "Since you want to live, then tell me everything you know about God's death. Don't lie to me, there are still people outside." "There is one alive. This heavenly slaughter master is at the peak of the innate first floor, and has a high status in heavenly slaughter. He knows many secrets of the heavenly slaughter organization." Half an hour later, Ling Yin finally understood about heavenly killing. He smiled slightly, flew forward, raised his hand and touched the master's dumb hole. "Go out and kick the other guy in." Ling Yin's kick just kicked him out of his coma. "He has already told me everything he knows about your goddamn situation. Now, you will tell me everything again. If there is a difference between what you two said, I guarantee that both of you will be better off dead." I said. Another 10 minutes passed. Seeing that what the 2 of them said were the same, Ling Yin raised his hand to stop the man. "Don't let him go on. Do you know the situation of the Holy Maiden?" However, Ling Yin was disappointed. Neither of the 2 killers knew about the Heavenly Holy Maiden. They only knew that the Heavenly Slaughter Organization would have a Heavenly Holy Maiden every 10 years. God has the power of life and death. And killing God is the #1 figure of the Heavenly Killing Organization. The whereabouts are very mysterious, and even the King of Assassins above the 7th floor of the Congenital seldom sees him. The Heavenly Killing Organization is divided according to the realm of strength, from the 1st level to the 6th level. collectively referred to as the Heavenly King, and is divided into 6 levels. Each innate realm is first level, and the 6th level Heavenly King is the strongest, and it is very straightforward. And the killer who broke through the 7th floor of the innate, that is not only the King of Heaven, the 7th floor of the congenital to the 9th floor of the innate, is the legendary King of Killers. They are in charge of these Heavenly King level killers who are in charge of Heavenly Kill. The Heavenly Killing Organization has 3 major headquarters in the world, and each headquarters has several killer kings in charge of everything. Among them, the Heavenly Killing Organization Huaxia headquarters has a total of 3 branches, with addresses in Beijing, Hedong, and Guangdong. The specific address, these first-level and second-level kings do not know. What is the relationship between Heavenly Kill and Mazong? This is the second key question Ling Yun needs to know. Unfortunately, the level of these 2 Heavenly Kings is not enough, and they can't tell the relationship between Heavenly Kill and Demon Sect. I understand everything that should be understood. Ling Yun didn't want to delay any further. He slowly got up and smiled lightly at the 2 of them. Okay, thank you for telling me this, you can die. What? Didn't you say you wouldn't kill us? Seeing that Ling Yun was still going to kill them, the 2 Heavenly Kings panicked completely. Ling Yun said lightly, I just asked you whether you want to live or die. You said you want to live, but I didn't say that I won't kill you. You can live if you want? Those 10 patients don't want to die either. Didn't you starve them to death? Chi. Ling Yun punched 2 large needles between the eyebrows of the 2, and the 2 Heavenly Killers let out a final tragic howl, then fell to the ground at the same time, dying of anger. It seems that there is a high possibility that Tiansha belongs to the Demon Sect. It should be the core character of the Demon Sect, a profit-making organization created to serve the Demon Sect. And the Holy Maiden of Heaven should be the legendary Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect. Jingdao Daxing, various ancient martial arts schools, and hidden families emerge in an endless stream. A demon sect is fighting against China's Jingdao. Those who have been suppressed over the years can't raise their heads and can't get any resources at all. But they also need to eat, and they also need to practice, so someone created a killer organization to make profits, which is very common sense. After destroying the corpse, Ling Yun left the big yard directly. When Ling Yun came to the ordinary clinic, it was almost midnight. Yao Rou had been in the ordinary clinic and did not return to Nangqi Buyuan, so Ling Yun had to come here to pick her up in person. Are you ready? Looking at Yao Rou, who was happy to open the door, Ling Yun took her into his arms with a smile and asked softly. Yao Rukio blushed, biting her delicate red lips, and nodded shyly. Then close the door, let's go, and go back to Nangqibi Garden. The 2 closed the door. Ling Yun picked up Yao Rou's delicate body, let Yao Rou guide the way, and returned to Nangqi Buyuan in a hurry. The wind gradually subsided, and the night rain came to an end. It's raining. Yao Rou was hugged by Ling Yun all the way, her pink face was already red, thinking that the 2 of them were about to have a bridal chamber, her heart was beating even more. It's time to reign. Ling Yun laughed, and the 2 came to the villa. The entire villa was not big, similar to Lin Minghan's Fuhua Manor, but the yard was a little bigger. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers and had beautiful scenery. Which room do you live in? Ling Yun asked Yao Judo. It's on the 1st floor. Yao Rou was shy and raised her hand slightly. This saved trouble. Ling Yun hugged Yao Rou again and went straight into Yao Rou's bedroom. This bedroom is not too small, it is more than 70 square meters, but what shocked Ling Yun was the redness of this room. The hazy red gauze tent, the bright red sheets, the bright red bed sheets where the mandarin ducks play in the water, and after the lights are turned on, the rose-red lights. Well, when did you prepare this? Even Ling Yun was shocked, he asked in shock. These. I bought them a long time ago and have been waiting for you to come. Yao Rou was too shy to look up. Huh. It's really hard to be my rower. It's all my fault. Ling Yun blamed himself a little, feeling that he had ignored Yao Ro. Don't say that, people don't blame you at all. Yao Ro was a little flustered, she said in a trembling voice. You, don't touch people first, you go to take a bath first, they have to change clothes. As Ling Yun spoke, a pair of big hands had already begun to walk around Yao Ro's plump and attractive body. This bright red scene was really exciting. Okay, you really have to wash it well. Ling Yun is not in a hurry, Yao Ro is his tonight, tomorrow is Sunday anyway, he has time. Without further ado, Ling Yun rushed into the bathroom, rinsed and took a comfortable bath for more than 20 minutes, wrapped a white bath towel casually, and came out. Then, Ling Yun saw Yao Ro, who had changed clothes, which made his Adam's apple tremble. Yao Ro put on a rose-red nurse dress, which was hazy and translucent, her body was exquisite and translucent, and she was wearing transparent suspender stockings. The shocking temptation was beyond words. Does it look good? Yao Ro's blushing pretty face turned as red as drunk. Qiu Shui's eyes flashed with a shy but firm light, and her graceful and delicate body reclined on the quilt behind her, raised her hand gently, and opened the zipper of the rose-red nurse uniform. Good looking, of course good looking. Ling Yun didn't think about anything at the moment, and flew directly to bed. Yao Ro's red lips are delicate and charming, her sandalwood mouth is slightly open, her breathing is rapid, and her chest is ups and downs, which is very magnificent. She closed her eyes slightly, raised her delicate chin, and looked like she was being picked by you. Tonight, people will take good care of you. Yao Ro's voice trembled, her hand slipped over the translucent red dress, and she said in a trembling voice. To be continued. The wind gradually subsided, the rain gradually sounded, the rain was gurgling outside the window, and the raindrops with large and dense bean grains were beating on the dense green and vibrant leaves, bringing endless coolness to this summer night. In the villa, the master bedroom on the first floor is in the middle, in the red gauze tent, on the big bed, spring is in full swing. What? A cry of happiness mixed with endless joy. Yao Ro's first time was finally given to Ling Yun, and Yin Hong's blood gushed out, dripping red everywhere. Overwhelming clouds and rain, limbs entangled, Ling Yun, while sending Yao Ro to the top time and time again, is also quietly running the double cultivation method, greedily absorbing the pure, yin, and essence gushing out of Yao Ro's body. Ling Yun is enjoying himself. Ling Yun turned the yin-yang art of one qi into motion, mobilizing the cold and yin energy in his body, and through his fiery masculinity, it quickly flowed into Yao Ro's body. This is the moment when yin and yang meet, and it is also the best time for double cultivation. Ling Yun used the method of double cultivation to make Lin Menghan a master of the early 9th floor of Ho Tian. Of course, he would not favor one over another, he wanted to break Yao Ro's physical shackles. A large amount of yin and cold energy rushed towards Yao Ro's body continuously, Ling Yun didn't dare to neglect. He connected his hands and helped Yao Ro's pure yin infuriating energy to travel through the meridians throughout the body. The day after tomorrow. The 2nd floor of the day after tomorrow. The 3rd floor of the day after tomorrow. Yao Ro's body's true energy circulated, rushing all the way to the peak of the 6th floor of the day after tomorrow. The improvement of the realm is naturally accompanied by the indescribable comfort. Yao Ro's full head of black hair is dancing, she is about to faint. The two were connected as one, forming a great cycle of yin and yang. The yin and yang fish in Ling Yun's dantian had already been activated and rapidly circulated. The yin in the yang fish, the yin and cold energy was quickly created, supplementing the yin lost in Ling Yun's body. Chill. The yin and yang fish in Ling Yun's body are spinning faster and faster, and his strength is also skyrocketing. However, not enough. It's also the pinnacle of the 6th floor. Rower's aptitude is indeed much worse than Menghan. At first, When Ling Yun and Lin Menghan were both cultivating, although Lin Menghan had also reached the peak of the 6th floor before Ling Yun took the dragon's saliva, don't forget that at that time Ling Yun was in the middle of the 5th floor body training. But the current Ling Yun is the peak of the 7th layer body refining cultivation. In the late stage of body training again, the yin and yang in his body is infuriating. It is many times stronger than that at that time. After the yin and yang of the two became one, Ling Yun took the yin and yang formula to the extreme, but only allowed Yao Rou to reach the peak of the 6th floor of the day after tomorrow. Compared with Yao Rou and Lin Menghan, you could see the difference in physique. However, now is not the time for Ling Yun to think about this. He took out the dragon's saliva without hesitation, and drank it all in one breath. A large amount of dragon saliva entered the body, and the majestic dragon spirit energy instantly filled Ling Yun's whole body meridians. Under the guidance of the exercises, go straight to the dantian. The spiritual energy in Ling Yun's dantian was instantly filled, and the dragon-shaped dividing line in the dantian once again burst into a golden light. The dragon saliva aura also entered Yao Rou's body continuously along Ling Yun's lower body, and the spiritual energy entered the body, which felt a little softer. Not only is it extremely refreshing, but it's only good for your body. In the same great cycle, the dragon saliva aura and the yin and cold qi go hand in hand. The two body meridians form a great yin and yang heaven, which sharply enhances the strength of the two. Boom! After a burst of indescribable pleasure, Ling Yun instantly broke through the 8th level of training. The same Yao Rou strength soared again. Hee. I finally broke through the 8th level of body training, and my strength is doubled. Cool. Ling Yun did not leave her body, but still kept her original posture, quietly lying on Yao Rouxiang's sweaty body, letting the two of them form a great cycle of yin and yang to flow slowly, waiting for it to stop on its own. Husband, is this the double cultivation you told me about? It's wonderful. Yao Rou lay there panting. The two pink arms tightly hugged Ling Yun, who was pressing on her, and said fascinatedly. Rower is really smart. Yes, this is xuanhuan. Your current strength has stabilized at the middle stage of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow. It's not bad, thanks to Ling Yun's promotion of 2 great realms, Yao Rou broke through the 8th floor of the acquired day in one fell swoop. Compared with her physique, this has already made Ling Yun very satisfied. Yao Rou's face was pretty red. Yao Rou's 5 elements belong to the earth, her character is firm, her endurance are extraordinary, and she is far more than Lin Menghan in this respect. What she wants to do now is to serve Ling Yun as much as she can, for fear that Ling Yun will not be satisfied with her. What's the hurry? The practice isn't over yet. Ling Yun swiped Yao Rou's delicate lips with the tip of his tongue and laughed. Through this double cultivation, Ling Yun's realm stabilized at the early stage of the 8th level of body training, but the benefits he got were indeed quite a lot. The dantian expanded again, the meridians developed more sturdy, and the yin and yang qi in the body had doubled. The yin and yang fish in the magical dantian no longer need Ling Yun to use deliberately to urge them. They slowly rotate on their own and turn into a rotating taiji map. The yin and yang true qi is continuously generated and circulates rapidly in the thick and strong meridians, like a big river, endless. Ling Yun's consciousness was also more condensed, and the range was expanded by 10 meters, and it could cover a 30-meter radius around his body. All the scenes were like witnessing with his own eyes. There is no need to mention the improvement of the 5 senses and 6 senses. It is worth mentioning that Ling Yun's yin-yang god eye, with the power of yin-yang true qi, the yin-yang god eye has broken through again. If it is used to the limit, the vision can already penetrate 2 centimeters. Real thing. Ling Yun was confident that a bundle of brand new 100 yuan bills had a fake one at the bottom, and he could recognize it instantly. Because of drinking the dragon's saliva again, the dragon-shaped curve in Ling Yun's magical dantian became more pure and dazzling, and the dragon head had quietly climbed up Ling Yun's penultimate vertebrae, dyeing that bone a faint golden color. In the Dantian, between the milky white pure yang energy and the pitch-black yin and cold air, the golden dragon-shaped curve is shining, the golden light is shining, and it is getting more and more lifelike. At 4:30 in the morning, it was still raining outside. Yao Rou, who was so relieved to the extreme, after talking to Ling Yun for a while, she couldn't hold it any longer and fell asleep. Ling Yun also quietly left Yao Rou's body after the double repair, and he gently covered Yao Rou with a thin quilt. Then I started to meditate cross-legged to stabilize my state. After another hour or so, Ling Yun felt that there were no more problems. He slowly closed his work and opened his eyes. Hey, the speed of cultivation is still too slow, the spiritual energy on the earth is really too thin. Now that we have reached the 8th level of body training, we still cannot effectively absorb the spiritual energy in the air. There is no aura in the air of the earth at all. Even if Ling Yun's physique is against the sky, he cannot continue to absorb it to strengthen himself. The lack of spiritual energy has undoubtedly greatly slowed down Ling Yun's cultivation speed. If he was in the world of self-cultivation, he didn't need to cultivate with any woman at all. He only needed to absorb the spiritual energy in the world like breathing every day. Impressive. If he had been cultivating for the same time in the world of cultivation, Ling Yun would have already reached the middle stage of qi training. Even in the late stage of qi training. Moreover, if the spiritual energy of the earth is a little richer, Ling Yun will not choose to practice the yin-yang art of one qi, he will choose to cultivate the most powerful and familiar Xuanhu pure yang immortal art. The Xuanhu Chunyang immortal art is not only a way to upgrade and practice the power of the comprehension world, but also an attacking immortal art that can be directly used in combat, combined with the heaven-defying defense of the Dian Star treasure art. It is simply that God blocks and kills God, Buddha blocks and kills Buddha, and the cultivation speed is extremely fast. However, there are two troubles in cultivating Xuanhu pure yang immortal art. One is that you need hundreds of millions of spiritual stones, elixir, and spirit veins to maintain the consumption of realm improvement. The other is that you must maintain pure yang body. Once broken, the power is greatly reduced, so Ling Yun was chased by countless saints and ran everywhere, with nowhere to hide. Of course, for Brother Yun, who likes to explore, there are elixir. There is absolutely no shortage of it, and the world of comprehension is full of rich spiritual energy, so this is not a trouble. Those saintesses who were secretly promised were Ling Yun's troubles. As for the one qi yin-yang tactic, there is no need to say more about its benefits. Cultivating the one qi yin-yang tactic can generate the yin and yang true qi in the dantian by itself, which can make Ling Yun not restricted by the spiritual qi, and can absorb and transform all kinds of heaven and earth spiritual qi, and the more women there are, the better, because it can be double cultivation. The disadvantage is that the balance of yin and yang in the dantian must be maintained at all times, and it cannot be sloppy. To put it simply, these two cultivation techniques are extremely powerful exercises, and each has its own advantages and disadvantages. In the world of cultivation, the cultivation of the Xuanhu pure yang immortal technique is the most domineering, because the Xuanhu pure yang immortal technique is the most powerful. On the earth where the spiritual qi was depleted, Ling Yun could only practice the yin-yang art of one qi first. Ling Yun had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Fortunately, Ling Yun has not yet met him on earth and will cultivate true, so his safety is not worry-free for the time being. According to my current state, the spiritual energy accumulated in Villa number 1 is enough for me to absorb it once at most. It seems that after the college entrance examination, I need to go to some places and find a few blessed places with abundant spiritual energy. Ling Yun secretly made a plan in his heart. While thinking about it, Yao Rou woke up, and the thin quilt covering her body slipped off instantly. "Husband, I'm sorry, why did I fall asleep, and you didn't call me?" Yao Rou said when she saw Ling Yun sitting quietly on the bed. The sky was already bright outside. She couldn't help but say angrily, Ling Yin turned his head, his handsome eyes stared at the big hole in the stockings between Yao Rou's two beautiful legs. He smiled and said, "You are too tired, you should sleep and have a good rest." "What?" Yao Rou was stared at by Ling Yin's fiery gaze. She instantly noticed that her lower body was cold, and hurriedly tightened her legs to prevent Ling Yin from looking at it again. The quilt was by his side, but he deliberately did not cover it. "Hey!" Until then, Yao Rou felt the swelling and burning pain there. "Hey, I feel that my body is so light." Yao Rou suddenly noticed the abnormality of her body when she was shy, and she cried out in surprise. Ling Yin said with a faint smile, "Rower has a unique skill now. I'll teach you the exercises and fighting techniques later, so that no one dares to bully you again." "Well, I will definitely study hard, practice hard, and I don't want to be a burden on my husband." Yao Rou pursed her red lips tightly, looked resolute, and said in a firm tone. Ling Yin was secretly moved, thinking that although Yao Rou's aptitude was slightly inferior, her perseverance was really something that no one else could have, nor could she learn it. For cultivators, there are too many ways to change their aptitudes, just use spiritual stones and medicines to pile them up. However, Xinqing is innate and difficult to change. This can only be done by each cultivator himself. Yao Rou's faint perseverance is actually the most rare. "Rower, your aptitude is very good. If you practice hard, you will become a very powerful person in the future." Ling Yin gave Yao Rou a praising smile, his eyes full of encouragement. To be continued. There are only 5 votes left to enter the top 50. The brothers exert their strength and throw a monthly ticket to explode. Yao Rou was really in pain at first, but it soon turned into an indescribably wonderful relief. Ling Yin didn't let Yao Rou suffer for long. He took advantage of the time to change his posture and used a 4th-level healing talisman there without hesitation. The 4th-level healing talisman has a magical and powerful effect on this kind of small wounds and small swellings. After the place was completely healed, Yao Rou finally gave up her scruples. The battle lasted for 2 full hours until 8:30 in the morning, when the rain stopped. Ling Yin let go of Yao Rou, who had been overwhelmed by his body and begged for mercy, and delivered the goods with satisfaction. After a long while, Ling Yin pulled away from his body, smiled and said to Yao Rou, who was lying on the bed with her jade body splayed out, unable to move at all, "Baby, you don't have to go to the clinic for the next 2 days, just stay at home." After speaking, Ling Yin went straight to the bathroom, took a shower, changed into a clean clothes, said goodbye to Yao Ju, and left Nanqui Bun. Although the rain stopped, the sky was still gloomy, the sun was lazy, and no longer shone generously on the earth. Ling Yin didn't walk fast, he called Tang Meng while walking, "Have you woken up? Are you full? Oh, that's good, come pick me up from Nanqui Bun now, I just came out of here." Of course, Tang Meng wouldn't make Ling Yin wait for a long time. He came very quickly. It only took 10 minutes to drive a white Porsche and appeared in front of Ling Yin. After getting out of the car, seeing Ling Yin's satisfied eyes and refreshing face, Tang Meng knew what happened last night. He blinked at Ling Yin ambiguous. He said with a smile, "Brother Yun. Sister-in-law served you last night. Is it good?" Ling Yin thumped Tang Meng's head with a shudder. "Damn, I think you're a brat who goes to the house without beating for 3 days, and your courage is getting fatter." The two laughed and got into the car. Tang Meng turned the car and drove back along the way. "Brother Yun, your performance yesterday was astounding, your medical skills. Now it is spread in our Qingshui city, and you are called a peerless doctor." Ling Yin smiled lightly. "It doesn't matter, these are nothing, I was forced to helpless yesterday. Do you still remember the woman who opened the spiker we met on the way back from Wenzhou? It's her who is looking for trouble." Tang Meng was startled and asked in shock, "Ah? That girl has appeared again, what exactly does she want to do?" It was impossible for Tang Meng not to be afraid. These days, he was driving around in a fucking car, and he wished he could change a car every day. Isn't that a place to die without a burial? Ling Yan's expression turned cold, and he frowned slightly. Xiao Mimi is in her hands, and the other party's background is very big. I estimate that for a long time in the future, Heavenly Kill will be a formidable enemy of mine. There are many killer kings from the 7th floor to the 9th floor, not to mention the number 1 killer of the gods. Ling Yun was not in the middle stage of Qi training, and when he met these people, it would be good to have the opportunity to escape. However, Ling Yun was not worried. He still had a lot of trump cards to play, after reaching the 8th level of body training. According to his estimation, even if he encounters the king of killers on the 7th floor, he is still confident enough to escape. Xiao Mimi is in her hands? Then, Brother Yun, aren't you in big trouble? Tang Meng was even more shocked when he heard the news. You don't have to worry about this, the other party also has a lot of scruples. Xiao Mimi is very safe now. What I need to do now is to find a way to find her as soon as possible, and then prescribe the right medicine to save her. Ling Yun immediately dispelled Tang Meng's doubts. Now, he is the backbone of Tang Meng's gang, and he cannot show any anxiety or worry. Also, for those cars we got back from the highway, you can drive with confidence in the future. Let Ling Yu, Yao Rou, and the others learn to drive as soon as possible. I will not care about these chores. Tang Meng expressed his understanding, then suddenly his face became extremely excited, and he asked excitedly, Brother Yun, you received so many gifts yesterday, shouldn't you? Not to mention other things, Ling Yun now has a total of 1.8 billion yuan just from the check on his body. For Tang Meng, who loves money like his life, it is his most coveted treasure. With a thought, Ling Yun took out all the checks in the space ring, glanced casually, and said lightly, let's go to the bank first, cash these checks, deposit them into my ICBC account, and then give them to the bank. I also get a checkbook. Okay. Tang Meng was so excited that he almost shivered. The Humvee drove so fast, the two quickly returned to the bustling city and started to transfer money from house to house according to the bank on the check. At 10 o'clock in the morning, all banking transactions were completed. Ling Yun's ICBC account had an extra 1.8 billion yuan. At the same time, he also had several ICBC checkbooks in his hand. When you open a check, you can use it as cash. It's really simple. However, it's not easy to be trusted by others, and it's not easy to use it in my heart. Ling Yun tapped the palm of his hand lightly with those checkbooks, shook his head and said, he has always responded indifferently to the virtual currency and paper money in this world. Ling Yun only believes in real resources. For example, in the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China just now, Ling Yun could turn 6 gold bricks into cash at any time, but he didn't even have the idea. Tang Meng laughed happily, patted Ling Yun's shoulder and said, haha, Brother Yun, don't worry, we huaxia, any bank may fail, but ICBC will never fail. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China is the first of the 4 major state-owned banks. When ICBC stock rose the most, its total market value once reached the top 10 of all companies in the world. Of course, it is not so easy to fail. Excluding these, how much was charged yesterday, have you counted it? Although Ling Yun held big money in his hand, he would not let go of small money. At least, he had a general impression in his mind. Tang Meng was beaming, he smiled and said, 997 million, just 10 million less than 30,000. These money are all put on the clinic's account, and you can manage it, Sister Rou, for running water. You don't have to worry about it. The clinic hardly has any large expenses. Ling Yun asked Tang Meng to put the 10 million in the clinic's account. In fact, it was given to Yao Rou to make pocket money for her. Ling Yun was puzzled, thinking that there were only 200 guests. How could they receive so many red envelopes? He wondered and asked, how come there are so many? Tang Meng explained with a smile, do you remember Grandpa Shua's 5 old friends? Each of them is 1 million, and Song Jingyang, Uncle Song, who gave us 2 million alone, that's 7 million. Ling Yin nodded secretly, thinking that he had to find time to visit some of Shuashini's old friends. Yesterday was too busy, and he ran away halfway, so he didn't have time to talk to the old people. Song Jingyang, he's really good enough, and he'll be 2 million in one shot. Ling Yin said with a smile. Tang Meng continued, Brother Yun, Song Jingyang is very accurate in seeing people. I believe that after seeing your performance yesterday, he will definitely regret it. The gifts are too few. Ling Yin smiled lightly, 2 million is already a lot. After lunch today, let's go to his place. When Tang Meng heard this, he was instantly refreshed. He opened his mouth and exclaimed, Brother Yun, are you saying that we are going to the antique market? Ling Yin glanced at him and said, Yes, didn't you say that you can play stone gambling there? Now that we have 1.8 billion in our hands, are we qualified to play stone gambling? Last time, Ling Yin and Tang Meng went to the antique market, they just stood outside the antique market for a while and left, but this time, Ling Yin was going to go there to carry out a big sweep. In the bag. Enough is enough, you can bet on any stone, Brother Yun, if you want, you can buy the entire Yudingshuan. Tang Meng was so excited that he couldn't hold the steering wheel, he kept yelling. Full of confidence, absolutely. Let's go, now go home and have a look. Ling Yu has already sent me several text messages. If I don't go back, I'm going to have to eat and leave again. Back at Villa number 1, Lin Menghan and Long Wu had already left each other because they had their own affairs, leaving only the other 5 stunning beauties. Stinky boy, how is your recovery? This was the first question Qin Dongxue asked after seeing Ling Yun. Auntie, 70% has recovered, but if you want to recover your vitality, it will take about half a month to recover. Ling Yunqin said that the college entrance examination will take another half a month. By then, Qin Dongxue will be busy with cultivation all day, and have already forgotten about this matter. Hey, sickness comes like a mountain down, sickness goes like a thread, recovery of vitality is something that can't be rushed, and can only be taken care of slowly. A touch of distress flashed across Qin Dongshue's beautiful face, a rare tenderness, comforting Ling Yun. Auntie, I haven't eaten since last night, I'm hungry. Ling Yun was afraid that Qin Dongxue would see any clues, so he quickly changed the subject. Ning Lingyu had already prepared a meal for Ling Yun, and it was still extremely rich. It was just before noon, and Tang Meng was also hungry. The 2 of them were swept up in the clouds, and they even ate and robbed the 3 of them. After Ling Yun finished eating, he chatted with a few beauties for a while, knowing that Cui Lao came over in the morning, saw that Ling Yun was not there, left an address, and went back to his place. Ling Yun understood that with so many girls living in Villa number 1, Mr. Cui must have found it inconvenient, so he didn't stay for a long time. Auntie, Ling Yu, Mr. Cui treats me like a family member. I want to go and see him now. Ling Yin stood up, mainly speaking to Qin Dongxue. Unexpectedly, Qin Dongxue looked solemn as never before. After hesitating again and again, she took Ling Yun alone and came to the courtyard of the villa. Ling Yun, Auntie wants to ask you something, you have to answer honestly. To be continued. For more completed. The big climax asks for a monthly pass. Seeing Qin Dongshue's never-before serious expression, and hearing her never-before solemn tone, Ling Yun was very surprised. He couldn't help scratching his head and said, Auntie, no matter what you want to ask me, I will tell you the truth, actually. Ling Yunqin said that even if Qin Dongxue asked about those women yesterday, or even asked him where he went last night, he could tell him frankly. With 10,000 certainty, he knew that Qin Dongxue would never be willing to beat him. Qin Dongxue still shook his head very seriously and said in a serious tone, Don't think too much, I didn't ask you that. Jie? don't ask those? Then what else can you ask? Ling Yan was even more puzzled, but he also guessed that it must be a major event, so he followed suit and nodded solemnly. Auntie, ask me. Qin Dongxue sighed faintly, bowed her head lightly, let out a long breath, then raised her head abruptly, stared at Ling Yan's eyes with inexplicable complex eyes, and asked softly, Ling Yan, if one day, you can find yours biological parents, do you recognize them? Also, will you forget my sister, Ling Yu, and me? Ling Yun's tiger body shook violently. It was like a thunderbolt exploded in his mind, making him a little dazed. Biological parents? Blood relatives? To admit or not to admit? I don't know when. Ling Yan had already clenched his fists tightly. Jin's expression changed. He suddenly thought of Cui Lao. He wanted to see Cui Lao. Qin Dongxue became like this. Could it be, Cui Lao? Is it related to your own biological parents? Is Cui always sent by them? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed out of Ling Yan's mind like a movie. The scene comes back to mind. For Ling Yan, Cui Lao appeared very inexplicably, 2 times before and after, inexplicably came, and inexplicably disappeared. He didn't say anything, but he kept doing it. Ling Yan meets Cui Lao. I can completely feel the care and love that Cui Lao has for him, that kind of feeling only elders can have for their children. At that time, Ling Yan's strength was not high. Relying on the possession of the blood demon sword and the dragon-marked sword, if you do your best, you can barely kill the masters of the first level of the innate. Moreover, this is not known to old Cui. However, Cui Laocan accompanied him through life and death. Accompanying him to the banker at night, together with Dugumo, the 3 of them desperately fought against dozens of masters from the other side. Later, they faced off against the 3 innate masters of Sun Tianbiao, 3-on-3. They didn't step back even half a step, and they were even trying their best to protect him. This is definitely not a simple sincerity and friendship, it is a kind of deep love. Ling Yun even felt that if he could never find his biological parents, he would rather treat Cui Lao as his own grandfather. So, does Ling Yun want to find his biological parents? Of course the answer is yes. Qin Chuyue and Ning Lingyu are undoubtedly Ling Yun's closest people, but this cannot change the fact that Ling Yun is a wild child, he and them. There should be family affection, but there is no blood relationship. Of course Ling Yun doesn't care what his identity is. It doesn't matter what his identity is, but he doesn't care about his identity, which doesn't mean he doesn't want to have a complete home. It doesn't mean that he doesn't want to find his biological parents. In any case, they gave Ling Yun an excellent body after Ling Yun healed his Yang Qiao pulse and quickly and successfully lost weight. Although Ling Yun came from a time traveled, there was one thing he didn't want to admit, and that was that Ling Yun's appearance was exactly the same as his appearance in the world of cultivation, and there was no difference. As for why, Ling Yun also has a certain judgment of his own, but his current strength cannot confirm this. Therefore, although Ling Yun never said it, he subconsciously looked forward to finding his biological parents in this world. He had accepted and recognized this body from his heart. No matter what power it is a terrifying and crazy catastrophe. Or maybe it was destined, since Ling Yun came, he recognized it, he accepts everything about this body, he needs a complete home. Ling Yun knew that his biological parents were definitely not ordinary people, and he had no choice but to abandon him when there was no other way. This is because he was used vicious and heavy tactics by congenital masters since he was born. If his Yang Qiao vein is abolished, it can be easily judged. Not only to find the enemy who killed him, but also to find his blood relatives. This is a task Ling Yun will not tell anyone, it is his own business. Ling Yun originally thought that it was his own business, but now, Qin Dongxue asked so solemnly. Ling Yun stood on the spot, he forced himself to calm down, stood there motionless, thinking a lot in an instant. Qin Dongxue didn't rush him, and didn't ask him any more, she just stood beside Ling Yun quietly, accompanied him, waiting for him to answer. Because, if the current Ling Yun is still the original Ling Yun, then the shock that Ling Yun receives at this moment is absolutely equivalent to 5 thunders. Qing Dongxue didn't know that Ling Yun came through, and she couldn't see what Ling Yun was thinking at the moment, because Ling Yun behaved too calmly after the shock. "Auntie, why did you suddenly ask me this? Could it be that you have news about my biological parents?" Ling Yun suddenly opened his mouth, stared at Qing Dongxue for a moment, and asked, lightly. Qing Dongshue's beautiful mouth pursed and pursed again. She looked at Ling Yun seriously and said, "Stinky boy, don't take my words, you answer my aunt's question first." Ling Yun blurted out without thinking, "Auntie, don't worry, no matter if I can find my biological parents, my mother, you, and Ling Yu will always be my dearest people. How could I forget you all?" Woolen cloth? Although Qing Dongxue already knew that Ling Yun would say this answer, when she really heard this sentence from Ling Yun's mouth, she secretly put down a big stone in her heart. Qing Dongxue suddenly burst out laughing. This smile is like 100 flowers in full bloom. The beauty that bloomed at that moment instantly embellished the whole courtyard of the villa, bright and moving. "Stinky boy, if you have a conscience, my sister and I didn't care about you in vain." Qing Dongxue raised her slender and beautiful hands like she was seeing Ling Yun for the first time, pinched Ling Yun's face lovingly, and said with a coquettish smile, "Hee hee." Ling Yun laughed twice, and asked casually, "Auntie, you suddenly asked me this question, wouldn't you really have news of my biological parents?" "I don't, but my aunt has a hunch that the old Chui you are going to see will have news about your biological parents. You will know when you go." Qing Dongshue's heartbeat accelerated slightly because she was lying, and she said lightly with a beautiful blush on her beautiful face. Because, when Qing Qiuyue and Qing Dongxue broke up, they once said something to Qing Dongxue, which Qing Dongxue always kept in her heart. "Dongxue, when my sister is gone, thousands of miles away, there are many dangers. Whether or not she can come back is my sister's fate, and my sister recognizes it. However, there are some things that my sister must tell you before leaving. Ling Yun, there is a 95% chance that he is a member of the Ling family, Ling Xiao, the proud son of the Ling family, and the illegitimate son of the previous generation of demon sect saints. 18 years ago, when Ling Yu was just born, he was inexplicably seriously ill. Even I couldn't cure it. In the end, I had no choice but to hope for the blessing of the gods and Buddhas. I went to Qingshui Lingjue Temple to burn incense and worship Buddha. In the end, I found Ling Yun. The rain that night was really heavy. At that time, when I picked up Ling Yun at Lingjue Temple, I found that he was used the supreme magic power of Mazong, and his Yang Qiao vein was abolished, but I was unable to heal him. I had no choice but to grow up with him and resign to fate. I brought Ling Yun back. Ling Yun's illness was cured as soon as Ling Yun got home. I don't know where the gods appeared, but I am grateful for that heavy rain that I have never seen before. Ling Yu's name is from this. Come. For the past 18 years, although I have been secretly extending Ling Yun's life at all costs, I know that Ling Yun will not live to be 20 years old, no matter what. Later, I used the magic of Xianmen to calculate that when Ling Yun was 18 years old, there would be a death catastrophe that could not be avoided, but when the catastrophe happened, and whether Ling Yun was alive or dead, I would calculate it. Not coming out. However, on the night of Qingming Festival this year, I had a premonition that something would happen to Ling Yun, so I followed him, trying to help him resolve the disaster, but he was safe and sound, but I became inexplicably younger, a whole 10 years old. Moreover, this is not just young appearance, all physical conditions, as if returning to 10 years ago. It can be seen from this, that Ling Yun's death will definitely not be the night of the Qingming festival. Maybe it will be earlier, maybe it will be later, after so many years, although now my Xianmen divine arithmetic has improved. It's a pity I can't figure out the fate of this child. What happened to Ling Yun is too miraculous. After I leave, don't go back to the family immediately, but protect him in Qingshui City. When he finishes the college entrance examination, I think, this kid is so good, after his amazing rise, everything will change. The answer will emerge soon. The 18-year appointment with the Ning family and the Qiu family is coming soon. Ling Yu's physique is extraordinary. Maybe the Ning family will come to ask for someone. You have to follow the trend and remember not to be reckless. That night, before Qin Qiuyue went to Tianshan Tianjian sect, she talked a lot with Qin Dongxue. She didn't hide anything from her own sister, as if she was explaining the future. Qin Dongxue knows that once her sister decides, no one can stop it, 18 years ago, and 18 years later, so she listened to Qin Qiuyue's story with red eyes, and after Qin Qiuyue left, she took on the responsibility. The responsibility to protect Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu. When Qin Dongxue saw Ling Yun, Cui Lao and Du Guimo were both with Ling Yun. Of course, Qin Dongxue wanted someone to find out the identity and background of the two. When she knew that Cui Lao was from the Ling family, Qin Dongxue already knew Ling Yun's identity. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. 8 more notices tomorrow. Big ask for a monthly pass. Although Qin Dongxue spoke secretly, it was a hunch and guesswork, but Ling Yun knew that Cui Lao must have communicated with her about something, but Qin Dongxue didn't want to tell Ling Yun this personally. That's the truth. In Lao Chui's opinion, Qin Qiuyue is not here, so Qin Dongxue, as Qin Qiuyue's sister, was Ling Yun's only elder before Ling Yun recognized his ancestors and returned to the clan. Lao Chui came to see Ling Yun this time, to tell him about Ling Yun's life experience. Take him to the capital of the Ling family, to meet Ling Lai and recognize his ancestors. If he hides Qin Dongxue and tells Ling Yun about this without authorization, it will be unreasonable. Don't say that the Qin family is a big family that is not weaker than the Ling family. Even if Ling Yun is only the adopted son of an ordinary family, if you want him to recognize his ancestors and return to the clan, you have to get the consent of the elders of the Ling Yun family, right? Therefore, in order not to cause Qin Dongxue's misunderstanding and cause unnecessary trouble, Mr. Cui thought very thoughtfully and acted without leakage. When he came over in the morning, he simply showed his identity and purpose, very formal. I have communicated this matter with Qin Dongxue very seriously. Of course, it was impossible for Mr. Cui to talk nonsense in front of others about such an important event. He and Qin Dongxue were outside the villa, using voice transmission to communicate secretly, and no third party knew about it. As long as there is enough evidence to prove that Ling Yun is the blood of the Ling family, and Ling Yun is also willing to recognize his ancestors and return to the clan, Qin Dongxue will not stop him. Everything is up to Ling Yun himself. Decide. Thinking that his life experience might be revealed soon, Ling Yun felt an inexplicable excitement and an anxious sense of urgency in his heart. Little master, little guy. Little, Ling Yun. Ling Yun remembered very clearly that every time Cui Lao called him, he would almost unconsciously, or habitually call out little. And then swallow the words that followed. Then use little guy or Ling Yun instead. Ling Yun didn't take it seriously in the past, but now that I think about it, every time Cui Lao called him, he should naturally want to call him little master, just because the time was not ripe, or because Cui Lao was afraid of causing some misunderstandings in Ling Yun, so it stopped abruptly. Changed halfway through. Auntie, if you have nothing else to do, then I'll go see Mr. Cui now. Ling Yun felt his blood heat up, he couldn't help clenching his fists. He now desperately wants to know who his parents are, and what kind of earth-shattering changes they encountered 18 years ago, so that they would abandon him helplessly. Go, when you come back, my aunt will take you to see something. Qin Dongxue's beautiful eyes flashed. A faint mist rose, but it was full of comfort and encouragement. Auntie, for such a big matter, I think you should go with me. You are my elder, and you should make up your mind about some important matters. Qin Dongxue treats Ling Yun better than his aunt, and his mother was not there. Ling Yun naturally hoped that Qin Dongxue would be present for this kind of recognition. Who knew that Qin Dongxue gave Ling Yun a sullen look, and said sullenly, "When did you let others make up your mind about it? This matter. From the beginning to the end, everything is up to you. Go, and come back quickly. Don't keep my aunt waiting for a long time." Qin Dongxue knew Ling Yun very well. He. Ling Yun scratched his head embarrassedly, nodded first, and then whispered, "Auntie, it's best not to let Ling Yun know about this." "Don't worry. Auntie knows." Qin Dongxue raised her slender hand, tapped Ling Yun's forehead, and said with a coquettish smile. Qin Dongxue stood outside the door of Villa number 1 and watched Ling Yun leave in the car. Her eyes became complicated and hazy, and finally she sighed, "Hey, stinky boy, you are indeed a descendant of the Ling family. You can recognize your ancestors and return to your ancestors. Although it's a good thing, do you know how many hardships you will experience in the future as the son of Ling Xiao and the Holy Maiden of Demon Sect?" Ling Yun drove the car himself, dragged Tang Meng, and drove all the way, almost not running a red light, and soon came to the place where Cui Lao lived. This is the eastern outskirts of Qingshui City, an extremely ordinary courtyard. "Brother Yun, does Elder Cui live here?" Tang Meng asked, while looking at Elder Cui's residence, without waiting to get off the bus. "You know the fart, this is called showing hiding in the wild." Before Ling Yun got out of the car, he felt a familiar and powerful aura, which shocked him. Ling Yun didn't turn off the engine, he opened the door and got out of the car. He threw the car keys to Tang Meng, and said, "Go and do your business first. I'll call you in a while, and you can pick me up." After Tang Meng drove away, Ling Yun took a few deep breaths and calmed down, then walked to the door and knocked gently on the door. The courtyard door opened in response, and Lao Chui's purple face was revealed inside the door. Ling Yun could see that Lao Chui was very excited now. Little guy, you are finally here, come in quickly." Old Chui's lips trembled. "Old Chui, I didn't arrive home until noon, so you've been waiting for a long time." Ling Yun dodged into the room, not knowing what to say for a while. When the two came into the house, Mr. Chui warmly greeted Ling Yun to sit down, and then went to pour water for Ling Yun's tea. "Old Chui, I'm not thirsty, you don't have to work." Ling Yun hurriedly stopped him. He has too many things to ask Cui Lao, where is he in the mood to drink water? Old Chui was still busy with his work, and at the same time he said with a smile, "Although this is not my home, I rented it out the last time I came here. I rented it for 3 months. I was in a hurry last time, so I didn't leave. I cleaned it this morning. It took a morning to clean up. You are here for the first time. How can you do without tea? This is the tea I brought you specially. You have to taste it." Old Chui was so excited that he didn't know what to say, but he kept busy with his hands. He quickly brewed tea for Ling Yun. It was really good tea, and the fragrance was fragrant. "This is Biluakun, the favorite drink of Ling Lai, the old man of the Ling family. Of course, it is a good tea. Little guy, I brought you a lot of gifts this time. You sit here first, and I'll go get you now." Elder Chui brought tea to Ling Yun and immediately went into his bedroom. He quickly took out the nondescript bag he was carrying yesterday. After putting down the bag, he turned around and walked in again. That familiar, powerful aura came from Old Chui's bedroom. "Don't look at this thing, is not big, but it's really heavy." Cui Lao held another long wooden box and said with a smile. Seeing this wooden box, Ling Yun stood up in shock. Because Ling Yun had seen such a wooden box once, when Ling Yun's family moved to the Qingshuiwen villa, the wooden box Qin Chuyue asked him to move by himself was exactly the same. 1.5 meters long, 30 centimeters square. That sub-aura is exactly the same, but the aura released by this wooden box is more powerful and pure. It is a vigorous wood aura. Elder Chui, this is. Hee, little guy, don't get excited first, sit down and wait for me to tell you slowly. Chui Lao was busy for a while, and his speech finally recovered. He said to Ling Yun with a smile. After speaking, Chui Lao bent down, first picked up the nondescript large satchel, placed it on the coffee table between the two, and then sat down. Old Chui reached into his arms and took out his pocket. First, he took out an ICBC bank card and handed it to Ling Yun. The clinic is open, this is a small gift for you, take it first. Ling Yun knew this kind of bank card. He also had one. It was the Supreme IP card of ICBC. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, but without being pretentious, he raised his hand and took the bank card. There are $500 million in this card. Old Chui said lightly. Gah? No matter how good Ling Yun was, he was still shocked. With $500 million? According to the current exchange rate, this is at least 3 billion renminbi. Is this a small gift? Look at this again. Chui Lao said, and opened the zipper of the shoulder bag with a smile. Ling Yun took a closer look and saw that it was a large bundle of cloth, as well as a thread-bound book with a black cover. Just this bundle of cloth made Ling Yun even more shocked, because he had seen this kind of cloth, the Heavenly Virgin of the Heavenly Slaughter Organization, that is, the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect, whether it was on her body or the 2 ribbons on her arms, they were all it is made of this material. However, there is a difference. The cloth that Mr. Chui brought him, although it is woven with the same thread, is thicker and opaque than that of the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect. God, if the $500 million is compared to this bundle of cloth, it is indeed a small gift. Ling Yun said in shock. Old Chui was very happy. He said with a smile, little guy, when I came to Qingshui City last time, when I fought with you, I saw that your clothes were chopped up casually, and you have to change your clothes every time you fight. I was in a hurry, so I brought you this. How is it? Are you still satisfied? Could Ling Yun be dissatisfied? This is true personal care. Old Chui smiled lightly and said, it's made of silk spit by the black silkworm. In the world, except for the demon sect, it is estimated that, I can get it for you. This is the love thing that the Holy Maiden of Demon Sect and Ling Xiao gave to Ling Xiao to make clothes. Of course, what Chui Lao said was full of confidence. Hey, thank you Mr. Chui, satisfied, absolutely satisfied. Then what is this? Ling Yun pointed to the thread-bound book again and asked Old Chui. Old Chui smiled lightly and said, this is a secret book of exercises, I don't know if you can use it, but after you take it back, you can see if it works. Oh. Ling Yun nodded in response, but he was not very interested in the secrets of this practice technique, and he was not short of practice techniques. Finally, Ling Yun fixed his eyes on the long wooden box. Although he has now reached the 8th level of body training, his consciousness has become more condensed, and his yin and yang eyes have also improved, but he still can't see what is inside this mysterious wooden box. To be continued. Today's 8th shift, Ling Yun recognized his ancestors and returned to the clan, and the first update sent a monthly ticket. For Ling Yun, who is eager to improve his realm's strength, what he lacks and needs most is what is aura. No matter what it is, as long as it can touch the spiritual energy, Ling Yun will not let it go. If the congratulatory gift that Long Tianjiao sent to Ling Yun yesterday was not 2.7 billion, but something with spiritual energy, Ling Yun would definitely accept it unceremoniously. $500 million, although Ling Yun was moved, but he is not short of money now, he is not short of practice secrets, there are many powerful cultivation methods in his mind, and he can't practice them. As for the silk of the black gold silkworm, although the woven cloth is hard to find in the world, if Ling Yun starts to refine the artifact, it is not difficult to make a piece of clothing that is invulnerable to swords and guns. He only needs to make a few defensive formations on ordinary clothes, so he is not in a hurry. But the aura is different. If Lingyun wants to speed up his cultivation, improve his realm and enhance his strength, he must have enough aura for him to absorb. The things in this wooden box can actually release such a powerful, pure, and vigorous wooden spiritual energy. How could Lingyun not be jealous? What's more, the current King Xuanhuan villa also has a wooden box that is exactly the same. Old Chui, what's in this wooden box? Lingyun stared at the mysterious wooden box for a long time, and he absorbed a lot of wood spiritual energy before asking. Old Chui smiled kindly, then bent over and picked up the wooden box, placed it on the coffee table, and without selling it, he opened the wooden box at will, and the wooden spiritual energy surged in an instant, which was absorbed by Lingyun and felt a little joyful. No waste. Lingyun fixed his eyes on it, and was stunned for a moment. It was a piece of wood. And it is dead wood, and I don't know how many years it has been dead. The wood is about 1 meter long, as thick as an adult arm, and straight. From the outside to the inside, it was dark and charred, and it looked more like a black iron rod. It's all this kind of wood. It should have been completely dead and rotten, but Lingyun clearly saw that at the end of the black wood, at the very edge of the circular section, there was a bulge the size of a sunflower seed, which was a bright yellow bud. Pink and tender, showing the tenacity of vitality. Vibrant. Dead wood meets spring. The mighty one. The pure and exuberant wood aura is precisely what this melon seed-sized bud radiates. Brush. Lingyun was so shocked that he couldn't sit still any longer, and suddenly stood up from the sofa. Old Chui seemed to have expected that Lingyun would be shocked and excited. He still sat still and said to Lingyun with a smile, "Little guy. Pick it up and take a look." Before Chui Lao's words were finished, Lingyun had already reached out and grabbed the dead tree in his hand, holding it in front of his eyes for a closer look. The bark of dead wood is rough, black as charcoal, and feels heavy in the hand. Has a special texture. Hey, look at the surface of this wood. The texture of the bark is very similar to willow. Lingyun couldn't help but be surprised. Even if the arm was thick and the wood was about 1 meter long, it would only weigh 10 pounds at most, and it would be even lighter if it died. But this dead tree, with at least 80 pounds of willow, would never be so heavy. Lingyun said, "No wonder the wooden box in his house is so heavy. There is such a piece of wood in it. It is strange that it is not heavy." Seeing that Lingyun was holding the dead wood in his hand to study, Old Chui became excited again, shaking his Adam's apple and said, "Little guy, pierce your finger and drop a drop of blood on this wood." Lingyun was stunned for a moment, thinking that it was just a piece of wood. Could it be possible to recognize the Lord with blood? How did Lingyun know that Chui Lao did not ask him to drop blood to recognize his master, but to let him recognize his relatives with blood? However, Lingyun of course knew that Elder Chui would not harm him. He did not hesitate to use the fingernail of his right thumb to gently swipe the belly of his right index finger, instantly slashing a bloody opening, and a few drops of blood gushed out. This was the most critical moment. Old Chui was excited, his body trembling, and he stood up. He hurriedly said to Lingyun, "Little guy, drop your blood on this piece of wood, hurry up." That excited voice was almost bewitching, even more urgent than spreading rumors or selling out the bait. Lingyun was very straightforward. He directly pressed his bleeding right index finger on the dead tree. The next scene completely left Lingyun stunned. As his pierced index finger pressed against the rough surface of the dead wood, the blood on Lingyun's hand did not stay on the surface, but immediately immersed in the dead wood, spreading rapidly along the bark lines on the surface. Moreover, this was not over yet. Lingyun felt that his blood flow was accelerating, and the blood continued to gather towards the index finger of his right hand. Damn, here comes another bloodsucker. Although the scene was miraculous and amazing, Lingyun was not surprised. He was not in a hurry to take his palm away, but directly held the dead tree with his right hand and let it absorb his own blood. After reaching the 8th level of body training, Ling Yan's current dantian size is equivalent to thousands of ordinary people's. The blood is like the sea, and the blood is strong. He doesn't care about this little blood. Old Chui watched this scene excitedly, but he didn't mean to dissuade Ling Yun. His eyes flashed brightly and his eyes were red. Ling Yan's fresh blood flowed faster and faster, more and more. That dead tree was like a very hungry baby, greedily absorbing Ling Yan's blood, without any intention of stopping. Little Master Chui Lao was so excited that he couldn't stand. Finally he no longer concealed his identity, and did not change his words in the middle, but simply called Ling Yun Little Master. Old Chui's eyes were red, tears were streaming down his face, his body was trembling. He came to the outside of the sofa in a flash, and bowed his head to Ling Yun. Elder Chui, I can't do it. Ling Yun was caught off guard. Elder Chui was already kneeling on the ground, his body was thrown to the ground. He kowtowed heavily to Ling Yun, and when he raised his head again, tears of excitement had already blurred his eyes. Chui Lao, what are you doing? Please get up quickly. Ling Yun was in a hurry. He really had no choice but to grab the dead tree that was sucking blood with his right hand, fly forward, bend over slightly, and use his left hand to help Elder Chui, who was kneeling on the ground, up. Old Chui, if you have anything to say, you can just tell me directly. If you do this, I don't know what to do. Ling Yun supported the excited Elder Chui, stomping his feet in embarrassment, and holding a black deadwood in his right hand. His movements were very funny. Old Chui burst into tears, his eyes blurred, his hands tightly grasped Ling Yun's arm, his mouth choked, and he didn't say a word for a long time. After a while, Chui Lao raised his hand and wiped the old tears from his face. Seeing that Ling Yun was still holding the dead tree in his hand, he couldn't help but panic and said, Little Master, it's almost there, hurry up and let go. Ling Yun didn't know, but Chui Lao knew that deadwood sucked blood, but he couldn't let it absorb it, because once it was absorbed, it would never end. Where is this going? Ling Yun has experienced the recognition of the master of the Emperor's pen. At that time, his blood was absorbed more, so he said nonchalantly, Old Chui, don't worry, I have a lot of blood, such a small wound, let it suck for a while. Bar. Ling Yun could feel the greed of the dead tree, but he was also puzzled in his heart. It was now, so much blood had entered, but he still did not have the feeling of blood connection with the dead tree. This was not normal. Isn't it because of the blood that confesses to the Lord and sucks so much blood from me, sucks in vain? However, Ling Yun knew that this dead tree could have such a miraculous performance, and it was definitely a treasure. Even if it wasn't a drop of blood to recognize the master, he didn't care. Anyway, this treasure will be his in the future, and there will be time to study it slowly. Moreover, although deadwood sucks blood, it is greedy, but it does not stick to Ling Yun like the human emperor pen. As long as Ling Yun wants to let go, he can stop the absorption of deadwood at any time, so he is not worried. Elder Chui, please sit down. Ling Yun helped the excited Elder Chui to sit down, and at the same time, he returned to his seat in a flash, still holding the dead tree with his right hand, and sat down casually. Elder Chui, I heard that you suddenly called me young master just now. This is Ling Yun asked earnestly, staring at Mr. Chui with a bright gaze. Old Chui also stared at Ling Yun with excited eyes. He suddenly raised his hand and wiped away the hot tears on his face again before slowly saying, Little Master, my name is Chui Zhongwu, and I'm from the Ling family in the capital. Sky. Ling Yun was shocked again, and jumped up from his seat suddenly. The Ling family in the capital was indeed the Ling family in the capital. Although Ling Yun guessed early that he might be inextricably linked with the Ling family in the capital, he was still shocked when old Chui said it himself. In less than 2 months, the young master has already dealt with the Chao family, the Sun family, the Chen family, the Long family, and the Li family in the capital, and he must already know something about the 7 major families in the capital. Old Chui pondered slightly, thinking about how to say what he wanted to express so that Ling Yun could accept it. He decided to start with the 7 major families. What Chui Lao said was the truth, not to mention Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan of the Chao family, but even killed 3 members of Sun Tianbiao's family, killed Qin Jianren of the Qin family in Shenangjia, Fan Qin Jianrou in the East China Sea, and robbed Long Tianjia's wife. At Ninger's birthday party, he slapped Long Tianyu and Li Yumin in the face. Of course, what Mr. Chui didn't know was that Ling Yun had already met his half-sister, Ling Shui of the Ling family, in the East China Sea. It can be said that among the 7 major families in the capital, apart from the mysterious and low-key family, Ling Yun and the other 6 major families have all had some dealings with each other. While Ling Yun was shocked, he exhaled heavily, then nodded lightly and said, "Yes, usually, my aunt also told me something about this." Chui Lao's eyes are very solemn at the moment, never before. After taking a few deep breaths, he said slowly, word by word. "Little young master, please forgive me, you are one of the 7 major families in the capital, the direct descendant of the Ling family, and the biological son of Ling Xiao, the 3rd young master of the Ling family." To be continued. The room fell silent in an instant, the needles could be heard falling, and Elder Chui could even hear the sound of blood in Ling Yun's body. Copy URL access 77777772E766F6474772E636F6D. Contrary to Old Chui's expectations, it was actually expected. Ling Yun didn't show any excitement when he heard this amazing news. He just raised his eyebrows slightly and pursed the corners of his lips again. He didn't speak for a long time. Old Chui raised an unspeakable uneasiness in his heart, thinking that Ling Yun would not be unwilling to accept it. Chui Lao was like a year, feeling that he was in the suffocating silence. After waiting like a lifetime of reincarnation, he finally heard Ling Yun's voice. The Ling family in the capital, the son of the 3rd young master. Chui Lao, I'm not doubting what you said, but for such a big thing, you always have to give me a convincing evidence so that I can believe it. In fact, Ling Yun was very excited now, but he tried his best to calm himself down and wanted to hear the basis for Old Chui's judgment. This is as it should be. After listening to Ling Yun's request, Mr. Chui immediately breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart, and the big stone in his heart fell instantly. At the same time, Old Chui raised his hand and pointed at the dead tree that Ling Yun was holding in his right hand, and said excitedly, "Little master, the evidence is in your hands now." Ling Yun was stunned for a while, raised his right hand, looked at the black dead tree in his hand again, and said stunned, "Chui Lao, you mean, this dead tree is the token that I recognize my relatives?" Chui Lao nodded hurriedly, and explained in his mouth, "Little master, just now I asked you to cut your fingers and drip blood on this wood, just to verify your bloodline. Little young master, don't underestimate this dead tree, this is the inheritance of the Ling family, as long as it is a male descendant of the Ling family, the blood of the Ling family will flow in the body, this dead tree is the only proof, compared to any DNA test should work. Because, this dead tree, it can only absorb the blood of the men of the Ling family and drip other people's blood on it, and it can't even touch it." Ling Yun was finally moved. He looked at the dead tree that was still sucking blood in his hands in shock, and said in shock, "It's so amazing." Chui Laomei said with a wide-eyed smile, "If the young master doesn't believe it, you can take it to the street and find some random people to drop blood to verify it." Ling Yun was speechless, thinking how could there be such a magical wood. Chui Lao continued to talk endlessly, "Little master, did you see the tender sprout on this dead tree? This is the male of the Ling family for 18 years. Watering it with my own blood, once a month, gave birth to a sprout of this dead tree, and it has finally grown to such a large size." Ling Yun was completely shocked. Co-authoring this dead tree, it actually needs to be watered with the blood of the male of the Ling family, in order to sprout and grow, once a month, when will it be 18 years old? Thought here. Ling Yun couldn't help but feel discouraged for a while, and almost threw the dead wood back into the wooden box, but suddenly he stopped, because he felt the spiritual energy in his body and began to change. Ling Yun's expression was the same as usual, but old Chui naturally didn't notice this. He said that he was excited. He reached into his arms again, and after a while, he took out another photo. In order to let Ling Yun recognize his ancestors and return to his clan, Chui Lao came this time definitely. Young master, take a look, take a look. This is the photo of the third master when he was young. Look at how much you look alike. As soon as Ling Yun's consciousness moved, he immediately took the photo in old Chui's hand. This was a photo of Ling Xiao when he was 18 years old. So similar. From the photo, Ling Yun could almost see a real self, with a broad forehead and sharp eyebrows. The bridge of the nose is as straight as it is carved, the corners of the lips are as sharp as a knife, especially the eyes that look down on everything, and the expression of confidence and calmness. Except for the difference between the eyes, the rest of the area is just like carved out of a mold. Ling Yun's eyes are bigger and more beautiful than Ling Zhao's eyes. Ling Yun secretly sighed in his heart, no need to ask, he is definitely a descendant of the Ling family, 100%, more real than real money. Ling Yun treasured Ling Zhao's photos carefully, then he let out a long breath, raised his eyes, and said to Mr. Chui, Elder Chui, you don't need to say any more, I believe, I am indeed descendants of the Ling family, thank you for telling me my true life experience. Although Ling Yun said it lightly, the scene where he cherished Ling Zhao's photo was seen in the eyes of Mr. Chui, which made Mr. Chui feel relieved. Old Chui reached into his arms again, and this time he directly took out a large stack of photos, unfolded them all on the table, and said to Ling Yun with a smile, Look, young master, this is your grandfather, his name is Ling Lai, he is the real person at the helm of the Ling family, the 2 times before and after, the old man personally sent me to find you. This is the current patriarch, your uncle Ling Zhen. This is your second uncle, Ling Yu, the second young master of the Ling family. This is. Chui Lao pointed to the photos on the table and introduced them to Ling Yun one by one, excited like a child. Ling Yun got to know them one by one, he couldn't stop nodding, and finally, he silently put away Ling Lai's photos again, and put them together with Ling Zhao's photos, but others' photos didn't move. Old Chui, where is my mother? Ling Yun asked indifferently with a calm face, but a huge wave was already surging in his heart. Now he is asking, of course, his biological mother. Chao Shanshan was the first to give Ling Yun the knowledge of the popular Huaxia secular family and the Hidden World family, as well as the ancient martial arts sect. That night, it was also through Chao Shanshan's mouth that Ling Yun learned about the 7 major families in the capital for the first time and heard about the Ling family. He remembered very clearly that when Chao Shanshan talked about the Ling family, he said vaguely that 18 years ago, something big happened to the Ling family, which caused the Ling family to become 7 major families almost overnight. One of the toughest. Now that Ling Yun's life experience has been confirmed, he remembered Chao Shanshan's words and immediately knew that that incident should have something to do with his abandonment. It was such a big change to make a mother abandon her son, so Ling Yun was the first to ask about his mother. When old Chui saw Ling Yun asked about his mother, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Also, since the Ling family wants to recognize me, why didn't my grandfather come to my parents, why didn't my grandfather send you here? Ling Yun eagerly wanted to know why he was abandoned. He asked in a row, and every question pointed to the point. Little master, don't get excited, this is a long story. Chui was always embarrassed and anxious, he didn't know whether to say it or not. Elder Chui, I have so much time, please tell me quickly. Ling Yun asked repeatedly, wanting Mr. Chui to make it clear in one breath. At this moment, as the dead wood absorbed more and more of Ling Yun's blood, the spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body finally surged violently. Ling Yun's vast aura, as vast as the sea, as well as the powerful yin and yang infuriating energy, surged toward the dead trees along Ling Yun's thick meridians and through Ling Yun's palm. The speed of the magical yin and yang fish's rotation has been accelerated by many times. The yin and yang infuriating madness is born, the dragon-shaped curve in the dantian shines with golden light, and the radiant dantian of Ling Yun is golden. Broken. Ling Yun suddenly realized that the dead tree that had never been actively sticking to him was actually firmly connected to Ling Yun's palm, and he couldn't throw it away even if he wanted to. Old Chui, please go out quickly and protect the law for me. At this shocking change, Ling Yun didn't have time to explain. He immediately asked Chui Lao to go out to protect him, while he sat down on the spot with dead wood in his hand, and started to run the yin-yang art with all his strength. This old Chui was also extremely shocked at first glance, but he didn't ask any further questions. He walked out of the door in a flash, and came to the courtyard. With a solemn expression, he began to protect Ling Yun. In the early stage of the 8th level of body training, the spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body was full and vast, but now, it has been madly absorbed by the nameless dead wood, and quickly absorbed the spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body without leaving a drop. Ling Yun's spiritual energy in his body was empty. He knew it was going to be bad, but he could only run the one Qi yin-yang art, frantically generating yin-yang true Qi, in order to provide the absorption of dead wood. However, the strength of Ling Yun's 8th layer body training and the yin and yang infuriating Qi created by the one Qi yin and yang art were simply not enough for the current dead wood to absorb, which made him extremely anxious. Old Chui in the hospital was horrified. He never imagined that the inheritance of the Ling family, no matter who had absorbed the blood in the past 18 years, did not have any abnormality. How could this happen after absorbing a Ling Yun's blood? Earth-shattering change. Chui Lao knows that deadwood absorbs blood, and deadwood also absorbs one thing, that is, the xuanhuan qi obtained by the Ling family, who cultivated the xuanhuan Zheng, and Chui Lao naturally knows this. The xuanhuan mantra is a unique practice of the Ling family. Only those with the blood of the Ling family can practice it. When they cultivate to a high realm, the xuanhuan qi is extremely powerful. However, the secret book of xuanhuan Zheng that he brought to Ling Yun is still in that satchel at the moment. Ling Yun didn't even look at it, let alone practice. Then, where did he get the xuanhuan qi for the dead wood to absorb? Old Chui was secretly anxious, but Ling Yun was already worried, because the speed at which his yin and yang infuriating Qi was generated couldn't keep up with the absorption speed of dead wood, and he was about to be sucked dry. If the dead wood didn't stop, Ling Yun could only start drinking the dragon's saliva. Boom. The magical dantian exploded in an instant, and was finally brought to the extreme by Ling Yun, and the dazzling golden light in the dantian flourished again. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable heavy, simple, and vicissitudes of the earth spread from Ling Yun's dantian, and instantly filled Ling Yun's entire body, making Ling Yun feel extremely warm and comfortable. The Earth Emperor's book has been moved to be continued. Yellow, thick and indestructible, rich and flaming yellow, with Ling Yun's dantian as the center, transpired and spread in an instant, enveloped Ling Yun at once, and then spread out. However, this time, the yellow color released by the Emperor's book, although it was extremely flamboyant, only filled the entire room, and not a single trace spilled out of the door. What's going on? Old Chui outside the hospital was stunned by the scene. He didn't know what happened, but he saw that in his room, it was like countless sulfur burning together. Yellow smoke is as thick as the substance, and it can't be melted. With his half-step innate eyesight, he can't see where Ling Yun is at all. Ling Yun was protected by the flaming yellow fairy aura, and he immediately lost any pressure. He knew that since the Emperor's book had taken action, he would no longer need to waste his energy. With his little skill, before the Emperor's book was written, he would not be able to. It doesn't work at all. As soon as his consciousness moved, Ling Yan first took out the box made of imperial jade that Shini Shui had given him. He had carved 49 small gathering circles on it. Immortal aura is full, in case of emergency. Ling Yan frantically absorbed the immortal aura of the Earth Emperor's book, while looking at the changes in the dead wood in his hand, and at the same time secretly pondering whether the human emperor's brush would be unwilling to be lonely, so he jumped out and was used by himself. Brush. The Earth Sovereign book moved, and the human sovereign pen immediately flew out from Ling Yan's eyebrows. It instantly turned into the size of an ordinary brush, and stopped in front of Ling Yan. At the same time, it also released his own immortal aura. The nib of the human sovereign pen was facing down, facing the dead tree in Ling Yan's hand, motionless, as if observing the changes of the dead tree. Ling Yan was overjoyed when he saw this. He prayed secretly in his heart, and asked the Emperor Pen to be obedient to help him once, and without waiting for the prayer to finish, he raised his hand suddenly and grabbed the Emperor Pen in his hand. The feeling of blood connection, Ling Yan could feel that the human Emperor Pen was not very cool. But he couldn't care less. The old drill was not allowed to be used in his eyebrows, and Ling Yan was also unhappy. He must take the opportunity to use it this time and say it. Ling Yan was too lazy to watch the changes in the dead wood, because he had more important things to do. Ling Yan raised his hand suddenly, took off the space ring on his left hand, moved his mind, and then used the human sovereign pen to draw a space formation on it. Last time. With the help of the immortal spiritual chi of the human Emperor Pen, Ling Yan once reached the 9th level of chi training in a short period of time. He seized the opportunity then. Using Tang Meng's platinum ring, 4 space formations were engraved on it to make a space ring. This time, Ling Yan's realm did not improve, because he couldn't use the immortal aura of the Earth Emperor book, so he still practiced at the 8th level. With the strength of the 8th level of body training, it is impossible to engrave a 5th space formation on such a small ring. But fortunately, Ling Yan has divine consciousness and Yin-Yang divine eyes. Although it is difficult, it is not impossible to complete. Ling Yan concentrates and calms down. The undivided efforts are engraved on the space ring. As long as the 5th space formation can be successfully engraved, the space ring can be doubled, at least 2 meters square, enough to hold a lot of things. Ling Yan hurriedly hurried, forgetting the time, and finally succeeded in engraving the 5th space formation. This made him take a long breath, his mind was calm, and he was very happy. He immediately put the space ring on his hand, and then probed with his mind, hey, there is a space of 2.5 meters in length, width and height, just like a small house. The items that were crowded and piled together now only occupy a corner of the space ring. Now give Ling Yan to Luda. He kissed directly on the snow-white hair of the human emperor's brush. Terrific. Don't rush in, it's of great use. Ling Yan casually greeted Ren Huangbi, stretched out his hand suddenly, grabbed the bundle of cloth brought by Mr. Cui, and shook it. Brush. The black cloth woven from Wu Jin demon's silk spread out in an instant. Ling Yan used his powerful consciousness and the soul of the tribulation period to quickly and silently calculate in his heart, and then used a pen to make scissors on the cloth. Cropped up. This shows how smart Ling Yan is. He has played against the holy maiden of the demon sect, and knows that the Yujin demon silk is not afraid of water and fire, and it is not afraid of swords and spears, and even the underworld blood demon sword and the dragon pattern sword can't do anything, so he can only use the human emperor pen to do this work. Ling Yan is not only a good cook, but also a good tailor. He really is tailor-made, using that piece of cloth to the extreme, and cutting out the fabric that can make 2 sets of night clothes. Moreover, Ling Yan also followed along, using the nib of the human emperor pen as stitches in all the places that needed to be sewn, and pierced fine and dense needle holes for sewing. Ren Huangbi really is the best in the world. Not only does he handle the scissors well, but he also does the job of sewing needles. If Ren Huangbi is conscious, he would probably scold Ling Yun to death in his heart. In fact, Ling Yun is clever but is mistaken by cleverness. If what he is doing now is known by the old Chui in the hospital, the old Chui will definitely not know whether to laugh or cry. Although Wu Jin Mo Silk is not afraid of water and fire, and not afraid of swords, but as the saying goes, add tofu in brine, and one thing falls into another. How did it come about? The Holy Maiden of Demon sect told Ling Xiao about this secret method, and Lao Chui knew it now, and not only brought cloth, but also black gold silk, enough for Ling Yun to make clothes. I didn't have time to tell Ling Yun, but Ling Yun made a big oolong. However, Ling Yun was used to asking no one for everything. As long as he could do things himself, he would rarely trouble others, so now that he had the opportunity, he would do it himself. Hey, Mr. Chui even brought silk? Just when Ling Yun put the cut fabric and the rest of the fabric back in place, he found the black gold silk under the fabric, and there were a few more. A small medicine bottle. I thought that Chui Lao thought was really thoughtful. The medicine bottle is actually a medicine made with a special formula. If you want to sew clothes with black gold silk, you just need to sprinkle the medicine into the water, and then immerse the fabric in the water to make the whole piece. Within a certain period of time, the fabric is easier to cut and sew than ordinary silk. Of course, this drug changes the properties of the Yujin demon silk, which is only temporary. After a period of time, the Yujin demon silk will return to its original state, but at that time, the clothes are already ready, just wear it. After doing all this, Ling Yun's body's immortal spiritual energy has long been absorbed. He tried to mobilize it, but found that it was useless, his strength was too low, and he couldn't mobilize it at all. However, although these immortal auras cannot be used, they have been stored in Ling Yun's body's major acupuncture points, and the cells in his body can greatly speed up his cultivation. I don't believe you can never use. Ling Yun murmured secretly, and put the psychic jade box full of immortal aura into the space ring. Then, through the thick yellow light, Ling Yun turned his yin-yang divine eyes and fixed his eyes on the dead tree that he had thrown on the ground. I rely on, changed, green, so many buds. Native wood. Under the immortal aura released by the Emperor's Book, which is actually the purest black-yellow aura between heaven and earth, the dead wood has long since truly been in spring, its surface has turned black, and it has become crystal green with infinite vitality, and its heart has also turned yellow. Green, the whole wood is green and crystal clear, green is shocking, and, on the surface of the wood, countless buds have grown, representing the vigorous vitality, and the vitality is extremely strong. Especially the original bud, which has now grown into branches and leaves, 3 centimeters long, 2 slender willow leaves, crystal clear and green, exuding a powerful and unparalleled wood aura, shrouded in green clouds, showing the extraordinariness of dead wood. It's really a willow. Does it come from a willow tree? If it's a willow tree, it should be a divine willow. This tree's spiritual energy is so powerful that I've never seen it in the world of self-cultivation. Ling Yun was extremely shocked, and made a judgment in secret surprise in his heart. Ling Yun unceremoniously held Shen Liumu again in his hands, and at the same time, began to silently run the Supreme Azure Emperor art. Everything that followed made Ling Yun extremely excited. From the beginning of his cultivation, he has never practiced the Supreme Qing Emperor art. Now, with the help of the Earth Emperor Shuxian's spiritual energy, coupled with this strange willow tree, Ling Yun has cultivated the Supreme Qing Emperor art. Can't catch up. There are a total of 10 levels of the Supreme Azure Emperor art, and each level has 9 small realms. Ling Yun cultivated the Supreme Azure Emperor art in one breath to the 9th level of the 4th level, and then stopped when he reached the threshold. It's really fast. After a while, I crossed 36 small realms and rushed to the peak of the 4th level. As long as it reaches the 5th level, the herbal medicine can be ripened in the future. Ripening plants in a large area, shortening the growth cycle of plants and trees in the world, this is one of the 5th-level magical effects of the Supreme Qing Emperor art. Our Ling family is extraordinary. This was the first conclusion Ling Yun came to after he stopped cultivating and calmed down, looking at the willow tree in his hand. At this moment, Ling Yun's dantian slowed down, and the mysterious yellow aura that filled the sky rolled back, submerging into Ling Yun's dantian, and the Earth Emperor Shu no longer moved. At the same time, the human sovereign pen, which was secretly put into the space ring by Ling Yun, was not under Ling Yun's control, and flew out of the space ring again on its own, and shot directly into Ling Yun's forehead. As for being so stingy, what is the difference between hiding it in the eyebrows and putting it in the space ring? Seeing that he couldn't cheat, Ling Yun immediately frowned and muttered. In fact, he knew that, of course, there were differences, and the difference was huge. Ling Yun's eyebrows were the place where a lot of immortal aura was stored. Of course, the human emperor pen would not give up such a good place. Little guy, what just happened? God. This. Seeing that everything was back to normal, old Chui immediately flew into the house. When he saw the green and crystal willow tree held in Ling Yun's hand, he was speechless in shock. To be continued. The inheritance of the Ling family turned out to be a willow tree. Ling Yun turned his head, looked at the shocked old Chui, and said with a smile. Ling Yun didn't have to toss for a long time, because he practiced the Supreme Qing Emperor art, he got the benefits, reached the peak of the 8th level of physical training, and his spiritual consciousness has improved, which can cover a radius of 35 meters. Chui Lao stood on the spot in shock and murmured, "Young master, how did you do it? Why was there such a strong yellow air in the room just now?" The people of the Ling family have to pour blood on this dead tree every month, and inject xuanhuan qi, so for 18 years, it only makes this dead tree grow a little bud. But now, Chui Lao had just handed this dead tree into Ling Yun's hands. In just a while, the scorched withered tree sent out countless tender shoots, and even green branches and leaves grew. The wood in the room was so powerful that even he could feel it. Can feel the vitality, how can Mr. Chui not be shocked? Those yellow qi are the true qi that I usually cultivate. I can't use it normally. I didn't expect to use it today, and it was absorbed by it. However, the effect seems to be pretty good. Ling Yun answered lightly, shaking the willow tree in his hand, and smiled lightly. The vitality is vigorous, the green glow is like green light, this wood is extraordinary. Ling Yun did not hide this from Chui Lao, and told the truth. Old Chui, please sit down. Ling Yun sat back to his original position and greeted Mr. Chui to sit down. At the same time, he poured himself a cup of tea. Although the tea was cold, Ling Yun didn't care. Chui Lao agreed and sat down, but when he saw the fabrics in the satchel that had been cut by Ling Yun, he was stunned. Young master, how did you cut this black gold silk? Chui Laoxin said that this young master is really amazing, and he will not see him for a while, so he has cut all the fabrics he brought. Using a secret method, Ling Yun couldn't tell the secret of Ren Huangbi. He can only play sloppy eyes. Old Chui said in shock, the young master is really amazing. I was afraid that the young master would not be able to cut it. He even prepared a special medicine and brought it to the young master. I didn't expect you to have a secret method yourself. Chui Lao was shocked here, but Ling Yun was a little dumbfounded when he heard it. He scratched his head and said, what kind of medicine? Immediately, Elder Chui briefly explained to Ling Yun how to cut the black gold silk. Hearing Ling Yun, he was stunned. Halo, Ling Yun thought, why didn't Mr. Chui say it earlier? I was busy with the work just now. Oh. It turns out that there is such a way. In fact, it has the same effect and the same effect, Ling Yun said embarrassingly, knowing that he made an oolong. Old Chui stared at Ling Yun and suddenly said, Little master, it's not a good idea to keep so many things outside. You should put them away. I know you have a space to store things. Ling Yun nodded, but did not hide it from Cui Lao. He raised his left hand, and directly put all the things that Cui Lao gave him into the space ring, and also put the willow tree in it. Old Cui, now, I already know that I am a descendant of the Ling family, and I also accept my new identity, don't you? You should also tell me something. Ling Yin swept the desktop away, finally raised his head again, and asked again the topic he had just interrupted. Cui Lao did not speak, but stood up silently, refilled the teapot with hot water, and then sat down. After thinking about it for a long time, he suddenly said, "Little master, this matter is too complicated and too miserable. Ordinarily, I should bring you back to the family. It is up to the owner of the family to tell you." Ling Yin smiled slightly and nodded to show his understanding, but then he said, "Cui Lao, we have been together for a few days, and we are in love with my grandfather and grandson. Now that I have recognized my ancestors and returned to my ancestors, I naturally need to understand the family's affairs. It doesn't matter who tells me to take care of the family's affairs." Old Cui was still in a dilemma. He hesitated and said, "Little master, in fact, I am worried that saying these things will affect your college entrance examination and your cultivation. In that case, the old man will make a big mistake. Even if you die, it's all to blame." Ling Yin smiled proudly. "Don't worry, Mr. Cui, whether I take the college entrance examination or practice, I won't be affected by anything, and what should happen has already happened. I just want to know what's going on, and then I can find a way to face it." "That's right." Cui Lao was helpless. He had to spread his hands and said, "Young master really wants to hear it." Ling Yun nodded seriously. Cui Lao gritted his teeth, his heart was stunned, and he nodded vigorously. "Since the young master has to know, then I will briefly talk to the young master first, so that you can understand the situation of the family. As for the detailed information, and also ask the young master to arrive in the capital, and ask questions after seeing the head of the family." "Okay," Ling Yun nodded decisively. "Actually, now our Ling family has reached the level of ambush, precarious and precarious. Although, speaking, there are 7 major families in the capital, and it sounds very beautiful, but our Ling family has already become the last of the 7 major families in terms of strength, and even some second-class families in the capital are not comparable." Cui Lao said 2 opening remarks. Ling Yin heard it as if he had been hit in the head. The Ling family was so miserable that he couldn't help frowning secretly. "Let's talk about the $500 million we just gave you. In fact, this is already more than half of our Ling family's fortune. Apart from the $500 million, all of our Ling family's ancestral property, plus the existing industry and bank's deposits, all added up, are less than $200 million. Cui Lao gritted his teeth and threw a blockbuster first. Ling Yun was immediately stunned when he heard it. What a great secular family in China, known as one of the 7 major families in the capital. The total assets of the Ling family are only $700 million, equivalent to 4 billion yuan. Better. How could this happen? Ling Yin asked, in shock. Old Cui smiled sadly. The Ling family has had no income for 18 years, and all the properties they controlled in the past have been divided up by other big families, as well as some second and third-rate families, and now they can barely make ends meet. If you don't have it, you will pay money every year, which can be said to be sitting on the mountain. If it wasn't for our Ling family, there were still 3 innate masters, and I, a half-step innate master, were in charge. The current Ling family could be said to be inferior to a third-rate family, and would have fallen long ago. Ling Yin felt a chill on his back, and he couldn't help but ask, "Then, why did Grandpa still give me the $500 million? I'm not short of money, so he can keep it for himself." "Hee, young master only knows one, but I don't know the second. Although the current situation of our Ling family is not good, but with these hundreds of millions of dollars, life is still thousands of times better than ordinary people, but..." "Just how?" Mr. Cui thought of the missing Ling Xiao and Ling Yu, and was instantly filled with anger. he said with hatred, "It's just a month ago, your father and your second uncle suddenly disappeared, and their whereabouts are still unknown." What? As soon as Ling Yun heard this, he immediately stood up from his seat and burst into anger. Cui Lao, naturally, also stood up immediately. He put his hands on Ling Yun's shoulders and comforted him, "Young master, don't be in a hurry, you can't find anyone, and it's useless to be anxious. You should listen to me first. Didn't you just ask me, why didn't your grandfather come, why didn't your parents come? Actually, a month ago, I reported the news of finding you to the Patriarch. The Patriarch did not fall asleep for several days and nights when he was happy. Although he knew the danger, he couldn't care less, and immediately decided to come to Qingshui City in person. Meet you. Dangerous? What danger? Ling Yun interrupted and asked. Old Cui waved his hand, "We'll talk about this later." Then he continued, "At that time, you hadn't gone to sea yet, and the plane arrived in a few hours, so it wasn't difficult to see you, but just as he was about to set off, an accident happened. Your father and your second uncle both disappeared, making the old man lose his head overnight, and immediately cancelled the trip to Qingshui City, and immediately recalled me to the capital. Because I was in a hurry, I didn't have time to say goodbye to you." Ling Yun sat down slowly, frowned at the same time, gritted his teeth, and said, "So that's how it is. The two sons disappeared inexplicably. It's no wonder that Grandpa is not in a hurry. There is no one in the family who can be of great use. Of course, Mr. Cui must be recalled. But Mr. Cui, what is the danger you said just now?" Ling Yun broke the casserole and asked to the end. Cui Lao no longer concealed it. He smiled sadly and said, "All this situation now is related to a shocking change 18 years ago. 18 years ago, your father fell in love with a woman he shouldn't love. That woman, your biological mother, has a peerless appearance, and her martial arts skills are even more shocking. She is known as the first beauty in the ancient martial arts world. Your father is also a genius of the sky, amazing and peerless. The two were originally Qin Sei and Ming, and they were born to be a pair, but unfortunately, her identity determines the occurrence of all this. Little master, your biological mother is a saint from the previous generation of demon sect. A bolt from the blue. The saintess of the previous generation of demons turned out to be her own mothers. If Ling Yun was struck by lightning, he sat on the spot. No matter how imaginative he was, he could never imagine that his mother was a figure of the demon sect. However, Ling Yun also speculated a lot of things in an instant. Recalling the miserable scenes 18 years ago, Cui Lao once again burst into tears. His eyes were flushed, his tears blurred, and he choked several times. Your parents are in love with each other. They also know that this kind of relationship is bound to be hated by decent martial arts people, but they don't care, let alone let anyone know. However, just when your mother was pregnant with you and was 8 months pregnant, for some reason, the rumors leaked out. This matter instantly spread to all major ancient martial arts sects and hidden families. Ling Yun clenched his teeth as he heard it, but now he still doesn't know what the consequences will be. There is an uncontrollable anger in Cui Lao's words, and now there is no need for Ling Yun to ask, he must vent it out in order to resolve this endless humiliation and hatred. Everyone was shouting for a while, and Wu Lin Jingdao formed an unprecedented alliance. It is bound that your father will give the whole world an explanation. Third young master, with your mother who has been pregnant with you for 8 months, he was chased by countless martial arts figures for thousands of miles, injured countless times along the way, and finally escaped back to the Ling family. Pinshu Network. At that time, the Ling family was one of the 3 major families that were tied with the Long family in the capital city and the Qin family in the south of the Yangtze River. The limelight was very strong, and the third young master was amazing. At that time, it was already at the peak of the 3rd level Xiantian cultivation, and the patriarch was even more with the cultivation of the 4th level innate. There are 3 innate masters in the family, including me, there are 7 or 8 masters of the 9th level acquired. The 3rd young master desperately killed the family, just to rely on the power of the family to get a chance to reason. However, this little power, compared with the various masters sent by the martial arts, the righteousness, and the evil, is simply a firefly competing with the sun and the moon, an owl shaking a tree, and being beaten to death in just one night. Seriously injured, no longer able to fight back, not even qualified to negotiate. One of the innate masters of the Ling family left in a rage after learning about the 3rd young master. The 2 innate 3rd-tier masters were close friends with your father, and died in the night fighting. 8 acquired 9th-tier masters, except me in addition, all died in battle, and I, because of the severe injury that year, caused damage to the meridians. 18 years to now, the skill can no longer be advanced. That night, the patriarch was seriously injured, and his skill was greatly reduced. He still stays at the 1st level of the innate, and it is no longer difficult to take a step forward. Your uncle Ling Zheng was seriously injured, and the 2nd uncle Ling Yue was seriously injured. Of the 200 dead soldiers trained by the Ling family, only 9 were killed that night. That night, the Ling family turned into an azure hell. The real thing was a sea of corpses and blood. Ling Yan's eyes turned red when he heard this. His teeth rattled, and his hands were pressed against the marble coffee table. He had already shaken everything below it into powder, but he was still holding on to it without realizing it. Could it be that no one came out to take care of it? Ling Yan asked through gritted teeth. Cui Lao smiled again. Manage? Who dares to control? Who will control? Such a good opportunity. Other families would like to take the opportunity to destroy the Ling family. Taking advantage of the opportunity, they are too late to gloat over the misfortune. How can they manage? After a deadly battle, the Ling family completely collapsed. Until this time, the Jingqing Long family felt that the matter was too big, and finally came forward to mediate and negotiate with the righteous and the evil. To protect the Ling family. Ling Yan sneered bitterly, the Long family only came out at this time, don't you think it's a bit late? Mr. Cui didn't seem to hear Ling Yan's words, he said almost frantically, the result of the negotiation is that the good and evil will no longer deal with our Ling family, and the price the Ling family pays is, your father Ling Xiao, in front of the world's heroes. In front of you, you abolished martial arts, and announced that you will never see your mother again, and in front of your mother, announced that you will marry another person. Have children. Your mother was brought back to the demon sect, and she has never been seen. Audio. In order to protect your mother and the child in her womb, that is, you, your father had to endure endless humiliation, and did everything. Since then, old Cui seemed to feel that he couldn't bear the pain anymore. So he didn't go into detail about that matter, but passed by, and continued, the Ling family has completely collapsed, and it can no longer get any support from the ancient martial arts school. The truth of the family. At that time, the Ling family and the Long family jointly controlled Huaxiao's oil and gas, electricity, electronic communications, financial real estate and non-ferrous metals, the most profitable industry sectors. How dazzling the scenery. In the past 18 years, the Ling family's resources, both in officialdom and in business, have been gradually divided up and eroded by the other 6 major families. Now, they can only manage the 2 thankless Qingshui Yamen, the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Water Resources. Get a piece of the pie. And even these 2 departments were reluctantly won by the Long family for the Ling family. If they lose the support of the Long family, the Ling family will completely lose their right to speak in the capital and at the top of the Huaxia pyramid. Now, the members of the other 6 major families. As long as the current Ling family is mentioned, it can be said that they are treated as a laughingstock. Bang! Ling Yan slammed his palm and slammed into the marble coffee table. The teapot and bowl on the coffee table were instantly shattered, and the tea was poured. Don't say any more. Ling Yun completely understood the situation of the Ling family. He also understood what Mr. Cui said. Ling Lai knew the danger, and what it meant. For the past 18 years, someone has been secretly watching the Ling family, and someone has been dealing with the Ling family. Ling Yun stood up abruptly, his eyes were blood red, and his mouth and nose were burning with anger. He had never been so angry, or so humiliated. Little master, you. Old Cui had never seen Ling Yun like this. He didn't know what to use to comfort Ling Yun for a while, and couldn't help but secretly regret it. Cui Lao, don't worry, thank you, I'm fine. After a long time, Ling Yun calmed down, and he hid his anger in his heart. Brush. With a thought, Ling Yun took out the $500 million bank card that Cui Lao Gang gave him, raised his hand and handed it to Cui Lao and said, Cui Lao, I don't need the $500 million, you can take it back to my grandfather. Bar. Old Cui waved his hands again and again in fright, and said in a panic, Young master, you didn't understand what I meant, these $500 million are not just a simple gift for you. That is. Cui Lao sighed, the third young master and your second uncle disappeared at the same time, obviously someone has started to attack the Ling family. Whether the Ling family can escape this disaster, this time is still unknown. The master asked me to hand over the $500 million. For you, I actually hope you can make a comeback, even if something happens to the Ling family, you can make a comeback and make the Ling family make a comeback. $500 million, the Xuanhuan scripture, the inheritance of the Ling family, Cui Lao once brought it to Ling Yun, this was Ling Lai's idea long ago. With Ling Yun, and with these, the Ling family will not perish, no matter how bad luck they encounter. Ling Yun didn't take back the bank card, he put the bank card heavily into Lao Cui's hand, and said, take it back, without these $500 million, I can make the Ling family rise. From now on, the Ling family will not perish, and there is no such thing as a comeback, as long as my Ling Yun is here, the Ling family will not perish. At this moment, Ling Yun regarded all the martial arts in the world as the right way, the famous family, the ancient martial family, and one of them, and they all regarded them as enemies. Kill all your enemies, avenge your parents, and avenge the death of the Ling family. Find her father Ling Xiao and rescue her biological mother, the holy maiden of the demon sect. In Ling Yun's eyes, these are just names. Since they hurt my relatives, I will find them 100 times more. So, the black gold silk you gave me was left to me by my mother? After a long while, Ling Yun asked old Cui in a deep voice with a murderous aura soaring to the sky. Cui Lao sighed and said excitedly, yes, this was originally given to your father by your mother to make clothes. Of course, your father can no longer wear it, so now I have to bring it for you. Where is the demon sect? Nobody knows. My grandfather, and my father, how are they now? The patriarch is in good health, but his old injuries are hard to heal, and with his old age, his skills have always stayed at the innate first layer, and the third young master has been practicing for 18 years since he abandoned his martial arts, and has reluctantly recultivated to the peak of the 5th layer of the day after tomorrow. I'm not yet 40 years old, and my temples are already gray. Since my father married someone else, then Ling Shui is my half-sister? Yes. Ling Yun's sentence was more urgent than a question, and Cui Lao's sentence was heavier than a sentence. In the end, they were speechless. Elder Cui, I'll heal you first. After a few minutes of silence, Ling Yun spoke again, his voice became very calm, and he wanted to heal Elder Cui. No matter how many things, no matter how big they are, they must be taken step by step. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge in 10 years. Ling Yun understands it better than anyone else. It has been more than a month since Ling Yun healed old Cui last time, and Ling Yun has now reached the peak of the 8th level of body training. Ling Yun and Cui Lao went to his bedroom. Cui Lao sat cross-legged on the bed. Ling Yun took out 9 golden needles and began to treat Cui Lao carefully. Half an hour later, Ling Yun pulled the needle for Cui Lao, and said with a smile, Cui Lao, how do you feel now? Cui Lao said excitedly, it's completely healed, the meridians are no longer stagnant, and the dantian is back to normal. Ling Yun had already cured the dying patient yesterday. Now that Cui Lao, who was 70% to 80% of his injuries, was naturally cured in one go. Old Cui, you have a good rest for 2 days, recharge your energy, and after these 2 days, you can hit the first level of the innate, and then I will help you protect the law. Ling Yun has 1,000-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old shouwu, and dragon saliva. These are all magic medicines. It is good. Old Cui knew that Ling Yun wanted to improve his realm and strength, so he simply nodded. Ling Yun suddenly took 3 steps back, stood facing Old Cui who was sitting on the bed, then looked solemn, and bowed respectfully to Old Cui. Old Cui, I want to thank you for your 18 years of never giving up on my Ling family. Ling Yun's actions made Old Cui's heart and gallbladder torn apart. He hurriedly floated out of bed and straightened Ling Yun's body abruptly, young master, I can't do it, the old master Ling saved me. My life, even if I die, I can't repay it, what's the point of this matter? Ling Yun stood still, his eyes were calm, full of endless confidence, he said calmly but firmly. Old Cui, don't worry, from now on, the Ling family will come back with all their hardships. To be continued. Little master, this old man believes in you. If I don't believe in you, I won't come this time. Our Ling family will come after all the hard work. Old Cui looked excited, clenched his fists, and said with great excitement. Originally, your grandfather didn't dare to let me act rashly, because he was worried about your safety. However, I am fortunate to be able to fight side by side with the young master. I have 1,000-fold confidence that the young master can lead the Ling family to rise again. Ling Yun smiled slightly and said, 18 years is too long, this day will not be too far away. Then, Ling Yun's eyes flashed with divine light, and he said solemnly, Old Cui, please report to my grandfather, I want to go to the capital to meet his old man. Old Cui was a little shocked. He didn't expect Ling Yun to be so impatient after learning about his own background and the tragic situation of the Ling family. Suddenly, Old Cui remembered what Ling Lai had told him, and immediately waved his hands and said, Young master, this forgiveness is difficult for me to obey. The master has instructed that if you are willing to recognize your ancestors and return to your ancestors, you must wait with peace of mind until the end of the college entrance examination. Sighed, now he is personally at the helm, so you can rest assured. At this time, the college entrance examination is still a shit, Ling Yun just wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, he swallowed the words again. Ling Yun promised Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu. Now that Qin Qiuyue is not here, he doesn't want to disappoint his mother. Elder Cui also persuaded at the right time, little young master, today should be our Ling family's big happy day. This matter will be decided by him after I report it to the head of the family. Half a month is actually very fast, and it passed in a flash. When the college entrance examination is over, there are no ties, and it is also handy to handle family affairs. Ling Yun nodded silently, and after a while, he said, okay. Old Cui. For the rest of the time, do you stay in Qingshui City or go back to the capital? Ling Yun asked again. Cui Lao replied, I will stay in Qingshui, and after your college entrance examination, I will accompany you back to the Ling family in the capital. Ling Yun chatted with Lao Cui again, and then he left Lao Cui, who was going to report the good news to Ling Lai, and sat in Tang Meng's car to pick him up. Back to Villa number 1 in Qingshui City. Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, and Bai Xianer. They all waited for Ling Yun to come back in the villa, while Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao. Because there was no one in the clinic, I drove a car to the ordinary clinic to help. You're back? Qin Dongxue asked worriedly when she saw Ling Yun get out of the car, her expression was not the same as usual. Lingyu nodded silently, and then said to Ning Lingyu and others, "You guys go to the house first, my aunt and I will go for a walk by the lake." Lingyun and Qin Dongxue walked out of the gate of Villa number 1 together, and soon came to Qingshui Lake. Looking at the rippling lake water, walking along the stone path along the shore, chatting while walking. "Stinky boy, did Mr. Cui tell you?" Qin Dongxue didn't speak when she saw that Ling Yun's face was not good-looking, and only after walking 100 meters did Qin Dongxue speak. Ling Yun pursed the corners of his lips. Turning his head to look at Qin Dongxue, he said, "Auntie, I am a descendant of the Ling family in the capital. My father is Ling Xiao, the third young master of the Ling family, and my mother is a saint from the previous generation of demon sect." Qin Dongshua's long hair fluttered and she opened her sandalwood mouth slightly. "In my heart, what Mr. Cui said this time is really thorough." "Then, what are you going to do?" Qin Dongxue didn't say much. After thinking for a while, he tried Ling Yan's thoughts again. "I haven't made up my mind yet, but after the college entrance examination, I want to go to the capital first and go back to Ling's house to see." Ling Yan said a few words first. Suddenly his face turned cold again, and he said with murderous intent, "However, I will definitely avenge my parents, and avenge the death of the Ling family. All enemies will not be spared." Qin Dongshua's body was chilled by Ling Yan's gushing murderous intent, and even her cultivation at the peak of the 4th level innate, she couldn't help shivering. After a while, Qin Dongxue suddenly said, "Ling Yun, if you do that, don't you want to be the enemy of the entire world's martial arts?" "This? Who knew?" Ling Yun said indifferently, "chasing my parents for thousands of miles, destroying my Ling family, my parents are just in love with each other, what's the matter with them? Force my father to abandon his martial arts in front of the world's heroes, let him announce in public that he will marry another person, and live forever and ever. Don't want to see my mother, humiliate my biological father, shame my biological mother, such hatred is unbearable. This kind of hatred, even if it destroys both the good and the evil in the world's martial arts, it is difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart." Ling Yan's eyes shot out an unprecedented murderous intent, the black and white yin and yang eyes flashed in an instant, and then disappeared in an instant. He suppressed his anger to the present, and only then did he tell Qin Dongxue, "If you make a decision, my aunt will stand by your side and accompany you." Qin Dongxue didn't say anything, just this faint sentence. For the first time, she gently stretched out her arms, took the initiative and gently took Ling Yan's arms. Her beautiful eyes were calm and determined, and at the same time, there was a hint of unconcealed expression in her eyes. Reckless and disdainful, like a lover, he walked slowly with Ling Yun. Ling Yun has never been like this before. Qin Dongxue looked very distressed, but she didn't say it, she expressed everything with her actions. Ling Yun's heart was endlessly moved, and he couldn't help but want to touch Qin Dongshue's fluttering blue silk, but suddenly thought that it was Qin Dongxue, not Ning Lingyu and Bai Xian'er, and stopped halfway through. "Auntie, it's fine for me to do this kind of fighting and killing by myself. Besides, it's just my own business." Qin Dongxue was furious. "Don't tell me you just found out about your own life, and now you want to treat your aunt as an outsider? Believe it or not, your aunt spanks your ass?" Ling Yun felt warm in his heart, he smiled slightly, and continued to walk forward without saying anything. "Auntie, I remember you said that if I came back, you would take me to see something. Is that thing a long wooden box?" Qin Dongxue said stunned, "Yes, how did you know?" Ling Yun laughed and said, "I guess, then don't look at it, I already know what's in the wooden box." Qin Dongxue said, "Really or not? Have you seen it before?" "But my sister said that you have never opened it. She said that it is a token for you to recognize relatives in the future." Ling Yan explained with a smile, "Old Cui gave me the same wooden box, I have already put it in the space ring." Qin Dongxue asked, curiously, tell my aunt, what's in there? Ling Yin said indifferently, it's the inheritance of the Ling family, a piece of wood. Under Qing Dongshua's gentle guidance and comfort, Ling Yan's anger gradually subsided. 20 minutes later, the two returned to Villa number 1. Tang Meng, come, follow me to the antique market. Ling Yin was very straightforward, pulling Tang Meng and leaving. By this time, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Meng couldn't wait for a long time, but on the way back to Villa number 1, Tang Meng could sense that Ling Yin was unhappy, so he shut up obediently and didn't ask anything. Tang Meng drove Ling Yin's Land Rover and dragged Ling Yin to the antique market. This Sunday, the whole antique market was crowded with people, and the business was booming. Feeling the traces of spiritual energy overflowing from the antique market, all flowing towards his Villa number 1, Ling Yin smiled faintly in his heart. Do you remember the last time we came here? The two of us didn't have a lot of money together, and we looked at the antique market but didn't go in? Tang Meng smiled and said with emotion, Brother Yun, why don't I remember, when I took you to see the gambling stone, but you said you wanted to go back. Ling Yin smiled indifferently, since we couldn't afford to play at that time, we didn't have any certainty. What are we doing here? Today, I'll let you see what is a real gambling stone and what is 100 hits. Of course, Ling Yin didn't come to gamble on stones, he came to buy jade stones with spiritual energy, and he was going to make a complete sweep of Qingshui City's antique market. 100 hits and 100 hits? Brother Yun, your words are too full. I have never seen a gambling stone that can hit 100 hits, let alone hit all hits. Even if one hits 10 hits, you can get rich. Of course Tang Meng didn't want to disturb Ling Yin's interest, he wanted to remind Ling Yin that if he lost his sight, the money would be wasted. At the pinnacle of the 8th level of physical training, Ling Yin's consciousness can cover a radius of 35 meters, an area of more than 1,000 square meters, coupled with the yin and yang eyes that can see through, and a clear sense of spiritual energy, he can definitely achieve 100 hits. Brother Yun, let's go see Song Jingyang first. He has been waiting for us for a long time. There are many stores here. If he takes him there, the owner of the store is willing to take the real things out, saving the trouble. Tang Meng suggested. Ling Yin nodded and said yes, so the two walked into the market, and not far away, Ling Yin noticed that there was aura overflowing from a store. Leaving behind Tang Meng, who was busy calling Song Jingyang, Ling Yin walked into the store. As soon as someone entered the door, he immediately swept away with his divine sense and found that the thing was not on the counter outside, so Ling Yin called directly to the store. Said, the boss is not here, show me the best things in your store. Hello, my name is Cho Yongsho, I'm the owner of this store, what do you like? A chubby middle-aged man in his 40s greeted Ling Yin with a smile. Cho Yongsho saw that Ling Yin was only 17 or 18 years old, and he had no long possessions. After entering his store, he asked for the best things. He was actually very unhappy. Because Ling Yin didn't know the rules, and besides being a little too handsome, he didn't look like he had anything long, he didn't even have a leather bag, he didn't look like a rich man. Boss Chiu, these things outside you are just ordinary things. I don't know how to buy them. You should take out the real things as soon as possible. I'm in a hurry and I'm going to see a friend. Ling Yin wanted a quick solution, but he was not short of money now, he just waited for Cho Yongsho to take out the things, set a price, bought them and left. Humph. My store is full of general goods? I don't know where your friend is from. Isn't it a bit too much to say? To be continued. Cho Yongsho was even more unhappy. Ling Yan's words were too arrogant and too outrageous. He was a face-to-face slap in the face. His shop could be opened at the entrance of the antique market, although it was not as good as Yudingshuan, Tianchi Pavilion, and Kishiju. Big shop, but in this Qingshui City antique market, it also has a certain reputation. Ling Yan said that the items in his store were all ordinary items, which made his face restless. In fact, Ling Yan is because he has too much money, too much confidence, and he just wants to take what he wants as soon as possible. He is in a hurry today, so he is so straightforward. As the saying goes, haste is not enough, and you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. This boss Chiu is a master of face. Ling Yan offended him with a single sentence. He didn't want to do Ling Yan's business at all. He blasted Ling Yan out. Ling Yan didn't speak anymore, but felt it carefully and noticed that the spiritual energy was released from a corner of the back room of the storefront, so he immediately scanned it with his divine sense. Found it. Ling Yan clearly saw with his divine sense that there were piles of tattered stones, and they were thrown there like tatters. The mess was obviously regarded as garbage by the shopkeeper, but it had not yet been cleaned up. Ling Yan immediately changed his strategy. He smiled, put his hand in his arms, and pretended to touch it. When he took out his hand, he already had 5 bundles of 100 yuan bills, a total of 50,000 yuan. In Ling Yan's space ring, there were 5 million cash that Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu offered him as pocket money. Boss, it's not that I don't have money. As a person, I like all kinds of stones the most. No matter what the fineness is, as long as you like it, you can buy it. The jade in your store is all good things, but I only love stones, not jade. When Boss Chiu saw that Ling Yan actually took out 50,000 yuan, his eyes suddenly straightened. He rubbed his eyes abruptly and looked at Ling Yan's pocket again. It wasn't bulging there just now. How did the money come from? For the sake of money, Boss Chiu finally put down the air. He smiled again and said, "Little brother, I'll tell you the truth. My main business here is to sell jade or something, and there are very few stones. If you want to buy stones, you can go to Kishiju in front, Yudingshuan stores have stones for you to choose from." Ling Yan said leisurely, "It's very few, it doesn't mean there's none." As he spoke, he tilted his head, glanced behind Xiao Yongshou, and said lightly, "I see there, isn't there a pile of stones?" Xiao Yongshou was a little surprised, thinking that the pile of stones were leftovers and scraps left by cutting stones. Leaving behind the curtain, how did he see? Xiao Yongshou was surprised. But still smiling, he said with a smile, "Young man, those are all scraps waiting to be thrown out. What do you want those garbage stones for?" Ling Yan scratched his head. Pretending to be a big head, he said, "I'm a person who buys a stone based on my eye, and I buy it when I like it. As for whether it's leftovers or not, it doesn't matter. I usually take a look at it when I take it home. I just want to have a good time." Xiao Yongshou opened the door to do business, and seeing that all the things he was going to throw were bought, of course he would sell them, so he turned around without hesitation and led Ling Yan behind the door curtain. He stretched out his hand and pointed, "Just this pile of stones, if you see something you like, pick it out. Then I'll give you a price, and you can take it if you want to buy it." With more spiritual energy, Ling Yan giggled, squatted down and turned around for a while, chanting a scripture in his mouth, "This piece is too fat, this piece is too thin, this piece is too old, this piece is too ugly." Ling Yan was picking stones like this, and Boss Chiu was taken aback by the sight of him, thinking whether he was picking stones or his daughter-in-law, should he buy it and take it home and sleep with it? Originally, Xiao Yongshou thought that Ling Yan came in because he found out that he had good things here. After tossing around with the performance, he wanted to buy his good things at a low price and found them, but now that Ling Yan is not at all, he is simply giving the stone face. "Ah, this piece looks like a melon." Ling Yan suddenly grabbed a stone the size of a steamed bun and shouted, "Pfft!" Xiao Yongshou was about to go crazy, thinking to himself, "Did I get stunned when I saw 50,000 yuan? Why am I going crazy here with such a crazy person? Hey, Boss Chiu, how much do you charge me for this stone? This is exactly the stone with aura, but its surface is round and round." It's just a little bit bigger than the one by the river. Cobblestone doesn't make much difference. If you like it, give me $2,000 and take it. Although Ling Yan concealed it well, Qiu Yongshu was also afraid that he would slap the eye and sell good things to others, so he deliberately stated a very high price. At this price, it is enough to buy such a truck of stones. Even if Ling Yun really took a piece, he would not regret it. He just wanted to see how Ling Yun reacted. Ling Yun was of course furious. He stood up abruptly, grabbed the stone and tried to throw it. Boss Qiu, I don't care about money, but don't take me for granted. How can you steal 2,000 yuan? Boss Qiu was about to speak again, but he heard another very calm voice from outside the door. Boss Qiu, my friend came to your store to get a piece of stone waste. You dare to charge him 2,000 yuan. This is the case. Is your appetite too much? There was obvious dissatisfaction in the voice. Boss Qiu was startled just by hearing this voice. He immediately dropped Ling Yun, quickly took the first 2 steps, and took the initiative to open the curtain. The visitor is none other than Song Xingyang, the vice president of Qingshui Antique Association, director of Jewelry and Jade Association, and owner of Zutang. The shadow of the famous tree, Qiu Yongshu saw that Song Xingyang was coming, and the cold sweat on his head was about to fall, and he quickly said, "Oh, I didn't know that President Song was coming, and I was ashamed. What about the antique market?" Appreciating antique objects all day long, the boss here speaks a little elegantly, with a hint of antique style, so it looks stylish. At the same time, Qiu Yongshu wiped away his cold sweat and turned to look at Ling Yun. He was right. Today, he really does not know Mount Tai. President Song's friend came, and he almost drove him out. Just give him 2,000. Qiu Yongshu hurried to remedy. President Song, this gentleman, I'm really sorry, this gentleman came in to buy stones, but he didn't say that he was your friend. Forgive me for this. Uncle Song, why are you here? I thought I'd finished buying the stone. I'll come to you later. Ling Yan still held the stone and said to Song Xingyang with a smile. Song Xingyang was overjoyed, thinking that Ling Yan is really, how can I take responsibility for your uncle now? He chuckled, but complained a little, I'm looking forward to your visit, how could I not come to pick you up? Hearing this sentence, the sweat on Qiu Yongshu's forehead was pouring down frequently, and he couldn't even wipe it off. He thought that this was a living ancestor who could make the vice president of Qingshui Antiques Association do this. When did Song Xingyang talk to others in this tone? In any case, Qiu Yongshu let Ling Yan come in to pick stones after all, so Ling Yan did not embarrass him, but put a bundle of 100 yuan bills in Qiu Yongshu's hand. Boss Qiu, I really like this stone. As I said just now, it's just an eye-catcher. I like it. This 10,000 money belongs to you, and this stone belongs to me. What do you think? Ling Yun was very straightforward and prepared to clear the price of the goods. If such a spiritual stone was cut open, it is estimated that even an ordinary person who did not understand what spiritual energy was, would know that it was a treasure. 10,000, in fact, is a big profit. Song Xingyang looked calm, looked at Boss Qiu, and said lightly, Boss Qiu, since my friend likes this stone, then I will buy it for him. According to the price, you said, 2,000 yuan, you can go back to my Pearl Jade Hall, to get it. Money. Qiu Yongshu thought that it was just a broken stone. You, President Song, have come in person. If I still don't know how to collect money, then am I waiting to close the door by myself? President Song, I beg you to raise your hand, and don't slap my brother in the face. Since this little brother is your friend, I will give him this stone. Don't mention the money again. As he spoke, Qiu Yongshu carefully put the bundle of 100 yuan bills back into Ling Yan's hands, with a smile on his face. Ling Yan was not hypocritical, he laughed happily, then thanked Boss Qiu. Song Xingyang glanced at Ling Yan helplessly, why don't you just stand still and go? After he finished speaking, he enthusiastically took Ling Yan's shoulders and walked out. At the same time, he said to Qiu Yongshou, who had sent them out, "Boss Qiu, when you are not busy in the future, go to my zutang and I will treat you to tea." When Qiu Yongshou heard this, he immediately understood in his heart that Song Xingyang's words meant that he owed him a favor that would be repaid in the future. He was ecstatic with excitement. He really did not expect that a broken rock would allow him to climb up with Song Xingyang. Friendship. Song Xingyang's favor, let alone 2,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan, even 100,000 yuan can't be exchanged. Most people don't have such good things. Qiu Yongshou secretly rejoiced that Ling Yun was not driven out. Otherwise, he would not have a good life in the future. Watching Song Xingyang and Ling Yun go out, Qiu Yongshou was very puzzled, thinking that he had never heard of Song Xingyang having such a young friend. Could it be from the capital? Good eyesight, good stuff. After going out, Song Xingyang changed his stern face just now, opened his mouth and laughed, and his fair face turned red. At the same time, he was also secretly surprised. Ling Yun could find good things in the rubbish heap with just a single pick. This is amazing, right? Isn't Ling Yun a genius doctor? Is he still a stone gambler? In that case, Song Xingyang really knew that he had picked up a big leak this time, and he was earning money to be continued. Ling Yun was also secretly shocked, thinking that Song Xingyang was really amazing. He didn't even touch it, just glanced at it and knew that this stone was a good thing. It seems that there are really experts in this antique market. Definitely not to be underestimated. Uncle Song, I chose it at random, can you tell? Ling Yun asked, in shock. Song Xingyang gave Ling Yun a meaningful look, and smiled slightly. If you can't tell, do you think I will let Qiu Yongshou go to my zutang for tea? Then, Song Xingyang laughed and explained, I'm not 100% sure, but I can't go wrong. Although this stone looks bad, it's actually round and jade-like, and xuanhuan is restrained. I made such a fortune before I went to bet on the stone, and it was a good start. After Tang Meng made the call, he chased after him and asked excitedly, Uncle Song, why did you make a fortune and make a good start? Song Xingyang figured out that Ling Yun would be a peerless figure in the future. He saw Tang Meng follow Ling Yun with all his heart, and knew that this kid had a bright future, so he also said something to him. Ling Yun just picked up a big leak in Qiuji jade stone. Tang Meng was stunned when he heard this. He quickly turned to Ling Yun's side, grabbed the stone in Ling Yun's hand, touched and knocked on it, almost clenched his teeth, and said incredulously, it's just such a big noodle melon, you can't believe it. Can you get off to a good start? From this point of view, it can be seen that Ling Yun and Tang Meng are indeed the same heroes when it comes to judging certain things. Song Xingyang didn't argue, and smiled leisurely, if you don't believe it or not, as long as Ling Yun is willing, we can cut stones on the spot when we arrive at Yudingshuan, and then we will see whether it is true or not. How much do I make up? Song Xingyang's words are full of domineering. This is the confidence and momentum of sitting in Yudingshuan all year round. However, Ling Yun shook his head slightly and said, Uncle Song, I think I can avoid it. I have other uses for this stone, so I won't cut it for now. The three of them continued to face the crowd coming from the opposite side, and continued to walk all the way. During this period, Ling Yun discovered that spiritual energy was escaping from several stores, but Song Xingyang was present. He resisted the urge to go in and raid, and just wrote down the name of the store. On the one hand, Ling Yun didn't want Song Xingyang, a big man, to buy a stone for him and wait for him for a long time. On the other hand, Song Xingyang's eyesight also shocked Ling Yun. If he chooses one, it will definitely arouse Song Xingyang's suspicion. Good steel is used on the edge of the blade. Anyway, those few stores couldn't run away. Ling Yun was not in a hurry, he could come and buy it any time. Little guy. After a while, Yu Dingxian will start gambling stones once a week. It's very exciting. Do you want to go and play? When Song Xingyang was about to reach the center of the well character, he smiled and suggested Ling Yun. Ling Yan came here today to gamble on stones, of course he was happy to go. But he said, Uncle Song, I'm here today, and I have a serious business to do. I have to go to Tianqi Pavilion to deal with some things. Song Xingyang's face was shocked. Oh? I can't believe that there is still business between you and Tianqi Pavilion? Ling Yan smiled. Scratching his head at will, he didn't say anything, but Tang Ming interjected, Uncle Song, you don't know, the owner of Tianqi Pavilion, Mr. Morong Wenshur, his life was saved by Brother Yun. Song Xingyang immediately looked shocked. Is it the time when old Morong had a car accident on the pedestrian street? Tang Ming laughed and said, yeah. It was that time, hee, when Brother Yun used his magic doctor's hand. Then he spit all over the sky, like a storyteller, and he was going to brag. Song Xingyang had seen Ling Yan's medical skills with his own eyes, so he didn't need Tang Ming to brag. He muttered to himself, yes, no wonder when I went to see Mr. Morong last time, I asked him who saved his life, but he kept silent. Well, it turns out that there is something good that you don't want me to occupy, haha, I didn't expect that this time I would be in the lead. Song Xingyang laughed happily when he talked about this. He grabbed Ling Yan's arm, come on, I'll have tea with old Morong every 3 days, I know him very well, I'll take you there today and give him a good shock. I was shocked, did he hide it from me? That's all right, Ling Yan originally wanted to go with Tang Ming, but now Song Xingyang is taking the initiative to go there, so he had no choice but to smile and follow Song Xingyang to Tianqi Pavilion. The intersection with the character Zheng is the place with the most large stores in the antique market, such as Qishiju, Zutang, Yudingshuan, Tianqi Pavilion, etc. There are 7 or 8 big sign stores here. The night Ling Yun rescued Lin Menghan and escaped from the tiger's mouth, he once absorbed the aura on the white marble steps at the entrance of Yudingshan, so he was still familiar with it. Song Xingyang couldn't stop when he talked about Tianqi Pavilion. He told Ling Yun and Tang Ming that Morong Wenshur's life was not very good recently. His precious granddaughter's company in Hong Kong also had a lot of trouble, and Morong Feishue flew to Hong Kong with clear water and became a real trapeze. Old Morong has been in a bad mood since he lost 20 million in the stone bet last week. He is gearing up for this week, and he is trying to make a big bet. It should be very lively. However, recently, his precious granddaughter, Morong Feishue, seems to have been entangled by 2 playboys, and there has been a fierce competition, one from Beijing and one from Hong Kong. Competing with jealousy, making a lot of jokes in the antique market. Song Xingyang's understanding of Tianqi Pavilion can be seen. He knows everything about Ling Yun, and he has everything to say, and he doesn't hide it at all. Uncle Song, do you know the origin of the name of Tianqi Pavilion? Ling Yun was thinking about other questions, and when Song Xingyang was silent, he asked a question by the way. Song Xingyang was stunned, he thought for a while, and muttered, I don't know the specifics, but I heard that the Morong family has a big seal handed down from ancient times, which seems to be the jade seal of a certain emperor, so it is called Tianqi Pavilion. However, for those who engage in our antique business, no matter what the object is, you have to find a reason for it, so as to make a good price, so let's just listen to this kind of thing, it can't be true. As he spoke, Song Xingyang had already led Ling Yun and the 2 into the Tianqi Pavilion. The first floor was selling some gold and silver jewelry, pearls, jade, porcelain, etc. Song Xingyang didn't even look at it, and went straight through the lobby to the 2nd floor. Hello, Boss Song. Hello, President Song. In Qingshui City Antique Market, whether it is the boss or the buddy, as long as they are not from other places, no one does not know Song Xingyang. Therefore, every staff member of Tianqi Pavilion greeted Song Xingyang respectfully. This is a person's power, status, and reputation. After being in one place for a long time, all these are available. Money is simply at your fingertips, and by the way, you even get admiration and respect. Ling Yun entered the Tianqi Pavilion and naturally used his divine sense to explore. He didn't find anything on the first floor, but he felt the second floor, where the slightest traces of spiritual energy dissipated, and it was quite strong. As expected of the Morong family's signature store, it is indeed a bit of a treasure. Ling Yun whispered inwardly as he went upstairs. Old Morong, are you still depressed? Come out and see who I brought you. Song Jingyang went up to the second floor, turned right and went straight to Morong Wincher's office, shouting at the same time. Ling Yun's 5 senses and 6 senses are so powerful, he heard a woman's annoyed voice coming from a certain room. I said, can you two go out and leave me alone for a while? I told you all, I already have a boyfriend, so please stop pestering me, okay? Are you still embarrassed for the past 2 weeks? Isn't it enough? As soon as he heard that cold and crisp voice, Ling Yun knew that it was Morong Feishue, and he thought that she would not have thought that she was here today, and it seemed that she was still being entangled by 2 dudes. Thinking of this, Ling Yun couldn't help but gleefully snickered in his heart. Yo, this Yuding Xuan stone gambling will start soon, you Song gambler, don't hurry up and pick a few stones to sit in the village, what are you tossing with me here? Morong Wencher opened the door of the office and greeted him from inside, but he was really rude to Song Jingyang. Song Jingyang laughed loudly, betting on stones, choosing stones on the spot, cutting stones on the spot, that's how exciting it is. If I pick it up ahead of time, who would bet? Morong Wencher Qingjing had a slight smile on his face. After listening to Song Jingyang's words, he smiled slightly and looked at Ling Yun and Tang Meng beside Song Jingyang. Then Morong Wencher's expression changed. Although Ling Yun had lost 30 kilograms and had completely changed, Morong Wencher couldn't recognize him, but he knew Tang Meng. Because Tang Meng came to Tianqi Pavilion to handle the transfer of Maserati for Ling Yun, although it could not be done because of Morong Feishue's obstruction, he also met Morong Wencher. You are Tang Meng, then this is. Morong Wencher looked at Ling Yun's face hesitantly. Song Jingyang deliberately sold him off, but he didn't introduce it, and stopped Tang Meng next to him, leaving Morong Wencher and Ling Yun to stare at him. Ling Yun smiled and paid close attention to Morong Wencher's head. He found that his fall injury had completely healed, but there was a large scar on the top of his head, and he still did not grow any hair. Song Jingyang saw that Morong Wencher looked at Ling Yun for a long time, but did not recognize Ling Yun. He couldn't help but wonder, thinking that old Morong didn't really even know Ling Yun, right? If that's the case, the eyes and brain will be bad, and it's understandable that you have lost the stone bet recently. Song Jingyang didn't know that Ling Yun lost nearly 60 pounds in less than 2 months. He couldn't help giggling, leaned forward and said to Morong Wencher, Old Morong, isn't there something wrong with your brain? You don't even know your savior? At this time, Ling Yun smiled and bowed slightly. Hello, Mr. Morong, I'm Ling Yun, I'm here to see you. To be continued. Kevin, after the outbreak, there is still a chapter after midnight, and tomorrow we'll have to break out again at 8 o'clock. Thank you for your reward today, monthly ticket, tomorrow there will be 8 more, 3 big. Ling Yun, you are Ling Yun. At this moment, the old man Morong looked at Ling Yun as if he had seen a monster. There was disbelief and a trace of doubt in his shock. 77777772E766F6474772E636F6D. Morong Wencher had only met Ling Yun once. At that time, Ling Yun had just advanced to the first level of body training and had just started to lose weight. He was still a 200-pound fat man, covered in fat. But now, Ling Yun's figure is tall, with an ape-like back and a bee-waisted waist. His looks are in a mess, his face is so delicate that he can pinch water, the corner of his mouth is slightly hooked, and the dimple on his left cheek is deep, so it can be said that everyone loves him. Seeing the flowers blooming, standing on the street can make a woman turn back 100%. Morong Wencher said in his heart that when Ling Yun rescued me, I was in a semi-conscious state, because I thought it was impossible to lose weight. How much perseverance would it take to lose more than 50 pounds in 2 months? Just as Morong Wencher was stunned for a moment, Ling Yun clearly heard a man's voice in Morong Feishua's office. Sister Feishua, don't always talk about your boyfriend who doesn't exist. The person in the world who can be your boyfriend is Zhu Yongwang. Zhu Yongwang's Beijing accent is very heavy. Besides, since you said you have a boyfriend, why don't you call him to open my eyes and make me die at the same time? Zhu Yongwang's voice did not fall, but another man's voice rang out, scolding Zhu Yongwang and said, Fart, the one who can match Feishua's sister is my Ho Yaozong. There are dozens of people in your Zhu Yongwang's family. A broken antique, at a few oil fields? Ho Yaozong is a native of Hong Kong. He speaks very lame Mandarin, but he speaks very fast. Apparently he came to the mainland a lot. How can your Zhu family compare to our Ho-style jewelry company? And I and Feishua's sister are a perfect match. Only when a pair of Feishua's sisters made in heaven marry me, will her majors have a place to play, plus my appreciation experience is enough to sweep the jewelry industry. Of course, if Sister Feishua really isn't lying, you can call your boyfriend to show us. I support young Master Zhu's statement on this point. At this time, I just heard Morong Feishua's cold voice say, What are you two talking about here? My boyfriend is very busy all day, why do you let me call? I have to call him. When Zhu Yongwang heard this, immediately, he said arrogantly, It's okay if you don't call it, Sister Feishua, you just need to tell me what your boyfriend's surname is, where he is from, and where he works. I'd like to see if he can be qualified as a boy for Feishua's sister. Friends. How amazing would it be? Morong Feishua saw that these two dudes were unwilling to give up. She was so annoyed that she threw the signature pen in her hand on the desk. Ling Yun didn't expect Morong Feishua to be worried, he couldn't help but gleefully laughed, and he almost stopped laughing. Song Jingyang saw that Morong Wencher was there as if he was appreciating antiques, and looked at Ling Yun carefully for a long time. But he didn't speak again, and suddenly said angrily, Old Morong, what are you thinking? This is not gambling, you are afraid that Song Jingyang will bring you back with a fake product. Morong Wencher was secretly shocked, but when Song Jingyang said this, he suddenly woke up. First, he turned his head and said angrily to Song Jingyang, You Song gambler, don't make trouble for me there. Immediately afterwards, he turned to look at Ling Yun, and said in a trembling voice, Little brother Ling Yun, you seem to have lost a lot of weight. Ling Yun knew that Morong Wencher would definitely ask such a question. He smiled brightly and said, Mr. Morong is right. It turns out that he is too fat and has difficulty moving. He lost more than 50 pounds in one breath. This time it was Song Jingyang's turn to be surprised. He glanced at Ling Yun and secretly estimated Ling Yun's current weight. Ling Yun lost weight so fast, no wonder the old man Morong couldn't recognize it, the change was too big. Tang Meng also stepped forward and said, Grandpa Morong, don't worry, this is definitely my brother Yun, from the 3rd and 6th class of Qingshui No. There was no need for Tang Meng to say anything, of course Morong Wencher knew that Song Jingyang would not lie to him, because Qingshui No. 1 middle school was there, and when he checked it out, Song Jingyang would not be able to play such a boring joke with him. Morong Wencher slapped his thigh excitedly, Oh, look at how stupid I am, I can't even recognize my savior when I come in front of me, hurry up, please come in, let's sit down and talk. After he finished speaking, he grabbed Ling Yun's hand and led him into the room with great enthusiasm, leading Song Jingyang aside. Ling Yun laughed and said, It seems that I have changed so much that I am startling the old man. The four entered Morong Wencher's bright and spacious office one after another. Morong Wencher greeted them without being polite, and picked up the office phone on the desk. Feishua, Grandpa's savior is here, come over quickly. After Morong Wencher finished speaking, he hung up the phone, then turned to sit on the sofa, and said apologetically to Ling Yun, Little brother Ling Yun, Feishua is my granddaughter, she was spoiled by me, it's the first time to visit you guys. At school, because I was lying in the hospital at the time, and she was in a very bad mood at the time, so there may have been a little misunderstanding between the two of you. You must not take this matter to heart. Ling Yun bowed slightly and smiled lightly. Mr. Morong has been thinking too much. I am too young to speak. In fact, Ling Yun knew in his heart that it was his own fault that came first, staring at Morong Feishua's bosom for a long time. Morong Feishua was still a big girl, and no matter how well-mannered she was, she would be angry. Morong Feishua looked at Ling Yun and thought that Ling Yun is not as bad as Feishua said. He has a good reason to speak up and down. He is neither humble nor arrogant. What kind of lust and greed for money? He has no medical ethics. Morong Wencher glanced at Song Xingyang again, and was even more puzzled. Song Xingyang spent almost all day in the antique market. How could he and Ling Yun get to know the countless mysteries in his heart? And he was extremely puzzled. Song Xingyang spoke. I said, Old man Morong, this is your fault, since little brother Ling Yun saved you. Every time I ask you which genius doctor saved your old life, you just hide it. Tuck and don't tell me. If I hadn't brought Ling Yun to the antique market today to gamble on stones, I wouldn't know about it at all, but it's really yours. Song Xingyang and Morong Wencher are both vice presidents of the Qingshui Antiques Association. The two meet every day. Naturally, their relationship is not ordinary. They are so familiar that they can't get to know each other anymore. Therefore, although they are different in seniority, they are really good friends. Morong Wencher smiled bitterly. Old Song, don't blame me for this, except the time Ling Yun saved me. This is the first time I have seen Ling Yun. He is my savior. I haven't found it myself. Why? Introduce to you. When Song Xingyang heard this, it was in line with Morong Wencher's style, so he stopped bothering the old Morong and laughed. Ling Yun seized the opportunity and began to scan Morong Wencher's office with his divine sense, and he finally found the source of the spiritual energy on the second floor. It was an ornamental stone more than half a meter high. It was shaped like a bamboo shoot with a sharp top and a thick bottom. It was erected beside the desk of Morong Aragonite, which was very ornamental. It's a very powerful golden aura. It's definitely a good thing. Ling Yun was excited in his heart. Such a stone is simply a waste to watch. Hearing that Grandpa's savior Ling Yun was here, Morong Feishua felt even more annoyed, because the impression Ling Yun gave her was the 8 words she said. Greedy for money and lust, without medical ethics. Moreover, after Morong Wencher was injured for half a month and his injury improved, he urged Morong Feishua to go to school to find Ling Yun twice, but these 2 times, just in time for Ling Yun to go to the Tianqing once, and once to go to sea. Morong Feishua did not. She went there reluctantly, but couldn't find Ling Yun, so she gave Ling Yun a new comment. I miss school all day and don't study hard. Humph. It seems that the 1 million I gave him has been squandered. I heard that I went to school to find him, and I came here to ask for benefits. It's a good thing that Grandpa still treats him as a good man who practices medicine and helps the world. Morong Feishua knew very well that people like Ling Yun belonged to the dog skin plaster, and they couldn't get rid of them if they got on it. They were even more disgusting than the 2 idiots in front of her. She was depressed in her heart, let alone mention it. Thinking of Ling Yun's 200-pound body, a fat body, and his thief eyes staring straight at his chest, Morong Feishua was reluctant to get up. Suddenly, Morong Feishua raised her head and saw the 2 dudes in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flowed, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and a plan came to her mind. Hey, you two, don't you want to see my boyfriend? Now he's here. After speaking, Morong Feishua gave a smug smile. Ying got up, and ignored the 2 scoundrel servants, walking towards Morong Wencher's office with graceful steps. This is Morong Feishua's plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. She wants to use Ling Yun as a shield to let Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong see her boyfriend with their own eyes. Morong Feishua understood the arrogant and domineering tempers of these 2 dudes. As long as they saw Ling Yun, they would definitely humiliate Ling Yun. In this case, Morong Feishua not only let the 2 dudes see her boyfriend, but also used them to drive Ling Yun away. Ga Morong Feishue really has a boyfriend and he's here. The two dudes didn't expect to say Chow Chow, but Chow Chow really arrived. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other, and immediately reached a consensus through eye contact. First, they went out together to drive away their common rival in love, and then they continued to compete. Come and have a look, I don't believe there are people more handsome and richer than me. Zhu Yongwang raised his hand and brushed his hair, which was covered with hairspray, which was glossy. Let's see which idiot dares to grab a woman from me. Ho Yaozong stomped and scolded, and rushed out of Morong Feishue's office. To be continued. 8 more first. Pull the monthly ticket, the brothers are working hard. Thanks. Tianqi Pavilion, in Morong Wencher's office. In view of his status, Song Xingyang was extremely calm and domineering in front of ordinary people, but in front of old acquaintances, he was eloquent, and quickly made the atmosphere in the office very lively. Song Xingyang and Morong Wencher are experts in antique appreciation, jewelry appraisal, gambling stones, etc., plus Tang Meng, the self-proclaimed little god of gambling. The three talked about the antique market's scavenger hunt. The elegant anecdote of gambling stones, it is really you coming and going, and it is in full swing, and there is no reason to intervene at all. But today's key person is Ling Yun. Morong Wencher was afraid that he would be left out in the cold, so he found a free time and said to Ling Yun with a smile, "Little brother Ling Yun, I really can't imagine that you are so young that you can even bet against stones." Interest. Ling Yun smiled lightly, shook his head and said, "Mr. Morong, you are old enough to be my grandfather, yet you call me that with a little brother, and I can't sit still." Ling Yun knew that Morong Wencher was grateful to Ling Yun for saving his life, and the two were very different in age, at least in their 50s, so Morong Wencher couldn't give him a respectful title, but calling Ling Yun by his name would be too much. Life is not friendly, so I had to suffix with a little brother. Song Xingyang also noticed the awkwardness between the two. When he saw Ling Yun brought it up, he looked at Ling Yun first, then turned to Morong Wencher, and suddenly laughed. "I said the two of you, don't be so troublesome anymore, simply, old man Morong, you can just call Ling Yun's name, Ling Yun, if you don't feel embarrassed. It's not a grievance to call old man Morong a grandfather. How about you?" Song Xingyang said this first, paused for a while, and then said annoyed half-jokingly, "Otherwise, Morong old man calls you little brother, then what generation am I?" No, absolutely no. Song Xingyang is indeed a character in the scene, and he sees 6 ways. His thinking was extremely fast. Not only did he instantly resolve the embarrassment, but he also made a joke along the way, which did not make the room cool. Song Xingyang gave the steps, Ling Yun naturally walked along the steps, he immediately laughed and shouted, "Grandpa Morong." Morong Wencher laughed happily, nodded again and again, agreed, and said, "Okay. Then I will have to rely on the old and sell the old, and I will call you Ling Yun in the future." Ling Yun giggled, "It should have been called that long ago. Don't screw me to death just now." In this way, the atmosphere in the room became more natural and lively, and the 4 of them laughed heartily at the same time, which was very harmonious. Just then, the door rang. Morong Feishue pushed the door into the house. "Grandpa, did you call me?" "Yo, Uncle Song is here too?" Morong Feishue called Grandpa first, then saw Song Xingyang also sitting in the room, so he immediately greeted Song Xingyang. Ling Yun didn't look back, but just looked at Morong Feishue with his divine sense. I couldn't stop nodding in my heart. I said that she was really a lady, and her temperament was refined. Because Morong Feishue has been very bored recently, her complexion is not very good, but this cannot hide her beauty in the slightest. Morong Feishue was over 1.7 meters tall, with fair skin and slender eyebrows. The bridge of the nose is slightly straight, and the long black hair is rolled up high on her head, which makes her pink neck look more slender, adding a bit of nobility and coolness. She wore a corseted pure black L dress, a tight short skirt with hips, showing her perfect figure with concave and concave shapes, flesh-colored transparent stockings, and high-heeled sandals of 6 or 7 centimeters. She was decent, elegant and sexy, with a charming temperament. When Morong Wencher saw his precious granddaughter come in, he immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Fixu, look, you said you went twice and couldn't find anyone, isn't Ling Yun here today?" Ling Yun was sitting with his back to the sofa. After Morong Feishue entered the room, he only saw his head. Now that Morong Wencher introduced him, Ling Yun had no choice but to stand up, turn around slightly, and watched Morong Feishue walking towards him, the corners of his mouth twitching. With a slight tick, he winked at her. Morong Feishue was stunned for a moment. She stopped in her tracks, her 2 beautiful legs were one after the other, her charming little mouth opened in surprise, she couldn't believe her eyes. You are. This will be Ling Yun? Is this still the 200-pound fat man? Morong Feishue raised her slender hand, rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand, and looked up at Ling Yun's face again. She finally confirmed that it was indeed Ling Yun. That day, when Morong Feishue went to see Ling Yun had already reached the peak of the 3rd level of body training. He was only about 190 pounds at most, and most of the fat on his face had disappeared, and his face was already very heavy. It is beautiful, but it is not as perfect as it is now. What really shocked Morong Feishue was that Ling Yun's current figure was so perfect, with an inverted triangle shape, a handsome and unrestrained figure, an unusually handsome face, and incomparably clear eyes, like the bright starlight in the middle of the night, and his eyes were calm and leisurely, confident and calm. There is no longer the sense of wretchedness. How is this possible? This is simply a complete change of person, right? Being stared at by Ling Yun, Morong Feishufeng's heart trembled, and she felt that she had been electrocuted. Of course, Ling Yun's great change is one of them. There is also the psychological factor of Morong Feishue. A very ugly person and a very handsome person have the same eyes and the same expression when they stare at others. The impression it brings is very different, or even the opposite. Of course, Ling Yun couldn't look at Morong Feishue with those lustful eyes. There were still Morong Wencher and Song Xingyang in the room. This time it was Ling Yun who spoke first. He smiled lightly and said, "Miss Morong, it's a pleasure to see you again, you've become even more beautiful." Morong Feishue's heart trembled again. She was used to seeing big scenes, and she didn't know how to deal with it for a while, but she knew that there were 2 stalkers chasing after her. Hello Ling Yun, you've changed a lot." Morong Feishue blushed and said embarrassedly. Song Xingyang saw this situation, and his heart was right. Co-authoring the 2 grandfathers and grandsons of the Morong family, they had been looking for Ling Yun for almost 2 months, and now that they met, none of them could recognize him. Ling Yun greeted Morong Feishue, gave her a faint smile, and never looked at her again. He turned and sat back on the sofa immediately. Morong Wencher couldn't help but sighed when he saw it, thinking that his granddaughter had gone too far in the past. The 2 of them were so embarrassed to meet each other, and they were a little cold, so he looked at Ling Yun's eyes. More apologetic. "Where is it? Sister Feishue, where is your boyfriend? Quickly introduce it to us." At this time, Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong rushed in, and without waiting to enter, they shouted loudly to see Morong Feishue's boyfriend. Morong Feishue knew that it was going to be bad, so she turned around to block them from the door, but it was already too late. The 2 dudes rushed to the sofa as soon as they entered the room. Morong Wencher and Song Xingyang, including Ling Yun and Tang Meng, were all stunned. Morong Feishue's boyfriend? Where is this going? Morong Feishue knew that something had happened. She blushed, her heart was swayed, and she was about to drive the 2 out, but she heard Zhu Yongwang have already said, "Hey, you 2 hairy boys, who is Fei? Sister Shua's boyfriend?" There were 4 people in the house. Morong Wencher and Song Xingyang were naturally not Morong Feishue's boyfriends, so these 2 scumbags directly locked on Ling Yun and Tang Meng, and they were extremely arrogant. They pointed at Ling Yun's nose and asked arrogantly, "Sister Feishue, is that him?" Morong Wencher and Song Xingyang looked at each other. When did Ling Yun become Morong Feishue's boyfriend? They couldn't understand the situation, and immediately turned their doubtful eyes on Ling Yun again. Ling Yun, the incompetent shield, was concentrating on finding the treasure just now. He didn't use his spiritual sense to peep into Morong Feishue's room, so he didn't know what happened. Song Xingyang was very unhappy when he saw that Zhu Yongwang dared to point at the tip of Ling Yun's nose. But thinking that these two playful families are big clients of the Morong family, he could only keep a gloomy face and not speak, waiting to see how Morong Wencher and Morong Feishue would deal with it. Song Xingyang said in his heart, "These two idiots are arrogant and don't care who the target is, just wait and die." Song Xingyang is someone who has participated in the opening of Ling Yun Clinic. From the beginning to the end, he sees how powerful Ling Yun is. He sees it in his eyes and remembers it in his heart. When he thinks about it now, he is extremely shocked and excited, so he is too lazy to care about it, but instead the mentality of watching the play looked lively. "Take your dog's paw away, who are you talking to?" When Tang Meng saw that Zhu Yongwang dared to point at Ling Yun, he was the first to go crazy. In Qingshui City, Tang Meng had never seen anyone who dared to point at Ling Yun like that. Ling Yun was drinking tea calmly, as if he didn't see Zhu Yongwang's finger pointing at him at all. Zhu Yongwang was used to being arrogant, but when he saw that Ling Yun didn't take him seriously, he became furious and said with a sneer, "Also, I thought he was a great character, but it turns out that he is just a little white face. You are wearing this outfit, is also considered a famous brand. Did you buy a fake brand? Or is it a second-hand product picked up from somewhere? However, it looks good enough." There are so many goddesses around Ling Yun now, and each goddess is vying to buy him clothes to wear, and he will not buy any brand that is slightly worse for him. Therefore, although Ling Yun wears casual clothes, they are all genuine and well-known brands. Ho Yaozong had already formed an alliance with Zhu Yongwang, so naturally he was not to be outdone, and before Zhu Yongwang finished speaking, he immediately said, "Boy, it seems that it is you. Tell me quickly, what is your surname? What is your family doing? What do you do? Where do you work?" The two big gangsters are arrogant and unreasonable, regardless of the occasion, relying on their respective family identities. They don't take Ling Yun seriously at all. Ling Yun naturally didn't take them seriously, he just treated them like two wild dogs barking and drinking tea on his own. It only took a few minutes to clean them up. Ling Yun was not in a hurry. The two big dudes rushed in and made a fuss. Morong Wencher was too late to make an introduction. No matter how well-mannered he was furious in his heart, but he still didn't know what the situation was. Morong Wencher asked in a deep voice, "Feishue, what is going on here?" Morong Feishue was in a hurry. She never imagined that things would turn out like this all of a sudden. She was anxious and panicked, and she even blurted out, I said Ling Yun is my boyfriend." To be continued. 8th and 2nd, continue to pull monthly tickets. We finally reached the top 50. Please brothers, please help me keep it, please everyone, there are 6 more, thank you. At this moment, 2 arrogant dudes with short eyes were still surrounding Ling Yun, unceremoniously mocking and humiliating Ling Yun. Tang Mei rolled up his sleeves and was about to start. The harmonious and lively atmosphere in the office just now was completely destroyed. Ling Yun still sat still, with a smile on his face. He gave Tang Meng a wink and stopped him. This was in Morong Wencher's office, and they didn't come here to fight. Hearing Morong Feishue's words, Song Xingyang's heart moved. He was afraid that the house would not be chaotic enough, so he added fuel to the fire. Yo, Feishue's niece, it turns out that you are Ling Yun's girlfriend. You are really good at seeing. Yes, good, really good. What kind of person is Song Xingyang? Yesterday, he stayed in the ordinary clinic for a whole morning. The exquisite beauties who came and went in the clinic looked at Ling Yan's eyes and expressions. He had a panoramic view. He already knew that none of those stunning girls could escape out of Ling Yan's palm. Now that Morong Feishue said the same thing, Song Jingyang directly came to push the boat, and wanted to be a big match for Ling Yan and Morong Feishue, but what Morong Feishue said was not sincere at all. As for the thoughts of his precious granddaughter, Morong Wencher guessed it. These days, the two dudes have become Morong Feishue's followers, and they are annoying Morong Feishue wherever they go. She is dead. It seems that she wants to use Ling Yan as a shield, so that these two scoundrels can get out of the way as soon as possible. However, Morong Wencher didn't guess the other layer of Morong Feishue's thoughts, so he listened to Song Jingyang's troubles, and came up with a plan. Oh. Morong Wencher made a sudden realization and made a long voice. He attracted the attention of everyone in the house, and then he blamed his precious granddaughter. It's a fool, Ling Yun is Grandpa's savior, you and his friends, what can't you tell Grandpa? Keeping Grandpa in the dark is really counterintuitive. Ling Yun and Morong Feishue were speechless at the same time. Hart said that this is good, Song Jingyang added fuel to the fire. Morong Wencher decided to plan, they were inexplicable, and it seemed that good things were about to come true, and they seemed to be able to enter the bridal chamber at any time. Morong Feishue's face flushed with anxiety, her face was hot, she bit her lip and stomped her feet. Grandpa, Uncle Song, you guys. In fact, she took the initiative to say it just now, because she wanted to explain it closely, saying that she was just joking, something like that. This thing is over. After all, Morong Feishue was already 23 years old, and Ling Yan had just turned 18 and was still in high school. The age gap between the two of them was too great to be together. Not to mention, Morong Feishue is not the kind of woman who judges people by appearance. Age is only one of the factors, not to mention that the family background is too different. The most important point is that the first impression Ling Yan left on Morong Feishue was really bad. Although Ling Yan had just electrocuted Morong Feishue, his eyes became clear and transparent. No longer obsessed with sex, but of course Morong Feishue couldn't change her opinion of Ling Yan just because of one look in Ling Yan's eyes. She had read countless people and knew that Ling Yan's fascinated eyes were not deliberately pretending. Ling Yan was bold and direct, and he didn't hide it at all. Not to mention Ling Yan is greedy for money. Seeing Qian's eyes wide open, she has no medical ethics, and she also skips school all day. Even if Ling Yan becomes handsome, she will not marry such a person, Morong Feishue. When she thought that Ling Yan was here to ask her grandfather for a favor, Morong Feishue felt angry. Now that she said it, she didn't want to explain it anymore. I want to see if you have the face to say it. Ling Yan smiled inwardly, but he still didn't say anything, just sat there drinking tea quietly, calm and leisurely, as if everything that happened around him had nothing to do with him. Seeing Ling Yan's calm state, Morong Feishue was even more annoyed. I'm still pretending, see how long you can hold on, and you'll be revealed in no time. Morong Feishue made up her mind, as long as Ling Yan asked for money, she would turn her head and leave, letting the two gangsters disgust and humiliate him here. The 5 people in the room each had their own ideas, but only 2 of them were unsure. They believed what Morong Feishue, Song Jingyang, and Morong Wencher said were true. Of course, the vent is Ling Yun. Zhu Yongwang opened his mouth. Also, it turns out that your surname is Ling, so it doesn't make any sense. Huaxia's surname is Ling, which one is the best? Do you know that the young master will tell you that it is the Ling family in the capital? Speaking of the Ling family in the capital, Zhu Yongwang had a smug smile on his face that couldn't be concealed. The Ling family in the capital is known as one of the 7 major families in the capital. Knowing how poor their family is now, there is not even a third-rate family in the capital. It's not as good as the Ling family has become a laughingstock in the capital now. Ling Yun, let the young master tell you that 1/10 of the oil fields that the Ling family originally controlled in the capital were acquired by our Zhu family. Little master doesn't even care about the Ling family in the capital. You say that you have a surname of Ling, and you can still grab a girlfriend from me than the Ling family, so you can just urinate and take a look at yourself and see how much you look like. Let's talk about a few pounds. The more Zhu Yongwang said, the more proud he became, and the more he said it, the more maddened he was. He didn't even know that just these few words brought disaster to his family. Ling Yun finally raised his head, his face was calm, he stared at Zhu Yongwang for a while, and suddenly said, "Very good, thank you for telling me this. In order to express my gratitude to you, then I will also tell you two things. First, I am now 77 kilograms, as for the exact amount, I don't know. Second, I don't know how many oil fields your family has now, but I know that there will be no more of these oil fields left soon, and I suggest that you better prepare your family as soon as possible so that you don't lose your income by then." Ling Yan was full of hatred today, and he was full of anger. He was finally relieved by Qin Dongxue. Zhu Yongwang not only hit the gun, but also pulled out the Ling family to insult him. After Ling Yan's college entrance examination, it is necessary to recover all the properties that the Ling family had lost in the past 18 years. Now the first one happens to take the Zhu family, and Zhu Yongwang deserves to be unlucky. When Zhu Yongwang saw Ling Yun talking to him so calmly, but the content was so pretentious, he stood there dumbfounded. Weighing 77 kilograms, who did he ask you to answer with your seriousness? There will be no Ling Yun left in our oil fields soon. This is too bragging. You think those oil fields in our family are all Chinese cabbage? Say it's gone. Ling Yan said it simply, and his tone was extremely calm. As if he was talking about a trivial matter, but it shocked everyone except Tang Meng. The Zhu family and Song Jingyang still know it. The third-rate family in the capital has a fortune of over 10 billion yuan. There are several important members of the family who are Beijing officials, all of whom hold important positions. But listening to Ling Yun's meaning, this is to destroy the Zhu family, this scoundrel with little eyes, just said a few arrogant words. Ling Yan is too serious. Ha 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 ha, Zhu Yongwang was stunned for a while, then he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, almost burst into tears. He raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. Boy, this is the funniest thing I've heard since I was a child. It's a joke, what are you doing, is putting arrogance on the car. You are so arrogant and you are not afraid that the wind will flash your tongue. Ling Yun smiled lightly, and said very seriously, it's not funny at all, you still have half a month to report this matter to your family, so that they can get ready, trust me, really. Morong Feishue was completely stunned and she faintly felt something was wrong. She felt that today's Ling Yun, speaking and doing things, and the first time they met, the gap was too big. Ling Yun's tone was so loud that it pierced the sky, but Morong Feishue could see it. Ling Yun is not crazy, he is very calm. What happened to Ling Yun? Zhu Yongwang's laughter stopped, no one spoke, and the office became silent. Boy, I heard just now that Grandpa Morong was injured in a car accident. It was you who cured a little brat like you, and you can only believe that a ghost will heal. Zhu Yongwang had just been honest for a while. When Ho Yaozong jumped out again, he sneered disdainfully, in my opinion, Grandpa Morong's injury is not serious at all, you are just a blind cat and a dead mouse, and you are lucky. Puff. As soon as Ho Yaozong's voice fell, Song Jingyang couldn't hold it any longer, he burst out laughing, his face flushed, and he said that the one just now didn't have eyes, and this one won't even have eyes. Not only does he have no eyes, but he also can't speak. Ling Yan is a blind cat, so Morong Wencher has become a dead mouse. This is a pure fool who would say such stupid things. Looking at Morong Wencher and Morong Feishue again, the expressions on their faces turned ugly and they were extremely angry. Morong Wencher saw that these two boys, relying on their family's relationship with the Morong family, were acting wild in his office, and they became more and more outrageous, and his face became even more gloomy. Yaozong, he was talking nonsense. I know my own injuries best. If Lingyun didn't save me, I would have turned into a pile of lust now. Where would I still be alive? I can't find Lingyun to repay my kindness. How can I allow you to slander my savior here? You're almost done with what you should do when you come to Qingshui City, so you should go home quickly. Morong Wincher's expression was not good, so he simply ordered the expulsion of the guests, and immediately drove the two dudes out of Qingshui. Who would have thought that these two dudes didn't know the fun and didn't even move at all? Ho Yaozong said arrogantly, Grandpa Morong, I'm almost done with my business, and I can go home anytime by plane, but I just don't believe this. Xiaobalian can cure your injury is basically cured by the provincial hospital, he is just a coincidence. Although you have praised him like a flower and how brilliant his medical skills are, unless he has a way to prove it, I definitely don't believe it. Zhu Yongwang was also relieved at this time, and he sneered, yes, I think he is here to take advantage of Grandpa Morong and take advantage of it. Lingyun sighed deeply, glanced at the two short-eyed idiots one by one, and said lightly, you too. Lingyun raised his hand and pointed at Zhu Yongwang, you have a willow disease, and the thing that has been passed down from generation to generation will soon turn into cauliflower. He pointed to Ho Yaozong again, if you eat too much seafood, you will develop gout, and your kidneys are very bad. You two really deserve it, tell me, how do you want me to prove it? To be continued. 8 more third more. If you like it, please drop a monthly pass and give it a thumbs up to support it, thank you. What? Before Lingyun could finish speaking, the two gangsters turned pale at the same time, as if they were struck by lightning, they were stunned on the spot. Because Lingyun is not cursing the two of them, but telling the truth, as if he saw it with his own eyes. You, how did you know? No, you are talking nonsense. I don't have flower willow disease. Zhu Yongwang was stunned for a long time. First, he asked such a sentence subconsciously. He quickly changed his words when he knew that he was wrong. He couldn't admit it even if he was killed. Just a pity, it's too late. Lingyun smiled leisurely and said, is there any flower willow disease? Just let Miss Morong go out, take off your pants on the spot and show us, won't everything be clear? Spit. In fact, Morong Feishui had always doubted Lingyun's medical skills. She didn't believe that an ordinary high school student could cure her grandfather's serious injury. She always believed that Morong Wincher's injury was not as bad as she said. It's serious, and he got the best treatment from the provincial hospital, so he got better so quickly. HP//772E6F742E6F%6. After all, at that time, Morong Wincher's most serious injury was in his brain. He fell into a coma. Who knows if his brain was damaged or if he was just knocked out. Therefore, Ho Yaozong was aggressive and insisted on letting Lingyun prove his medical skills, which Morong Feishui very much agreed with. As a result, Lingyun, under the siege and questioning of the two gangsters, opened his mouth and said that Zhu Yongwang had flower willow disease, and then said with certainty that Ho Yaozong had gout and had kidney problems. Morong Feishui instinctively believed that Lingyun finally became angry and began to maliciously slander. Two people in a vicious curse. After all, the flower willow disease grows in that kind of secret and shameful place, separated by trousers and underwear. How could Lingyun see it? When gout does not attack, everything about the patient is the same as that of ordinary people, and it is impossible for outsiders to see it. But when Morong Feishui saw Zhu Yongwang's performance, he immediately understood that what Lingyun said was true. She was completely stunned, embarrassed, annoyed, and remorseful, and spit out a blushing face. Turned around and ran to the bathroom. When she and Zhu Yongwang just met, they shook hands politely. Know this now. Morong Feishui was about to die of nausea. Lingyun stared at Zhu Yongwang's pale and ugly face, and said with a smile, "Look, now that Miss Morong has left, do you dare to take off your pants and show everyone?" Zhu Yongwang is extremely embarrassed now. His face is red, white and blue, and he is about to turn purple. At the same time, he is also infinitely shocked. This is his biggest secret, even his best friend doesn't know it. How did Ling Yun know? As for Ho Yaozong, although gout is a disease of wealth, he just eats too much raw seafood and drinks too much beer, but it is not a shameful thing, so he is not very embarrassed, but equally shocked. Can this be seen? That Ling Yun is really a god. Ho Yaozong was stunned for a while. He suddenly turned his elm head, thinking that since Ling Yun could see that he had gout, could he also have a way to treat it? "Yes, I suffer from severe gout. Can you treat gout?" Ho Yaozong was really tormented by this hateful gout, because when it attacked, the joints of the fingers or toes are extremely red and swollen, and the pain is unbearable. One attack lasts for 2 or 3 days. The attack area is swollen like a carrot, and the red light is shining. When the pain is the most, let alone activities. In winter, I don't even dare to cover the quilt, it hurts my heart when I touch it, and my heart is dead. Therefore, he subconsciously asked. Ling Yun smiled lightly, glanced at Zhu Yongwang, whose face was purple, then turned to Ho Yaozong and said with a smile, "It can be cured." Ho Yaozong was overjoyed when he heard the words, and at this time he forgot to be an ally with Zhu Yongwang. He said excitedly, "Then can you cure me? In this way, I can believe that your medical skills are powerful, and as long as you cure me, well, I'll give you how much you want." Ling Yun lay down comfortably behind the sofa, and said with a faint smile, "It's a pity that you don't believe in my medical skills, and I don't want to prove to you how powerful my medical skills are. You are not worthy of it. So sorry, I won't you heal." Ling Yun could see what was wrong with him, and said that he had a way to treat it, but he didn't treat himself. "Isn't this just kidding me?" Ho Yaozong suddenly became angry. "Humph. I don't think you can cure it at all, you're just talking nonsense." Ling Yun wasn't angry at all, still wearing a harmless smile, he asked with a smile, "Oh? Is that so? Then tell me, how did I find out what's wrong with the two of you? Did you tell me?" At this time, Morong Feishua finally came out of the bathroom. She didn't know how many times she washed her hands just now, rubbing her two beautiful and fair hands red. "Humph." Morong Feishua first glared at Zhu Yongwang with contempt, and then looked at Ling Yun with embarrassment in his eyes. "Humph. Even if I can see that I am sick, what can I do?" Zhu Yongwang was also anxious at this time. Anyway, it was useless for him to hide it now, so he simply slammed his heart and admitted it directly. "You can see that we are sick, but we can't cure it." "It still means that you can't cure it. You can't prove how brilliant your medical skills are? Unless you can cure us." Of course Zhu Yongwang knew it. Ling Yun could see through his pants that there was something wrong under him, how powerful this medical skill was. Maybe Ling Yun could cure the flower willow disease that he couldn't cure for a long time, but since Ling Yun didn't treat Ho Yaozong, it was even more impossible for him to cure him, so he simply used the aggressive method. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun ignored his aggressive commander Fagin, but turned to look at Morong Wencher. He smiled lightly, "Grandpa Morong." "Humph. Grandpa Morong is also your name?" When the two dudes saw that Ling Yun was actually called Grandpa Morong Wencher, they immediately shouted angrily. Morong Feishua blushed again, and snorted, but didn't say anything. Morong Wencher was shocked by Ling Yun's medical skills. When he saw Ling Yun calling him, he immediately responded kindly, "Ling Yun, you said." After he finished speaking, Morong Wencher glanced at the two great dudes with extremely disgusted eyes. Over the past few days, these two gangsters have made a lot of jokes in the antique market, shamed their own family, and caused a lot of trouble for Morong Wencher. Today, they finally lost their face in his office. Ling Yun talked eloquently. "Grandpa Morong, I came here today for 3 things. When Morong Feishui heard this, she thought that Ling Yun was finally going to show her fox's tail. 3 things? The appetite is quite big, why don't you say 30 pieces? Humph. Morong Feishui's face turned cold as frost, and when she looked at Ling Yun, she was disgusted again. Ling Yun didn't care about Morong Feishui's performance at all. He continued to smile and said, "First, it's been almost 2 months since Grandpa Morong was treated. I want to come and see you and see how you're recovering. Now, seeing Grandpa Morong's complexion is ruddy and full of energy, I can rest assured." Ho Yaozong sneered disdainfully, "Ling Yun, you really know how to say something nice. Grandpa Morong's illness has long since recovered. Of course, his complexion is ruddy and full of anger. Why do you need to come here to pretend to be a good person?" Zhu Yongwang also sneered with contempt, muttering in his mouth that he didn't know what Ling Yun was talking about. Morong Wencher was completely angry. He slapped the coffee table heavily, and shouted angrily, "You two, shut up for me." The old man was so angry that he slapped the table with rage. Seeing that Morong Wencher was really angry, the 2 gangsters were so frightened that they kept silent at the same time, and they didn't dare to take a breath. Ling Yun was not affected in any way. He added, "Second, when Miss Morong went to find me some time ago, there was a little unpleasantness between us, which was actually a small meeting between me and Miss Morong. It's just a small joke. I came here today to explain this matter clearly." Ling Yun looked at Morong Feishui and said with a grin, "I said, Sister Morong, don't be stern, I'm just joking with you. I borrowed your car to play for 2 days. Since I wanted to come, I have been very busy, and I haven't driven it once, and it's not too long now, so I came here today to return your Maserati to you." "What?" Morong Feishui was stunned, her charming little mouth opened to the widest in an instant. She couldn't believe her ears. She originally thought that Ling Yun came here today to continue to ask her for something, but Ling Yun said that she wanted to return her car. This is simply the opposite. Is this still Ling Yun? I was not lustful just now, and now I am not greedy for money. Could it be that Ling Yun's evil heart and dazzling bowels have all been lost along with more than 50 kilograms of fat and fat? Upside down. Morong Wencher looked at his precious granddaughter with the same shocked expression. Was he kidding? Return car? How could Ling Yun like this be greedy for money? Feishui, you. Morong Wencher looked at Morong Feishui and couldn't help but blame him. The old man said in his heart that Morong Feishui was knowledgeable and would never let herself down, but how could she have such a deep grudge against Ling Yun? Ling Yun's mouth twitched, and he continued to say impassively, as the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Although I saved Grandpa Morong's life, I didn't want anything in return at first. Don't even mention the money thing, so. As Ling Yun said that, he took out a check for 1 million yuan like a conjuration, placed it lightly on the coffee table, and said with a slight smile, "This is a cash check from ICBC, 1 million. It will be repaid today, with the interest. I won't give it any more. Now, if Sister Morong is still mad at me, then hit me a few times to vent." Slap in the face, naked slap in the face. Not only did they not come to ask for any benefits, but the car was returned, and the money was returned. Rescue the wounded and save lives without expecting anything in return, be impassioned. Is this still unethical? Ling Yun's 2 actions slapped Morong Feishui's face, and it was almost swollen. To be continued. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Duck. The big 350,000 is red. A total of 370,000 rewarded, contributed 37 monthly tickets to the fairy doctor. Congrats to Mr. Duck, greatly become the leader of the dandy fairy doctor. Duck total, big 587. I wish Mr. Duck a great immortal blessing forever, longevity, and heaven. There will be more updates in the next 3 days. Thanks again. Ling Yun was indeed showing his fox tail, but it was not Morong's family, but Morong Feishui. A sword seals the throat. Sharp kill. Morong Feishua's face instantly flushed red, and her breathing became rapid. The two perfect and alluring towering and violent ups and downs on her chest were completely unobstructed by Ling Yun. Tang Meng secretly laughed in his heart. He had seen Ling Yun stepping on someone and slapping him in the face, but he didn't know how many times he had slapped him in the face, but it was the first time that the slap in the face was so swollen, and the slap was so crisp and loud. Tang Meng was worthy of being the roundworm in Ling Yun's stomach. Ling Yun's purpose was very clear. Ling Yun said that he would return the car and pay back the money, but he just said it casually. The 1 million is the money to repay the life-saving grace. If the Morong family really accepted the check, what face would they have in Qingshui City? Although Ling Yun said it was impassioned and high-sounding, it was actually thunder and rain, and with just a few words, Morong Feishue was forced into the Jedi. At this time, I just heard the dawdling Ho Yaozong, who didn't have long eyes, and said, it's just a check for 1 million, what can it count? Besides, there are more scammers flying all over the sky now, using fake checks to bluff people. Went. Cough cough. Song Xingyang coughed lightly and said lightly, I, Song Xingyang, can guarantee with a human head that Ling Yun's check is real. If it is fake, I will eat him on the spot and write 1,000 won's check to the old man Morong. Song Xingyang has been watching the excitement quietly, now. Ling Yun said so much, Ho Yaozong was still there, pressing on, and he couldn't stand it anymore, so the words were very serious. Morong Wencher knew that Song Xingyang said these words. If these two dandy with little eyes dared to say more, Song Xingyang would really be able to call someone. Just throw these two dudes into the Qingshui Lake. Now Morong Wencher really likes the kid Ling Yun who died. The way he looked at Ling Yun was almost better than that of his mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. No matter how he looked at it, he was pleasing to the eye, and how happy he was in his heart. Morong Wencher waved his hand lightly, and was about to speak when he heard Ling Yun say again, Grandpa Morong, I'm here today, as for this third and last thing. When Ling Yun said this, he deliberately dragged a long tone to sell it off. Wait till everyone. Only when the eyes of Morong Feishue, who had lowered his head, also focused on him, did he speak again. Shocking words. Grandpa Morong, when I rescued you last time, I had nothing but 9 golden needles in my hand, and you were quickly taken away by the ambulance. Therefore, I left a little bit behind in your rescue. I am here today to make up for this regret. Pity? There is indeed a problem. When Ling Yun said this, Morong Feishue was angry again, and the eyes of the two dandies instantly lit up like light bulbs. Eyes are a little excited. Morong Wencher was even more puzzled, thinking that there was no problem with his brain. Not only was there no problem, but even his old headaches were completely cured. Moreover, Ling Yun continued the sternum for him, and the recovery effect was also very good. It rained in Qingshui City last night. I can't feel the slightest pain in my sternum. Where is there any regret? Oh? Are there any regrets? But why do I feel that my body is much better now than before I was hit? Morong Wencher said with a smile, not knowing why. Not to mention Morong Wencher, at this time even Tang Meng and Song Xingyang were a little puzzled, thinking that with Ling Yun's medical skills, even if he did it in a hurry, it would be impossible to leave any sequelae. Could it be that a world-shattering genius doctor like Ling Yun sometimes misses? This time, the two gangsters caught Ling Yun's handle, and began to speak ill of each other, regardless of their health. Zhu Yongwang's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Ling Yun, look at what you just said, high-sounding, whether you are returning the car or paying back the money, so you are waiting for us here? Use Grandpa Morong's body to talk about things, and want to deceive more money, isn't it? Ho Yaozong also stomped his feet excitedly, pointed at Ling Yun and said, Humph. What a hurry, I think you did it on purpose. If you want to cheat money, just say it, I can give you as much as you want, don't be fooled here. People. Morong Feishue was even more angry when these two dudes made trouble. She was slapped by Ling Yun just now and her face was swollen, but because Ling Yun said it was too beautiful and did it even more beautifully, she couldn't find any reasons to refute, but she always felt that something was wrong. Now that she heard it, she completely understood that Ling Yun returning the car and paying the money was fake. It was true that she wanted to use this kind of behavior to win the favor and trust of her grandfather. At this time, Ling Yun said that there was something wrong with his grandfather's body. Can Grandpa believe it? Can you let Ling Yun govern? As long as grandfather asks Morong Wencher to treat it, then he doesn't want anything? What is a Maserati worth $1 million compared to the immediate benefits? What's more, even if Ling Yun really returned, Morong Feishue and Morong Wencher would never accept it. Tang Meng saw this very accurately. Humph. I thought he really changed his mind and turned into a good person, but I didn't expect him to become even worse, bah. It's so bad. Morong Feishue's pretty face was tense, and the gaze she looked at Ling Yun could kill anyone. Ling Yun ignored the accusations of the two dudes at all. He first picked up the tea in front of him, blew on the floating tea leaves lightly, and took a sip before looking at Morong Wencher's forehead and top of his head. That is the place where Morong Wencher was injured after being hit. It was very serious. He had more than 10 stitches. Although the stitches have been removed and scars have been formed, he still does not have long hair. It looks ugly and completely destroys the beauty of Morong Wencher. Elegant appearance. Grandpa Morong, don't worry, of course there is no problem with your body. The little regret I said refers to the scar on your head. The main task of my visit this time is to remove this scar for you. Once again, the 4 people were shocked, and the whole office was instantly silent. Tang Meng's blood boiled with excitement when he heard it. In my heart, I said that Brother Yun's play is so beautiful, it's a stroke of genius. In this way, not only can the old man Morong's scar be healed, but it also immediately proves Brother Yun's medical skills, which is even better than blowing the faces of these two idiots. Tang Meng said in his heart, what was Brother Yun thinking in his heart? Why didn't I think of it? Why didn't Tang Meng think of it? It wasn't that he didn't understand Ling Yun's medical skills. Tang Meng had already seen the magical effect of the clear healing talisman. But because Morong Wencher is not his relative, everyone is fine, it's none of his business, and the scar didn't grow on his head. What did he do for Morong Wencher's worry? This kid thinks so thoughtfully, it will be difficult not to rise in the future, God can't hold him down. Song Jingyang's eyes became really excited, and thoughts flashed in his heart. I felt that I was going to have a great fortune, and knowing Ling Yun was definitely a fortune. Remove my scar, this. Morong Wencher was completely stunned. Ling Yun actually said that he could remove his scars? This scar has already grown long, how can it be said that it can be removed by removing it? If it was really possible, how far would Ling Yun's medical skills go against the sky? And Ling Yun still didn't bring any medical equipment, he just brought an ordinary stone. Could this still remove the scars? Removing the scars, how could it be possible? Morong Feishue was completely dumbfounded. It turned out that the small regret that Ling Yun said was actually this. He wasn't talking about something wrong with Grandpa's body. He was talking about the terrifying scar on his forehead, which everyone can see. If Ling Yun can't be cured, it is useless to try to corrupt money. My God, such a big scar. I heard right? Zhu Yongwang was stunned for a while, and muttered to himself. Ling Yun, are you out of your mind? You have blown all the cattle in Qingshui City into the sky. Ho Yaozong couldn't believe it at all. Morong Wencher is a very clean and elegant person. He pays great attention to his appearance, he is meticulously groomed all his life, and he maintains his appearance very well. It's just a pity, I didn't expect to be old, and I was hit by Sun Xing of the Sun family in the capital. Such a big scar was left on the forehead and the top of the head. After his injury is healed, this is indeed the biggest regret and heart disease in his heart. Because Morong Wencher is a seen man, and a person with a face, he shows up all day long, and often goes to some antique appreciation, jewelry exchange conferences, etc. Now a scar runs across his forehead and top of his head, and there is no hair around the scar. How to let him meet people? Therefore, after Morong Wencher's injury was healed, he would basically push any academic conferences that he could push, and would not participate in them. Usually, he seldom went out except to gamble on stones at Yudingxuan. Moreover, even when gambling stones, a hat is worn to cover up the ugly scar. Now that he heard that Ling Yun had a way to get rid of it, he could only imagine the excitement in his heart. Simply reborn. Ling Yun, do you really have a way to get rid of it? Morong Wencher stood up excitedly and asked, in a trembling voice. Ling Yun smiled slightly, then got up and stood up. Grandpa Morong, let me try it. Song Jingyang knew that the miracle would happen soon. He smiled and said, yes, old man Morong, you can let Ling Yun try it. When Morong Wencher saw that Song Jingyang also encouraged him to try it, he was excited and at a loss, and murmured, go, where to go? Ling Yun laughed and said, you don't have to go anywhere, just stay here, Grandpa Morong, just sit back and relax. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he quickly walked to Morong Wencher's body. He had already secretly buckled a 4th-level healing talisman in his left hand, and pressed the top of Morong Wencher's stone like lightning. At the same time, he silently shouted in his heart, Lin. Morong Wencher felt an indescribable coolness and comfort coming from the top of his head, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Ling Yun silently counted from 1 to 9, and after 9 seconds, Ling Yun withdrew his palm. Everyone fixed their eyes on the scar on the top of Morong Wencher's head, and all of them suddenly burst out with shocking exclamations. The scar on the top of Morong Wen's stone was completely gone, and the scalp was intact, even better than before. My God! This face is even more swollen, even worse than before. To be continued. 8 and the 5th. Crazy asking for a monthly pass, thank you for your support, and 3 more. I wipe. It's impossible. My God, he can magic. Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong broke their throats and exclaimed in shock. Among them, Ho Yaozong moved 2 steps forward unconsciously. Seeing that, he wanted to touch the top of Morong Wencher's head for himself. Both were stunned. Morong Feishue was even more stupid. Ho Yaozong didn't dare to touch Morong Wencher. Of course Morong Feishue dared. She walked up to Morong Wencher in disbelief, raised her slender hand, and touched Morong Wencher's face in shock. On his forehead and top of his head, he asked in a warm voice, Grandpa, how are you feeling now? In the end, it was his good granddaughter. She was shocked, but she didn't forget to ask Morong Wencher how she felt. Morong Wencher knew what happened to his head just by looking at the reactions of the crowd, but he still hurriedly raised his hand and touched his forehead. I feel good, the scars are really gone? Morong Wencher's excited voice trembled, he still couldn't believe it. Morong Feishue burst into tears when she heard that Morong Wencher was very good. Morong Wencher suffered a great calamity. After the injury was healed, this was his biggest heart disease, and it could not be erased. Morong Feishue kept it in his eyes, and kept it in his heart. If you get sick, it will be troublesome. But now, Ling Yun has easily exorcised Morong Wencher's troubles. For Morong Wencher, who has always paid attention to appearance, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is in Tong's remanufacturing. And the most rare thing is that Ling Yun was able to think about this. Even this can be cured. If anyone now doubts that Morong Wencher's brain injury was not cured by Ling Yun, it would be too funny and stupid. Not important anymore. Nothing matters. Whether Ling Yun returns the car and pays the money, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. Whether Ling Yun is greedy for money, or lustful, whether he really has no medical ethics, whether he misses school every day, these things. In Morong Feishua's heart, everything became unimportant. Even. Now that I think about it, even Ling Yun, who stared at his chest with impunity back, then became insignificant. Ling Yun healed his grandfather, he saved his life, and he healed the scar on the top of his grandfather's head, and he cured his grandfather's heart disease. He is a well-deserved benefactor of the Morong family. Thinking of this, Morong Feishua Ying turned around and walked in front of Ling Yun. With a face full of shame and tears, he respectfully bowed to Ling Yun. Ling Yun, thank you, thank you. Thank you for curing my grandfather, yes. I'm sorry, it was me. I misunderstood you. What happened in the past? It's all my fault. Of course Ling Yun wouldn't accept Morong Feishua's bow. He turned his waist lightly and quietly ducked to the side, but said with a smile, Sister Morong, please don't thank me, just don't get angry anymore, you know. I'm your boyfriend, this is what I should do. He was still the same person, still talking nonsense, but now Morong Feishua's ears were quite different. She straightened her tender body and raised her tearful eyes. She glanced at Ling Yun angrily, but surprisingly did not refute Ling Yun. Tang Meng couldn't help but worship Ling Yun when he saw this scene. He turned his head and glanced at Song Jingyang. The two exchanged ambiguous glances that only men can understand. In the bowl. After a long time, Morong Wencher was so excited that he could not speak, the expression on his face changed, many thoughts flashed through his mind in the blink of an eye, and he suddenly stood up. Eunuch Ling Yun, the miraculous doctor is amazing, save my life first, and then get rid of my heart disease. Morong Wencher has nothing in return, please accept my worship. While talking, looking at the action, it turned out that he was going to kneel down for Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't even accept Morong Feishua's bow, and Morong Wencher kowtowed. He naturally didn't accept it, he stretched out his arm and grabbed the old man Morong. Ling Yun's mouth twitched, and he smiled lightly, Grandpa Morong, are you planning to not let Ling Yun be a man? What's the point of doing so much? How can I be worthy of your worship? But Morong Wencher was so stubborn that he didn't listen to Ling Yun's words at all, and insisted on worshipping. Ling Yun had no choice but to wink at Song Jingyang, thinking that this old man had saved his life, and he would not be able to meet me. I didn't kowtow, how could I be so excited when I went to a scar? Song Jingyang spoke again, this time he stood up and came to Morong Wencher's side, giggling, Old Morong, don't make Ling Yun embarrassed, Ling Yun's clinic opened yesterday, in front of thousands of people he has healed 22 dying patients in one go without taking a penny, and now he just removed a scar for you, how could he be so gifted by you? What? Ling Yun's clinic opened yesterday? Morong Wencher was stunned when he heard this, his regretful bowels were clenched, and he patted his thighs and stomped his feet, good you Song gambler. Ling Yun's clinic opened, so the big thing, you actually. Morong Wencher blushed anxiously, his neck was thick, and he almost didn't come up in one breath. When Ling Yun saw that the old man was really anxious, he quickly tapped his finger and gave Morong Wencher an aura, so that the old man was relieved. I know you're in a hurry now? You'd better sit down first. Song Jingyang laughed, pulled Morong Wencher back to the sofa and sat down, then said with a smile, Old Morong, I know Ling Yun later than you know Ling Yun, but there is no way, who will let us do things. When you got closer to Ling Yun, he opened a clinic and invited me, but I didn't know he was your savior, so what do you want me to tell you? Song Jingyang even showed it to Morong Wencher when he knew Ling Yun sooner or later, as if he knew Ling Yun, his face was full of endless scenery, and he couldn't hide his pride. At the same time, Song Jingyang couldn't help but glanced at Tang Meng gratefully, and was secretly grateful, if Tang Meng hadn't reminded himself what a great opportunity he would have missed. Tang Meng just smiled and blinked at Song Jingyang, very naughty. Treat 22 dying patients in one go? Not taking a penny? Morong Feishui heard this, her delicate body seemed to be struck by lightning, her beautiful eyes flashed with energy, and she frequently looked at Ling Yun, her heart trembled like a drum, bang bang bang. Not greedy anymore. He also has medical ethics. As for lecherousness, such a man is a little lecherous, and it's not a big deal. Who makes him good enough? Besides, which man is not lewd? Autumn wave dark send room. The heart has been secretly promised. Morong Feishui suddenly stopped talking. She began to worry about her clothes, so she quickly checked herself and tidied up the front of her clothes, thinking that the dress she was wearing today would be too plain. I knew I was wearing a dress. Now, no one looked at those two dudes again, and Ling Yun instantly became a star in the room. Passively accept the adoration of all kinds of eyes. How could I not know about such a big thing? Ling Yun Clinic opened, and I didn't even give a gift. This makes me have no face to see. Hey! Morong Wencher was extremely annoyed, and slapped his thigh heavily. The regret in my heart, forget it. Ling Yun smiled and comforted, Grandpa Morong, don't listen to Uncle Song fooling you. It's just a small clinic that opened. It just encountered an emergency and the scene was not under control. The movement became a bit louder. Song Jingyang laughed and said, Old Morong, why are you in such a hurry? You are not guilty if you don't know. Ling Yun's clinic only opened yesterday. If you really want to give a gift, it's too late to send it now. Ling Yun is right in front of you right now. Talking. Song Jingyang gave Morong Wencher a secret wink. Morong Wencher suddenly realized, that's right, isn't Ling Yun right in front of him? Everyone is here, why do you still need to send it? To send now. But for a moment, Morong Wencher was worried again, this was in his office. What good things can I give Ling Yun? What's more, Ling Yun even said that Maserati and the 1 million check would be returned. It can be seen that people don't take these things seriously now. In his Tianqi pavilion, what value can resist Maserati plus 1 million? Send money? Vulgar. As soon as this idea came up, it was rejected by Morong Wencher. Ling Yun frowned slightly and said to Song Jingyang, Uncle Song, how can you do things like this? Didn't you force Grandpa Morong to give me gifts? I'm here, all the things that need to be done have been done, and the time is almost delayed, it's more important, let's go. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he didn't even look at the 1 million checks left on the table, and walked out. Ling Yun knew that even if the 1 million checks were really kept, Morong Feishui would send it back to him 10-fold and 100-fold. Focus on your heart, get your heart, and be afraid of the person who ran away from you. Ling Yun is not stupid. Tang Meng immediately got up, but Song Jingyang still sat still. Yu Dingshuan's gambling stone, if he was not present, he would not be able to start a bet. How could he bet without a dealer? Song Jingyang knew that if Morong Wencher let Ling Yun go, he would really see a ghost. Sure enough, when Morong Wencher saw Ling Yun got up to leave, he immediately stood up and held him. Not only Morong Wencher, but also Morong Feishui stopped in front of Ling Yun without making a sound. If you dare to go, step over me. Ling Yun, you sit down first, Lao Song and I go out first. Fei Shui, make another pot of good tea for Ling Yun and the others, and I'll be right back. Morong Wencher hurriedly pushed Ling Yun back to the sofa, gave Song Jingyang a wink, pulled Song Jingyang and left the office. The two went out for a long walk, and then Morong Wencher grabbed Song Jingyang's arm and said, Old Song, hurry up and come up with an idea for me, this. What is the right gift? Song Jingyang knew that Morong Wencher called him out to discuss this. He spread his hands and said in embarrassment, Don't ask me about this, I don't know either. However, for the sake of you begging me, I can give you a reference. What reference? Morong Wencher asked anxiously. Yesterday, Ling Yun's clinic opened, and all the prominent figures in Qingshui City were present, including Dr. Shui, a military commander, Li Yifeng, Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Qingshui City, Tang Tianhao, Director of Public Security, and Shuang Tianda, the richest man in Qingshui City. Their gifts are. Song Jingyang lowered his voice and casually said a few gifts. What? Morong Wencher was completely stunned after hearing this. To be continued. Thanks to I am fat but healthy for the big 10,000 coin reward. Thank you so much. The 6th update is here, and there are 2 more updates. Continue to frantically ask for a monthly pass. Old song, according to what you said, Ling Yun's current worth is not worth 5 billion? After Morong Wencher was shocked, he murmured that Ling Yun was only a 3rd-year high school student. Much more than. Song Jingyang was very solemn, and said solemnly, Master, I will not hide from you today. You should be able to guess the origin of my Song Jingyang, but now, I am not telling you that. Let me tell you, I, Song Jingyang, have read countless people from childhood to adulthood, but this is the first time I have seen a peerless genius like Ling Yun. More than a month ago, when I saw Ling Yun, he wanted to bet with someone and asked me to be a witness. At that time, he couldn't even get 100 million yuan. But, do you know what kind of mortgage he will use? Song Jingyang raised his hands and gestured, such a big piece of emperor jade. I don't need to say how valuable it is, and this piece of emperor jade was hollowed out and made into a jade box. What is in it, you can think about. More than a month ago, Ling Yun rode alone and demolished 2 villas in a few minutes. At that time, he also took out 2 night pearls, the size of a longan. Golian City is now slumped? It was Ling Yun who broke it. The former public security chief Luo Zheng went to prison, right? It was also Ling Yun who broke it. That's why Tang Tianhao can easily ascend to the position. Besides, I also know that the Sun Xing who hurt you is the scoundrel boy from the Sun family in the capital. His family of 3 were all slaughtered by Ling Yun. Don't ask me how I know about these things, anyway, you know that I have a way. Old man, Ling Yun like this, you should talk to him about money. Do you think you will take it seriously? At our status, there are more than 3.5 billion or less than 3.5 billion, is there any difference? It's just some numbers. Song Jingyang didn't treat Morong Wencher as an outsider. What he said were really heartfelt words. How come I don't know what you said? Morong Wencher couldn't help touching the scar that no longer existed. Shocked and surprised again. When these things happened, you were still lying in the hospital, and Fei Shue was taking care of you in the hospital every day. You still have to take care of your Tianqi pavilion, how could you know? After you were discharged from the hospital, because of the scar on your head, you hid in the house all day and didn't see anyone. Recently, you lost the stone bed again. Who is free to tell you this? After Song Jingyang finished speaking, he patted his butt and was about to go back. Anyway, I told you what I should say. As for what you want to give, you can only make up your own mind. I really can't help you. Morong Wencher pulled him back again and murmured, I can't believe it. I can't believe it, Ling Yun has grown to such an extent in more than a month. Song Jingyang smiled secretly and said in his heart, there are more that you can't think of. Where is this? He really killed all 3 of Sun Xing's family? Morong Wencher was secretly startled, and began to figure out Ling Yun's current strength. Being able to slaughter all 3 of the Sun family and Sun Xing's family in the capital, and the Sun family has not come to seek revenge against Ling Yun until now, which shows a lot of things. Smart people can think of what Ling Yun has now. The hidden strength, even the Sun family dare not act rashly. If what I said is half-truth, I'll give you the entire Pearl Jade Hall. Song Jingyang smiled confidently, half-jokingly. I can't see it. This kid's hostility is a bit too heavy. Morong Wencher shook his head and said. Song Jingyang smiled and said, it's not that Ling Yun is sullen, it's that you don't understand the reason, if you're not afraid of letting Ling Yun wait in your office for too long. I can tell you slowly, I'll just say one sentence, old man. If you are faced with Ling Yun's situation, you will be killed for you. Morong Wencher nodded thoughtfully, but didn't ask this topic again. He now understood who Ling Yun was, so he said in difficulty, Lao Song, you have been here for a long time and tell me what you are giving. Gift, you didn't say it. Song Xingyang rejoiced, Old Morong, it's too hard for you to do this. It's you who want to repay your kindness and give gifts. Of course, you have to decide the size of the scale. What I said just now is just to give you a standard. If you think it's suitable, if you give 18 million, Ling Yun will definitely not be too little. If you want, you can also give your Tianqi pavilion to Ling Yun. That's your business, I can't say it. Morong Wencher said angrily, you gambler are sincere to see my jokes, right? It's useless to say something. 18 million, my old life and this scar, are worth 18 million? Say it and you're going to die. Song Xingyang knew that Morong Wencher wanted a face, so he smiled and said, don't you still have a Tianqi pavilion? Song Xingyang's words have already brought a reminder. Morong Wencher frowned and said, Old Song, it's not that I, Morong Wencher, can't bear it, but this Tianqi pavilion is the foundation of our Morong family. This is really impossible to give. Song Xingyang said in his heart that your precious granddaughter is about to fly with others, and he told me about the root of your Morong family. He reminded again, if you really want to listen to my advice, I really have an idea. Morong Wencher was overjoyed when he heard this. What's your idea? Song Xingyang laughed and said, I heard that your Morong family has a family heirloom, which seems to be a jade seal of an ancient emperor, so-called Tianqi. Is it true or false? When Morong Wencher heard this, his whole body shuddered immediately. He grinned and said, well, you gambler, you said it, but it was our Morong family's heirloom idea? Song Xingyang didn't care. He smiled lightly and said, since you said that, it seems to be true. If I were you, I would give this baby to Ling Yun. This? Morong Wencher suddenly committed a great disaster. How could the Morong family's heirloom be given away as a gift? It's a family legacy. Old Song, you're giving me a problem. Morong Wencher's brows knitted together into a big pimple. Song Xingyang smiled faintly and said, have you seen it? I said I won't give you advice, you won't let me go, but give you advice, but you can't bear it, I'm really thankless. Song Xingyang is absolutely amazing. This is actually a calm and aggressive general. But that Tianqi seal was left to that girl Fei Xue. Morong Wencher said the truth in embarrassment. When Song Xingyang heard it, he thought that it was just right, so let's talk about it together. Old Morong, did I say you are really confused? Your granddaughter said that Ling Yun is her boyfriend just now, didn't you hear it? Morong Wencher said, that's Fei Xue using Ling Yun as a shield. How can you take it seriously, for fooling those two dudes? Song Xingyang laughed and said, you don't need to remind me. I saw it earlier, but maybe it was at first, but what happened later? After Ling Yun cured you, he once said that it was Fei Xue's boyfriend. What happened to Fei Xue? How? You think about it. Song Xingyang said very little in the office, but he took everything in his eyes. What do you mean, make a fake into a real thing? Fei Xue really likes Ling Yun? Morong Wencher said excitedly with a happy look in his eyes. Guaranteed not to run. Song Xingyang laughed happily. Ling Yun just said to go, don't do anything, think about how Fei Xue did it. Look at Ling Yun. I won't say that, I'll just say that if you are a woman, do you like Ling Yun or not? Then you need to ask? The funny thing is, Morong Wencher really nodded subconsciously. Seeing that Song Xingyang finally did not waste his words. He slapped his thigh and said, isn't that all right? The precious granddaughter is going to be married, and you are still here to be so entangled with a broken jade seal. I am worried for you. Morong Wencher pondered over and over again. The expression on Qin Yan's face changed, and finally he gritted his teeth and turned his heart away. He stomped his feet and said, that's it. Song Jingyang smiled and said, let's be honest with you, you will definitely thank me for this in the future. If a broken jade seal can bring Lingyun closer, you will never lose. This is a huge profit business. After saying a word, Song Jingyang lowered his voice, put his ear to Murong Wincher's ear and said, however, this jade seal is a gift. But you can't send it, you have to do this. After biting his ears, Song Jingyang lightly patted Murong Wincher on the shoulder. How is it? My old song is interesting enough? Murong Wincher was overjoyed and nodded again and again. That's enough, it's useless to say so much, just these few words are useful, why don't you say it earlier? The 2-year-olds exchanged glances and smiled, and walked back to the office. When they entered the room, they found that the 2 idiots were no longer in the office, and Tang Meng didn't know where they were, but there were only Ling Yun and Murong Feishue in the room. Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong, their faces were almost smashed by Ling Yun today, and they lost their faces. Of course, they will not stay here again. As for Tang Meng, he was a very ghostly person, so naturally he wouldn't leave a light bulb for the 2 of them, and ran off on the excuse of going to the toilet. Grandpa, what have you been doing? Why did it take so long to come back? Murong Feishue sat alone with Ling Yun, her heart pounding like a deer for no reason. Her pretty face was getting redder and redder, she didn't know what to say. I can hardly sit still. Ling Yun was still calm, and he didn't speak. One of them poured tea, and the other drank tea. They just sat quietly in this ambiguous atmosphere for a long time. Ling Yun enjoyed this feeling very much. This is the feeling of conquest, at least to make Murong Feishue worship. Ahem, Grandpa and your Uncle Song just went out for a walk. Murong Wincher was more happy when he saw the 2 of them, and secretly regretted that they came back a little earlier. After speaking, Murong Wincher looked at his precious granddaughter, then looked at Ling Yun with kind eyes, and suddenly said, Ling Yun, Grandpa has prepared a gift for you, which is considered as repaying your life-saving grace, but, Grandpa doesn't have this gift with him now. Turn around and ask Feishue to take you home to pick it up, what do you think? What Murong Wincher said was, of course, the heirloom of their Murong family, the Tianqi seal. After speaking, Murong Wincher seemed to have nothing to say, and deliberately added, anyway, the 2 of you are already boyfriend and girlfriend, so there is no need to avoid suspicion. When Murong Feishue heard this, her face flushed wildly, and she didn't dare to raise her head shyly, but she still did not refute. However, Ling Yun was very calm, shook his head resolutely and said, Grandpa Murong, no need, I don't want any gifts, if you feel bad and insist on giving me something, give me that ornamental stone. Well. To be continued. The 7th of the 8th shift. There is also the last chapter, hungry, roaring hoarsely, asking for a monthly pass. As he spoke, Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed at the bamboo shoot-shaped ornamental stone more than half a meter high next to Murong Wincher's desk. The other 3 followed Ling Yun's gaze, and they couldn't help but feel happy. What is wrong with Ling Yun, but he wants an ornamental stone that he bought back for 8,000 yuan. This requirement is too low, isn't it? Ling Yun, it's alright, people know that you are not greedy for money, but you can't go back with an ornamental stone, use this to repay the grace of saving lives. If this spreads out, I don't know how many people are behind it. Poke the backbone of our Murong family. Murong Feishue was immediately anxious. She was the first to refuse. Now she completely believed that Ling Yun was really not greedy for money. But people are so strange, the more you greedy for money, the more they won't give you anything, the more you want nothing, right? People still have to put it in your hands. Song Jingyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said in his heart that in order to fool old Murong's family's best treasure out to you, I don't know how much effort I put into it. What does this make Song Jingyang say? Murong Wincher was stunned at first, but then nodded in approval. He felt relieved in his heart, and couldn't help but exchanged glances with Murong Feishue. Does that mean, is this what you call Ling Yun's greed for money? Morong Feishue was extremely embarrassed, but she smiled shyly and happily, and stopped talking. Her intention was self-evident. Song Jingyang stared at the ornamental stone for a long time, and finally opened his mouth. He frowned slightly and said, Ling Yun, Feishue is right, what do you want? You have to ask for an ornamental stone, you are not clearly letting Morong old man embarrassed? If you really want this kind of ornamental stone, I have it at home. I have as many as I want, and I can give you all of them. Originally, Song Jingyang thought that Ling Yun took the initiative to ask for this ornamental stone because he found out that it was a good thing, and there would be green inside, but he studied it carefully for a long time. It was found that it was really just an ornamental stone, except for the strange shape. No value at all. It is true that there will be no green inside, but the things inside are definitely much better than emeralds, because this ornamental stone contains a powerful golden aura. In Ling Yun's eyes, gold is hard to find. Of course Ling Yun wouldn't point this out, he just smiled lightly and said, I want this ornamental stone, it has nothing to do with money. One is that I like its high-spirited, upright and sky-high momentum, and the other reason is that it is here with Grandpa Morong. At any rate, I take something away, and since Grandpa Morong's wish has been fulfilled, I can also have something to think about. Ling Yun's words were fully accounted for. Let alone Morong Wencher and Morong Feishue who are beautiful in their hearts. When Morong Wencher saw this, he had already made up his mind, he said with a smile, okay, since Ling Yun said so, then Grandpa is not ashamed. I will give you this ornamental stone. Ling Yun secretly rejoiced in his heart, and immediately bowed his body and said respectfully, thank you, Grandpa Morong. When Morong Feishue saw that her grandfather actually gave Ling Yun a broken stone, she immediately said in disgust, Grandpa. However, Morong Wencher continued to say, however, this ornamental stone is just a gift for you. The gift that I decided to give you should be given. You and Feishue, find a time and go back. Just take it, I don't care about the old man. After speaking, Morong Wencher looked at Morong Feishue with a smile, and said lovingly, Feishue, look, this is possible? Only then did Morong Feishue let go of Morong Wencher's hand, she nodded happily, it's almost. Actually, it doesn't matter what gift you give Ling Yun, the important thing is that she accompanies Ling Yun to go home to get it. In this way, she has the opportunity and reason to be alone with Ling Yun. In the Morong family, is there any treasure more valuable than Morong Feishue? Morong Feishue had a pretty face with a smile on her face, her beautiful eyes frequently peeking at Ling Yun. She didn't know what she was thinking, her face was full of shyness. The most important treasure is successful, and the other Ling Yuns don't care, but he still politely said, Grandpa Morong, I always feel that this is not good. This time, without waiting for Morong Wencher to speak, Morong Feishue said coquettishly, just take the gift for you, where did you get so much nonsense? Well, don't do it yet. Ling Yun had no choice, but to nod with a wry smile, agreeing. However, Ling Yun pondered for a while, and felt that he was a little unhappy about receiving the spiritual stone of the old man Morong. After all, they treated him with sincerity. Although the three of them did not understand and appreciate the mystery of the stone, Ling Yun knew it himself. He thought for a while, thinking that he had bullied Morong Feishue badly today, and it was time to coax her, so he reached into his arms, and with a thought, he took out a night pearl from the upgraded version of the space ring. Ling Yun stretched out his hand, unfolded his palm, a luminous pearl the size of a dragon's eye, round and jade-like, and radiant, appeared in the palm of his hand. Sister Feishue, I came in a hurry, and I didn't bring you any gifts. I'm a boy. I don't need this little thing at all. It's a waste to keep it. I'll give it to you today. What Ling Yun said was really light, gadgets. Useless to keep? Still wasting? That is the night pearl, a rare treasure, hard to find in the world. Of course, no one was listening to him at this time. The three of them all had their eyes lit up at this time, and they stared at the night pearl without blinking, and their mouths open to the maximum at the same time. What does Morong Feishue do? The most famous jewelry appraiser and stylist in the international jewelry industry, currently the general manager and chief designer of the Tianqi Jewelry Company under the Morong family. She has seen a lot of priceless jewelry, but this is the first time she has seen such a big Yimingzhu. My God! Morong Feishue swallowed the fragrance in excitement. Her beautiful eyes were hazy, her eyes were straight. She muttered to herself, dreamlike beauty, a peerless treasure. I can touch it. Touch it? Ling Yan flipped his wrist and put the Yimingzhu directly into Morong Feishue's hand. At the same time, he did not forget to grab a handful in her beautiful and slender hand, and said with a faint smile, I already told you to give it to you, feel free to touch. Ah? It's really for me. Morong Feishue replied subconsciously. She was so confused now that she forgot to refuse. Morong Wencher and Song Xingyang recovered from their shock. They looked at each other in horror, thinking that they had said that Ling Yun had the pearl of the night, but now he took it out and wanted to give it to Morong Feishue. Morong Wencher thought about the Tianqi seal in his house, and couldn't help shaking his head helplessly. In this way, who will make and who will lose, I really can't say for sure. Song Xingyang had a look of envy, jealousy, and hatred on his face. The corners of his mouth twitched, his Adam's apple trembled, and he spit. He gave Morong Wencher a wink and said, Old Morong, how are you? Morong Wencher naturally understood his words beyond words. Song Xingyang meant, I said you won't lose, right? Morong Wencher was speechless. This fineness, this texture, this radiance. The real thing is that the pearl is round and jade-like, the pearl is round and jade-like. Morong Feishue was completely lost. There were people in the room who knew the goods, and it was useless to say so much. Morong Feishue took the Yimingzhu in his hand and admired it for 3 minutes, before returning it to Ling Yun reluctantly. This gift is too heavy, I can't accept it right now. Morong Feishue said, shy and content. She is very smart. What she said is not to accept it, but not to accept it now, which means that the time has not come yet, and people have not agreed to you yet. You have to give it to me when you propose. I haven't gotten anything back from what I sent out. Ling Yun smiled lightly, not paying attention to the words in Morong Feishue's words. Morong Wencher and Song Xingyang listened, but they both laughed at the same time. At this point, the office was full of laughter and happy faces, a peaceful scene. People really can't want to. Okay, I'll take it for you. Where did all the nonsense come from? Ling Yun gave Morong Feishue's words to him directly, and returned it to her intact, then said, if you don't want it, then, I'll give it to Uncle Song, see if he wants it? Song Xingyang hurriedly said, I want it, Feishue, give it to me, I'll keep it as a family heirloom. As he said that, he actually made a gesture, wanting to go up and snatch it. Morong Feishue hurriedly covered the night pearl with both hands, and didn't let go, but said coquettishly, I want to be beautiful. I won't give it to you. After speaking, Morong Feishue got up quickly, and said no more refusal. She was charming, gave Ling Yun an affectionate glance, and then almost trotted out of Morong Wencher's office. Don't ask, of course, find the safest safe in Tianqi Pavilion and hide the night pearl. In the eyes of Morong Feishue and Morong Wencher, Ling Yun, the night pearl, is a token of love. However, Ling Yun did not have the awareness in this regard, he just felt that he should do this, otherwise, it would be detrimental to his cultivation. Ling Yun, Feishue has never liked any boy. Now she is willing to accept your night pearl, and the future development of the two of you will depend on yourselves. Morong Aragonite's words are sincere and mean. Ling Yun pretended to be confused and just scratched his head. Song Xingyang laughed, suddenly turned his head to look at Yu Dingxian opposite Tianqi Pavilion, stood up and said, well, the time is just right now, old man Morong, it's rare to have such a good mood today, let's go and play together. Both hands? Ling Yun didn't get up, but swept out with his divine sense. Now is the time when the antique market is the most crowded in the afternoon. The tic-tac-toe intersection is crowded with people, shouting and haggling. The sound of bargaining is deafening. Morong Wencher was naturally very interested. He stood up and laughed and said, I heard that you Dingshuan and Kishiju have brought a lot of strange stones this time. 2 hands. Song Gambler, are you sitting in the village today? Song Xingyang smiled indifferently and said, let's take a look at it. After a long time, Morong Feishua finally hit her night pearl and came back, her pretty face flushed with excitement, and her gaze towards Ling Yun became much more eager. The 4 of them went downstairs together, left Tianqi Pavilion, crossed the street, and came directly to the gate of Yudingshan. To be continued. The 3rd 8th shift in September is complete. 26,000 words. Thank you for your rewards and monthly tickets today. Xiaobu will continue to work hard tomorrow. There will be a more exciting drama tomorrow. Please get a monthly ticket. A group of 4, except Ling Yun, the other 3 were not familiar with Yudingshan anymore. Before entering the door, Yudingshuan's man greeted him politely. HP, //772E6F742E6F%6. Yo, Mr. Morong, President Song, you are here. If you don't come again, it is estimated that our boss and Boss Han will have to carry a large sedan chair to invite you. They are all waiting for you in the backyard. Song Xingyang smiled lightly when he heard it. Haha, it seems that there are quite a lot of strange stones today. Lord Yu and young Master Han are waiting anxiously. The Jade Lord in Song Xingyang's mouth is the owner of Yudingshan. He only loves jade, jewelry, jade, and antiques in his life. This is also a job passed down by their ancestors of the Jade family, so they are called Jade Lord. As for Han Laosan, he is the owner of Kishiju. He is very close to Jade Prince. Han Laosan is in charge of collecting the rough jade, and Jade Prince is in charge of taking out, or waiting for the jade to be cut out and put it in his own sold in store. In the antique market, the status of these 2 people is similar to that of Song Xingyang and Morong Wencher. They are both the presidents or directors of Qingshui Antiques Association. Knowing the door and the road, Song Xingyang didn't need the guide to lead him at all, and walked to the backyard with his head held high. At this time, Song Xingyang had already taken off the string of Buddha beads on the wrist of his left hand, squeezed it in his hand and twisted it. His footsteps were windy, naturally carry an extraordinary air. Yudingshuan's store is very large, about 2,000 square meters. This is only the area of the business store, not counting the backyard. The 4 of them quickly walked through the store and came to the backyard through a gate. Ling Yun found that the backyard of Yudingshan was really unique. The area is just amazing. 6 or 7,000 square meters, more than 100 meters long, and 60 to 70 meters wide. It looks like a large vegetable market inside, except that the piles of vegetables are not filled with vegetables, but strange-shaped vegetables shipped from various places. Stone. Just, this backyard stone. But not necessarily all rough jadeite, there is a large open space dedicated to it. There are all kinds of strange stones with strange shapes, some like people, some like objects, some like trees, etc. This is specially prepared for lovers of strange stone collection for viewing purposes, not rough jadeite. God. This is a fall into a rock nest. Look around. The assortment is full of stones. Stacked up into mountains, the backyard of 6 or 7,000 square meters has become a sea of stones. People's sight is blocked by many boulders. It takes a circle to see the scene behind the boulders. Such a big place, even within the range of Ling Yun's consciousness. It can only cover about 1/10 of the entire backyard at once, and it is difficult to see the whole picture. Song Xingyang seemed to deliberately want to shock Ling Yun all of a sudden. He deliberately didn't introduce it and let Ling Yun see it himself, but his feet kept going, just walking through the road among the piles of stones. Go to the place where the stone is gambled. The spiritual energy was mixed, but it was very rich, and it was getting more and more intense. Ling Yin couldn't help being secretly shocked, saying that most of the spiritual energy absorbed by his villain number 1 came from Yu Dingxian. At least 70%. Going forward, you will see more people. With the looming noise, Song Xingyang's footsteps slowed down. Ling Yun used his spiritual sense to explore a large open space. Come to think of it, the place where the stones were gambled today is here. The area of the open space is not small, and there are 500 or 600 square meters. There are many people standing in the shadows. Don't ask, they must be stone gambling fanatics. Because this is an open space, the spiritual energy here is less than that of some places where the stones are concentrated, but there are all kinds of stone piles around, and the spiritual energy is still very strong. Ling Yun opened all his pores and absorbed it as much as he could. There are so many trucks pulling stones. There are 2 gates about 10 meters wide in the courtyard, which are only used for the entry and exit of supply trucks. The trucks are loaded with all kinds of stones. There are even 2 large cranes in the courtyard. They are always busy. Naturally, it is used for loading and unloading stones. Oh, Mr. Morong, President Song, you are here, waiting for you to be anxious. As soon as the 4 Ling Yun appeared, they immediately greeted dozens of people, led by 2, one was tall and burly, white and chubby, very rich like a Buddha. The other was dry and thin, with dark skin, then he looked like a monkey, in sharp contrast with the big fat man, and looked very funny. Ling Yun, let me introduce you to. Song Xingyang opened his mouth to speak. He stretched out his hand, pointed at the tall and burly man, and said, "This is the big boss of Yu Dingxian, Yu Xingjin, who is nicknamed Yu Wangyi. This is the boss of Kishiju, Han Jingtong, who deals with Shishir all day long. We call him Third Han." Then, Song Xingyang smiled and introduced Ling Yun to Lord Yu and Han Laosan, so that they could get to know each other easily. Yu Wengai and Han Laosan seemed to be used to seeing Song Xingyang always have some strange characters coming and going. They greeted Ling Yun very politely and didn't say much, and then everyone went inside together. Song Xingyang asked as he walked, "Where are the new stones?" Han Laosan smiled and raised his hand. "It's all over there. There are a lot of good things, Lao Song. Do you want to go over and pick a few pieces first?" Song Xingyang took a look over there. His eyes lit up slightly, and nodded calmly. "Well, this batch of goods is really good. There are a lot of good things." Ling Yun didn't come here to buy jade, he came to look for spirit stones, so he didn't bother to look there at all, but instead explored the richness of the aura around him. Ling Yun noticed a huge cyan stone. This blue-colored boulder is almost in the center of the yard, and its placement is very particular, which is in harmony with feng shui. It is said that it is huge, because it is indeed too big. It is 8 meters high, and the chassis is more than 3 meters. Regular cylindrical shape, the stone body is curved, and there are 9 bends in it. The top of the stone is really in the shape of a faucet, lifelike, very eye-catching, shocking, and unforgettable at first sight. That's the treasure of Yu Dingshuan's store. It's called Qinglong Chu Shui. When Yu Wangya bought it back, it cost 200 million yuan. No one who came to Yu Dingshuan's backyard to appreciate the stone gambling was not attracted by this piece of green dragon, so Morong Feishue saw Ling Yun stop to appreciate it, and couldn't help but smile and explain to him. Jade Lord is really a big hand. Ling Yun stared at the blue dragon water boulder without blinking. He felt that he was inexplicably attracted by this boulder. There is no aura overflowing from this blue dragon water boulder. Whether Ling Yun uses his divine sense to investigate or observes with his yin and yang eyes, he can't feel any aura fluctuations, but he is attracted by this stone and feels extraordinary. Ling Yun, you don't understand stone gambling, you don't need to read it. Many people have studied this giant stone, including the top stone gambling masters from Panjiayuan in the capital, who have come to do various tests. This is an ordinary giant stone. It's just a good-looking shape, and there will never be green inside. Morong Feishue obviously knew Yu Dingxian very well. She wanted to talk to Ling Yun more now, so she explained to him carefully. Sister Feishue, where did this stone come from, do you know? Ling Yun didn't care whether it was green or not. If there was really emerald in it, Ling Yun would not be uncommon. Only the treasures that money can't buy are the real treasures. I know, this piece of blue dragon comes out of the water, and it's full of gimmicks. It is said that it was found on Punlai Island in the East China Sea in Qilu. In the end, it was bought by the Jade Lord and placed here for people to watch. Of course, he likes to watch it himself, and thinks that this blue dragon will bring him good luck. Punlai Island in the East China Sea? Ling Yan's heart was moved when he heard it. There was no other, because this place was marked on the map when he was studying geography. There are many legends about immortals, and the source is from Punlai in the East China Sea. This is one of the things that Ling Yun is most concerned about. Brother Yun, what are you two doing? The stone betting is about to start. Those two guys are here to watch the stone betting. Tang Meng had come to Yu Dingxian a long time ago. When he saw Ling Yun and Morong Feishue stopped here and didn't go forward, he couldn't help coming over to urge them, for fear that Ling Yun would delay appreciating the gambling stones. The two guys that Tang Meng was talking about were naturally Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong. These two idiots were swollen by Ling Yun's beating in Tianqi Pavilion. Dingxian appreciates gambling stones, looking for a thrill. Ling Yun raised his chin towards the boulder, and said lightly, I'm looking at that stone, the blue dragon comes out of the water. The more he looked at it, the more extraordinary he felt, the more miraculous he felt. This stone really looked like a turquoise dragon hovering above him. With his current state, he even felt a touch of coercion. You two go first, I'll go see that rock. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he left Tang Meng and Morong Feishue behind and walked straight to the boulder. When Morong Feishue saw that Ling Yun left a sentence casually and left her alone, she couldn't help but pursed her lips and snorted inwardly. Seeing this, Tang Meng said, Auntie, you should get used to it slowly. If you knew how many goddesses there were around Brother Yun, you wouldn't know how angry you would be. Hopefully it's not an illusion. If it was really a good thing, Ling Yun would definitely do everything possible to get this boulder without hesitation. Ling Yun quickly came to the side of the boulder, looked at it carefully, and occasionally raised his head to look at the lifelike dragon head. Strange, why don't you feel anything? Is it really an illusion? Ling Yun muttered, then raised his hand to touch the stone. The cyan boulder is very smooth. Obviously, when people who come to Yu Dingxian see this boulder, they can't help but come over and touch it twice, which is why the stone body becomes so smooth. Still no response. I don't believe in evil anymore. Ling Yun muttered secretly, and then he took out the magic gourd secretly while no one was paying attention. He poured 2 drops of dragon saliva on his hand, and then Ling Yun wiped it on the blue boulder. An astonishing scene happened. To be continued. I haven't written about gambling stones. I collected information for a day. Forgive me for being a rookie. I will have to update it again tomorrow. The 2 drops of dragon saliva exuding dragon aura just touched the surface of the blue boulder, and immediately immersed in it, disappearing instantly, leaving not even a trace. At the same time, Ling Yun immediately felt that faint coercion again, and it disappeared in a flash. Although it was only a moment, it was still clearly captured by Ling Yun. Great harvest. Today is definitely not in vain. This was Ling Yun's first thought after being stunned. We must buy this piece of Qinglong water, not to mention 200 million, even 500 million, 1 billion must be bought. Huh. Ling Yun was very excited, he exhaled suddenly, his Adam's apple trembled, he swallowed wildly, and then continued to experiment. He took out a bottle of mineral water from the space ring while others were not paying attention, unscrewed the cap, tilted the mouth of the bottle, made a splash, and poured water on the blue boulder. The cyan boulder was wet by the mineral water, and the clear water flowed down the surface of the stone, but it soaked the stone and made the color of the stone darker, but it was not absorbed like dragon saliva. Qinglong comes out of water and can absorb dragon saliva. Ling Yun casually threw the mineral water bottle aside, stroked the cold stone body with his hands, and circled the boulder twice. This boulder called Qinglong Chushui is really too big. The bottom is 3 meters in diameter. The whole body is dark blue. It looks atmospheric and desolate. After turning around twice, Ling Yun stopped, raised his head slowly again, and looked at the lifelike dragon head, frowning slightly, thinking about how to get the Jade Lord to sell him this treasure of the town shop. Ling Yun is a master of the formation technique. Just by looking at the placement of this boulder, he can tell that this boulder is definitely not placed randomly. Coincidentally with feng shui, the dragon head is facing Qingshui Lake in the northeast. Obviously, when the Jade Lord placed this huge stone, he invited a feng shui master. At this time, a few people saw that Ling Yun didn't go to the place where the stones were gambled to watch the fun, but stood here alone, stroking and watering the green dragon. Immediately, they gathered around curiously. They were curious about what Ling Yun was researching. Hey! Ling Yun, what are you doing? What is there to study about this stone? Morong Feishue also came over. Seeing Ling Yun standing here, she had been tossing around furtively for a long time, and she immediately chased after her and asked in a coquettish voice. Ling Yun turned his head and glanced at Morong Feishue, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. I'm not doing research, I just want to buy it. When Morong Feishue heard this, she was so shocked that her small mouth opened wide, and she raised her hand to cover it. God! It's just such a big stone. There's really nothing special about it except that it looks like a dragon. What are you buying it for? Morong Feishue was extremely surprised. She thought that Ling Yun had got a wrong nerve, and he didn't buy so many jadeite wool and jade raw materials, so he wanted to buy such a big stone that he didn't want to use? And even if you really just want to look good, if you want to buy it back, the Jade Prince will not sell it at all. It has been 5 years since the Jade King bought this piece of green dragon out of water. Although it cost 200 million to buy it, it has indeed brought good luck to the jade business of the Jade King, and the 5 years have been smooth sailing. He has earned more than $1 billion, and the Jade Prince is not short of money now. How could he sell it? Ling Yun didn't want to explain too much. He smiled lightly and said, it was originally for viewing. What a good omen. Morong Feishue was a little speechless, but since Ling Yun wanted to buy it, she couldn't stop it either. After all, this was the second time the two met today. She was tempted to return, but they didn't have any substantive relationship yet. However, even if you really want to buy it, Lord, you won't sell it. In the past 2 years, many people have come to Yudingshuan just to buy this piece of Qinglong out of water, and the price has been fired to 400 million. It's doubled, but Lord Jade doesn't sell it. Morong Feishue smiled and reminded Ling Yun. Ling Yun thought about it in his heart, and could only sigh slightly. Hey, ask him later, if you really want to sell it, there's nothing you can do. Seeing Ling Yun's expression, Morong Feishue wanted to give up, so she stopped talking about it and changed the subject. Hey, we came here today to see the gambling stones. That's the most lively place. My grandfather and Uncle Song are picking wool. Would you like to go over and take a look? Ling Yun didn't understand gambling stones at all, and he was not interested at all. The purpose of his visit to Qingshui City Antique Market was to carry out a big sweep, and he didn't want to waste time on these mundane things. He casually pointed at the surrounding stones and asked Morong Feishue, Sister Feishue, do you Dingxian sell these stones? Morong Feishui gave Ling Yun a sullen look, and then asked Ling Yun in return, "It's the elder sister and the eldest sister, are they as old as you say?" Ling Yun said in her heart that it's okay to call her sister. He smiled wickedly and said, "Of course you're not old. Your skin is so delicate and fair, delicate and crystal clear, at most 18 years old, why don't I call you sister?" Morong Feishui gave Ling Yun a white look and said, "Fuck you, there is no righteousness in talking at all. Tell you, you Dingxian, except for this blue dragon, can choose all the stones as you like, as long as you pay the money, it's no problem to buy all the stones here. However, look at the people who come and go here, there are so many people buying jadeite wool, and there are so many stalls over there. The stones here are not all from Yudingshuan and Kishiju, they just take up the bulk." Ling Yun expressed his understanding, and he asked, casually, "What's going on with those stalls? Isn't this Yudingshuan's backyard?" Morong Feishui explained with a smile, "The reason why Yudingshuan is the most popular is because their store has the largest backyard, which has grown in size over the past few years, so there are many people who sell jadeite wool in their courtyard. I rented a booth here, and every Sunday when gambling is the most popular, I provide some rough jadeites for gambling players to choose from, and I can make a lot of money." It turned out to be rented, no wonder. Ling Yun nodded, and then ignored the water from the blue dragon, lifted his feet and walked over to the open space, where the stone was gambling. "Hey, why don't you wait for anyone?" Morong Feishui shouted at Ling Yun's back, stomping her feet again and chasing after him. Ling Yun quickly came to the place where the stones were gambling, and directly found Song Jingyang, who was picking jade wool. He asked in a low voice, "Uncle Song, I'm not here today to gamble on stones. I just want to buy some stones, I like to go back. Could you ask Yu Dingxian to send someone to follow me? I want to pick some stones." Song Jingyang has already selected several pieces of jade wool, large and small. Different shapes, Ling Yun spoke at the same time. He casually glanced at him with his yin-yang eyes, and was secretly shocked. "Great, great. Ling Yun's current yin and yang eyes can penetrate about 3 centimeters into the interior of the stone. Some stones with a diameter of 7 or 8 centimeters can almost see the heart of the stone at a glance. Therefore, just a light scan, he found the stone that Song Jingyang had chosen. There are at least 3 of the 5, and the interior is green, and it is obvious that there is emerald in it." Although Ling Yun didn't know Song Jingyang's gambling on the stone and sitting in the village, how the village did it, but Song Jingyang's hand was enough to shock Ling Yun. Experience, strength. Specialized. Song Jingyang had it all, and when he chose the stone, there was a kind of arrogance and confidence in his brows. 10 yuan can guarantee at least 6 greens, no wonder Song Jingyang dares to sit here. Song Jingyang was busy picking stones, and he wanted to show his hand in front of Ling Yun later, so that Ling Yun would not underestimate him. "So don't care about anything else. Okay, you can let Yudingshuan's people take you, you can choose the stone, but after the selection, don't be busy negotiating the price and settle the bill, I will help you take a look and then." So Ling Yun didn't care about gambling stones anymore. Instead, he found a capable guy from Yudingshuan and led him around the entire backyard. When Morong Feishui saw Ling Yun just came over, she ran away again. She stomped her feet heavily in anger, and she never chased after her. Instead, she stood here and watched Morong Wencher choose the jade wool, but she couldn't help but chase after her with her eyes. Ling Yun's figure. The moment of sweeping came and Ling Yun was naturally unambiguous. He used his consciousness to the limit and walked towards the place with strong spiritual energy. "This piece is good. I want this. There's a piece here too." After walking only 20 meters, Ling Yun had already selected 5 or 6 spiritual stones. At this time, both he and the guy had already filled their hands. As long as Ling Yun walked through, he would not let go of a piece of spiritual stone. No matter how tightly hidden the spiritual stone was, he would follow the spiritual energy to find it. Ling Yun has gained a lot, but of course he will not be satisfied. He smiled and said to the stunned Yu Dingxian guy, I said, should you help me find a car or something? We can't get it. Dude Yu Dingxian was stunned for a long time. He had worked here for so long, and he had never seen Ling Yun choose wool like this. When he came to a pile of stones, he flipped over it with his hands, and then grabbed a stone and took it. Don't look at the condition, look at the appearance, don't look at the texture, and don't need a magnifying glass, let alone a strong light. Where is the selection of jade wool? This is simply picking up stones. Ling. Mr. Ling, right? I have to remind you that if you pick stones like this, you will die, really. Let's not talk about those stone gamblers over there. I think the stones you chose are unlikely to be green at all. Dai Yu Dingxian kindly consoled Ling Yun, but there was some disdain in his eyes. He felt that Ling Yun was wasting money. Thank you for your reminder. I'm just playing tickets. I'm not so particular about it. You can help me find a car. Soon, Yu Dingshuan's staff found a cart specially designed for handling stones. Ling Yun smiled and led him to continue the sweep. Ling Yun is definitely a big sweep this time. Not only did he use his divine sense to search for spiritual energy, but he also used the yin and yang divine eye to the extreme. As long as he saw greenery in the stone, he also took it up on the cart without any ambiguity. Half an hour later, Ling Yun and the Yu Dingxian guy completed a third of Yu Dingshuan's backyard, and the cart was also piled with all kinds of odd-shaped stones, which were piled on the cart. It's like a hill, that guy can't push it for a long time. Just so much first, and then choose later. Ling Yun saw that the guy really didn't want to accompany him around, so he had to temporarily stop the sweep. Just when Ling Yun was about to push the cart himself and return to the place where the stones were gambling, he suddenly saw a huge black stone with a diameter of 1.5 meters. To be continued. 8 more first. Today, each update only asks for 5 monthly passes, please help. This black boulder is dark brown throughout, 1.5 meters in diameter, almost the same height as Ling Yun. It was like a huge snowman, whose head was beheaded and dyed black. This black giant stands here so alone, not far from the Qinglong outlet, only a dozen meters away. It is lonely and silent, and it seems to be lamenting its fate that no one cares about it for a long time. The guy from Yu Dingxian saw that Ling Yun was about to push the cart away, but was caught by the black boulder, so he pouted impatiently and stopped to watch with Ling Yun. The place where the stone gambling is in full swing is choosing the rough jadeite. This is the best opportunity for these guys to exercise their eyesight and learn from the experience. Now he has to accompany Ling Yun, a rookie who knows nothing about stone gambling, to pick out these wastes. Of course not happy. It's just that the unhappiness can only be buried in the heart, and can't really be expressed. First, because Ling Yun is a customer and the god of wealth. Second, of course, because Ling Yun was brought by Song Xingyang, and he never dared to offend him. But fortunately, those stone gamblers over there have to choose at least 2 hours for the rough jadeite stone, and it has only been half an hour now. Ling Yun was attracted by this black boulder, of course not because of its size, and the black boulder did not release any spiritual energy. He stopped because he saw what was inside the stone skin with his yin and yang eyes. Ling Yun could only see one side of the black boulder, but on this side, his eyes were full of green. The green was uniform, the green was crystal clear, the water was watery, and the green was crystal clear. All green. My God, how much is this worth? Ling Yun was shocked and muttered secretly. Ling Yun can only see into the depth of the stone 3 centimeters at most, but that is for an opaque entity. The green inside this black boulder is crystal clear, and it is impossible to see the head at a glance. After Ling Yun's eyes looked into it, it was like a searchlight shining into the emerald green ocean. Ling Yun was shocked. His face remained calm, and he casually turned to the other side of the black boulder. The result was the same, and it was also full of green. With such a stone, you can open a jewelry and jade company. Ling Yunqin said. First, sir, you don't want to buy the stone, do you? The guy saw Ling Yun surrounding the stone and greeted it. Suddenly he couldn't help asking. What? Don't you guys sell it? Ling Yun asked in surprise. Come on, you don't sell the Qinglong water, and if you put such a big stone here, you won't sell it. Then what business do you Dingxian do? The guy said, it's not that I don't sell it, but I want to kindly remind you. Ling Yun said in his heart that this little guy had a good heart, and he said lightly, you said. The guy took 2 steps forward, lowered his voice and said to Ling Yun, Sir, I see you as a fresh face, it should be the first time you have come to our Yudingshuan, right? Let me tell you the truth, don't be fooled by the stones in our yard. Ling Yun asked in surprise, how do you say it? The guy raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the gambling stone, have you seen those people over there? Don't those hundreds of people come to watch the fun? Most of them are jade merchants, representatives of jewelry companies, and some stone gambling fanatics, only the few remaining people are here to watch the fun. Ling Yun smiled, casually, I know this, I just came to see the fun. Seeing Ling Yun's indifferent appearance, the guy was a little anxious for him, Sir. Don't you think about it, why don't those people choose stones from these piles of stones? Why? The guy was about to be cheered by Ling Yun, he smiled helplessly, because these people often come to our Yuding Xian, they all know that the stones in this yard are all from the past 7 or 8 years. Others pick the rest. No one wants them. The newly purchased stones this week are all piled up on the other side of the gambling stone. The pile that those people are picking now is. Ling Yun looked around, thinking that sure enough, in the entire backyard of Yudingshuan, he was the only one who was turning over the stones among these piles of stones. The others, except for the stall owners who couldn't live without the stalls, had already gathered at the place where the stones were gambled. Select the rough stone wool. Don't look at the piles of stones, it looks quite shocking. In fact, even in such a pile, you may not be able to pick out a single green stone. In order to dissuade Ling Yun from choosing these scraps, the guy simply explained it to Ling Yun directly and made him give up completely. For example, the piece you're looking at, don't just look at its size, you should first look at the section above it. Ling Yun nodded and said, well, the section is very flat and smooth. The guy was completely amused by Ling Yun, he grinned and said, this is not what I told you to see, and you don't think about it, how did this section come from? This time, he didn't wait for Ling Yun to answer, and simply explained directly, this section was cut with a stone cutter. This stone was originally more than 8 meters long, and it was placed horizontally at the beginning. At that time, anyone who knew a little bit knew that there was definitely green here, and there would be big green. Ling Yun said in his heart that there was a big green, and I saw it all. When this stone was first shipped, it was honored as the Stone King, and the price was this number. The guy seemed to be talking about his excitement, but he sold a small, but not small amount of money. He raised his hand and stretched out his middle fingers, stomping his feet excitedly, 200 million. Ling Yun saw the excited expression of the guy, and smiled lightly, thinking that even if I didn't understand the jadeite market, I knew that the value of this stone was definitely far more than 200 million, and 2 billion was about the same. At that time, a jewelry company really spent 200 million yuan to buy this Stone King. When the stone was dissolved for the first time, the scene was so hot that even our courtyard wall was full of people. But in an instant, the guy's eyes dimmed, and his voice was full of pity and regret. Unfortunately, this Big Mac wool is an embroidered pillow, which is not useful. Master Xiasher started from the head. Cut it more than 10 times in a row, and cut it more than 2 meters, but there is no green, it is the same as this section, it is this kind of gray stone, so scared that the calcification master dare not cut it. At that time, the people watching were all stupid, and the stone gambling masters who came from all over the country were also stupid, and all the jewelry companies and jade merchants were also stupid. As for the owner of the jewelry company who took this stone, almost vomited blood in a hurry. He doesn't believe in evil. He personally started to cut from the other end of the stone. This time he cut into a depth of 1 meter. It's still this kind of gray stone, not to mention green, there is not even a trace of fog. The owner of the jewelry company didn't have a human face on the spot, and his face was pale. Ling Yun was too lazy to care about this, and he immediately asked, after cutting 3 meters, there should be 5 meters left. Why is there less than 2 meters left? The guy smiled and said, listen to me slowly, the owner of the jewelry company, once he broke his bet, he didn't dare to gamble anymore. However, in the business of gambling stones, the most important thing is to be lucky. For such a big stone, the 2 ends and 3 meters are covered with pine and python patterns. If you cut both sides, you can't cut green. Who would spend 100 million on it? Purchase? No one dared to touch this mold at all. In the end, our boss was kind-hearted. He didn't want the jeweler to lose everything, and he felt that this stone might not be green, so he spent 30 million to buy the rest of the stone. Return. Ling Yunxian said that this jade prince seems to be a good person. However, after our boss bought it back, he knew that he would not be able to sell it if he took out food. Later, he simply cut it into pieces and sold them separately, so that people who came here to gamble on stones could cut them for $500,000. 10 centimeters, you can cut it how you want, but if you cut out green, you must divide it equally with our Yudingxian. Ling Yunxin said that if I rub it off, I can still gamble like this with stones. This jade prince is quite good at playing. That's it, today you make a knife, and tomorrow I make more than 30 knives, and the stone has been cut by more than 3 meters, and it has become like this. After more than 30 knives, Yu Wangya earned back nearly 20 million, making money and making gimmicks. This business is done. Having said that, the guy pouted in the direction of the stone, and said to Ling Yun with a smile, see, Mr. Morong who came with you, and President Song, have also cut this stone. But no matter how you cut it, the Stone King would not be green, and only about 1.8 meters left. Because in this section, the surface of the stone didn't even have a pine flower python pattern, and gradually no one cared about it. A year ago, we Yudingxian saw that no one was willing to cut this stone, so we erected it here. This is a scrap left over from cutting. Ling Yan's heart moved, and he asked lightly, then how much does it sell for now? The guy was stunned for a moment, thinking that I even told you this. Do you still want to buy it? I have seen a big head, I have never seen such a bad head. He smiled dumbly. If you really want to buy it, I suggest you talk to our boss directly, but spend a lot of money on a piece of scrap, TSK. Anyone can see the meaning, Ling Yun is too sturdy. After a pause, the guy suggested to Ling Yun again, sir, I think you are not bad for money. If you want to play, you can spend 500,000 to cut 10 centimeters on this stone, you can enjoy the fun of cutting Stone King, you can spend less money, and you can buy a piece of fun if you lose the gamble. As for what to do if the bet goes up, that guy didn't bother to say, so many stone gamblers couldn't cut the green, but Ling Yun could cut it with a single knife? Don't even think about it, it's impossible. Ling Yun smiled and said, thank you for your kindness. Since you want to play, then have a good time. I bought this stone. At this point, this forgotten Stone King finally has a buyer. To be continued. 8th and 2nd. Thank you Old Horses Sky for the huge 50,000 red, thank you for your 5 precious monthly tickets. Grateful. Don't hide it, everyone, be strong. Sir, do you really want to buy? Buy all? The guy was shocked. Ling Yun smiled faintly, raised his hand and pointed to the cart. Yes, I bought all of them, not only this stone, but also the cart I just picked, I bought all of them. However, I haven't finished my selection yet. I want to wander around for a while and pick some stones. It only took Ling Yun half an hour to wander around a third of the entire backyard. Now that he knew that no one was robbing him, he didn't need to panic, and continued to carry out the sweep. When the guy heard it, his face suddenly became bitter, and he wanted to scold Ling Yun to death. He co-authored with me and talked for a long time. Not only did you not listen to a word, but you became even more serious? He looked at the car of junk that Ling Yun had picked up, and he was breathing in and out, and the resentment in his heart was written on his face for the first time. Hey, forget it, I can only blame myself for being unlucky today. The guy calculated that he had completely accepted his fate. Ling Yun could see that this guy was upset, but he didn't say anything. He took the initiative to push the car full of stones and walked back. Ling Yun came to the gambling stone place, put the car away, and then called Tang Meng over by sound transmission. Don't look at it, these are all the stones I chose, and I have to buy them back. You can guard me here. Tang Meng looked at the car in front of Ling Yun, pointed at the hill-like stones in shock, and said, Brother Yun, isn't it? You have been busy for a long time just now, and you have picked up so much waste when you co-authored it? As soon as the guy heard it, he thought of Amiba in his heart, thinking that he had met someone who understood. It seemed that the two of them were about the same age. Even everyone knew that Ling Yun's selections were all waste, but no matter what he did to Ling Yun explain, he just doesn't listen. Hey! What if the family has money? What does it look like if he looks handsome? It's not just embroidered pillows and a bale of grass. If he does this, no matter how rich the family is, they will be defeated by him. This is pure he's a prodigal, and he's the kind who doesn't listen to persuasion. That guy was very upright, and he was already disdainful of Ling Yun from the bottom of his heart. Ling Yun glared, if you let you guard. I'll come back later if I find a piece missing. See how I clean up you. The guy suddenly shivered when he heard it, and gave Ling Yun another sentence in his heart, too domineering. Ling Yun finished speaking. He asked that Yu Dingshuan's guy to find a bigger car and took him to continue the sweeping. Before leaving, he did not forget to instruct Tang Meng to call Tai Xiaohu and take a few people with him. Come and help. Ling Yun didn't ask Tai Xiaohu to bring someone to help him choose stones. A stone the size of a basketball and weighing 180 kilograms was about as heavy as a steamed bun in Ling Yun's eyes. He searched for stones from the pile of stones. Just like picking up steamed buns in a pile of steamed buns, it's easy and effortless, and you don't need anyone else. Besides, where can there be so many spirit stones? Sometimes Ling Yun went through more than a dozen large piles of rocks, but he couldn't find a single one. There are at least 8 out of 10, because Ling Yun saw the jade inside with his yin and yang eyes, and put it on the car. Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu to bring people over to help him watch the house, and at the same time help him do some odd jobs, so as to save himself the trouble. Had the first stone selection experience. The second time was much faster, mainly because Ling Yun had already selected 1/3 of the place. In the past, a spiritual stone did not fall, and he swept it all. In the bag, there are fewer sources of spiritual energy, and naturally more easy to identify. This time it only took about 20 minutes. The car was full of rough stones, and could no longer be put down. At this time, Ling Yun had already cleaned up 70% of the stones in the entire backyard. At this time, Tai Xiaohu had already arrived. After talking to the extremely depressed Tang Meng, he found Ling Yun directly. Ling Yun finally had the coolie and asked Tai Xiaohu to push the cart. Tai Xiaohu's arms originally had more than 100 kilograms of strength, but now he has reached the 4th small realm of the Great Evolution and gathering star treasures, and he has begun to cultivate the inner strength of the waves. One arm has at least 1,000 kilograms of strength, and is fully capable of this job. After the cart was full, Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu to carry the stones back to Tang Meng. In order not to delay Ling Yun's quirky stone picking, the guy had already pushed the third cart with quick hands and feet. By now, he could see that Ling Yun had to turn the pile of stones in their backyard upside down, and he couldn't stop it. The guy put the car on the ground and looked at Ling Yun, who was searching for rough stones. He thought that our boss must be very happy now. He sold at least 3 cars of scraps at once. Song Jingyang invited the god of wealth for Yu Dingxian. Here, the boss must invite him this time. It took another half an hour. Ling Yun finally finished sweeping all the spiritual stones in Yu Dingxian, and the third car was full of spiritual energy. Hey, this is really a big profit. Ling Yun held a strangely shaped stone in his hand. This stone also did not release any spiritual energy, and Ling Yun didn't find it in the rough jade pile, he found it accidentally from the strange stone pile. To be precise, this is not 1 stone, but 5 stones, each of which is the size of a large watermelon, in irregular circles, and the surface of the stones looks gray and autumn, very ordinary, but a magical place. Yes, these 5 big stones are all connected together, strung together by an invisible stone pillar, like a candied vase made of large stones. Of course, Ling Yun couldn't be so excited because of its magical appearance. What he was excited about was that the inside of these 5 stones were all colors, and they came together in a string: purple, white, yellow, red, and black. There was 1 color in 1 stone, only 1 color. The only thing missing is green. Ling Yun was excited, the guy was completely shocked. He was not shocked by this strange stone in Ling Yun's hand, he had seen this stone many times before, but he was shocked because of Ling Yun's power. 5 stones, each about 30 centimeters in diameter, at least 100 caddies, 5 stones equals 500 to 600 caddies. Ling Yun is like holding a bunch of candied haws, turning it around in his hands. The guy thought to himself, if it was going to lift weights. Not immediately swept all the Olympic weightlifting gold medals? Of course, it is possible. Before Ling Yun went to sea, when he had just reached the 6th floor of the body training, he could kick a 1-ton boulder from the Tiger Cliff into the Tianqing, not to mention that he has reached the 8th level of the body training. Top level. After some serious play, Ling Yun threw the string of sugar haws onto the cart pushed by Tai Xiaohu. Let him push back. As the spiritual energy faded away, Ling Yun took the guy with him. I came to the center of the stalls of the stall owners again, and let go of my senses and swept away. There is no spirit stone. Ling Yun didn't feel any spiritual energy, and he also saw a few rough jadeite stones with green inside with his yin and yang eyes, but he felt that he had made enough money today, and he didn't want to bully these stall owners, so Shiran left and left. Back to the gambling place. It's over, we're almost done picking, and we're about to start dissolving stones. The guy went back to take a look. Immediately, he stomped his feet in anger. Those stone gamblers have already finished picking out this batch of rough jadeite stones, and the expressions on their faces are either excited or excited, but they are all uncontrollably nervous. Gambling stones, as the saying goes, 1 knife in heaven and 1 knife in hell. Gambling has increased one's worth 100 times, and the gambling has lost everything, and it may even go bankrupt. Become nothing, can you not be nervous? Ling Yun, why don't you call people when you come here? The fragrant wind hit people, and Long Wu suddenly ran from the crowd to Ling Yun's side, with long hair flying and a bright smile on her pure face. He immediately grabbed Ling Yun's arm. Why are you here? Don't be so affectionate, I just crawled out of the pile of stones, and my body is full of dirt. Ling Yun smiled and said to Long Wu. I'm fine when I'm idle, but I can't get through when I call your cell phone. I just called Tang Meng to find out that you came to Yudingxuan to see the gambling stone, so I came here to cheer you on. Ling Yun just frantically searched for the spirit stone. Because of the trouble, his mobile phone was thrown into the space ring by him again. Ling Yun laughed and said, I don't participate in the stone gambling, why are you cheering me on? The two chatted intimately here as if there was no one else around, not caring what the people around them thought. Morong Feishues saw that Ling Yun was finally no longer struggling in the waste heap. She was about to walk to Ling Yun's side, but she was extremely shocked to see a long-legged beautiful girl who was as good as hers was hugging Ling Yun's arm affectionately, chatting and laughing with Ling Yun. His face instantly turned pale, and his face was extremely ugly. Does Ling Yun have a girlfriend? Morong Feishua's heart was ashes, like falling into an ice cave. As for Tang Meng, he could not wait to get under these 3 carts of scraps. He really couldn't stand the foolish looks from around him. Look, what does that kid do? Yu Dingxian has so many newly shipped jadeite rough stones, all of which are old pits in Myanmar, but he doesn't pick them up. What is he doing with so many leftover scraps? Looking at this, they want to buy it. I just noticed that these stones were picked up by the young man in the waste rock pile. They must want to buy. There are so many children these days. These are all leftovers by others. These stones don't even have a pine flower and python pattern on them. They will definitely not be green. Buy them back and build a house? Haha. Let them come out to play stone gambling at such a young age. How did the family educate them? Isn't this a prodigal? Hearing these comments, Tang Meng couldn't stand it for a long time. His face was flushed red, like a on his back, and he thought that I would also be the leader of the future Tiandi group. Even before the Tiandi group was established, this face is all lost. Of course, what made Tang Meng unbearable the most was the contempt from those 2 scumbags. Furthermore, that Ling Yun is really an idiot. There are so many good quality wools here that he doesn't pick. If he spends so much effort to pick up scraps, I guess he doesn't have the money to buy them? Haha. Zhu Yongwang looked at Ling Yun and Tang Meng as if he was looking at idiots. Absolutely stupid. 205, he can use medical skills to pretend to be coercive, and wants to play stone gambling? It's still a few hundred years too early. Look at my stones, when I dissolve the stones later, see how I ridicule him. Ho Yaozong picked a few pieces of jade wool early, and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to gamble on stones to show his strength and regain Morong Feishua's heart. To be continued. 8th and 3rd. It will be cool soon, can you get some monthly passes? Brother Yun, you picked up so much garbage, we're going to throw it into Qingshui Lake this time. Tang Meng patted the 3rd car of rough stones that Tai Xiaohu had pushed back, the funny stone candied gourd on top. His face flushed, and he wanted to find a crack to dig into it. Needless to mention those professional stone gamblers, even I know that this is impossible to produce green. This is not a rough jadeite stone at all. Tang Meng said with a depressed expression. It really can't be green. Ling Yin said with a calm expression as he embraced Long Wu's fragrant shoulders. There were dozens of people around. Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong were gloating over the misfortune, and they were extremely sarcastic about Ling Yun. He had already heard it, but he didn't bother to pay attention. Ling Yun was now thinking in his heart how to talk to Lord Jade to buy these 3 carts of stones, and at the same time to buy the Green Stone King. He picked up a big bargain, prepared to negotiate the price as soon as possible, and left after checking out. God. Brother Yun, are you crazy? You still buy such a bunch of candied haws even though you know it's not going to be green? You buy it back and it looks good at home? Tang Meng stomped his feet in a hurry, and kept complaining, thinking that even if you lied to me, I would recognize it if it was green, but it cost money to buy it. It is true that green cannot be produced, but purple, white, yellow, red and black can be produced in 5 colors. The value of the cut is more valuable than green. Over there, Morong Feishue had already seen that Ling Yun had selected these 3 carts of scraps. She originally wanted to persuade Ling Yun not to buy these scraps. If Ling Yun was really willing to gamble on stones, she would ask her grandfather and Song Jingyang to help Ling Yun choose a few pieces of wool, let him enjoy the excitement and fun of gambling stones, but now a stunning girl has come for no reason, snuggling closely with Ling Yun. She was very close, she felt sad in her heart, she said that she didn't care, it would be better for Ling Yun to lose all. Do you really think that your medical skills are magical, that you can do anything? This is a stone bet, 9 out of 10 bets, and these newly shipped jadeite wool here. No one else can grab it, so you have to pick those scraps that no one wants for a few years. It's you who finds it embarrassing yourself. I'm too lazy to care about you. Morong Feishue was so angry that she secretly hated. At this time, Morong Wenshi and Song Jingyang chose from thousands of choices, and each chose the stone they wanted to bet on, arranged for someone to watch it, and walked towards Ling Yun chatting and laughing. Morong Wenshi only selected 2 pieces of wool for all gambling, while Song Jingyang chose a total of more than 30 pieces of wool. The quality of each piece was better than the other, and some of the envy stone gamblers had green eyes and saliva. Certainly. There are also some inconspicuous ones, but you can't just look at the appearance of gambling stones. Everyone knows that Song Jingyang is going to bet on stones, so no one said anything. Ling Yun, how is it, have you picked your favorite stone yet? Song Jingyang concentrated on selecting the rough stone to bet on, and he was full of confidence. High-spirited, he walks with wind, does not look sideways, and is extremely imposing. Before Ling Yun could speak, Tang Meng said with a sad face, Uncle Song, come and have a look. Brother Yun has become a waste collector. Song Jingyang was stunned for a moment, and quickly pushed aside the chattering crowd around him. Without looking down, he saw the 3 carts beside Ling Yun and the others. What's going on here? What are you doing here with 3 cars of scrap? Song Jingyang was stunned, his eyes widened and he looked at the 3 cars of garbage in the eyes of others, he was shocked. Ling Yun is really a strange person. He said that when he chose stones, Song Jingyang thought that Ling Yun was just playing tickets. I thought that when I was done with my work, it would be enough to help Ling Yun grow his eyes and not let him lose. Now it's better, let alone lose, it's all a loss to my grandma's house. Even if you want to play tickets, you don't bring such a play, right? At this time, Morong Wenshi, accompanied by Morong Feishue, walked in. He was equally stunned when he saw this scene. How did Ling Yun collect the waste? Ling Yun, you are. Morong Wenshi is very fond of Ling Yun now. When he saw that Ling Yun had picked up 3 trucks of scrap, he couldn't help worrying about him. Although this child is rich now, but if you are rich, can't use money to waste water. Isn't that a loser? This person is a little bit. Pure idiot, I've never seen anything like this. This is not gambling stones, this is burning money. I didn't come here in vain today, it's an eye-opener. I guess if Lord Yu sees it in a while, I won't die of laughter. What's going on with that string of candied haws? Does he want to eat candied haws? If he really buys it back, it will be enough for him to eat for a lifetime. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to gamble with stones, you don't know how to learn slowly, and don't come here with money to pretend that we haven't seen money before. I guess he just chose to play for the limelight. It's impossible to buy it, even if it's all scraps that no one wants, but he wouldn't even want to take such a big car without 30 million. You still need to say, even if he really wants to buy it, President Song and President Morong will definitely stop it, 30 million is not a small number. The people around were discussing sarcasm and ridicule, and looked at Ling Yun, the contempt in their eyes was clearly visible, no matter how ugly they said. There are many people who think that Ling Yun paid so much effort to buy these scraps to play tricks, so they disdain it at all. Grandpa Morong, Uncle Song, I really like these stones, so I want to buy them all. Please help me and tell Boss Yu, and I'll negotiate the price. Morong Wenshi and Song Jingyang were all shocked. They stared at Ling Yun in astonishment, and their faces became a little embarrassed. Ling Yun came in with them. If he really wanted to buy so much scrap, where would they put the faces of the two presidents? It's going to be laughed out loud. Ling Yun, if you really want to buy wool, I picked up dozens of rough stones, all of which are in good condition. Today, I won't be in the business anymore. How about all of them? Song Jingyang listened to the discussions around him and couldn't stand it all, frowning to discourage Ling Yun. Morong Wencher also said, I don't want to bet on those 2 stones anymore, I will give them to you. If you think they are too few, Lao Song and I will go and pick them for you, but you really can't have these 3 cars. When the 2 of them said these words, the jewelry merchants around took a deep breath, and there was a lot less discussion. They knew the position of Morong Wencher and Song Jingyang in Qingshui City's antique market, and they were able to say this for this young man. Speaking of which, I knew that this young man's identity was definitely not ordinary. Many jewelers are from other places, and they are worried that they will cause trouble, so they don't dare to speak more, but their eyes are still full of contempt. Thank you Grandpa Morong, thank you Uncle Song, thank you for your kindness, I don't want the stones you chose, I only need these 3 cars. Ling Yun's face was calm and unshakable, he insisted on his 3 cars. It's awesome, it's really awesome. How many people want President Song to help pick a stone, and they can't ask Grandpa to tell Grandma? Just now, President Song worked hard to select them for 2 hours and gave them all to him, but he didn't want it. That can all be wagered. Yeah, I don't want to do business with a steady profit and no loss, but insist on getting such a pile of garbage. This is really too personal. A certain merchant finally thought of such a word, personality. I've taken it, I've learned a lot. It seems that people have eaten the scales, and they just want to take money to waste, let us see how to throw money. The people around couldn't bear it any longer, and they all made fun of Ling Yun, feeling that he was shameless and pretended to be too pushy. Please let me. At this moment, Yuangye was chubby, and squeezed in from outside the crowd with a smile. Next to him, he naturally followed the 3rd Han. Little brother, I heard that these 3 cars of jadeite wool were all selected by you just now. Yuangye smiled, just like a Maitreya Buddha. At the time, it narrowed into 2 slits, which made people think that it was naive. It's just that Ling Yun can clearly see that 2 shrewd rays of light appear from time to time in Yuangye's eyes. He is definitely a shrewd character that is extremely difficult to deal with. In fact, you don't need to look at it to know, how can you be a fool who can make such a big business in jade? I chose it. Ling Yun said calmly, shaking his head as if he didn't count at all. If you pretend to be foolish with me, I will fill you in a daze, see who pretends who. Hee, I just heard my buddy say, you have to buy all 3 cars? Yuangye didn't care, nodded with a smile, and asked again. Yeah, it took me so much effort to choose so many stones. Of course, I have to buy them, otherwise I'll choose them in vain. Ling Yun said in a daze, and without giving Yuangye time to think about it, he immediately said, please, Yuangye, quickly find someone to come over and settle accounts one by one, so many stones, it will take time to transport them home. Yuangye frowned slightly, his eyes flashed, he did not speak immediately, but went forward with Han Lao San, lowered his head cautiously, and looked carefully one by one. Some people are shrewd, and if they are careful to sail the ship of 10,000 years, Ling Yun will be useless even if he pretends to be stupid. It's a pity, it's really a waste. Yuangye played with jade all his life, Han Lao San played with stone all his life, and neither of them could see any clues. Although there are many stones in the yard, as the guy said, they were all shipped in batches. Wandering around in this yard, the rest, naturally, they felt that it was impossible to grow green. Of course, although the yard is full of leftovers, the rough jadeite that no one wants can be sold for 180 yuan every week, but very few of them can be cut into green. In the end, Han Lao San took out all the magnifying glasses he carried with him, and added a powerful flashlight. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly, put his mouth next to Yuangya's ear, and whispered, "I see no problem." Yuangya smiled bitterly and said, "I can't see the problem, so let's make an offer?" Han Laosan nodded. The two separated. Yuangya raised his body, patted the piece of candied gourd string and said to Ling Yun, "Little brother, since you are a friend of Lao Song, I won't settle this with you, the price is 6,000. How is one?" As soon as the words came out, hundreds of people were all stunned. To be continued. 8th and 4th. Is it really impossible to ask for a monthly pass? This heart is cool. When Lord Jade mentioned the price, everyone except Ling Yun changed color. Too cruel. Without Song Jingyang, any jewelry merchant or stone gambler can see that these 3 cars of jadeite wool will not exceed 35 million at the market price when they were first shipped. And if this is still sold, it has been on Yudingshan for a long time. Very few people buy it. It is simply a waste that no one cares about. Too lazy to look at it. In other words, these are all scraps, and they are still scraps that cannot be sold all the year round, just like the Forgotten Stone King over there. It's not bad to sell at a loss. Not only does the Jade Prince have to make a profit, but the asking price will be doubled? Doesn't this mean to kill people? Song Jingyang was annoyed at the first, and he couldn't stop Ling Yun from buying 3 trucks of scrap, but he would not allow Lord Jade to pit Ling Yun so clearly. Even if Ling Yun was confused today, Song Jingyang, are still here. Yuangya, what do you mean? I don't even want these 3 cars of scraps. Even if you can sell them for 10 million, you will be picking them up for nothing, but you are charging my friend 6 times the price and saying this is to see my face. Aren't you sincerely slapping my face? Song Jingyang's fair complexion immediately flushed, and he took 2 steps forward and questioned Lord Yu. Morong Wencher was also very dissatisfied, staring at Lord Yu with a frown, and said, "Boss Yu, it's a bit inauthentic for you to do this?" Although Morong Fei Shue on the side was angry with Ling Yun, but now seeing that Jade Prince offered such an outrageous price, she also became anxious for Ling Yun. Her pretty face blushed and stomped her feet and said to Ling Yun, "Ling Yun, have you seen it? Take you as a slaughter." Morong Fei Shue was in a hurry and almost didn't call Ling Yun a fool. Tang Meng, simply. He sat down on the ground. Just now, when he heard people talk about 30 million, he shivered. Now that he heard 60 million, he would buy 3 cars of scrap and go back. He has to close the Tiandi group if it doesn't open. This prodigal speed is the best in the world. Brother Yun. Let's not buy it, okay? If you really like playing with rocks, I'll go up to Longpan Mountain to open up a mountain for you. There are all shapes. Nanquifing is also fine. Tang Meng hugged Ling Yun's thigh and begged to leave. As a result, the surrounding merchants all laughed in their hearts, and some people simply sarcastic. Stupid, let him try to pretend, and now he hit the muzzle of the gun. Yuangya asked for 60 million, this face hit, slaps. Yeah, he can throw 30 million, I don't believe he is willing to throw 60 million, a pile of scraps, but the selling price is doubled. I see how he ends up. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear President Song say that it's worth 10 million at most? Besides, it's only after it's sold that it has a price. If no one ever buys it, it's just a pile of broken stones, and it's going to be beaten up to build a house. No foundation. Pretend. Let him continue to pretend. If he doesn't buy it today, he will completely pretend to be a grandson. If you don't ask about it, you will dare to go wild on the Jade Prince's territory. I don't think so. I think the Jade Prince is afraid that he will miss out, and deliberately set a high price, so that even if it is really green, he will make a steady profit without losing it. However, this price is indeed a bit inflated. The people around were sober for a while, they said anything, and they ridiculed Ling Yun again and again, to see what he would do. Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong are so cool at this time, they are about to jump up, thinking that you won, yeah, you are really our grandfather, and finally avenged us, slapped in the face, and continued to beat Lingyun fiercely s face. 60 million, it is estimated that you can't get 10 million. It seems that you have to take the Maserati of Morong's family and the 1 million mortgage, right? Then we spend money to redeem it and give it to Morong Feishue, it will be even more cool. Lingyun, if you can't afford it, don't play like this. People who can't even afford 10 million want to come here to play stone gambling. Do you really think this is a vegetable market? Zhu Yongwang knew that it was impossible for Lingyun to treat himself with flower willow disease, so he simply opened up and confronted Lingyun. Lingyun, it's still the same sentence. If you want to be ashamed today, as long as you cure me of gout, no matter how much you paid for these 3 cars of rough stones, I'll pay you, how about it? Ho Yaozong still had a glimmer of hope, not only insulting Lingyun, but also wanting to provoke Lingyun to treat him. At the same time, these 2 dudes raised their hearts to their throats, for fear that if Lingyun decides not to buy it and just turns his head and leaves, they won't have any fun. Lord Yu stared at Lingyun's change in expression, and said to Song Xingyang, Brother Song, as the saying goes, if you ask for a price in the sky, pay it back on the spot. I admit, what you said is true, but since it's a stone gambling, it's just a thrill. Anyway, these stones are all jadeite rough stones, right? They weren't mined from our Longpan Mountain, right? Who knows if there will be green in it? No one picks it up after a long time. That's because I am doing business with Yexingjian. If I really want to play, I just throw a few piles of scraps into these newly purchased ones. In the wool, can anyone see it? Isn't it all stones? Besides, look at the Stone King in my shop. Was it good at the beginning? Did they all say that it would produce a glass-like green? But what happened? I have cut it, and you have cut it too, Mr. Morong. I've also cut it, and the third Han has also cut it. They've all been gambled, right? No one has cut it for 50,000 yuan until now, right? So, it's not false to pick the remaining scraps, but you dare to say that there is not a single piece of green out of these 3 trucks of stones? I'm afraid no one dares to make this package ticket. As long as there is value in gambling, I can offer this price. Your friend doesn't accept it. We can continue to negotiate the price. Isn't that how business is negotiated? Yuan Ye's speech was in a high-pitched voice, and what he said was reasonable and well-founded, and no one could pick it out, which directly left Song Xingyang speechless. It is indeed gambling, even if Song Xingyang, who has been a dealer for so many years, has been playing stone gambling for so many years, he would not dare to say which rough stone is 100% green. Clap clap clap. After Lingyun heard the words of Lord Yu, he was the first to applaud and said with a smile, Prince, you said it was really good. Indeed, doing business is to ask for a price and pay it back on the spot, but can I wait a while and then make a counteroffer? Will you wait a minute to make a counteroffer? What's the meaning? When Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong heard it, they immediately panicked, thinking that Lingyun would not want to be a tortoise, right? I don't want to buy it, it's boring. Yuan Ye and Han Laosan were shocked when they heard this, thinking that this Lingyun is not a stunner, but he is actually a master negotiator. Negotiation is actually more patient than calm. Whoever can be calm can afford to wait. The party who can't wait will naturally lose. They thought Lingyun would be anxious and said no to buy it, but Lingyun did not do so, but temporarily suspended the negotiation. To be honest, so much raw stone waste is already a big business. Do you want to sell Yuangai and Han Laosan? Absolutely want to. Song Xingyang saw it very accurately. Their bottom line was actually 10 million. This was the price that really gave Song Xingyang face. And there was not only Song Xingyang, but also Mr. Morong. For the sake of the two of them, 10 million yuan took away 200 or so pieces of waste, with an average of 50,000 yuan, so they were not at a loss. However, they are in the stone gambling business. The most fearful thing about eating this bowl of rice is to look away. Ling Yun bought so much in one go. Who knows if he has seen any clues? Is there anyone who can deal with Song Jingyang and Mr. Morong at the same time and still be so stupefied by them? Therefore, Yu Wangye asked for 60 million, just to see Ling Yun's reaction, which was similar to what Qiu Yongshou did at the beginning. Seeing that Ling Yun was about to suspend the negotiation, Lord Jade felt a little panic in his heart. He pondered and said, little brother means that the price is too high, so you don't want to buy it? Ling Yun's words shocked everyone. Shocking. With a red mouth and white teeth, he raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the black boulder, and said loudly, "It's not that I don't want to buy it, I just want to buy the Stone King and negotiate the price with you." Before finishing a sentence, all the people around, except Long Wu, were all stunned, completely petrified on the spot, and their mouths were open to stuff a piece of jadeite rough. Is he going to buy the Stone King? That piece of recognized scrap? And the waste in the waste has long been ignored, the completely forgotten waste Stone King? Many merchants raised their hands to dig their ears out of fear for fear of hearing it wrong. What? Did I hear it right? He wants to buy the Stone King? It's really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers, even this is a bet. This person is not cured, he is too stubborn, so many people can't cut green. Does he think he can cut green? To die. Yu Wengai and Han Laosan were completely stunned. It's not that they hadn't heard the report from Yu Dingshuan's guy just now, and knew that Ling Yun had said that he wanted to buy the Stone King. But in the end, there are many people who will say this casually after hearing the illusions about this Stone King, but it's just a good mouth, so neither of them take it seriously, but I didn't expect Ling Yun to say that for fun. Little brother, do you really want to buy it? Are you kidding? After being shocked, Lord Yu asked quickly. Ling Yun nodded lightly with a smile. Yes, I bought it to play with. Where can I find such a big good stone? It's cool to sit on it in summer. He said it very easily. Ling Yun then said, now, I'm going to buy these 3 carts of rough stones, plus the Stone King. You can give me a price. Song Jingyang, Morong Wenshi, and Morong Feishue were so anxious that they almost dragged Ling Yun away. Tang Meng jumped up from the ground in a hurry, and he kept giving Tai Xiaohu a wink, which meant that the two were working together to pull Ling Yun away quickly. Only Long Wu, still holding Ling Yun's arm with a smile, smiled softly and didn't care. To be continued. 8th and 5th. There are 3 more. Continue to pull the monthly ticket feebly. As soon as they heard that Ling Yun was going to buy the Stone King, all the busy people in Yu Dingxian's courtyard stopped their work, and they all came up with a hula-la, and they were completely overwhelmed. Even the stall owner found a nearby stone pile and stood up to watch the excitement, not wanting to miss such a big event. The people around were chattering, some were shocked, some were excited, some were mocking, some were unbelievable. The people on Ling Yun's side are anxious for him. Such a stone has become a joke this year. It has already been displayed. Can this be bought? That 3 cart of stones, anyway, at least there is a chance of green, but this Stone King, it is impossible to green, people in the whole antique market know it. However, no matter how ridiculed and disdainful the people around, no matter how anxious Song Jingyang, Morong Master, and others were, Ling Yun kept that faint smile and stood there with a firm expression, waiting for the Lord Jade to make an offer. With all the minions out, Ling Yun no longer pretended to be stupid. He wanted to give Yu Wangye a fair chance to ask for a fair price. Whatever price Yu Wangye thought was worth the price, Ling Yun would pay directly, and would never counteroffer. This is Ling Yun's plan. In any case, he thinks that Yu Wengai is a good person. Although the lion opened his mouth just now, he is doing business, and there are rules and regulations for doing business, so it can't be considered bad. Besides, in any case, Ling Yun's 3 carts of stones really contain quite a few spirit stones. To Ling Yun, every piece is priceless, and he won't sell it. It's clean, and I'm actually a little embarrassed. This time, Lord Jade discussed with the third Han for a long time, and the expressions of both of them were extremely solemn. In the end, it was Lord Jade who spoke to Ling Yun. With a smile on his face, Lord Jade raised his right hand gently in front of everyone, stretched out his thumb and index finger, and said to Ling Yun, a total of 80 million. When Song Jingyang heard this, he was completely angry this time. If it wasn't for his identity, he would almost have stepped forward and grabbed the collar of Lord Jade to question him. Jade Lord. Are you too cruel? You sold this piece of waste stone for 200 million yuan at the beginning, and then you bought it back for 30 million yuan, and cut it into 50,000 centimeters for us to cut, everyone. I feel that you are loyal to others, so everyone took it as a fun and cut 10 centimeters, but no green was cut out. Now, this stone king, the part with the pine flower python pattern on the skin, has been completely cut. Anyone who knows how to do it knows that there will be no green at all. It's just a 3-ton boulder, plus these 3 cars of waste. You sell it for 80 million? Song Jingyang finished speaking. He didn't want to say a word to Yuan Ya and Han Laosan anymore. He walked over and pulled Ling Yun away. This time he was really annoyed. Morong Wencher also sighed, feeling that Yuan Ya really went too far this time, shook his head and prepared to leave. No matter how sturdy Ling Yun is today, these two are firmly on Ling Yun's side. Although they didn't know why Ling Yun did this, they were helpless, but there was nothing they could do. This time even the people around are no longer one-sided. In any case, they can see now that Ling Yun really wants to buy the Stone King, and they really want to see Ling Yun buy it. In public, will there be green in this Stone King? Because they knew that only a stunned young man like Ling Yun dared to smash 80 million out, just to get a thrill. Of course, the premise is that Ling Yun can really spend 80 million. However, the price offered by the Jade Lord was too outrageous. Even if the 3 cars of jadeite were really green, and he really asked him to sell it to Ling Yun for 60 million yuan, the Stone King was not worth it anyway. 20 million, 2,000 yuan is about the same, because everyone knows that this is a big rock, and it will not turn green at all. Now, 80 million is not exaggerated, but the price is really high, ridiculously high, because if Ling Yun really buys it, he will lose everything. Ling Yun was able to get back 800,000 yuan, all of which were smoke from the ancestral graves. Jade Lord, you should be cheaper, let others buy it, and cut it in public, let's see if there will be green inside. Jade Lord, this is a bit too much. Although we won't buy it, your price is too outrageous. Who would spend 80 million to buy so much scrap? People's children just want to buy a thrill. What about you, Jade Prince? Morong Feishue listened to the various discussions of the people around her. Her face had long been overwhelmed, her pretty face was icy cold. She came over and dragged Ling Yun away without saying a word. This pile of waste plus that stone is all garbage and garbage. No one wants even 2 million, but 80 million? People take you for a fool. Morong Feishue whispered to Ling Yun. Unexpectedly, under the watchful eyes of the public, Ling Yun gently pushed Song Jingyang, who was pulling him away, smiled brightly at Morong Feishue, and took her hand away. Ling Yun reached into his arms, took out the checkbook and signature pen with a single thought, directly opened a check for 80 million, and gently handed it to Lord Jade. Boss Jade, this is 80 million yuan. Please keep it. If you have any concerns, you can ask your finances to verify it on the spot, or go to the bank to withdraw money now. These 3 carts of rough jadeite, plus the Stone King, are mine now. 80 million is not too outrageous. Ling Yun did not counteroffer, and paid the bill directly. The money and goods were cleared. So arrogant. So crisp. It's so arrogant. Everyone is dumbfounded. Really bought it. No counteroffer. Pay directly. In an instant, the entire backyard was silent. The needles could be heard falling, and no one spoke. The hand of Lord Jade holding the check was trembling all the time. The 80 million was just like what he picked up in vain, it was like a dream. The Jade Lord's business can do such a big business, and it is an income of 1 or 200 million a year. Ling Yun's check is worth at least half a year's income. And it's still from selling scraps, all of which are leftover scraps. What kind of person is Boss Jade? He just glanced at the check and knew that there was no problem with the check. He looked at it excitedly for a long time, and then handed it to the equally excited Third Han. Third Han looked at the check and nodded, saying in public that there was no problem without the check. After a short silence, there was a storm of applause and cheers, and everyone shouted and shouted excitedly, like crazy. Yu Dingxian has never been green, xuanhuan has been ignored for nearly 2 years. Someone bought it again. This news spread throughout the entire antique market in an instant, and the antique market was completely boiling. As long as they are people in the antique market, they don't have work on their hands. At this time, they can't contain their excitement, and they run into Yu Dingxian like crazy. They want to see what kind of genius they are. Bought this Stone King. They want to see more whether this Stone King is green. This is the question in everyone's mind. Almost in an instant, the entire Yu Dingxian was full of people. In the business exhibition hall and in the backyard, countless people poured into the backyard in an instant, desperately trying to squeeze into the backyard. On the stones, on the walls of the courtyard, as long as there are places where people can stand, all of them are full of people. But the people on Ling Yun's side were all stupid. Song Jingyang was even a little sullen. Morong Wencher shook his head and sighed. Morong Feishue almost turned his head and left. Tang Meng's thigh was swollen, 80 million, he bought a bunch of scraps and came back. He hurriedly finished patting his own thigh, and went to patting Tai Xiaohu's thigh again. That way he doesn't hurt. Tai Xiaohu, what are you doing? Why didn't you stop the boss with me? Why? Tang Meng slapped Tai Xiaohu, and the tears came down. Tai Xiaohu was just a little surprised, but quickly regained his composure, and smiled. Brother Yun's money. He can spend it how he wants, as long as Brother Yun is happy. Tai Xiaohu chose to trust Ling Yun 100%, he knew that Ling Yun would not make a loss-making business. Tang Meng punched Tai Xiaohu in the chest angrily, and said angrily, talking to a Wu idiot like you is simply playing the piano to a cow. Hey, if I knew I had called my aunt and Ling Yu here. Have to. Tang Meng knew that Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu were the only ones who could stop Ling Yun. Even more calm than Tai Xiaohu, it was Long Wu. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by a sea of people. She smiled and hugged Ling Yun's arm but didn't let go, and even whispered to Ling Yun, "You are so majestic." When Morong Feishue heard these words, she was so angry that she was about to go crazy. Where did this crazy girl come from? What a pair of prodigals. 80 million was completely lost. This is the income of Tianqi Pavilion for nearly a year. Call. After being excited, Yu Wangye let out a long sigh, with deep doubts on his face, and asked Ling Yun, "Little brother, can I ask you, why don't you bargain?" Seeing that Lord Jade began to talk to the buyer of the stone gambling, the crowded scene became surprisingly quiet, and I wanted to hear what the two had to say. Ling Yun smiled indifferently and said, "You don't need to bargain, I like the things I picked. I think they are all worth the price, so I think your price is fair." Speaking of which, Ling Yun was afraid that Lord Jade would suddenly regret it. He had bought so many treasures for 80 million yuan, and it was too late to be happy. How could he even bargain? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Ling Yun spent 80 million to buy these scraps, and also bought the king of scraps, because he liked it? Yu Wangye didn't believe it. He immediately asked, "But, little brother, you can negotiate the price when doing business, and President Song said it well, the price I gave you is indeed a lot higher, and you are at a loss." Ling Yun giggled and said, "It is a blessing to suffer a loss. If you suffer a little, you will suffer a little." It is also my honor to suffer in the hands of your Jade Prince. Ling Yan's words sounded like a fool to the people around him. Actually, little brother, in fact, if you add up all these things you bought, I can sell them for 40 million yuan. You should talk about the price. Song Jingyang finally softened his expression after hearing this. The price that Lord Yu said was quite reliable. Ling Yan giggled, I don't like bargaining with people. After speaking, Ling Yan turned his head to Tai Xiaohu beside him and said, call the person you brought over, find a truck, and pull all these stones back. As for Tang Meng, he was crying and wiping away his tears. After Ling Yan bought the stones, he made a lot of money. He wanted to apply oil to the soles of his feet, so he ran away. Wait. To be continued. The 6th of the 8th shift. The climax is here, and the face-slapping begins. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeing that Ling Yun was about to leave, Lord Jade immediately grabbed Ling Yun in a hurry. Ling Yun said in surprise, why, Lord Jade wants to go back. Or is there something wrong with my check? No, no. Yuan Ye's chubby face was full of smiles. He raised his hand and pointed around, and said to Ling Yun, little brother, I don't want to go back on it, there is no problem with your check, but now you can't let's go, they are all waiting eagerly for you, the King of Stones. Still want to solve the stone in public? Ling Yin said in his heart that the wealth would not be revealed if the Stone King was untied, as long as the green was exposed, it might immediately hit the front page. Thinking of this, Ling Yin smiled and pretended to be confused. Boss Jade, I'm sorry, I bought these stones to see at home, I don't bet on stones. As soon as Ling Yin said these words, a commotion broke out in the silent surroundings. What? Don't bet on stones? Bought it for home viewing? Spend 80 million to buy so many stones to go home, just to make the home look good? How bizarre it must be to be able to do such a thing. Ling Yin raised his hand and pointed at the Black Stone King, and said with a smile, to tell you the truth, that Stone King, I bought it for my house, as a treasure of the house. Isn't my money wasted? Hearing Ling Yan's reason, the surrounding people and their friends were all stunned. Such black boulders, which mountain is not too much, how many are there? How bad is this person to be able to spend so much money here to buy a piece of scrap to go back and be the treasure of the townhouse? Not to mention the people around, even Song Jingyang and Morong Wenshi were stunned, thinking that before he came here, Ling Yan's brain was normal. What was wrong? Why did Ling Yan fuck with the stone today? The Jade Lord continued to persuade, little brother. Those who come to our backyard are all gambling stones. Very few people buy jade wool and take it away. This is the rule of our gambling shop. What's more, you bought the Stone King of our Yudingshuan, this matter is really too big. If not, cut on the spot. Our Yudingshuan business will not be able to be done in the future. This time, it was Yu Wengai's turn to be anxious, he never thought of it. He encountered such a strange person as Ling Yun, and co-author Ling Yun was not pretending to be coercive or gambling stones, he just wanted to buy these stones to play at home. Ling Yun smiled, that's my treasure of the townhouse, I won't cut it, if I cut it and it doesn't get green, then I'm not at a loss? Unless someone is willing to pay for the treasure of my townhouse. Ling Yan's foxtail was finally exposed, and he wanted to use this opportunity to dissolve the stone. Come to exchange for the treasure of Yu Wengai's townhouse, Qinglong will come out of the water. Ling Yan's life and death just didn't work out. Yu Wangya was completely helpless, he could only look at Song Jingyang and Morong Wenshi and ask them for help. Song Jingyang saw that since Ling Yun had bought everything, it was too late to say anything, and he really wanted to see it. Even he couldn't figure it out, and he didn't dare to cut another knife, whether there was green in it. Ling Yun, you cut a knife anyway. After all, you are the King of Stone. If you can't get green with a single cut, everyone will give up. Don't cut it, this is the treasure of my townhouse. Ling Yun deliberately didn't give any face to anyone, anyway, it was his thing now, he didn't want to cut it, and no one in Qingshui City could embarrass him. Ling Yun, let me tell you, although the transaction has been completed. But if you cut a knife and you don't get green, if you want to go back on it, I can help you talk to Lord Yu, and treat it as if the transaction never happened. How about it? Song Jingyang lowered his voice and whispered to Ling Yun. No, and I won't regret it. I just like the shape of this stone. This look is the most suitable for warding off evil spirits in the house. If a knife is cut, the shape will be destroyed, so how can I control the house? Everyone heard Ling Yun's words, and they were all dumbfounded. The reason why 80 million bought the King of Scrap was because of its shape? Is it for a townhouse? Everyone was skeptical, and at the same time, the heart was itching like 10,000 ants. Seeing that the 8-meter one-stone king was cut into 1 meter 8, after a year, someone finally bought it, and it was the last shutter. No cut, no one is wrong. Song Jingyang was speechless, and he finally asked helplessly, then tell me, how do you cut it? I'll discuss it with them. Ling Yun smiled and said in a deliberately louder voice, Uncle Song, don't persuade you, you won't be able to cut it anyway. How can anyone cut the treasure of their own house? Didn't I say it just now, unless someone willing to pay for the treasure of my townhouse? After listening to Song Jingyang, he shook his head and smiled bitterly, then turned to face Xuanhuan and spread his hands. Boss Yu, you also heard that Ling Yun spent a lot of money on your scraps just to take them back and use them as treasures of the house. I don't care about that. There's a way. Lord Yu naturally heard Ling Yun's words a long time ago. He couldn't help raising his eyes to look at the treasure of the town shop in his home. Qinglong came out of the water. He thought that this kid was not thinking about the treasure of my town shop, right? However, regardless of what Ling Yun said is true or false, it is absolutely impossible for him to give Ling Yun the treasure of his shop. When he bought it, he spent 200 million yuan. Now it has been sold for 400 million yuan. Ling Yun sold the stone, and compensated Ling Yun for his Qinglong water? Ling Yun just reminded Lord Yu 2 or 3 times casually, and Lord Yu could think of his Qinglong going out of the water, which shows that Lord Yu's IQ is extremely high, and he is not an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Lord Jade's mind flashed. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the rough jadeite stones on Ling Yun's 3 cars. He said in his heart that there is only one treasure in the house, and you can't use all 3 of the stones as the house. Bow, right? In fact, he also really wanted to see if the scraps Ling Yun bought could be green. Money is fooling around, even if the Stone King doesn't open it. So, Lord Jade turned his head to look at the 3rd Han, exchanged a look with him, and then nodded at Song Jingyang and Murong Wenshi, and then said aloud, Little brother, since you don't want to untie the Stone King, then we can't force others to be difficult, but we can't break the rules of Yu Dingxian. You bought so many stones, you must cut a few pieces to open the eyes of the people present? Yes, cut a few pieces and show us. A few pieces are not enough. How can these small jadeite rough stones be compared to the Stone King? We are here to see the Stone King. At least 10 pieces. That's right, it can't be the treasure of the townhouse? Yu Wengai's suggestion was supported by everyone. What this man said was always so reasonable, even Ling Yun couldn't pick it out. Such a character, if he fails, he will live in hell. Seeing that Lord Jade was not taking the bait, Ling Yun secretly complained in his heart, and suddenly thought that it would be good for them to unravel a few stones. If they all turned green, then they would definitely be yelling to unravel the Stone King, and I will take another one, to see if you can't take the bait, Jade Prince. Thinking of this, Ling Yun pretended to be embarrassed and said, Hey, why is there such a violation of the rules, and I won't come to buy stones from you in the future, it's so troublesome. The words he pretended to be wronged attracted a lot of chuckles. Ling Yun walked to his 3 cars, and took down a few pieces of rough jadeite without spiritual energy, and said, Since it has to be cut, let's cut these pieces. Hey, it hurts me to death. Seeing that Ling Yun finally agreed, Lord Jade made a move, and 4 or 5 guys came over immediately behind him, picked up the stone that Ling Yun had placed on the ground, and walked to the place where the stone was dissolved. But don't cut it for me. Ling Yun didn't bother to go there at all. Standing by the car to guard his precious stone, he shouted at the top of his voice. This time, he deliberately used Shenlongxiao to make his voice heard. Clearly spread to everyone's ears. I'll take a look. If it turns green, I'll be able to get back a little bit of the capital, and if I get back a little bit, it's a little bit. Tang Meng patted his butt, and rushed towards the place where the stone was dissolved, following the surging crowd. Past Yuangai, Han Laosan, Song Jingyang, and Morong Wencher didn't move. Judging from the pictures, it was impossible for those stones to appear green. Not only those few stones, but in fact, from the point of view of these people, it is impossible for Ling Yun to choose any of these 3 stones, unless Ling Yun has a bad luck. Yu Wangya looked at Ling Yun and said with a faint smile, "Little brother, our master Xiashi from Yudingshan, please rest assured." Lord Jade suddenly found Ling Yun very interesting. After he finished speaking, he joked with Ling Yun again, "Little brother, if it turns green in a while, don't forget to sell us Yudingshan." Ling Yun smiled lightly, "I bought a stone, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't turn out green." Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong were also too lazy to go there. The moment when they felt that Ling Yun was ashamed finally came, and they squeezed to Ling Yun's side, and they were extremely sarcastic. Zhu Yongwang looked at Ling Yun with schadenfreude, and said contemptuously, "Ling Yun, if there is one piece of your pile of broken stones that can produce green, I will eat all 3 of your stones." Ling Yun said lightly, "You want to eat stones? Okay, but I'm afraid you can't afford these 3 cartons of stones, and you will spend 80 million just to buy them. If you get green, you can hold your hands in your hands. This stone is eaten, and I will never stop it. Just rely on you, a layman who knows nothing about gambling stones, to come up with green? In the next life." Zhu Yongwang turned his nostrils to the sky, snorted coldly, stopped talking, and waited for the result. Ho Yaozong followed closely and said, "Ling Yun, are you still pretending? Are you pretending to be an idiot? I'll guarantee that a stone will not turn green in a while, and then I'll see how you pretend." Ling Yun stopped Tai Xiaohu, who was about to start. He smiled slightly and said lightly, "Your promise may be difficult to fulfill, but I can guarantee that tonight, all the teeth in your mouth will fall out." Yu Wangya didn't speak, he just looked at Ling Yun quietly. Looking at Ling Yun carefully, he couldn't see through Ling Yun. The whole courtyard was silent, waiting for the answer of the calcite to be revealed. Except for the breathless breathing in the yard, it was the sound of the calcite tool, Zizi. At this time, from the direction of Xiashi, an exclamation resounded throughout the yard, "It's green. My God, the first stone is green, it's the yang green of the ice seed. I'll wipe, this shit luck is too good." To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The 7th of the 8th shift. Is there any monthly ticket in the small stage? Thank you all. Really looking for votes. When a green light came out, the whole courtyard was instantly boiling, the excited exclamations were deafening, and some people even applauded. Hey, it's a pity, such a good jade was cut to one side. It was just a palm-sized stone, and it turned green with just one slash. Master Xiashi was careless. His first slash was 4 centimeters away from the rough end of the rough stone. Every cut is green. How is that possible? 100% will not produce green. The experienced calcite master was completely dumbfounded. He held 2 large and small stones in both hands. Now it should be exactly emerald turned pale, and muttered to himself with a blank face, unbelievable at all. The calcite master's surname is Peng. He is very honest and doesn't usually like to talk, but he is the top calcite master of Yudingshan. He appeared here to wait for the king of cut stones. Hey, I haven't missed it for many years, but I didn't expect to capsize on this small rock. To Master Peng, face is very important. Compared to the surrounding boiling, the surroundings of the 3 cars where Ling Yun was located were indescribably dead, completely dead. Not even the sound of breathing, everyone held their breath, their eyes widened to the widest, and their mouths widened, all stunned. Of course, Ling Yun, Long Wu, and Tai Xiaohu were not included. Shit luck? Yuanye groaned and stumbled suddenly, almost unable to stand up, only to feel that a 10,000-pound boulder was pressed against his heart, as if the Waste Stone King had hit him at this moment. Jade Lord Zhu Dingxian has been gambling with stones for many years, 1 knife in heaven and 1 knife in hell, he has seen many times. But where is such good shit luck? The first piece is green? The yang green of the ice seed? The third Han also turned pale. After he was shocked, he shouted in a daze, and suddenly rushed in the direction of Xiashi. I'm here to solve the stone. The third Han shouted frantically. This man loved stone all his life, and knowing the stone is better than knowing himself. As a result, he believes that there will never be green wool. But it's green. It's green? It's really green? How is this possible? Morong Feishue forgot to cover up her open mouth. She looked at Xiashi's direction blankly, twisted her delicate body, just about to take a step, but stopped, turned her head to look at Ling Yun in shock. This arrogant Ling Yun, who doesn't listen to anyone's comfort, what kind of shit did he have? Morong Wenshi and Song Xingyang heard the green, and their reactions were better than everyone else's. Especially Song Xingyang, he was shocked like he was struck by lightning. Why? Because Song Xingyang knew that this was not the first stone Ling Yun picked, but the second one. Song Xingyang was sure that Ling Yun had picked up the stone from Boss Chiu. There is definitely emerald in it, and the water is very good. If it happens twice, then it's not bad luck. No matter what method Ling Yun uses, even if it is deliberately pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, this shows a fact. Ling Yun has 100 hits. Song Xingyang's expression at the moment, needless to say, he looked at Ling Yun like a monster, his heart was shocked, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. Lang Taoking? The nerves are wrong? Nonsense. Song Xingyang said secretly. At the same time, he was also looking forward, waiting for the news of the new solution to come, but this time it was slower. Because the master of Xiashi changed people, Han Laosan personally operated the knife. He used watermill time, rubbing stones. Everyone was holding their breaths now, and everyone was paying attention to the piece of jade wool the size of a shot put in Han Laosan's hand to see if it would turn green. I saw the fog. God, the fog is green, and it's going to be green again. After only 1 centimeter of stone skin was wiped, the fog came out. It's definitely going up. That kid is going to make a fortune. Boss Han, please keep your hand steady, don't cut this jadeite to waste again. As soon as Han Laosan saw the fog, the sweat all over his body came down, sweating profusely, his palms were all soaked, and his hands were shaking. He thought of a terrible thing. No one has such good luck. The stone rubbing machine made a rustling sound, and for a while it was silent again. 3 minutes later, a shocked shout came, my God, it's green again, the water is full. This time it's glass. Damn it, for such a big piece, I only wiped off 2 centimeters of stone skin. This is going to go against the sky. 100 hits. There is no stone king, people are still crazy, there are many green stones, but if you take 2 rough jadeite stones, you can get green, and you can also produce such high-grade jadeite, it is very rare, Qingshui Antique Market, only 3 people have this possibility. Song Xingyang, Han Laosan, Jade Prince. But even if it is them, it is only possible to choose from thousands of rough jadeites, with a high probability of greening, and it is only possible. My God, this guy is amazing. Too amazing. This luck. I envy the dead. I said just now that he was stubborn, so he's not shy. According to my opinion, the next rough stone may still be green. I think so too, but it's impossible. How can there be such good luck in the world? You can buy lottery tickets. We guarantee that the lottery ticket will not fall, and the lottery center will be closed. The second piece of rough jadeite also turned green, and it was of the glass type, the best kind of jadeite. At this time, the eyes of the people around Ling Yun were different, with a kind of frenzy. Han Laosan solved the stone. The rough jadeite stone the size of a lead ball was solved, and a piece of glass jadeite the size of an apple came out. This can be directly carved into an apple or a longevity peach, but if it is carved into a longevity peach, although the gimmick is better, it is easy to fetch sky-high prices, but more jadeite will be scrapped. There is a knowledgeable stone gambler, swallowing saliva in his mouth, and said with great excitement. When the second stone was finished, Song Jingyang heard the green, his head buzzed with excitement, and his body shook twice before he stood firm. So far, Song Jingyang already knew that the 5 stones that Ling Yun asked to take away would definitely be green, 100%, and even the 3 carts of rough jadeite waste that Ling Yun had selected might contain high-grade jadeite in each of them. 80 million to buy, this is not crazy? Ling Yun, these jadeites that you cut out of the stone must be sold to our Tianqi pavilion. Needless to say, Morong Wincher's excitement. He lost several times in betting on stones, losing tens of millions, and the supply of goods in the store was about to run out. Now that jadeite is cut out, can it be possible to get the month before the water tower? Ling Yun embraced Long Wu's soft body and giggled. Grandpa Morong, don't worry, I said, what I bought is a stone, and it won't produce green, it doesn't matter, it's just a gift to you, if you sell it, it will be lifelike. Morong Feishue was stunned again. This time she was completely stunned, she was shocked beyond description. The third piece is not green, but jade, also a glass species, suet white jade. 4th block. 5th block. The crowd gradually fell silent, no one spoke, no one praised, no one applauded. There is no need. The 5 rough jadeite stones called wastes have all been cut out of jadeite and high-grade jade, and their value has more than doubled. 1 knife heaven is luck, 2 knife heaven is awesome, what is 5 knife heaven? Only miracles. 3 carts, more than 200 stones, calculated at 60 million, an average of 300,000 yuan, if all of them were cut out of jade, how much would it cost? Moreover, there was a stone king on Ling Yun's side. When the 5th stone was finished, more than 1,000 people turned their heads at the same time, and their eyes were divided into 3 directions. Some of them looked at Ling Yun, some of them looked at Ling Yun's 3 carts that were piled with stones, and the most part, invariably, looked at the stone king. Will it be green? Should be? Those 5 pieces are all green, all hits. It's such a big stone, bigger than the big urn that holds grain in my village, how can it be a little green? This has really become a treasure of the townhouse. But he won't let it cut. From the beginning to the end, Yuan Ya and Song Jingyang were motionless, their eyes were all locked on Ling Yun, but the meaning conveyed in their eyes was much more subtle. Hit the eye. Ling Yun picked up a big leak. These 3 cars of jadeite wool, more than 200 stones, must be. The bitter water in Yuangai's heart overflowed into a sea of bitterness, and he weighed 10,000 caddies of boulders in his heart, staring at Ling Yun silently, without saying a word. Song Jingyang looked at Ling Yun's eyes, but it was crazy, hot, and excited, as if Ling Yun was a piece of emerald green, translucent, glowing human-shaped emperor green. This kid, it's against the sky, just playing casually, it's a miracle. Han Laosan walked vainly and led the 4 or 5 guys back until he came to Ling Yun, his thin and dry figure bowed to Ling Yun. This old man has played with stones all his life. He claims that he understands stones better than himself. Only now do I know that there are people outside people, and there are heavens outside of people. gods and people, admire. Ling Yun hurriedly gave up, pulled the third child up with his own hands, and said with a grin, I don't dare to be, Boss Han. I said, what I bought was just a stone, if you have to untie it, then I can't do anything about it. It's too coincidental, maybe these 3 cars, only these 5 have green? Ling Yun said this now, no one believed it for a long time, how could there be such a coincidence? After a while of silence, all the onlookers, whether they were jewelers, stone gambling fanatics, or people who rushed in to watch the fun, all burst into applause and shouted in unison. Stone King! Stone King! Stone King! The sound was deafening, and it shook the surface of Qingshui Lake a kilometer away. It was earth-shattering. Looking at the stance of this mountain and tsunami, if Ling Yun doesn't understand the Stone King and leaves, these people can chase him to his house. To be continued. 8 more completed. It's not easy, haha, tomorrow will be the best, all kinds of requests. In the deafening urging sound, Tang Meng came back with a he. He was now all happy and stupid, and the whole body danced and came back floating. Hey, Brother Yun, I didn't expect you to keep such a hand. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It made me worry for a long time. Ling Yun frowned and said, what do you mean by leaving such a hand? I just picked up this stone casually. Who knew it would be so coincidental? It's pure shit luck. Brother Yun played low-key, he couldn't admit anything, he just said it was shit luck. However, no one believed it anymore. The people around, applauding and shouting for a long time, one wave is better than the other, all urging the scene to untie the Stone King. But, of course, Brother Yun won't be able to untie it so easily. There is a big green in it. It is a green ocean. The green is shocking. The green can emit green light by itself. The green is fascinating. Although it is a mundane thing, it is already priceless, and Ling Yun can't untie it so easily. Yuan Ya and Han Laosan, the 2 of them buried their heads and discussed it for a while. As for what to discuss, Ling Yun didn't bother to listen, and he was almost killed by the surrounding shouts. After a long while, Yuan Ya finally stopped discussing with Han Laosan, his face returned to normal, still smiling, his eyes narrowed into 2 slits, and he came to Ling Yun. Ling Yun, can you unravel another stone? As long as you unravel another stone, I have something to say. Although Prince Jade's face returned to normal, there was an uncontrollable eagerness in his voice. Ling Yun said with a smile, as long as it's not the treasure of my townhouse, you can just pick a piece and untie it. Anyway, 5 stones have been untied. Ling Yun also knows that the King of Unsolved Stone can't go. He really doesn't care about King of the Stone, what he cares about is King Jade's Qinglong water, and Ling Yun will not want it for nothing. As long as Lord Jade is willing to sell it. Seeing Ling Yun emphasizing the treasures of the house again calmly, Lord Yu shuddered in his heart, but he tried his best to hide it well, and slowly came to Ling Yun's third cart. The crowd fell silent again. Many jewelers and stone gamblers approached the water tower and swarmed up, wanting to see which stone Jade Prince was going to unravel this time. It was already crowded at the moment. The broken head rushed up, even Tai Xiaohu arranged it. 7 or 8 Qinglong brothers, who were guarding the 3 carts, could not stop them. Tai Xiaohu, what are you doing standing here? Come and help stop me. Tang Meng was afraid that someone would steal a piece of Ling Yun's stone, and he was blocking it horizontally and vertically, trying his best not to let these people get close to Ling Yun's 3 carts. It's all money. 1 less piece is at least 100,000 yuan, and it's no wonder that Tang Meng didn't work hard. Not to mention Tai Xiaohu, even Morong Feishue stretched out her arms, nervously blocking the crowd coming up, sweating all over her body. Morong Feishue is not stupid. She already knew that Ling Yun's stones would turn green, and the feeling in her heart was so complicated that she couldn't describe it. Ling Yun was not in a hurry, he let go of his consciousness, completely covering a radius of 35 meters, who would dare to steal a stone from him? Guaranteed to let him die, without knowing how he died. Ling Yun has a space ring. When he picked out the stone just now, he wanted to put the spiritual stone into the space ring in an instant in the pile of stones, to ensure that no one would notice it, and no one would find out. Ling Yun's space ring has been upgraded, and now it is more than enough to put 2 carts of rough jadeite in it, but Ling Yun didn't do that. That was stealing. Yuangye didn't offend him, he didn't bother to do such a frivolous thing, anyway, he wasn't short of money. It is better to be upright and fair. He doesn't steal from others, and naturally he doesn't allow others to steal from him. Whoever steals will die. Can you cut this piece? Lord Yu touched the string of sugar-gourd stones that Ling Yun brought back, and said meaningfully to Ling Yun. Ling Yun breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He just said a big word, but luckily the Jade Prince did not choose a stone with spiritual energy. Xia Lingshi, it is absolutely impossible. If Lord Jade really chooses, Ling Yun will definitely let him change it. No problem. Ling Yun behaved casually and generously. Then thank you, little brother. Lord Jade stroked the 5 stones that were strung together one by one, thinking that if this ornamental stone could also turn green, then he and Han Laosan would completely admit it. Ling Yun was definitely an expert. This string of candied haws were not mined in the jade pit. As for where it came from, there is no textual research. It was only because of its special shape that it was left in Yudingshuan. The price was 1 million, and it has not been sold yet. Now no one dares to say that the stones on Ling Yun's car will not be green, and of course there are very few who do not have long eyes. Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong just heard the words turn green, and their faces were ravaged once, but they were still subconscious, preferring to believe that Ling Yun had gone against the sky, and never believed that Ling Yun's 3 trucks of stones were all over the place. Can be green. Seeing that the Jade Lord had chosen this string of candied haws, Zhu Yongwang couldn't help rubbing his swollen face, and cheered up again. If this piece can also turn green, I'll really eat this piece of rough jadeite in my hand. What does this make Ling Yun say? Zhu Yongwang, the idiot, said that it was green, but this string of stones was full of 5 colors, but there was no green color, so Ling Yun just glanced at him lightly and ignored him. Humph. This is just an ordinary stone with a special shape. It's worse than the Stone King scrap, and it can't cut anything no matter what. Ho Yaozong is more knowledgeable than Zhu Yongwang. He speaks a little professionally, but he still talks about it there and analyzes it there as a professional. Ling Yun didn't even pay attention to him. This idiot is going to lose his teeth tonight, so let him say a few more words. However, Ling Yun didn't say it. It didn't mean that others didn't say it. Morong Feishue turned her head and cursed angrily, "You two, get out of here, as far as you go, don't let me see you." In her heart, the complicated and difficult to understand, the irritability, let alone talk about it, seeing these 2 dudes still in the eye, she simply changed her image of a lady and scolded her directly. Now she doesn't have to consider that these 2 are the big clients of her Morong family. As long as Ling Yun is around, which one can't do business with? Only, I thought of Ling Yun. Thinking of the beautiful girl standing beside him, Morong Feishue couldn't help but feel sad. Maybe, wanting to be with him was just a sweet dream. It's better to be an ordinary friend, Lanyon's confidant is better. Morong Feishue's character was there, she would not share her man with any woman. Morong Feishue was scolded for such good manners. Tang Meng naturally started cursing, Long Wu. Song Jingyang, Yu Wangya, Han Laosan, including some jewelry merchants who were close by, all shouted and scolded them and told them to get away. If it wasn't for Ling Yun to stop him, don't do it now, Tai Xiaohu would have gone up and fanned them away. Beat up the drowning dog. When the 2 idiots saw the situation turn around, they knew they had caused a big disaster. Not daring to be arrogant and presumptuous, he retreated a long way in despair. These 2 idiots don't know that a catastrophe is coming. Ling Yan smiled, but didn't say it. The string of candied haws was very heavy, so the Jade Lord simply asked the man to bring the calcining machine over and cut the stones on the spot. Lord, you broke a piece for me. Why don't you be careful this time? Ling Yun reminded with a smile. I'll pay, that jade is mine. Master Peng on the side felt even more embarrassed when he heard it, and quickly said that he would pay. When Ling Yun saw that he was serious, he felt embarrassed. Immediately said with a smile, No, I'm joking with boss, you. Yu Wangye was busy with Song Xingyang and others studying how to solve the stone. Hearing Ling Yan's words, he just smiled lightly and did not rush to answer. This time it was Song Xingyang who solved the stone himself. Seeing Song Xingyang's lithotripsy is simply art. His pair of white hands, which are slightly larger than ordinary people, are not only very calm, but also very flexible. Whether it is rubbing or cutting, they are all exquisite, stable and accurate, and no water leaks. However, because the stone was difficult to move, it also caused a lot of trouble for Xiashi. Ling Yan directly told Tai Xiaohu and asked him to carry it by hand and listen to Song Xingyang's command. One of them has the skills, the other has the strength, and the cooperation is really seamless. In order to understand the stone more and more conveniently, the first stone Song Xingyang solved was the middle and the most troublesome one. Ling Yan could see it clearly, the inside of this stone was red. Tai Xiaohu was in charge of rotating the stone, and Song Xingyang was in charge of adjusting the cutting direction. At this time, no one paid any attention to why Tai Xiaohu had so much strength, because they soon saw the fog. My God, can this be foggy? God, it seems to be a little red, do you want to make Hong Fei? Just by looking at the fog, you can tell that the water head and color are extremely high. If it is extremely red jadeite, it will be too valuable. It took only 1 centimeter to cut down, and the fog came out. How big is this jadeite? Not necessarily, this is just a small corner, you have to cut it all to know. Listening to the excited discussions of the onlookers, Ling Yun was extremely calm. The waterhead of this red jadeite is almost transparent, the color is bright, and it is a hole. These 5 stones are basically the same, but the colors are different, purple, white, red, yellow, and black, but there is no green. Really extremely red jade. Song Xingyang was the first to see this scene, and he shivered with excitement. If there was such a large piece, then this piece of extremely red jade would be priceless, and no one could afford it. Because he knew the value of extremely red jade. Not long ago, Song Xingyang saw with his own eyes that a transnational auction auctioned off a pair of blood jade bracelets made of extremely red jade. These 2 bracelets were sold for 15.88 million huaxia coins. This is just a pair of bracelets, and Song Xingyang feels that the color of the bracelet is not as bright as the jade in this wool material. Just after the stone was rubbed, one edge was exposed, and it was already red as blood, transparent and bright, dreamlike gorgeous, red and bright, eye-catching. This is also because it is cloudy today and there is no sunlight, if this is under the sunlight. Song Xingyang became more careful. He felt that now, the string of stone candied haws he cut was the Real Stone King. To be continued. Okay, let's continue the 8th shift tomorrow. This is 1 card a day, thank you for your monthly pass. Because the sky was overcast and the sun did not come out, the weather was not very hot today. However, when Song Xingyang was sure that what he had unraveled was the top-grade Hong Fei, the sweat on his body fell. Song Xingyang and Tai Xiaohu were concentrating on dissolving the stone, but the people around heard about the superb red jade, and the people outside were desperately pushing forward, all wanting to see what the superb red jade looked like, and the scene was about to be controlled. Not live. In order to prevent others from affecting Song Xingyang's solution to the stone, Lord Yu quickly ordered that all 24 security guards from Yudingxian be transferred over, together with more than 10 capable staff of Yudingxian, to jointly maintain the order at the scene. Yudingshan holds a stone gambling conference every week. These security guards are responsible for maintaining order. They are experienced and professional. After entering, they quickly cleared a large circle with a diameter of 15 meters and more than 100 square meters. And let all unrelated people watch the calcite from outside the circle. In this way, because there is no iron barrel-like human wall to block, everyone can see more clearly, even those standing in the distance are no exception. Tang Meng, Morong Feishue and the others no longer had to worry about the stones on Ling Yun's car being stolen. They could finally watch the solution with confidence, and the expressions on their faces were extremely excited. Of course, the people closest to the dissolving machine were Ling Yun, Long Wu, Tang Meng, Morong Wincher's grandson, Yuan Ya, Han Laosan, some of the most famous jewelry merchants, and the most avid stone gamblers. They are all within the open space formed by the large circle, and they can appreciate Song Xingyang's calcification at close range. The calcification technique is definitely a skill at the level of Peiyading Jinyo. Old Song, you must be calm and don't be impatient. Today, Yudingshuan's stone gambling conference will not be held. Let's take this stone slowly. When you feel tired, just replace me. Taking advantage of Song Xingyang's time to adjust the cutting direction and take a breath to wipe off his sweat, Lord Jade immediately warned him carefully like a long-tongued woman. The Jade Lord has loved jade all his life, it is definitely not fake, such a large piece of superb red jade. Rare and rare, absolutely priceless. Even if Song Xingyang accidentally cuts off a corner, he will still be distressed to death. If it was him who was dissolving the stone now, he would rather simply put on a water mill to wipe out this basketball-sized piece of superb red jade little by little, and he would not cut it again if he was killed. At the antique market in Shimizu City, Song Xingyang and Yu Wangai's calcification skills are recognized as tied for the first place, and the two are on the same level. Song Xingyang was deciphering the stone, except for Lord Yu, no one else was qualified to remind him to be careful. Don't worry, Lord Yu, I took out all the housekeeping duties today. Besides, it's not your thing, why are you worried? Song Xingyang wiped his sweat and asked the assistant next to him to help. I poured water on the stone to cool down, because I was so happy that I even had a leisurely joke to joke about the Jade Prince. Lord Jade is fond of jade and loves jade, but Song Xingyang is a gambler, he is not usually bold and careful. Ling Yan watched Song Xingyang dissolve the stone. He was so worried about him that if it was Ling Yan, he would not need any calcining machine at all. He only needed to take out the dragon-patterned soft sword, and he would be able to finish the whole string of candied haws without even using it for a minute. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, Song Xingyang dried his hands. Take advantage of the feeling, start work again, and continue to dissolve the stone. Song Xingyang was really bold. After seeing the red jade, although he was shocked and excited, he was not intimidated by the value of this top-grade red jade. The hands are not messy at all, and the speed is even faster and faster. No matter who he is, as long as he can become a leader in a certain industry, he will naturally have his own way of doing things. Ling Yan knows this best. Looking at Song Xingyang's excited eyes, but his face was still calm, the movements in his hands were orderly, if it should be fast or slow, Ling Yan knew that Song Xingyang's solution was feeling. This is the same as Ling Yan's cultivation, which is a big challenge. It's not good to be excited and impatient, but how to rush or how to rush. You can't be afraid of wolves and tigers just because this is a big hurdle. Know how to do it. It's not just about calcification and cultivation. This kind of thing happens in all walks of life. When it comes to students, the most obvious one is the college entrance examination. There are many students in the third year of senior high school who usually rank among the best in their class. Everyone knows that there is absolutely no problem with his grades in the first-class universities, but when the grades came down, he unexpectedly lost his name. This is purely a psychological factor, stage fright at the most critical moment. Song Jingyang had no stage fright. With the help of Tai Xiaohu and Xiaoshi's assistant, it only took less than half an hour to completely unravel the top-grade red jade in the middle. This is indeed the purest superb red jadeite, bigger than a basketball, scarlet, dazzling, as bright as blood, bright in color, transparent and bright, dreamy and gorgeous, blooming with a gorgeous red to the extreme. Because of the short distance between Song Jingyang and Tai Xiaohu, the faces of both of them were flushed and covered with a layer of red light. Song Jingyang simply turned off the stone-cutting machine, his eyes glowing with excitement. He quietly looked at the top-grade red jade for a while, then smiled and asked Tai Xiaohu, "Xiaohu, can you lift it? Lift it up. Show you guys." Of course, Tai Xiaohu could move. Without saying a word, he stood up as tall and majestic as an iron tower, and lifted the string of candied haws upright. My God, such a big piece of top-quality red jade, is bigger than a basketball. Rare treasures, absolutely rare treasures, it's hard to measure with money. With such a big piece, I don't know how many ring faces, how many pairs of bracelets, and how many pairs of earrings can be carved. Anyway, it's no problem to sell 800 million yuan. That guy spent a total of 80 million yuan, and this piece of top-grade red jade alone made him at least 10 times. This time it's real. 80 million? Don't be fooled. Please don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Look at how excited Yuanya is. He can't be so excited for 80 million. This is only one piece of the solution. I guarantee that the remaining 4 stones have. The onlookers were all shocked, gulping, drooling with excitement, staring blankly at the top-grade red jade that was bigger than a basketball in the air, and exclaimed aloud. But he couldn't help but speculate about its value. The women were even crazier. They stared at the dazzling transparent scarlet in the sky, their mouths had already opened their widest, and they forgot to take care of their own image. It's beautiful, just like a dream. If there is sunshine today, it will be even more perfect. Morong Feishue, who had just been shocked by Lingyun's night pearl, was completely shocked again this time, but not because of the value of this superb red jadeite, but because of its dreamy beauty. Tang Ming's performance was the worst, and he fell to the ground again. Of course, this time was the happiest one, and made a lot of money. Song Jingyang stopped looking at the superb red jadeite in the air. He rested for a while, then slowly stood up and walked to the Jade Prince. Master Yu, this string of super candied haws has 5 stones in total. I solved the middle one. I don't understand the rest. Song Jingyang smiled and meant something. You don't need to solve it. After the shock, Lord Yu regained his composure, and spoke in a calm tone amid the surrounding mountains and tsunamis. Of course, there is no need to solve it, these 5 stones are all strung together, and one is randomly selected. I cut out such a big red jadeite, and the remaining 4 pieces do not need to be asked at all. Yuanya finished speaking in a calm tone, and did not talk to Song Jingyang anymore, but turned around and came to Lingyun. The noise of the discussion was getting quieter, and everyone wanted to know. What does Prince Jade want to say to Lingyun? Yuanya stood still, looked at Lingyun quietly for a while, suddenly folded his fists with both hands, and gave Lingyun a deep bow. To everyone's surprise, Lingyun didn't dodge this time. He smiled and accepted Yuanya's bow calmly. No one thinks Lingyun is too big. Lingyun might not have been able to do it just now, but now, he can do it, and he is completely worthy of the Jade Prince's worship. Lingyun smiled faintly. Boss Yu is too polite. Yuanya looked solemn, and bowed 3 times to Lingyun before he straightened up and said with a serious expression, It's too late to be polite, but it's a little late now. Please forgive me for my clumsiness. Little brother, I have to thank you for your insight. If it weren't for you, such rare treasures might have been buried in my backyard forever. That's definitely my sin. Without waiting for Ling Yun to speak, Song Jingyang followed up with a smile. He smiled and said to Lord Yu, Prince Yu, there is time to say these polite words. It's getting late, and the Stone King still can't understand it? If so, I can ask Ling Yun to give you this chance to stab you. Yu Wangye pondered for a while, then he turned his head to look at the thousands of people around him who were excited and eagerly looking forward to it, nodded and said, Of course we have to solve it. Song Jingyang deliberately reminded him, but that's Ling Yun's treasure of the townhouse. Lord Yu glanced at Song Jingyang and said lightly, You don't need to remind me, I was just about to tell my little brother about this. After speaking, Yu Wangye ignored Song Jingyang, turned around and asked Ling Yun seriously, Little brother, I would like to ask you a question. What conditions do you need to unlock the Stone King on the spot? At this time, of course Ling Yun could no longer pretend to be generous. He tossed for so long, so that the treasure of the Jade King's store, Qinglong, would come out of the water, and he would take action when it was time to take action. Ling Yun smiled lightly, Yu Wangye, as long as the Stone King moves a knife, my treasure of the townhouse will be gone, so I still say that, as long as someone is willing to pay for the treasure of my townhouse, this Stone King can solve it at will. After hearing this, Lord Jade couldn't help but sway twice. He took a few deep breaths to calm down, turned his head, and looked deeply at his treasure of the store. After a long while, he turned around and looked at it. Ling Yun said, The stone in the middle of the yard must have been seen by the little brother. It is the treasure of our Yudingshuan store, called Qinglong Chushui. Little brother, I will use my treasure of the town shop to exchange you for a chance to solve the Stone King. What do you think? Ling Yun's heart moved. He took a deep look at Lord Jade and asked, Master Jade, what do you mean? As long as I am willing to solve the Stone King, you will pay me the Qinglong water. Not a penny? Yu Wangye was very calm, smiled and said, Since it is to compensate you, naturally, I will not take a penny. Ling Yun's mouth curled into a charming smile. Then this blue dragon is mine, please find someone to solve the Stone King. To be continued. 8 more first. Thanks to the 50,000 yuan of the Old Horses Sky Federation. Thank you for your rewards and monthly tickets, and thanks to all the friends who rewarded and voted for monthly tickets. There are still 23 monthly tickets left. Let us explode. Let the monthly pass fly. The crowd around was silent at first, and the needles could be heard, followed by a burst of whispers, which soon turned into an uproar. What? Didn't I hear it wrong? Lord Jade paid Ling Yun for his Qinglong water? This? It cost 200 million when I bought it back, and the highest price was 400 million. The Jade Lord was not willing to sell it, and now it is given away for nothing? Just to get a chance to dissolve the stone on the spot? Although that guy's luck is really good, the Stone King may not be able to cut out green, right? That's right, if it's really just a piece of scrap, then the Jade Prince will lose a lot. I lost a lot of money long ago. I sold it to Lingyun Sanche rough stone at a premium of 80 million yuan. Every piece was cut out of green, and there was such a large piece of extremely red jade. Now it's a free gift. I was so stingy just now, and I was so pretentious, but now I am suddenly so big. Yu Wangye is really unpredictable. I don't understand this? Lord Yu made it clear that he wants to make friends with that guy. There was a lot of discussion, and everything was said. However, after listening to the conversation between Ling Yun and Yu Wangye, these people in the field didn't say much, and they each had their own understanding. Song Jingyang has dealt with the Jade Lord all the year round. He knows the Jade Lord best, and is the easiest to understand the Jade Lord's mind. Yu Wengai is a businessman, but he is not a bad person. Every jade has a little bit of spiritual energy. No matter how good jade is, it needs to be raised by people. Legend, jade or jade. No matter the price is high or low, as long as people wear it all year round and take good care of it, whenever the owner of the jade encounters a great disaster, the jade can sacrifice itself to protect the master. Sometimes, people who wear jade all year round will find that their jade has not encountered any collision or heavy blow. Inexplicably, there was a crack, and this was the jade he was wearing. Save him a catastrophe or disaster. Lord Jade loves jade all his life, and he naturally believes in this very much. At the beginning, Ling Yin said that he wanted to buy Jade Lord's 3-car scraps, plus the giant stone king, the king of scraps. The Jade Lord was afraid that he would hit him in the eye, so he deliberately offered a high price to test Ling Yin in accordance with the rules of the gambling establishment. For this, Lord Jade did not hesitate to anger Song Jingyang and Morong Wenshi. This is because, betting on the stone depends on the eye, every stone betting person, only if he is optimistic that this piece of wool will turn green, will he be willing to spend money to buy it because the gambling rises. Ling Yin bought 3 cars all at once, but in the eyes of others it was a waste. But Lord Yu understood that in Ling Yin's eyes, it might not be that, because the people brought by Song Jingyang could not be fools. Since it is a business, it is natural to follow the rules of doing business. You can't lose yourself, can you? The Jade Lord must guarantee that if he sells these 3 carts of stones, even if every one of these 3 carts of stones comes with Emperor Green, he will only sell them without regrets. This is also the rule of the gambling house. So he's at a premium, of course. He also allowed Ling Yun to negotiate the price. With the 3-car scrap plus the Stone King, the bottom line of the Jade Lord was actually 40 million. In addition to Song Jingyang's face, he could even sell another 10 million to Ling Yun for a total of 30 million. However, Yu Wangyan never expected that he shouted 80 million, Ling Yun didn't even hesitate, and immediately settled the bill. At this time, no matter who they are, if they only look at the stone gambling skills, experience, etc., they will feel that the Jade Prince is going too far, and Ling Yun has become the most injustice. But Ling Yin recognized it, and Yu Wangya also recognized it. Song Jingyang understood the reason better. That's the way of gambling. Before the solution to the stone, it was all blindfolded. Well, that's it. Before Ling Yin agreed to Xieshur, until the first piece of ice was cut out, everyone thought that Ling Yun was the one who suffered the loss and was taking advantage of it, but when the first piece, the second piece, the third piece, after 5 consecutive pieces of rough jadeite, which were considered waste, were all cut out of high-grade jadeite, almost everyone knew that the real culprits were the Jade Prince and Han Laosan, and Ling Yun was doing a business that would make a profit without losing money. In an instant, the situation changed, and everyone felt that Ling Yun made a lot of money, but Yu Wangya lost his sight this time and suffered a big loss. However, it was still the rules of the gambling establishment. Since Lord Jade had already sold the 3-car scraps to Ling Yun at a high premium, even if Ling Yun cut out a cornucopia inside, it would belong to Ling Yun, and it had nothing to do with them anymore. Because they have already got their due profits, they are selling wool. The problem is just a question of how high or low the price is based on their own vision. Relatively speaking, they just make less money. Until that piece of ornamental candied gourd was cut out of extremely red jadeite, Yu Wangya and Han Laosan finally understood that they had met an expert. Therefore, Yu Wangya would bow to Ling Yun 3 times. This was out of admiration and respect for Ling Yun. There is precedence in hearing the Tao, there are specialties in the arts, and in any profession, the master is the teacher. This principle remains unchanged through the ages. What kind of person is the Jade Lord? After seeing the extremely red jadeite, he knew that the value of the extremely red jadeite was at least 1 billion yuan, and this was only 1/5 of the string of super candied haws. At present, this string of super candied haws is definitely a well-deserved stone king, and even among the precious stones known throughout China, it can also be ranked in the top 10 or even the top 3. At the same time, it also explained one thing, that is, in this blink of an eye, no matter what Ling Yun's previous worth was, he has at least increased his worth by more than 5 billion. And the Jade Lord valued Ling Yun, not only because of this, but more importantly because of Ling Yun's ability to discern jade and jade, pick up some scraps casually, and he could turn corruption into a god. Neither Yuangai nor Song Jingyang could do it, even if you add Han Laosan and Murong Wenshi together, the four of them couldn't catch up with Ling Yun. It can be said that the stones in Lord Jade's yard, including the extremely red jade that was cut out, were instantly turned into scum when compared with Ling Yun, who knew the pearl. Gotta be. Ling Yun only had this one. Therefore, someone with a discerning eye in front of him has already said it, and the Lord Jade has already begun to make friends with Ling Yun. This kind of thought is very strong. Since Ling Yun has done everything in front of him, then the biggest gimmick will appear immediately. It is the Stone King who is considered to be the king of waste, and no one believes that it can produce green. Will it be green? If the Stone King didn't untie it on the spot, Song Jingyan dared to promise that in the future, Lord Yu would not want to sleep peacefully again. It is necessary to make friends with Ling Yun, but also to cut the Stone King, and Ling Yun must be a treasure of the townhouse. The three are combined, so the Jade Lord simply does it. He directly made a favor, and gave Qinglong Chushui to Ling Yun. In order to be able to make friends with Ling Yun, whose worth has soared by several billions in an instant, paying a special stone that cost 200 million to buy back, what can it count? All are happy. Of these characters who can stay in the center of the field, which one is not the human spirit among the human spirits? Therefore, none of them said anything, and they all secretly admired the grandeur of Lord Jade in their hearts. Waiting for the king of calcite. Ling Yun got the water from the Qinglong, and today the best treasure has been in the bag, so he naturally no longer obstructed it, and let the Jade Lord send someone to solve the Stone King. At this time, I heard the Jade Prince smile and say, "Little brother, you know it. It turns out that my Stone King is sold separately. 500,000 pieces are cut into 10 centimeters, so that friends who gamble with stones can cut them freely, just for the sake of get some excitement." Ling Yun smiled and nodded. "Yes, your guy told me, I know." What does the Jade Prince mean? The Jade Lord smiled casually. "I mean, since this Stone King was bought by the little brother now, can you please come and dissolve the stone in person? It turned out to be trying to take me in." Ling Yun said in his heart that Yu Wangya wanted to see me dissolve the stone in person. How could I know that? No problem. Ling Yun wanted to refuse, casually, but he looked at the time and felt that the sky was getting dark. He still had a lot of things to do, and had to be in a hurry, so he readily agreed. Isn't it the solution to the stone? For Ling Yun, at most, it can be done with a single sword. Seeing that Ling Yun really agreed, Yu Wangya laughed happily. He immediately cleared his throat and shouted, "Listen, everyone, this little brother promised just now that he will personally unlock the piece he bought. Stone King." This voice was heard by thousands of people in the entire yard. Suddenly everyone boiled, and the heads of people immediately began to move, rushing towards the direction of the Stone King like a tide. Ling Yun shook his head and smiled bitterly, only to hear the Jade Prince say again, "Guys, move the stone removal machine." Naturally, the Stone King cannot be moved, several tons, which is too troublesome, so he still has to move the stone machine. Ling Yun didn't want trouble. He immediately refused. "No need, I have my own way to dissolve the stone." After speaking, he didn't say a word, and walked towards the Stone King. At this moment, the Stone King, which had been forgotten for a long time, once again became the focus of attention after no one cared about it for a year. Focus. The security guards had already moved the battlefield when they saw that Ling Yun wanted to dissolve the Stone King. They went there ahead of time to clear a large piece of space. However, there are piles of raw jadeite stones nearby. The space is much narrower than the space just now. Many people stood on the piles of stones. Ling Yun quickly came to the side of King Shi. Next to him was Dragon Wu, and behind him were Song Jingyang, Morong Wen, Shi Yi, and grandsons, Yuan Yi and Han Lao San, and the expressions on their faces. Anticipation, eagerness, excitement, nervousness. There are so many wonderful things. Of course, Tai Xiaohu and Qinglong's 7 or 8 younger brothers did not follow. They were carefully guarding Ling Yun's 3 carts of rough stones and did not dare to leave. Please stay away from everyone, I am very quick to dissolve stones, just a little bit. Ling Yun circled around the Stone King that was at the same height as himself, slowly turned a half circle, and said with a smile. After speaking, Ling Yun took a slight step back, turned his back to Song Jingyang and other acquaintances, and ran a yin and yang tactic, and instantly used the yin and yang eyes to the extreme. As soon as his mind moved, the soft dragon pattern sword appeared in Ling Yun's hand instantly, and his arm shook like lightning. Brush! Ling Yun's movements were too fast, and everyone only saw a dazzling cold light flashing past, but it disappeared, as if a silver lightning flashed in front of them. Boom! A half-circle-shaped, half-pot lid-sized piece of stone skin with a thickness of 2 centimeters was picked off from the highest point of the black boulder and smashed heavily on the ground. At the incision, the emerald green is translucent, the green light is shining, and it is shocking. It is full of transparent green, as if to flow out of the stone. It was a touch of imperial green. To be continued. The second update of the 8th watch. Today's rhythm will be very fast, and the plot of Qingshui City will end. If you don't like it, you hit me. We won with 20 votes to go. Is 20 monthly tickets difficult? Let's blast it. Imperial green. Only cut off 2 centimeters of thickness of the smooth section at the top, and the green is obtained, which is still the purest imperial green. Ling Yun's stone-cutting hand can be regarded as an amazing skill for play. With one sword, it is green, and it does not destroy a single bit of jade. It is extremely accurate. However, now where is there anyone who can take care of it and wonder what tool Ling Yun used to dissolve the stone? This time, except for Ling Yun, everyone was shocked. Their eyes were glowing with green light, their mouths were naturally wide open, their bodies were around the waist as the axis, and they unknowingly leaned forward, and their necks gradually elongated. It can be said that, this action is definitely difficult. If it wasn't for the extreme shock, I couldn't imitate it if I tried to imitate it deliberately. HP, //772E6F742E6F%6. It's been so long since Ling Yun bought this Stone King, and who has the patience to wait until now to see the Stone King, who doesn't know the Emperor Green? Which one didn't know about Imperial Green? Moreover, most people have seen Imperial Green, but no one, including Jade Prince, has ever seen so many Imperial Greens. Ling Yun's dragon-patterned soft sword was only over a meter long, and when he cut it casually, he also cut off a quarter of the entire section of the boulder, but this quarter was full of green. There was silence for a whole minute. There were more than 1,000 people in the backyard, only the heavy, rapid breathing was left, one after another, and even the excited heartbeat. Pfft! A loud bang broke the silence of the backyard like thunder, and before everyone could react, there was another sound of puff. Everyone followed the reputation and found that it turned out to be the Jade Prince and Han Laosan. They fell to the ground one after another. This is a kind of kneeling, and the weight of the whole body falls on both of his knees. It is conceivable how painful this kneeling method is. But at this time, both of them were completely unconscious, as if they didn't feel any pain at all, and they all fell to the ground. His forehead touched the ground, and his body was lying there. Can't afford it for a long time. Ling Yun was stunned in his heart. What kind of realm have these two people reached, when one loves stones and the other loves jade? After a long time, Yuan Ya and Han Laosan both raised their heads, their faces were dusty, and tears were flowing. These were not their tears of excitement, but pious tears. As the saying goes, gold in troubled times, antiques in prosperous times. In recent years, with the development of society, people's living standards have improved rapidly, antique appreciation, and the jewelry and jade industry has developed rapidly. Jade has become an indispensable demand for people. There are many kinds of jadeite: glass, ice, water, and gold. Waxy. But, among all these jadeites, the green with the best color and the highest value is the imperial green. Imperial green, the green color is positive, the color is strong, and it is the same as emerald. It feels blue in the green, but it does not have a color cast, giving people a noble aesthetic. Imperial green refers to a unique color. Imperial green is very green, and the green is oily, just like it drips out. What is the value of imperial green? For example, a piece of imperial green the size of an adult woman's fist can be worth over 100 million. After Song Jingyang and Morong Wenshi were each stunned for a while, they each swallowed a mouthful of saliva, their Adam's apple trembled, and with mechanical steps, they both stepped forward and helped Yu Wangye and Han Laosan up from the ground respectively. They were both so excited. It's just that the performance is not as eye-catching as Yu Wangye and Han Laosan. Now, the Black Stone King, which is 1.8 meters high, is like a big drum. A quarter of the drum surface has been cut off by Ling Yun's sword. The cut place is full of the purest color of emperor green, as if it is about to drip out. Infinite greenness, green light is shining, the human eye is in a trance, and it feels that the greenness is flowing. Now that the sky has turned dark, the sky is very gloomy, and the light is dim. Yu Dingxuan's backyard has not had time to turn on the lights. This green light is even more eye-catching and shocking. Imperial green, too much, it's too much, how is this possible? The Jade Lord stepped forward excitedly, gently pressed his trembling hands on the Emperor Green, and gently touched the belly of his fingers. The hands were so gentle, it was as if he was touching the face of the woman he loved the most. Dragonstone type Imperial Green. I said that when this Stone King was shipped, how could it be more than 8 meters long, and both ends were covered with so many pine flower python patterns. It turned out to be Dragonstone type Emperor Green. Song Jingyang pounded his chest and stomped his feet, hissing and panting from his nose and mouth. The expression on his face was so colorful. He was regretting why he believed in his own experience and stopped cutting more from this Stone King. As long as one more knife is cut, one knife will be heaven, but no one has cut that knife. This knife has been cut by Ling Yun. This kind of feeling is like when you buy a 2-color ball, you bought all the red numbers in front, but the blue number in the back, you hesitated to buy a 7, but in the end you chose an 8, and when the lottery came, it opened. It is 7. Once in heaven, a knife in hell, and now in this backyard, many people have spent 500,000 yuan to cut this Stone King 10 centimeters, but they did not cut out their own heaven, but today, they were given by Ling Yun with a knife hell. Everyone who has cut this Stone King can imagine the feeling in their hearts now. It is estimated that for a long time in the future, they will not want to sleep again, and they will regret waking up from their dreams. Why didn't you make more cuts in the first place? Morong Feishua finally woke up from the shock. She stood upright with difficulty, closed her small cherry mouth, raised her fair and soft weed, and gently wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. This made it difficult for the eyes to leave the green, and then turned to look at the direction of the super candied fruit in the distance. After being shocked, he finally locked his eyes on Ling Yun. Who the hell is this guy? What kind of special power does he have? Even the Waste Stone King that no one cares about, Ling Yun can cut out the Dragon Stone King green from it. What else can he do? Super monster level performance. Super monster level performance, super defying performance. The funny thing is, just now, I said in public that he was taking advantage of him, and everyone said he was a prodigal who was burning money and wasting money. Now it seems that every penny of Ling Yun's money has been exchanged for hundreds of times of income, and he has not spent a penny of it. Who is the fool? Everyone who laughed at Ling Yun just now, including jewelers, fanatic stone gamblers, and countless onlookers, were all shocked, and felt that their face was hot, as if they had been slapped a dozen times in the face. Those two idiots, Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong, their shocked eyes stared like light bulbs, their mouths open enough to stuff goose eggs. They couldn't help but squeeze forward, but they secretly covered their faces with their hands. The rough jadeite stone that Zhu Yongwang had been holding in his hand had long since been lost to him. This face is so swollen. Friend, do you sell the Stone King? I'll give you 5 billion. I can invoice you now. Fart, a fist-sized piece of imperial green emerald is not sold for 100 million yuan. For such a large piece of imperial green, you will open 5 billion? Will you do business? I will pay 6 billion. I'll pay 7 billion. 10 billion. All the jewelry merchants are crazy. They only care about asking prices, and they all forget that even if they sell all their jewelry companies, they will not be able to collect the amount of money they call out. Hearing these crazy bids, Ling Yun just smiled faintly, his arm shook again, another cold light flashed, and with a bang, he saw a larger piece of stone skin, which was cut off by Ling Yun again and flew down, green in the backyard. More light. The entire section of the Stone King had already been cut in half by Ling Yun at this time, but it was still full of green, all Emperor green, dragon stone species Emperor green. Without any impurities, without any white cotton, in the hazy dark night, it was like a giant black urn. Half of the lid was lifted, revealing a pool of emerald green water, all green and oily. My God! Ling Yun replaced the answer with action. After seeing the doubled amount of green, all the jewelry merchants were frightened and shut their mouths. Now, this Stone King has truly become a priceless treasure, and its value is incalculable. It has long surpassed the super candied Haas just now. Palm the lamp. After Yu Wangya took a few deep breaths, he suddenly ordered to turn on the lamp, and in an instant, the entire backyard of Yu Dingxian was brightly lit. The Jade Lord left the Emerald Stone King, tried to keep calm, took a few steps back, stood in the center of the field, raised his hands and clasped his fists, and said loudly, "Everyone, now the Stone King has been solved, the suspense has been eliminated, this little brother I don't need to say more about whether the Stone King I bought has turned green or not. Today is the most important and unforgettable day for me, Yu Dingxian and Boss Han, since its opening. Thank you for your support, but it's getting late. Please leave as soon as possible. We still have Yu Dingshuan. Important. This is the end of Yu Dingshuan's Stone Gambling Conference today, and it will be held next week as usual. At that time, please come and join us." Lord Yu handed off the guests, and at the same time ordered a few guys to take out all the firecrackers in Yu Dingxian, and start setting off firecrackers in the backyard and in front of Yu Dingshuan's store. Seeing with their own eyes such a large imperial green was born, and the Stone King had not finished cutting it, people wanted to see what it would look like when the Stone King was all cut out. People came and went like a tide, people were shocked, exclaimed, talked a lot, shook their heads and sighed and left, thinking in their hearts. Congratulations. Little brother Ling Yun, I don't know, can you take a step to speak? Now, when Lord Jade spoke to Ling Yun, he was so polite that he could no longer be polite. No matter how you say it, the Jade Prince has suffered a big loss. Sitting on Baoshan without knowing it, and missing the Jade Emperor, the place that most people regretted long ago is green. It is good not to vomit blood, but the Jade Prince can still maintain, this look shows his mind. Boss Yu is too polite, please. Ling Yun smiled lightly and accepted the invitation calmly. To be continued. The third of the 8th shift. The monthly pass is not good enough, urgently ask for the monthly pass. Please everyone. Yu Wengai usually lives in Yudingshuan. His office is also a living room. The area is large and scary, and the decoration is quite ancient. When all the lights are turned on, it is magnificent and modern, and it is beautiful. Now, in Lord Jade's office, there are more than 20 people sitting together, including Ling Yun, Long Wu, Song Jingyang, Morong Wenshi, Morong Feishui, Han Laosan, and some of China's most famous jewelry merchants. Lord Jade personally brewed tea for Ling Yun, the best kung fu tea, and the fragrance filled the house. The firecrackers roared outside, deafening, and there were countless festivities and joys, celebrating Ling Yun. For the first time, Tang Meng had the opportunity to enter the office of the Jade Prince, but no matter who pulled him, he would not come in, and he was guarding the Imperial Green Stone King, and even around the Stone King, there was an airtight circle. The security guard looked at him one more time, and he felt like he was at a loss. Tai Xiaohu and his younger brother Qinglong carefully guarded Ling Yun's 3 carriage of stone piles. For Ling Yun, the value of the 3 carriage of stone piles was far greater than that of the Stone King. Because in those 3 cars, there are dozens of spiritual stones in the space ring that he didn't have time to earn. That's the real treasure. The 80 million waste, in the hands of little brother Ling Yun, has increased 100-fold in the blink of an eye. Little brother, today, slapped our face, very swollen. Yuangai was making tea with a smile. Here, the third Han, who stayed with Yuangai almost every day, naturally acted as half the master and was joking with Ling Yun. Ling Yun was a little embarrassed to be teased by Han Laosan. In front of everyone, he raised his hand and scratched his head. He smiled and said, "If the 2 of you are reluctant, this Stone King, plus these 3 carts of rough stones, I can return it as it is." Ling Yun was of course joking. If Lord Yu really took these things back, he would never want to be involved in the stone gambling world, and Ling Yun would never let him go. Real? When Lord Yu heard this, his hands trembled with excitement, and he shattered a teacup with a click. Third Han was also taken aback by Ling Yun's words, but he laughed again in an instant. He said to everyone, "Little brother is really not a mortal, knowing that we will not go back on it. But you still have to make such a joke with us." Lost? I've lost my way. Yu Wangye didn't go to clean up the broken teacup, but started pouring tea for Ling Yun. The tea ceremony was exquisite and skillful. The treasure of the town store bought with 200 million yuan can be exchanged for the opportunity to unlock such a Stone King. It's really worth it. It's not a loss, it's really not a loss. Lord Yu finished pouring out the tea. With a smile, he offered tea to Ling Yun. Lord Jade said in his heart that it is no wonder that Ling Yun repeatedly emphasized that this Stone King is the treasure of the house that he bought home, and the treasure of his own shop, which is incomparable with the value of this Stone King. Hundreds of times more than that. Of course, in Ling Yun's eyes, it was the exact opposite. Qinglong water is the best baby. Ling Yun took a sip from the tea, praised the good tea, then put down the teacup and took out the checkbook from his pocket, quickly signed a check for 500 million, and raised his hand and handed it to Lord Yu. "Jade Lord, your treasure of the store. I can't take it for nothing. I heard that last year, the highest price was 400 million, so I will not negotiate the price with you. Even the principal and profit, how about the 500 million deal?" Seeing this, Song Jingyang and Morong Wenshi couldn't help nodding secretly, thinking that Ling Yun's actions were just unreliable. Every piece is a stroke of genius, and the Jade Prince said that he would not take a penny, but instead he took out 500 million. However, with the Emperor Green Stone King and the super candied gourd, 500 million was really a hair on Jianyo's body to Ling Yun, and he didn't need to care. Yu Wangye pretended to sigh, took the check that Ling Yun gave him, looked at it, and returned it to Ling Yun with a smile. "Little brother, you can ask everyone here, I do business with Yu Xingjin, and I pay attention to credibility first, has always kept his promises, when have you ever broken your trust? As for just now, I heard that the little brother wanted to return the Stone King to me, and accidentally broke the teacup, not because of the value of the Stone King, but because of the spirit of the little brother." Song Jingyang didn't wait for Lord Jade to finish speaking, but he continued with a smile, "Ling Yun, I can guarantee this. Boss Jade is indeed a firm man. You should put away the 500 million check as soon as possible. Seeing that the two of them said this, Ling Yun didn't push it any further. He simply took the check back and asked with a smile, "Then Lord Jade asked me to come in, what advice do you have?" Ling Yun said in his heart that he would not have to eat. He had to go to Lin Minghan's house to eat tonight. The prospective father-in-law was still there waiting for him. Yu Wangye sat upright and chubby, glanced around at the many well-known merchants, exchanged glances with each of them, then turned to look at Ling Yun and said, "Little brother Ling Yun, let's not talk secretly, let me ask. You came in fact, to discuss a business with you." Song Xingyang knew this for a long time. Otherwise, why would these jewelers come in for such a private occasion? Ling Yun naturally understood it very well. He laughed and said, "Oh? I didn't expect to be qualified to talk business with Lord Jade." "It's really my honor, Lord Jade, please tell me." Lord Jade pondered for a while, and then began to talk eloquently. "Little brother, if I guessed correctly, this stone king, except for the outer stone skin, should be full of green." Speaking of this, Lord Jade deliberately paused, causing a burst of exclamations from the surrounding jewelers. Such a big piece of Big Mac, at least a few tons in weight, if there is man shui in it, how much would it be worth? Don't forget that it's all Dragonstone Imperial Green. At this moment, Ling Yun's worth has been on a par with Bill Gates and Buffett. Whoever loses and who wins is uncertain. Based on this, if Ling Yun really wanted to return the Stone King to Yu Dingxian, the Jade Prince would not dare to take it back. The wealth and silk were touching, and he was afraid that he would not be able to afford such a great wealth and that he would be cleaned up by others. A lot of money is good, but you have to spend your life. Lord Jade continued, "As the saying goes, no matter how good things are, it's not money if you put them at home. You can only make money if you sell them to those who need them. Little brother, if you sell such a big dragonstone seed, if you sell it alone, no one can afford it. I think it's better than this. You cut a part of it, and we will find the best carver masters to carve it into various jewelry. Through the channels of our jewelers, we can help you to take out a little bit. What do you think? You have the supply, we have the channel, you make a lot of money, we just earn the difference between the operating fee and the sales price. After a little is sold, let's cut a little, how about it?" "Come on," Lord Jade repeated the old tune, and cut the Stone King into pieces again. Having said this, Lord Jade stopped. All the jewelers stared at Ling Yun with green eyes, for fear that Ling Yun would not agree. Ling Yun understood that this was indeed the best way at the moment. He didn't even hesitate, and immediately nodded, "Then do as the Jade Prince said, do what you say. Everyone earns money." Seeing that Ling Yun agreed, the jewelry merchants around him finally let out a long breath. A big stone in his heart fell to the ground in an instant. The Jade Prince admired Ling Yun's zealousness the most. He laughed and said, "Little brother, as for the price we paid for your imperial green, we will calculate it according to the market price of the dragonstone species of imperial green. What do you think?" Ling Yun was a rookie, and when it came to this, he didn't quite understand it. He was stunned, so he could only turn his head to look at Song Xingyang and Morong Feishue. Morong Feishue nodded calmly. Song Xingyang thought for a while, then he suddenly said to Ling Yun, "Ling Yun, if you can trust me, I will represent you in this business and talk to everyone here, how about it?" "I can trust it, of course I can trust it. Besides, with so many imperial greens, what is the difference between earning more and earning less?" Ling Yun smiled slightly and nodded neatly. "Old song, I'll order 1 billion first." "I ordered 1.5 billion. 1.8 billion. 2 billion. 3 billion. Seeing Ling Yun nodded, before Song Xingyang could speak, these jewelry merchants were already rushing to place orders. Song Xingyang was very calm, and he directly waved his hand to refuse. "You can't do it like this. As the saying goes, what is rare is the most valuable. Imperial green is valuable, but it is not only because of its excellent quality, but also because of its rarity. If so many imperial greens enter the market together, then everyone I want to make money. Song Jingyang was very calm, he thought of the most crucial point. Hearing this, Ling Yun nodded secretly in his heart, and finally felt completely relieved, knowing that Song Jingyang was thinking of him completely. Well, according to the current market price, each of you can order up to 1 billion goods, and you can buy them when they are sold out. I can give you priority to order. Song Jingyang completely acted as a great leader, like a marshal sitting in the middle of the army tent, arranging troops, calm and commanding a firm command. To tell the truth, Yu Wangya was really envious in his heart, and said in his heart why he was a step late and didn't know Ling Yun earlier. Okay. You have the final say, 1 billion is 1 billion, and Wei Chao Tai Fuk ordered 1 billion first. Wei Chao Sang are also 1 billion, and we will write you a check now. Zhou Dasheng Jewelry, 1 billion. Our Old Fengxiang, 1 billion. I represent the Old Temple, 1 billion. Su's Jewelry, 1 billion. Only Yu Dingshuan's Jade Prince and Tianqi Pavilion's Murong Wenshur didn't bid, and Song Jingyang couldn't run away, so they weren't in a hurry. As for Zutang, don't worry, Song Jingyang is the boss of Zutang, he is so anxious. 15 jewelers all grabbed their head-breaking orders, each of which, without exception, was 1 billion. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yun received 15 billion. Soon, the round of panic buying was over, and every jewelry merchant got a supply of 1 billion yuan, and they all smiled. Old Song, this evening, Shangri-La, I'll treat you, we won't go home if we don't get drunk. Old Song, don't go to his place, I live in Kaixin, let's go to Kaixin. Song Jingyang listened to everyone's desperate invitation to him, he just smiled lightly, but his eyes swept slightly to Ling Yun, beside him. To be continued. The 4th of the 8th shift. Brothers, please check the ticket warehouse, be more powerful. Ask for a monthly pass. After Lord Jade finished talking about the business, Ling Yun immediately began to talk about his own business, and his business was, of course, Qinglong coming out of the water. However, it is inconvenient for outsiders to hear about this matter. Ling Yun glanced left and right, then smiled and said, Lord Yu, I have something important and I want to talk to you alone. Yu Wangya said in his heart, Ling Yun really had something to do. He immediately got up without hesitation, said sorry to everyone, and then invited Ling Yun to come to his room. Little brother, please speak. Lord Yu closed the door of the room and said simply. Ling Yun said with a slight smile, Master Yu, your piece of blue dragon comes out of the water, I will personally come and take it away in the middle of the night, at 3 o'clock in the morning, when the time comes, please say hello and let the housekeeper in the store avoid it. Don't worry, it won't be too long. Lord Yu was stunned on the spot. In the middle of the night, at 3 in the morning, to pick it up on time? And it won't be too long? The Qinglong is 8 meters high when it emerges from the water, the diameter of the base is more than 3 meters, and it weighs at least 20 tons. When it arrived, it took 2 cranes and tossed it for more than 2 hours before it was lifted from the truck. How could Ling Yun be so short? Take it away in time? Little brother, are you afraid that I will go back on it, right? You can rest assured, I really decided to give you the Qinglong water, and I also made a plan. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange personnel to bring the water to you. Qinglong will be transported to your home by water, even loading and unloading, it will only take 1 morning at most. Yu Wangya thought it was wrong, Ling Yun shook his head and waved his hand and said, Yu Wangya, I'm not afraid that you will regret it, but I don't want to make too much noise. This matter. Please do as I say, how about it? Yu Wangya felt that Ling Yun made him even more invisible, but he nodded happily and said, okay. No problem. Then thank you Boss Jade. Ling Yun was very satisfied, and he immediately gave the Jade Prince a generous reward, Boss Jade, from now on, if you want to sell Imperial Green in your store, I will provide you no matter how much you sell. It will be calculated for you at 10% off the market price, and you can pay me here after you sell the jade and make money. What? When Lord Yu heard this, he almost stumbled to the ground. 10% off the market price? This means that for every 1 billion Emperor Green ordered by the Jade Lord, Ling Yun would give the Jade Lord 100 million for nothing. Or sell as much as you want, and pay later. Little brother, you are. Yuangye was shocked and didn't know what to do for a while. I don't even know why Ling Yun gave him such a big discount. Such a generous discount can make Yuangye a first-level dealer. Moreover, if the Jade Lord is ruthless enough, he can take advantage of the low price and sufficient supply to sweep the entire jade market. A monopoly can soon be achieved. How much profit will this be derived from? Qinglong is not free when it comes out of water. Of course, Ling Yun now knew that Jade Prince was the most shrewd and most disciplined businessman, and he was not at all worried that Jade Prince would destroy the balance of the market for his own benefit. At most, it's just more money. Okay, deal. Ling Yun smiled lightly and said decisively. After a pause, Ling Yun continued to ask, does Yuangye suffer from a very serious rheumatism? It rained last night and it was cloudy today. I'm afraid Yuangye didn't rest well for the past 2 days. Yuangye was even more shocked. Excited, yes. How did you see it? Ling Yun didn't answer, just smiled slightly, took out 9 golden needles, and said to Lord Jade, I have a little bit of medical skills, if you believe me, let me put a few needles for you and try the effect. How? Until now, Yuangye didn't know where he was. He had met the legendary master of the world. He nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and looked at Ling Yun's eyes. It was called a Grateful Jade. Ling Yun quickly used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, and directly used the spiritual energy to recuperate the body of the Jade Prince. He could not even use it for a minute, and completely exorcised the rheumatism of the Jade Prince. Ling Yun pulled out the needle and asked with a smile, how is the Jade Prince feeling now? Yuangye stood up dumbfounded, moved his arms and legs, and then squeezed a few joints with his hands, and said in shock, God. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's all good. It's fine. If you feel any discomfort in the future, you can find me directly. Then I'll go out. People outside should be in a hurry. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he immediately left the room. Thank you, my benefactor. Seeing that Ling Yun was about to leave, Prince Jade was sweating profusely. He stretched out his hand to pull Ling Yun, but didn't hold back. He simply knelt on the ground with a pop and wanted to kowtow to Ling Yun. Ling Yun hurriedly pulled him up and giggled, it's just a little effort, Lord Jade doesn't need to do this, we will cooperate sincerely in the future to make a fortune together. From now on, Yushingjian, are willing to lead a horse and drop stirrups for my little brother. Yushingjian's words are firm, he is not stupid. Ling Yun laughed and said, it's too far to say this, let's make a fortune together, make a fortune together. A coppery smile on his face. There are 2 brothers of mine outside, one of them is called Tang Meng, the son of the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau chief, and the other is called Tai Xiaohu, who is now the boss of Qinglong. If you have any trouble in the future, you can ask them for help. If you can't handle it, you can find me directly. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he smiled proudly, turned to open the door of the room and left, leaving only Yushingjian, who was stunned. Isn't this the person brought by Song Jingyang and Moro Old Man? Why did he get along with the police chief and Qinglong? The son of the public security chief and Qinglong's eldest brother are both his brothers? I'll be a good boy. I bet against all odds, get cured in an instant, and have a wide range of friends. What kind of person is this against the sky? Yushingjian muttered to himself in shock, then swallowed wildly, his eyes were instantly firm, and he followed Ling Yun's footsteps and walked out. After coming out again, Ling Yin turned down the sincere invitations of all the jewelry merchants, took Long Wuto to say goodbye, and returned to the courtyard. Ling Yin is now the god of wealth of everyone present, Lord Jade, Third Han, plus a group of jewelry merchants, like the stars holding the moon, and they followed Ling Yin to the courtyard. At this time, the sky was completely dark. The 3 carts of rough jadeite and spirit stones that Ling Yin had selected, Tai Xiaohu had already been sent back to Villa No. 1, which was very close to Villa No. 1. Tai Xiaohu had already delivered the 3 carts of emeralds, has returned. And the giant dragonstone imperial green emerald has also been taken to the truck. After loading, the carriage was tightly airtight. A horizontal lock was added to the door of the carriage to lock Tang Meng and the Emperor Green, and Super Candied Hulu, all locked inside. These 2 treasures were so precious that Tang Meng didn't dare to take his eyes away from them, so he volunteered to be locked in the car. Be careful on the road, and send it back quickly. After you go back, don't rush to unload the car, lock the door, and just watch the car. Ling Yin told Tai Xiaohu outside the car that this time, Tai Xiaohu was afraid of any accident, so he called more than 20 Qinglong younger brothers to guard the big truck without leakage. Such a scene is better than armed escort. The large truck drove out of the gate of Yu Dingshuan's backyard. Ling Yun, Long Wu, and others all came out and watched Tai Xiaohu escort the truck away until the truck completely disappeared into the night. Congratulations. Everyone present couldn't help but once again stepped forward and congratulated Ling Yun, not to mention the envy in their eyes. Grandpa Morong, Uncle Song, otherwise, let's take the opportunity to leave, I have business tonight. Ling Yun was about to leave, and planned to come back at 3 in the morning in the middle of the night. Ling Yun, what are you doing in such a hurry to leave? You want to have dinner with us anyway? I have already booked the hotel. When Song Jingyang saw that Ling Yun was really gone, he immediately became anxious. He still had a lot of things to say to Ling Yun. At this moment, I saw a clerk, hurried from the store into the backyard, and trotted all the way to the front of Yuanya. Boss, the Mr. Long who came 2 days ago is here again. He said he wanted to see you. Yu Xingjin frowned when he heard this, thinking that the dog skin plaster was really stained. Just say I'm not here. Yu Xingjin said in a deep voice. Benevolence and justice can't be done. Boss Jade is clearly at home, so why do you have to hide from your younger brother? He heard his voice before seeing him. Ling Yun knew who it was as soon as he heard it, it was Long Tianjiao. The enemy's road is narrow, and they bumped into it again. Ling Yun's heart was moved, and he said that the stone gambling had already ended, how could he come here? While thinking about it, Long Tianjiao had already appeared in everyone's field of vision. From a distance, he could see Ling Yun, who looked like the stars and the moon, and the dragon dance beside him. Long Tianjiao's expression changed greatly in an instant. However, Long Tianjiao quickly returned to normal. He glanced at the middle-aged man who followed him, and his eyes instantly filled with confidence and pride, and Qi Yuxuan walked towards Ling Yun. Yo, I didn't expect Brother Ling to be there, what a coincidence. Long Tianjiao's behavior today was obviously different from usual. Although his words were still very polite, he did not look at Ling Yun with the kind of flattery that was deliberately pretended to be in his eyes. Ling Yun didn't care about Long Tianjiao, but his eyes were fixed on the middle-aged man beside Long Tianjiao. This man had a pair of broom brows, and there was a fierceness in his eyes. The myth was introverted, even Ling Yun couldn't see it. Out of his cultivation. Ling Yun smiled leisurely, and hugged Long Wu's waist to greet him. He wanted to know what purpose Long Tianjiao came to this Yudingshuan for. It's really a coincidence, Yudingshuan's stone gambling is over, I don't know why you are here. Long Tianjiao didn't hide it, he smiled smartly and said, Oh, Uncle Cheng, and I came here just to discuss a business with Boss Yu. After speaking, Long Tianjiao stopped looking at Ling Yun, took a deep look at Long Wu again, then turned to Yu Xingjin and said, Boss Yu, how is it? Do you want to sell or not to sell this Qinglong water stone? The tone is extremely domineering. To be continued. Yu Wangye was forced to question by Long Tianjiao. He smiled helplessly, glanced at Ling Yun first, and then said to Long Tianjiao, Mr. Long, I'm really sorry, this piece of green dragon water, it doesn't belong to me anymore. What? Long Tianjiao cried out in horror. The middle-aged expert beside him, after listening to the words of Lord Jade, his broom brows immediately stood up, and his eyes flashed brightly. Long Tianjiao was really depressed. He just came to Yudingshuan a few days ago, just for the sake of the Qinglong water. He had a sincere conversation with the Jade Lord, saying that no matter how much it cost, he would buy the Qinglong water. But Qinglong Chushui is the treasure of the Jade King, which has nothing to do with money. Of course, he will not be so easily moved by Long Tianjiao. Therefore, no matter what Long Tianjiao says or not, he just insists that he will not sell it. When Long Tianjiao saw that the Jade Prince would not sell it, he had to go back to find another way, but after only 2 days, he wanted to come over to negotiate with the Jade Prince again, but who knew that this piece of green dragon water had already changed hands? It doesn't belong to you anymore? Who does it belong to now? Long Tianjiao's face immediately turned ugly, and he asked in a deep voice. Ling Yun stood out from the crowd, suddenly took a few steps forward, and said with a faint smile, I'm sorry, this piece of blue dragon comes out of water, it belongs to me now. What? Long Tianjiao was furious, not to mention that depression. First, his fiancée was robbed by Ling Yun, he had to pretend to be his grandson honestly, and he had to happily pay Ling Yun 20 million, just a door frame and a few flower pots. Yesterday Ling Yun's ordinary clinic opened, Long Tianjiao personally came to congratulate him, who knows that he brought 2.7 billion, and Ling Yun didn't even look at it, he just said no, and refuted his face in public. It's good now, Long Tianjiao took a fancy to Qinglong's water, and wanted to get his hands to study the mystery, but he didn't expect that Ling Yun would take the lead. I'm sorry. I don't care who you are, this piece of blue dragon water will never be given to you. Long Tianjiao was thinking, but before he could speak, the middle-aged expert beside him blurted out first. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, looked at the middle-aged expert with interest and said, Then I'm even more embarrassed, this piece of green dragon water is now mine. You can't give it, it doesn't make any sense. The middle-aged expert stared. With a fierce look in his eyes, he said arrogantly, Boy, I heard that your name is Ling Yun? You have been in the limelight in Qingshui City recently? Ling Yun had a good temper for a day. He suddenly wanted to lose his temper. Your news is quite well informed, you even know my name, boy, what's your name? Dare you tell the little master? When the people around heard it, they burst into laughter. That person was at least twice the age of Ling Yun. Ling Yun called him boy. Ga? The middle-aged master was furious when he heard the words, and he said angrily, Boy, for the sake of young Master Long, I don't want to bully you, so don't be ignorant. Ling Yun's smile faded, and he said coldly, I don't know what it is? Who is it that doesn't know what it is? Why do you say you can't give me something that belongs to me? What kind of onion are you? The middle-aged expert was angered by Ling Yun and laughed, haha. It's interesting, really interesting, I never thought that Qinggongxiong would one day be called which green onion. When Long Tianjiao saw that Qinggongxiong was angered by Ling Yun, he was secretly happy, but he pretended to pull Qinggongxiong's sleeve and said, Uncle Qing. If you don't, let's forget it first, then the Qinglong water is said to be his, if it doesn't work, I'll try another way. Qinggongxiong is obviously hot-tempered, and it seems that no one has ever provoked him. Now he is provoked by Ling Yun, and he is provoked by Long Tianjiao in the back. Immediately burst into anger. Boy, I'll show you a clear path, sincerely apologize to me, and then give this piece of green dragon to young Master Long, then I won't beat you today, lest you be said to be bullying the small. Ling Yun laughed happily. The surname is Zheng. I think you are struggling to eat, right? You ask Mr. Long beside you, who have I ever apologized to? If you want to hit me, feel free to come, and I will stand there. It's here. When Morong Feishua saw it, she was about to start a fight. She saw that the other party looked fierce and wanted to eat people. She couldn't help worrying about Ling Yun, and quickly opened her mouth and shouted, Ling Yun, don't be with people. It's noisy, let's go quickly. Who knew that Ling Yun turned his head and gave Morong Feishua a faint smile. Go? Where are you going? How can you fight when you're gone? Before Ling Yun finished speaking, he heard dong, dong and dong sounding behind him. With a swipe of his consciousness, he knew that Chen Gongxiong was thinking of him and came over. Chen Gongxiong's footsteps were very heavy, stepping on the ground like a drum. The sound was like muffled thunder, and everyone's heart skipped a beat, feeling the ground tremble. No wonder he has such a crazy temper, he really has 2 strokes. Ling Yun sneered in his heart, knowing that Chen Gongxiong was trying to suppress him with his aura. However, it is a pity that Chen Gongxiong met Ling Yun. He couldn't see through Ling Yun's strength. He just heard from Long Tianjiao that Ling Yun's strength was at least in the innate realm. Long Tianjiao was beaten by Ling Yun and was powerless to fight back. Of course, he would not tell outsiders about such a shameful thing. When he saw that Chen Gongxiong really went to Ling Yun, he was so dark in his heart, forget about it. He said in his heart that Uncle Ching is a master of the 5th floor of the innate. I would like to see how your Ling Yun has been cleaned up today. Chen Gongxiong slowly came to 3 meters in front of Ling Yun, stood still, and said with a grin, Boy, I'll give you another chance to apologize. Go away. Ling Yun said simply. Yeah. Chen Gongxiong saw that Ling Yun didn't pay attention to him at all, and suddenly broke out completely. He took a step forward, stretched out his hand, and punched Ling Yun with a left fist. In this kind of fight, there is no movement, no jumping, and speed is not fast. In the eyes of others, it is not much different from the fight between ordinary people. However, that was only in the eyes of outsiders. Ling Yun stood in the field and felt Chen Gongxiong's fist wind whistling. He could clearly hear the sound of breaking through the air, and his fist was as fierce as a tide. Amidst the exclamations, it's too late to say, it's too soon. Ling Yun did not dodge or dodge, raised his hand lightly, clenched his fingers into a fist, and met Chen Gongxiong's fist. Tiangang, subduing magic fist. Bang! The 2 fists slammed into each other fiercely. There was no fancy, and the punches were overflowing. Some green weeds on the ground beside the 2 were all swept down by the fist wind. Crack! The sound of broken fist bones suddenly sounded, scratching people's eardrums. The figure flew upside down. Chen Gongxiong's figure was like a kite with a broken string, and was knocked out by Ling Yun's punch. His back slammed into a pile of rough jadeite stones, and the stones were scattered on the ground. What? A shrill scream came out from Chen Gongxiong's mouth. Ling Yun's punch directly shattered his fist bone, fractured his forearm bone, and was seriously injured on the spot. Boy, do you dare to smack me? Chen Gongxiong was dumbfounded. He was a 5th level innate expert who was beaten like this by Ling Yun with 1 punch. He has innate chi to protect his body, but his innate chi is like an egg shell in front of Ling Yun's fist, and it is shaken away in an instant, vulnerable to a single blow. Inu? You beat me first. Where did I beat you? Who can blame you if you don't beat yourself up? Ling Yun smiled and slowly retracted his fist, staring at Chen Gongxiong, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and said disdainfully. Ling Yun really did something wrong. Chen Gongxiong was a master of the 5th level innate. Based on Ling Yun's age, he felt that although Ling Yun was a genius, he would not exceed the 3rd level innate. He was bullying people and only used 3 successes. Of course, Ling Yun also used only 3 successful strengths, But the problem is that the two's strength defense and cultivation techniques are not of the same order of magnitude. When Ling Yun was in the middle of the 7th level of body training, he was able to cry Lu Suifeng from the 5th level of the innate, not to mention that he had reached the peak of the 8th level of body training now. As long as he crosses another big realm, he will be ready to enter the qi refining period at any time. My God, how strong is Ling Yun? How much effort is it to knock that person over a dozen meters away with one punch? The man's arm seems to be broken, such a fierce punch. This guy, it turns out that the fight is so sturdy. Song Jingyang opened his mouth, and Ling Yun brought him too many surprises. Long Tianjiao was dumbfounded. Chen Gongxiong was born at the 5th level, he knew it, and he practiced hard skills. How could he be beaten by Ling Yun like this? That Ling Yun's strength. Uncle Cheng, are you okay? Long Tianjiao hurried over and helped Chen Gongxiong up. Cough cough. Chen Gongxiong blushed, coughed out a mouthful of blood, and felt that the blood in his heart was smoother. He gasped, I'm fine, this kid is really unusual. Ling Yun heard it very clearly. He laughed and said, is it still possible to fight? If you want to fight, I can give you another punch. Dare to think about the baby I've tried so hard to get, and still want to force me to order this or that? First hit you with peach blossoms all over the place. Beat. Chen Gongxiong gritted his teeth, turned his innate qi, suddenly broke away from Long Tianjiao's support, and charged towards Ling Yunquang again. His speed is not fast, but the expression on his face is ferocious, his teeth are gritted, and his momentum is amazing. This time, he didn't have any reservations. Using his body to dash wildly, his right fist had already been raised, and with 120% of his strength, he slammed towards Ling Yun. You've become angry so quickly? Don't play if you can't afford it. Ling Yun laughed. He used his left fist this time, and only used Qi-Qing force to meet Chen Gongxiong's fist. Bang! Chen Gongxiong's true qi and Ling Yun's fist collided fiercely, and then it was the fist fight. The clothes of the two were hunted by the fierce and domineering fists, and the sand and stones flew on the ground, as if a 10th level wind was blowing. Crack! Crack! There were two more unpleasant crisp sounds. Chen Gongxiong's body was knocked flying again by Ling Yun. This time he flew farther and broke two piles of stones one after another before he stopped his figure. Wow! After Chen Gongxiong stopped flying backwards, his body slipped to the ground like soft noodles, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Good, what a powerful fist. To be continued. It's really a shameless statement. If you want to steal my things, you are worthy of 2 pieces of scraps. Ling Yun said with a cold smile. No matter how hard your mouth is, it's not as good as a fist at the critical moment. Ling Yun only used 2 punches to cripple Chen Gongxiong. Chen Gongxiong was severely injured by Ling Yun, and his dantian and meridians were injured. He couldn't move for a while, let alone speak. Long Tianjiao changed his face and said, Brother Ling, Uncle Ching is just a little bit quick-tempered, he doesn't mean to hurt you, how can you? Ling Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and said lightly, Long Tianjiao, before I get angry, it's best to leave quickly. If you don't leave, I'll even hit you. Long Tianjiao stopped talking. He couldn't beat Ling Yan at all, and knowing that Ling Yan really dared to beat him, he could only silently pick up the seriously injured Chen Gongxiong and leave with hatred. When he was about to leave, he didn't forget to secretly glance at Long Wu, and then turned his head to look reluctantly at Qing Long coming out of the water. This made Ling Yun very puzzled, thinking that this Long Tianjiao, what is he doing watching Long Wu when he has nothing to do? Ling Yun had noticed this situation several times. At first, he didn't take it seriously, but now he always felt that the way Long Tianjiao looked at Long Wu was different from looking at others. Isn't this kid trying to rob my wife? Ling Yun murmured inwardly, oh, if that's the case, just castrate and talk about it. After Long Tianjiao left, Ling Yun turned around with a smile, came to the stunned crowd, and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, I shot a little harder just now. I don't know the compensation, it's all on me." No, it's just a few broken stones, and you need to pay for it?" Yuan Ye hurriedly said. "Ling Yun beat Qingganxiong here today, naturally it also means to stand up for power. He has revealed his wealth today, if anyone dares to beat him with Emperor Green's idea. You have to weigh it carefully, how many punches can you eat and live with Ling Yun? I remember when the little brother was solving the Stone King just now, a cold light flashed in front of his eyes, and he cut the stone skin open. I always wondered in my heart, and now I know that the little brother is a legendary martial arts master." Third Han looked at Ling Yun's gaze. Even more different, with a touch of awe. Other timid jewelers. Seeing Ling Yun so powerful, his face turned pale with fright, and he thought that when they laughed at Ling Yun today, if Ling Yun was unhappy, the consequences were unimaginable. "Good boy, this one is really beautiful, but I really want to impress you." Song Jingyang moved forward excitedly, hugging Ling Yun's shoulder cordially and smiling. "Don't be impressed, Uncle Song, I have to leave now. I really have something to do." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he immediately said goodbye to everyone, saying that no matter what matters need to be discussed, he will talk about it after today, and then he takes the dragon dance and floats away. When Morong Feishue saw Ling Yun was about to leave, she didn't give her another look. "There is an indescribable loss and sadness in my heart." After Ling Yun left, he asked Long Wu to take a taxi home, and he immediately rushed back to Villa Number 1. At this time, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were both there. They stood beside the two trucks, not leaving an inch. "Open the door." Both doors were opened, Ling Yunfei entered the car, and immediately put all the spirit stones into the space ring. Then, Ling Yun thought for a while, and instantly put the giant stone king into the space ring, although this thing has no spiritual energy. But it is too precious, and only when you carry it on your body can you be completely relieved. It really takes up space. The space ring is not enough. Ling Yun was very depressed. He had just upgraded the space ring, but this giant piece took up most of the space. "Looks like I need to take out as soon as possible." Ling Yun muttered, and put the super candied Ha string into the space ring, which now took up a part of the space. "Oh my god, you can fit such a big one?" Although Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu knew that Ling Yun had a space ring, they didn't expect that even such a big giant could fit in, and they were dumbfounded at the same time. "Where are Ling Yu and the others?" Ling Yun asked the two of them after he finished packing. Aunt Qin took Xianer and Ling Yu back to Villa Number 9 in Qingshui Bay. After Ninger and Miao Xiaomiao got off work at the clinic, they didn't come back at all and went directly to Dr. Shue's house. Tang Meng said to Ling Yun, "Then did my aunt leave a message for me?" "Yes, practice well, eat well, take classes well, study well, and go back to Clearwater Bay at least twice a week." Tang Meng knew that Qin Dongxue was so powerful that he didn't dare to say a single word wrong. "Understood, have you two eaten?" Ling Yun asked. "How dare you, if you lose these treasures just to eat, wouldn't it be miserable?" Tang Meng said with a bitter face, but now that Ling Yun put away the two most valuable items, he felt a lot more relaxed. Ling Yun smiled and said, "That's just right, you two, send all the remaining rough jadeite to Tianqi Pavilion, and then have a meal with Uncle Song. Tang Meng, remember to learn more about business from him in the future." When Tang Meng heard this, he immediately became uneasy. "Brother Yun, can these rough jadeite stones be green?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "Then why don't you ask? Do you think I really bought 3 cars of scrap? Every piece is guaranteed to be green." Tang Meng said excitedly, "Then, why send it to Tianqi Pavilion? You don't want to send it to them, do you?" Tang Meng said in his heart that Brother Yun didn't show much affection with Morong Feishue. It was far worse than Dragon Dance. How could the 3 cars of rough jadeite be worth hundreds of millions? How could Brother Yun be willing to give it away? Ling Yun understood Tang Meng's thoughts. He smiled and said, "It's not to give people away, it's to let them take out the stones and sell them in their shop. You're here this time, not only to learn from Uncle Song, but mainly to talk to them. Business. When these stones are solved, you have to give 20% of the profit to Old Man Morong and Uncle Song, and sell them at 80% of the market price. Don't rush to collect the money. After they sell the goods and get the money back, give us the money. It's not too late." Anyway, Ling Yun was not short of money for the time being. Unless he starts refining tools and buys metal materials in large quantities, that is the time to spend a lot of money. Ling Yun has searched the price of various metal materials on the internet. He is buying tens of thousands of tons at a time. Knowing that the money needed is simply a huge amount, now that he has these 2 stones in his hand, he is a little worried. Be a little more steadfast. Let 20% profit? Is 10% okay? Tang Meng felt distressed and bargained with Ling Yun. No negotiation, just 20% off. If you want to start the Tiandi group in the future, you have to point at Uncle Song and the others. Also, if Prince Jade and Boss Han have time, you can communicate with them more and have a good conversation. Neither of them are bad people. Ling Yun repeatedly warned Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, and finally said, "You two, after you go, first, remember that you are here on my behalf, don't embarrass me. Second, if they ask about me, what should I do? Say what you say, and what you shouldn't say is absolutely not allowed, understand?" Tang Meng said in his heart that it seemed that Brother Yun wanted to unify the rhythm of Qingshui City's antique market, so he stopped talking and nodded quickly. As soon as Ling Yun finished speaking, he received another urging text message from Lin Menghan, asking him when he would go. Lin Zheng has stayed in Qingshui City for too long, and it is difficult to explain in all aspects. He must leave Qingshui City tonight, so Lin Menghan is very urgent. Ling Yun drove his Land Rover, quickly left Villa Number 1, and drove towards Fuhua Manor, Hot Spring Villa. Even with the piece of spirit refinement Taishu stone that the Lin family gave him, Ling Yun couldn't help but take Lin Zheng into his eyes. It only took 20 minutes for Ling Yun to arrive at the door of Lin Menghan's villa. It was still the 2 military vehicles. The 4 soldiers on the left and right of the door maintained their military posture and stood guard. Susher waited for Lin Zheng to finish talking with Ling Yun, and then left immediately. "Ling Yun, you're here? Come in quickly, my father is already waiting." Lin Menghan heard the sound of Ling Yun's car, and quickly rushed out of the villa. She was wearing a comfortable lace dress and made her Adam's apple tremble when she saw the 4 bloody soldiers at the door. "Today is really too busy." Ling Yun found an excuse, of course it was the truth. Soon after entering the room, Lin Zheng just saw Ling Yun coming in, and stood up with a smile on his face. "Ling Yun is here? Sit down." "Hello, Uncle Lin." Ling Yun entered the room and said to Lin Zheng very politely. Lin Zheng waited for Ling Yun to sit down, and then said straight to the point, "Ling Yun, I'm in a hurry to get back to the army, so I don't have much time, so let's talk less." Ling Yun smiled slightly and said, "Uncle Lin, please tell me if you have something to say. You don't have to be so polite to me. I have to thank you for the gift you gave me yesterday. It was of great use to me. Please thank the old man for me." Lin Zheng nodded and said, "Well, in the past 2 days, Meng Han told me a lot about you. It is indeed, young talent, young and promising. I also told Meng Han's mother and her grandfather. Now, they are all looking forward to you and Meng Han going home as soon as possible." Lin Meng snorted, extremely shy, but Ling Yun smiled slightly. This is what it should be. After the college entrance examination, the summer vacation will be very long. During this period, I will definitely go home and visit Grandpa and Aunt Lin. Lin Zheng nodded, then changed the conversation, raised his eyelids and said to Ling Yun, I know you are an extraordinary person, but Meng Han is also my only daughter. Since the two of you, since you are together, our Lin family will not object, so you must treat her well and don't bully her. Ling Yun said in his heart that his father-in-law was showing his power, and he quickly nodded solemnly, without daring to hesitate at all. The last thing, and the most important thing, after all, Meng Han had a marriage contract with Long Tianjiao of the Long family. Although their family took the initiative to break off the marriage, if we do this, our Lin family will definitely have a bad relationship with the Long family. A lot of things may not be so good. Before Lin Zheng could finish speaking, Ling Yun stood up suddenly, with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, Uncle Lin, please rest assured, I will protect the Lin family from now on. The Lin family will only get better and better, and nothing will happen. Ling Yun is full of confidence and has amazing momentum. To be continued. This kid is so powerful. Lin Zheng sat there and felt the amazing confidence and momentum exuding from Ling Yun, and he was secretly shocked. However, in the clinic yesterday, he had seen Ling Yun's performance against the sky. Naturally, he believed that what Ling Yun said was true, and he was looking forward to it. Like Lord Jade, Lin Zheng couldn't see through Ling Yun, and he felt that there were no problems or difficulties that could stymie this guy in front of him. Although you say that, don't underestimate the Long family. The background of the Long family is absolutely beyond what outsiders can imagine. In China, apart from the Yi family, there is no secular family that can compete with the Long family. Yi family. Ling Yun was shocked. He had never contacted the Yi family. This was the first time he heard Lin Zheng say it. Yes, you don't want to see that the Yi family is silent and very low-key, but the true heritage of the Yi family is not much worse than that of the Long family, especially after the development of the last 10 years. They have already competed with the Long family. Sure, don't underestimate the Yi family. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Ling Yun sighed inwardly and nodded deeply, expressing his mind. Okay, then I won't disturb you too. I'm leaving now, Ling Yun. Remember, Meng Han is crazy about you. Don't bully Meng Han. Dad, what did you say? Meng Han saw that Lin Zheng was so neat, he said it in front of her, and stomped his feet shyly. Humph, you two are living together now, what else can't you say? Lin Zheng gave Meng Han a reproachful look, and went out with his hands behind his back. Ling Yun and Meng Han naturally sent Lin Zheng out of the house. Before getting into the car, Lin Zheng pulled Ling Yun aside and whispered, Stinky boy, there are so many women around you, I really can't tell you, whoever makes Meng Han willing. What about you? But I don't care how many women you have to give me a bowl of water. If you dare to favor one over the other, believe it or not, I will send an artillery regiment to blast you into scum. Ling Yun Khan, Xuanhuan, Afghanistan. My heart said that this old man is too fierce. What we said was not a machine gun, how to change it into an artillery regiment. Uncle Lin, don't worry, I love Meng Han the most. She is the most beautiful. Ling Yun laughed. Watching Lin Zheng just get into the car and leave, Meng Han took Ling Yun's arm. She blushed and asked, Husband, what did my dad say to you at the end? Ling Yun laughed happily. He said let's give him a grandson early. How about, go in and work hard to create people. The two walked into the room while talking. Ling Yun's big hand had already slid in from Meng Han's collar, pinching the pair of astonishing fair-skinned towering ones, and playing with them wantonly. Meng Han blushed. Didn't your vitality hurt badly yesterday? You have to wait for you to recover well. Ling Yun giggled and said, that's all a lie. Things that can hurt your husband's vitality have never happened before. Walking into the villa, Ling Yun slammed the door shut with a slap, then hugged Meng Han's delicate body sideways, flew upstairs, and went straight to the bedroom. Oh. As Ling Yun entered Meng Han's body, there was an uncontrollable joy. He shouted from Lin Minghan's sandalwood mouth in an instant, and then he was blocked by something and changed into a rapid gasp. 3 hours later, Ling Yun pulled away from Lin Minghan's body, who was about to fall apart, rolled over and got out of bed, and took a warm bath by himself. Then came out refreshed. He called Tai Xiaohu and knew that Tang Meng was still drinking with Song Jingyang, Morong Wencher, Yuan Ya, Han Laosan and others. Tai Xiaohu also directly told Ling Yun that he really didn't like to sit here and socialize. If I can't practice, I'm going to be suffocated. Ling Yun smiled and let Tai Xiaohu stage an escape. The two made an appointment to meet at the ordinary clinic. After hanging up, Ling Yun greeted Lin Minghan, dressed and went downstairs, and drove straight to the ordinary clinic. Have you caught someone? When Ling Yun arrived at the ordinary clinic, he found that Tai Xiaohu had already been waiting at the door. He did not drive, but ran over. Tai Xiaohu knew that what Ling Yun was asking was Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong. He smiled and said, "Of course I caught them. These two fools thought you were joking with them during the day, so they didn't take it seriously at all, and went swaggering. Playing in a nightclub, we went to the place of our Qinglong, and there is still an immortal. Go, it's cool in the past. Brother Yun, let me drive." Seeing Ling Yun sitting in the driver's seat and not moving, Tai Xiaohu felt at a loss. "Fuck you, I haven't driven enough today, and you don't even want to scramble for the door with me." Ling Yun directly refused. Tai Xiaohu had to get into Ling Yun's car in fear, thinking that he had committed some kind of evil, and Brother Yun turned out to be my driver tonight. The two quickly came to the Black Rose nightclub, parked the car without locking the door, and went straight to the 3rd floor. In the elevator, Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu, "This nightclub is also our Qinglong industry?" Tai Xiaohu answered honestly, "Brother Yun, this is your property. Qinglong has invested in 18 nightclubs in the whole of Qingshui City. If you have time, you can take a look around." Ling Yun thought that 18 nightclubs were too many, and at the same time, he couldn't help but admire Long Kuan's ability secretly. "Hello Brother Tiger, hello sir." The elevator door opened, and a deafening singing sound immediately came from his ears. Ling Yun could not help but frown slightly when he heard it, but fortunately, there were 4 beauties in red princess dresses standing outside the elevator. Slender and tall. The 4 princesses seemed to know Tai Xiaohu's identity, and all of them stared at him with awe-inspiring eyes. Even the handsome guy Ling Yun didn't care. In the eyes of these women, money, status are valuable, and they are indifferent to being handsome. They see too many men. Brother Yun, Tai Xiaohu saw that the 4 princesses didn't even take Ling Yun seriously. His heart trembled again, and he quickly gave an order. "Hello, Brother Yun." The 4 princesses immediately bent down and bowed their heads, and the 2 groups of white flowers at the collars instantly flashed into Ling Yun's eyes, making him a little stunned. With a thought, Ling Yun took out 4 bundles of 100 yuan bills and threw a bundle at each of them by picking leaves and flying flowers, leaving the 4 princesses stunned. "I still don't think Brother Yun." Tai Xiaohu grinned, saying he had never seen Ling Yun so generous before. "Thank you, Brother Yun." The 4 princesses clasped their money tightly in both hands, and bent down in unison. 2 princesses even deliberately tugged at their collars, making the 2 white balls towering, revealing more for Ling Yun. "Look. Well, this time it sounds more sincere." Ling Yun laughed, and Tai Xiaohu walked inside. The 2 came to a private room, and Ling Yun saw Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong, who had been beaten with blue noses and swollen faces and bleeding from their noses and mouths. As soon as the 2 entered the private room, Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong instinctively turned their heads, and immediately saw Ling Yun, who came in floating, and they were completely shocked. "That's right, it was I who made you move, who made you talk shit." Ling Yun sat down on the sofa and stared at the 2 dudes. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun said to a young Qinglong brother who was standing beside him, "Go get a paper and a pen." The young Qinglong brother nodded respectfully and led the way. Ling Yin smiled at Zhu Yongwang. Don't you scold me for jubilation during the day? Go ahead, now I'm listening. Zhu Yongwang had been beaten up for a long time, and he begged for mercy just now. But now it turns out to be Ling Yun. How dare he beg for mercy again? I dare not. Please let me go. I will never come to Qingshui again. I won't dare to provoke you again. Ling Yun smiled faintly. You can let it go, but you have to write down all the information about your family. If you dare to lie, I will let someone cut off your rotten thing and feed it to the dog. After speaking, Ling Yun ignored Zhu Yongwang, who was stunned, and turned to look at Ho Yaozong. Open your mouth and see. Ho Yaozong was stubborn, gritted his teeth and said, I'm from Hong Kong. If you dare to be beaten, see how I'll sue you. When Ling Yun saw it, he immediately frowned slightly. This beater can't beat people. Xiaohu, come here, let me take all the teeth out of his mouth. Tai Xiaohu jumped up, his fan-like slap slapped Ho Yaozong's face in an instant, and he bowed left and right. Clap clap clap. After more than a dozen slaps, Ho Yaozong was completely stunned, his eyes shot straight to gold stars, all his teeth were slapped off, and most of them were swallowed by him in blood. Ling Yun knew that it was almost there. He told Tai Xiaohu to stop, and smiled coldly. I beat you today to make you remember, and you will pretend to be scolding in the future. You must pay attention, see who the target is, and remember if you have any. I will go to Hong Kong, and you will definitely know when the time comes. If you want to get revenge on me, please do so. In front of the public, he insulted Ling Yun so much. If it wasn't for the sake of not causing trouble for the Murong family, Ling Yun would have dealt with him long ago, and it would have been a blessing for him not to take Ho Yaozong's life. Back then, when Long Wu scolded Ling Yun, he had to be applauded, let alone someone like Ho Yaozong. At this time, the younger brother of Qinglong brought the paper and pen. Ling Yun winked and asked him to put the pen and paper in front of Zhu Yongwang. Will you write? Writing, Zhu Yongwang saw that Ling Yun was really beating people to death, and he was so frightened that he urinated his pants. Well, as long as you are obedient, remember, everything else can be written in a simple way. But how many oil fields and assets do you have in your family? The consequences are at your own risk. Yes, I understand, I will write clearly. 20 minutes later, Zhu Yongwang finally finished writing. Ling Yun swept it with his divine sense, and had already remembered it in his heart. While he was burning with anger, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This is the first debt, and you will spit it out from your Zhu family and eat my Ling families. To be continued. The 5th and 8th are more complete. Is it fast-paced today? Does it look cool enough? So, ask for a monthly pass. Please everyone, in addition, tomorrow will definitely not be an update, because tomorrow will add an update to the leader's redness. After Ling Yun entered the private room, he had been sitting on the sofa without moving, but he was talking and laughing, and the Ruthless means he showed shocked Qinglong's younger brothers. Pinshu Network. Throw both of them to me, throw them farther away, and let them get out of Qingshui City within a day. Ling Yun didn't continue to embarrass these two dudes, they were just two idiots with little eyes, so he cleaned up and taught them a lesson. From now on, you are not allowed to pester Murong Feishua, otherwise, you will die. Before the two dudes were taken away, Ling Yun used voice transmission to enter the secret, and said to them, his tone was so cold that they both had goosebumps all over their bodies. Now these two people are completely convinced, Ling Yun can say it, can do it. Not a word is a joke. Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu then left the Black Rose nightclub, and took Tai Xiaohu to the place where he last practiced the internal skills of the angry waves, instructing him to practice martial arts. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yun drove back to Qingshui City, and let Tai Xiaohu, who was exhausted and crumbling, follow behind his car and ran all the way back to Villa No. 1 in Qingxi Villa district. Ling Yun's speed, from the snail crawling at the beginning, became faster and faster, and Tai Xiaohu ran faster and faster, and he could finally effectively use his inner strength. Entering the hospital, parking the car, Ling Yun got out of the car, smiled and asked Tai Xiaohu, who was sweating profusely but refreshed, "How do you feel now?" "Brother Yun, I feel that the internal energy of the angry waves can finally run on its own. The internal energy is wave after wave, and it is endless. And there seems to be a sound of waves in the body." This night, under Ling Yun's careful guidance, Tai Xiaohu has gained a lot. His inner strength of anger has finally laid a solid foundation and can already be cultivated on his own. That's right, Raging Wave's internal skill. You've already started. You can practice in this way in the future. Remember to bring some more brothers to help. Starting from next week, I'll teach you acupuncture points, light kung fu, hidden weapons, and some mysterious moves. Also, you have to choose a weapon that is handy. There's no one here tonight, so just practice here, and I'll go out and do something. Ling Yun finished speaking. As soon as his figure floated, he left Villa number 1 and went straight to Yudingxian. At 3 o'clock in the morning, he arrived just in time, not much. Now, Ling Yun's phantom fish and dragon steps are displayed. A casual swipe of at least 300 meters is really like lightning, and even the camera can't capture his figure. Yuangye had already made arrangements. He didn't drink a drop of alcohol for Ling Yun's affairs tonight, and now he is waiting for Ling Yun at the gate of the courtyard in person. Ling Yun no longer concealed his strength. The figure appeared in front of Yuangye in a flash, and he smiled at him. "Boss Yu, are all the cameras in your store turned off?" Ling Yun asked using voice transmission to enter the secret. "According to your instructions, all of them have been closed." Yuangye replied hastily, but his eyes were looking around. Ling Yun asked in surprise, "Boss Jade, what are you looking at?" Yuangye wondered, "You are the only one here?" Ling Yun alone took this piece of Qinglong water that weighed at least 20 tons? 20,000 kilograms? How is this possible? Ling Yun leisurely said, "Boss Yu, I'll let you open your eyes tonight, but no matter what you see, you must cover your mouth tightly, and don't say it in the future. Of course, no one will believe you if you say it." After Ling Yun finished speaking, Chong Yuangye smiled indifferently, and he swayed again, and he came to the side of the blue dragon water. The 14th small realm of the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art, one arm has a strength of at least 3,000 kilograms, and the combined force of the two arms is 6,000 kilograms. This is pure power. One Qi Yin-Yang Art, the 8th level peak of body training, under the circulation of Yin-Yang True Qi, each arm can add at least 1,000 kilograms of strength. At the same time, this is also the strength of a normal innate 5th level expert. In this way, Ling Yun used the Yin-Yang art of Qi to the extreme, and his arms possessed a strength of 8,000 kilograms. However, this is not enough. Ling Yun still needs to use the Dragon Elephant Divine Power. The Dragon Elephant Divine Power can make a cultivator double to 10 times the power in a short period of time. However, Dragon Elephant Divine Strength is a fighting secret technique, a supreme secret technique that stimulates the hidden potential of the human body. With Ling Yun's aptitude, if he uses the Dragon Elephant Divine Power, he can of course increase his power tenfold. This is one of his biggest cards, besides Cultivation, and he has never used it yet. Tonight, Ling Yun decided to use the Dragon Elephant Divine Power once in order to get rid of this piece of green dragon water. Dianjushing Treasure Art, One Qi Yin-Yang Art, Dragon Elephant Divine Power. Ling Yun simultaneously turned to the extreme, and then suddenly flew up, facing the upper half of the Qinglong out of the water, and gently pushed. "Wow!" In the stunned exclamation of Lord Jade, the blue dragon spouting boulder fell down with a humming sound, and smashed heavily towards the ground. Yuangye desperately covered his mouth with his hands, so nervous that he forgot to breathe. The speed of Qinglong Chushui was very fast, but Ling Yun's body was falling faster. He landed on the ground one step earlier, and with both hands, he held Qinglong Chushui in the air, lifting his weight lightly. For someone else, even a master of the 7th level of the innate, it would have already been smashed into meat sauce at this moment. Crack, click. Although Ling Yan tried his best to lift his breath and use his body lightning technique, this blue dragon was too heavy, and the granite floor under his feet was shattered inch by inch. Ling Yan said in his heart that it was really heavy. At this time even Ling Yan didn't dare to exhale and speak. As long as he let out his breath, he would have to be hit by the water coming out of the blue dragon. Ling Yan started to search along the boulder dragon body, looking for the center of gravity of the boulder. Of course, the center of gravity was close to the base, but unfortunately it was 3 meters in diameter, so Ling Yan couldn't snatch it at all. Ling Yan didn't dare to hesitate, gently placed the 8-meter blue dragon on the ground, and then floated to the side of the base. Bending his fingers into claws, Ling Yan pinpointed the position. With a sudden force of both hands, the hands instantly penetrated into the base of the boulder, without forearms. "Get up," Ling Yan said silently in his heart. At the same time, he used his strength to the extreme, and suddenly raised the Qinglong out of the water, directly over his head. Just now, Ling Yan used 7 times the dragon elephant divine strength. The potential of the body burst out, and it was finally a real overdraft. It takes an explosive force. If you want to lift 100 genes of things, you have to explode with a force far exceeding 100 genes in an instant, otherwise you will not be able to even move them. Less than 20,000 kilograms. Ling Yan raised the Qinglong water over his head and realized that the Qinglong water was not as heavy as he imagined. The heaviest place was just how tall the person was going up from the base, and further up, because the water became thinner too fast, the end of the faucet was too high. That's 6 meters in length. A total of less than 5 tons. It was lighter than he imagined, so Ling Yan felt much more relaxed. He even had the spare energy to perform light work. When he lifted the 8-meter-high Qinglong out of the water and jumped over the courtyard wall, he even fell to the ground. The stunned Yuangya smiled casually. Ling Yan held a blue dragon weighing more than 10 tons out of the water. But instead of going back to Villa number 1, he bypassed Nanquifeng directly, climbed up from the back mountain, and came directly to the Tianqing. When he was very close to the Tianqing, Ling Yan's arms shook violently with the momentum of running. With a sudden force, the Qinglong water boulder was thrown into the sky pit. Bang! With an earth-shattering sound, Ling Yan sank the Qinglong out of the water into the Tianqing. For the current Ling Yan, if he wants to hide this treasure, Tianqing is undoubtedly the most ideal place. Who? Ling Yan's physical strength was exhausted. He fell down beside the Tianqing with a pale face, and he didn't have the strength to look at the place where Qinglong fell into the water. I can't do this job more than once, only once. Ling Yan knew that he was a bit overwhelmed, and this time he overdrafted a lot, and it would take at least a week to fully recover. After taking out the dragon's saliva and taking a few sips, Ling Yan took advantage of the dragon's saliva aura to meditate on the spot, and after the infuriating energy ran for 12 great weeks, he got up and stood up. If you want to take out the Qinglong water, you can only wait for the 7th level of Qi practice and learn the most basic mountain moving technique. Ling Yan looked at the glowing water in the Tianqing and muttered to himself. After practicing Qi on the 7th level and learning the mountain moving technique, a boulder weighing more than 10 tons was like a child's play in Ling Yan's eyes. Moreover, at that time, Ling Yan had already made a space ring with a large enough space. As long as he entered the Tianqing and put the Qinglong water into the ring, he could easily and effortlessly take it out. Ling Yan guessed that the water coming out of the blue dragon must have something to do with the dragon. Otherwise, it would be impossible to absorb the dragon's saliva. It was precisely because of such an important treasure that he spent a lot of energy to make the Jade Prince reluctantly part with his love. Of course, the return he gave to the Jade Lord was also very generous. After resting for another half day, Ling Yan left the Tianqing, and went to Tianyang grass, earthine grass and ambergris cavern to absorb some of the consumed spiritual energy and replenish himself. Time passed unknowingly, until the fish belly white lighted up in the east. Ling Yun finally stopped cultivating, stretched out his body, and rushed towards Villa Number 1. Back at Villa Number 1, Ling Yun found that Tai Xiaohu was still meditating cross-legged. He did not disturb Tai Xiaohu, but went straight into the living room, and with a thought, took out the willow tree. What surprised Ling Yun was that Shen Liumu had stayed in the space ring with no air, no water, and no sunlight for so long, and there was no sign of wilting at all. It was still full of vitality, and the wood spirit was overflowing. Moreover, those young buds seemed to have grown a lot, and some have begun to show signs of leaf withdrawal. Try if you still drink blood. Ling Yun lightly cut the belly of his finger and fed blood to Shen Liumu. This time, Shen Liumu only sucked a little of Ling Yun's blood, and will never take it again. It turns out that you also have time to eat. Ling Yun laughed, muttering to himself, and put Shen Liumu into the space ring. He took out the xuanhuan Zheng again. Xuanhuan. I need to study this carefully. Ling Yun wanted to practice it and began to study hard. Soon, Ling Yun recited the Xuanhuan Sutra by heart, and after trying to practice it, a trace of xuanhuan infuriating appeared in his dantian. This xuanhuan Zhenqi is the spirit of heaven and earth. Ling Yun muttered to himself, there was an unconcealed surprise in his eyes. When the sky was completely bright, Ling Yun walked out of the living room and woke up Tai Xiaohu, who was addicted to practice. The two went out for breakfast, and he was going to go to school. To be continued. Brother Yun, I have something I want to tell you. While eating breakfast, Tai Xiaohu scratched his head hard for a long time, and hesitantly said to Ling Yun. Seeing that Tai Xiaohu's 2-meter-strong man suddenly turned into a shy little lady, Ling Yun looked at him with joy. We are brothers, just tell me if you have something to say. Why do you think so much? In the past, when Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were in front of Ling Yun, they spoke to him naturally without too many scruples, just like friends and brothers. Ling Yun's eyes became more and more different. Although the brotherhood was more sincere, there was something called awe in those eyes. Ling Yun knew in his heart that it was the fear in his bones, and the two brothers looked at him as if they were looking at God. But he didn't like the feeling, because if it went on like this, they wouldn't be able to be friends. Whether Ling Yun treats Tang Meng or Tai Xiaohu, they all come here as brothers of life and death. Now, one is in charge of the White Way and the other is in charge of the underworld. So far, Ling Yun has never asked how much Tang Meng has in his hands. The money is gone, and he has never looked at Qinglong's property and account books, and he has never even asked. On the night of Qingming festival, the three of them lived and died together. They are all lives. In the eyes of others, the value of one's life may be different, but in the eyes of each person, his own life is the most important. Ling Yun was indeed letting Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu do things for him. To an outsider who didn't know what to do, it seemed that Ling Yun was aloof, and Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were just giving their lives for Ling Yun. For example, the night before the opening of Ling Yun Clinic, the rat among the 5 dandies mentioned this matter. Although those words were not clearly stated, everyone could hear it. The meaning of the rat's words at that time was that Tang Meng was one of Ling Yun's side. Dog. However, only Ling Yun knew that what Ling Yun asked them to do was the most meaningful thing for the three of them. It can bring the greatest benefit to the three of them. A person can only do one thing at a time. Do you choose to eat, drink, sleep, pick up girls, play cards, watch movies, chat and play games on the internet, or choose to study and work to make money and practice? Take the simplest example. Just yesterday afternoon, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu followed Ling Yun in the antique market. How much benefit did you get? How many times has Tang Meng's net worth soared? In the early morning of last night, within 2 hours, Tai Xiaohu, under the guidance of Ling Yun, entered the Angry Wave internal skills, successfully advanced to the 4th floor of the day after tomorrow, officially entered the world of cultivators, and despised mortals from then on. And what did the 5 gangsters do yesterday? What did you get? Eggy didn't continue to play online games at home, the mouse and Feiga continued to eat, drink, and play, and the chick still played with his third-rate female stars. And although Abing has great ambitions, he is struggling to find the opportunity to show his talents. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu naturally understood this, so they followed Ling Yun with all their hearts, and they were both drivers and errands. They are enjoying it themselves, because, following Ling Yun, there is a future. Once the Qingshui 7 Tigers, when the 5 gangsters were still obsessed with money, messing around in a daze. Tang Meng was already on an equal footing with the most influential people in Qingshui City, including the top leader of PetroChina Qingshui City, China Mobile, the 4 major companies, and Song Xingyang, Morong Wenshi, Yuanya. He and Ling Yun were less than 2. In the month, he has already dumped the 5 great dudes for 108,000 miles. Such a life. How wonderful. However, it is precisely because Ling Yun's performance is so unbelievable. After all, these 2 brothers are still mortals. They may not fear people, but they will fear God. In their eyes, Ling Yun is now a godlike existence, and there is no room for blasphemy. This kind of relationship has already gone beyond brotherhood and friendship, so how can we be on an equal footing? Tang Meng's character is there, and his performance is a little bit worse, but Tai Xiaohu and Ling Yun have the kindness of teaching Tai Xiaohu. The 2 are called friends, and they are actually mentors and apprentices. The kindness is beyond heaven. Therefore, Tai Xiaohu's respect and awe for Ling Yun can no longer be measured. He has already given his life to Ling Yun. If he could have another life, he would not hesitate to give it to Ling Yun. Ling Yun fully understood the reasoning of this, but he was powerless to change, the heights were too cold. Brother Yun. I don't want to be in charge of Qinglong anymore. I feel like I'm too exhausted. I can't concentrate on martial arts at all. I want to concentrate on martial arts. Besides, with my character, it's okay for you to let me fight with people, and let me manage such a huge industry, it's really. Tai Xiaohu seemed to be really devastated by the tossing, and he couldn't hold it in any longer, so he said it in one breath this time. After hearing about Tai Xiaohu, Ling Yun laughed outright. He knew that letting Tai Xiaohu take charge of Qinglong was really driving ducks on the shelves, and it would be difficult for him. Because Qinglong is not an ordinary underworld, Qinglong is a huge and complex industrial group, wandering in the gray area that is half white and not black, and the profits are amazing. The leading boss earns at least 300 million yuan a year. Derived status and influence. This requires a very strong and shrewd person, not only to understand the rules of the underworld game, but also to understand negotiation and communication, to understand business management, and also to be stable and ruthless enough to be able to hold down the hundreds of Qinglong's younger brothers. There must be enough time and energy to deal with Qinglong's affairs. But Tai Xiaohu is a martial arts idiot who only loves to fight and practice martial arts. After seeing how powerful Ling Yun is, and he is getting farther and farther away, he has no intention of not taking charge of Qinglong. So, today, Tai Xiaohu took this opportunity to speak his mind. Okay, since you don't want to take care of it, then find someone to do it for you. Is there a suitable candidate within us in Qinglong? Ling Yun was very straightforward. He knew that Tai Xiaohu really had no choice but to tell him. No, and I don't worry about leaving it to someone else. Tai Xiaohu said with a sullen face. Brother Yun, I think Tang Meng can definitely do this job, why don't you let him be the boss of Qinglong? Tai Xiaohu's shrewd eyes flashed like a falcon, and he said thiefly. Ling Yun laughed loudly, Tang Meng? It turns out that he was really willing to go to Qinglong for the 300 million yuan, but now, even if you beg him, he won't go. Of course Ling Yun knew that Tang Meng was capable of taking the position of the boss of Qinglong, but Ling Yun had a principle for Tang Meng, that is, he was not allowed to be involved in the gang, not even rubbing the edges. What's more, Ling Yun Clinic opened and collected billions worth of assets. Yesterday, in the antique market, he made so many rough jadeite stones. Tang Meng is still too busy with these things. Guan Qinglong? The windfall made Tang Meng feel dizzy. The most important thing in his mind right now was how to turn the wealth in Ling Yun's hands into a huge profit industry chain as soon as possible, so that all the money would be transferred and money would be born. Money derives more wealth, other things, let's not talk about it. But Tang Meng is only an 18-year-old child. Although he is well-informed and shrewd, after all, he has too little experience to control Ling Yun's wealth. Ling Yun was sure that it was not only Tai Xiaohu who was looking for him to help him, but Tang Meng would soon come to him to cry, and his side was even more troublesome. Seeing Tai Xiaohu staring at him, Ling Yun pondered for a while and smiled. Xiaohu, please bear with me for another 10 days and a half. During this time, when I'm fine, I'll help you think of a way. Ling Yun didn't have any good candidates for a while. When Tai Xiaohu heard it, he would have to endure it for 10 days and a half, and he grinned immediately. If nothing else, he was going to explode when he asked him to sign every day. Brother Yun, you must hurry up, I want to concentrate on practicing martial arts. Tai Xiaohu begged with a bitter face. Okay, I'll do it as soon as possible. Ling Yun knew that Tai Xiaohu had reached the limit, so he nodded in agreement, and then asked, Xiaohu, you have to answer me seriously, do you want to take the college entrance examination, do you want to go to university? If Tai Xiaohu said he thought about it, Ling Yun would definitely find a way to let him go to university, even if he went to Yanjing University. Tai Xiaohu was so frightened that he quickly waved his hands and sneered, I won't go to death. I won't take the college entrance examination. Brother Yun, I don't want to do anything right now. I just want to practice martial arts well and concentrate on martial arts. When you go to the capital to go to college, I will be your driver. When Ling Yun heard this, he almost choked to death with a sip of water, and said speechlessly, damn it, your pursuit is really high, let the arrogant Qinglong boss not do it, go to be a driver for others. Tai Xiaohu laughed and said, just be a driver for Brother Yun, I would be willing to be a driver for the rest of my life. Although Ling Yun was still laughing when he heard it, his heart was warm. Of course, he didn't need Tai Xiaohu to be his driver for a lifetime. When he reached the 4th level of Qi practice, he could fly in the air, although he couldn't fly too far in one breath, at least he could fly around. It is no problem to fly 2 laps throughout the city of Qingshui. Since you don't want to take the college entrance examination, then I won't think about it for you, then practice martial arts well, I will take you to seek the ultimate martial arts. Tai Xiaohu saw that Ling Yun was busy with so many things all day long, and he also took himself as a waste of study, and whether he wanted to take the college entrance examination or not, he was inexplicably moved. Such a big brother, it is worth dying for him thousands of times. Brother Yun, I will definitely work hard. Tai Xiaohu made up his mind and said excitedly. I believe you can succeed. Ling Yun said with a smile, with firm eyes and 100% confidence. Who should replace Tai Xiaohu to manage Qinglong? However, Ling Yun felt worried again in his heart. Ling Yun thought of Dao Yong, but he excluded him in an instant. He could see that Dao Yong had lost his momentum, that is, his hard work and aggressiveness. Such a person could not be used much. He couldn't think of a suitable candidate for a while, so Ling Yun could only give up temporarily, and wanted to touch it before talking about it. Are you full? Full. Then let's go, I'm going to the school to go to class, you can go and do your business. By the way, if you want to cultivate, don't think about anything else, just go to the number 1 villa to cultivate, where you can cultivate the fastest. I see, Brother Yun. The two talked, got up and left. Today's 4 shifts, this is the first shift. There are only a few monthly passes left, can't I rush up? Ask for a monthly pass. To be continued. Ling Yun found a secluded place near Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, parked his car, and walked outside the school. He didn't go through the main entrance, but climbed over the wall, from an unoccupied place. Damn, I'm just here to go to school, and it's been a long time since I still act like a thief. Ling Yun jumped in from the playground, because it was the closest to their classroom, and he couldn't help feeling emotional when he saw his classmates running and exercising on the playground. It was indeed a long absence. Since the last time he made a big noise in the principal's office, Ling Yun has never entered the classroom of the 3rd and 6th grades of high school. So far, it has been more than a month. It was May 22nd, and there was still half a month before the college entrance examination, which was 2 weeks. Ling Yun wanted to spend these 2 weeks in school. Zhang Ling told him very clearly, the university entrance examination is really not just a matter of memory, not even liberal arts, English has listening, Chinese and composition, and history and politics, and some large-scale comprehension questions and identification and analysis questions require targeted review. Ling Yun's problem is not that he can't remember, but that he remembers too much, too complete, and he knows too much knowledge, so there is a problem of how to use it. For example, Chinese composition, as well as history and politics comprehension questions and analysis questions, and even judgment questions. Take politics as an example. Every country's political courses serve to strengthen its own political power. This is especially true for the college entrance examination. No matter how much you remember and understand, your thoughts are not the same as those in your political textbooks. How to go the opposite way. For example, there is a question in the political examination paper, how to maintain the consolidation and unity of the state power. Ling Yun answered 1, the strong are respected. This 100% complete 0 score is not even possible, not only for this question, but the entire test paper may be invalid. You have to follow what is taught in the textbook and the rules and regulations that the teacher tells you, and you are not allowed to have your own thoughts and opinions. This is the test-oriented education in order to get high marks. Ling Yun had understood this for a long time, so for the time being, he had no choice but to humiliate himself. Ignore all the shock. Excited and surprised, Ling Yun took a walked across the playground, went downstairs in the east building, climbed the stairs, and walked into the classroom of class 3 and 6 calmly. Ling Yun is coming to class. The students in class 3 and 6 of senior high school saw Ling Yun returning to the classroom. Immediately, everyone was so excited that they all stood up from their seats. Pay attention to Ling Yun. Ling Yun simply, after entering the classroom, stood at the door of the classroom, with a charming smile on his face, and swept his eyes towards the classmates in the 3rd and 6th classes of senior high school one by one. He saw Miao Xiaomiao, Zhang Ling, Long Wu, Zhang Dong, and Chai Hanlin. Gu Yuanlong, Sha Guoxing, Jia Meng even have Qingjia. There are more than 40 classmates in the class. Ling Yun can only call these people by their names. Until now, he still doesn't know most of them, not even as good as Miao Xiaomiao and Long Wu. When he glanced at all his classmates, Ling Yun paused on Miao Xiaomiao, Zhang Ling, and Long Wu, and even secretly greeted them with voice transmission. Then, Ling Yun returned to the last corner of the classroom and deliberately squeezed in from behind Long Wu's delicate body, sitting in his seat. And then, he was completely stunned. What are these things? Ling Yun looked at the drawers of his desk, filled with envelopes, many of them even fell out of the drawers, and piled up like fallen leaves under the table in a thick layer. Standing there, he couldn't help but be shocked. Long Wu chuckled, "It's stupid. This is a love letter, it's the love letter you received." Ling Yun was very distressed, and thought to himself, how could there be such a thing in the world, so I just told me no, it was necessary to write a love letter, it was so troublesome. Hey, Long Wu, why didn't you throw it away? Ling Yan asked angrily, thinking that Long Wu wasn't jealous. Could it be that the sun came out from the west? Long Wu smiled and shook his head shyly. A love letter is a heart, how dare people throw it at you? That's illegal. Ling Yan nodded and said yes, and then he began to sweeping a large area with his left hand, putting all these love letters into the space ring where his palm passed, and not a single one fell. This time, Long Wu's face was not so natural. She stretched out her fair and beautiful soft catkin, and pinched Ling Yan's waist secretly. You really accept it? A love letter is a heart, Ling Yan replied with a smile. Humph, I'll settle accounts with you tonight. Long Wu glared at Ling Yan viciously, and then said, hurry up and learn. At this point, Ling Yan started a day of study. Using his powerful divine sense, coupled with his yin and yang eyes, his reading speed was astonishingly fast. Long Wu didn't know that Ling Yan had a sense of spirituality and perspective. She thought Ling Yan was just playing bored. She was patient at first, but in the end she couldn't get angry. She simply asked, hey, please, what can you learn from reading books like this? Thing. It is impossible for Long Wu not to be angry, because Ling Yan finds it troublesome to the end, so he directly flips the book, whether it is a textbook or a review material. A book with more than 300 pages can be turned over 20 times at most, and the book will be turned over. The contents of the book are all printed into my mind, and the book is thrown away. For all the books and materials I just read, you can find any page, ask any questions, and see if I can answer them. Ling Yan turned to look at Long Wu and smiled proudly. Long Wu didn't believe it. She picked a few books at random, flipped to a certain page, and after asking Ling Yan a few questions, Long Wu was dumbfounded and stunned. Just like the rough jadeite stone that Ling Yan picked yesterday, it was 100 hits, not a single miss. The answers were all right, and the punctuation marks were almost not spoken. Come on, this is the review material I prepared for you, all for you. Seeing that the books on Ling Yan's desk were almost finished by him, Long Wu directly pushed all the brand new exercise sets, mock exam papers and standard answers on his desk onto Ling Yan's desk. Of course, Long Wu didn't need to take the college entrance examination. All the review materials she bought were originally prepared for Ling Yan. It was Ling Yan's turn to be stunned. In the days that followed, Long Wu was transformed into an exercise controller, going in and out of the xuanhuan bookstore at the gate of the school every day, becoming a busy porter, and almost didn't move the xuanhuan bookstore to Ling Yan. However, Long Wu can't move, Ling Yan can go, until all the college entrance examination materials in xuanhuan bookstore have been recorded by Ling Yan. Long Wu was just one of them, Zheng Ling in class 3 and 6, and the head teacher Kong Xiuru, as well as the teacher of the 5 subjects of Chinese, mathematics, history, geography and politics, and Ning Lingyun completely turned into a poor learning machine. Ling Yan refused to accept anyone who came, taught what to learn, how to get a high score and how to learn, and then decided to selectively forget all the junk knowledge that was not needed in his mind after the college entrance examination, and let all the junk get out of his mind. If he couldn't get into Yanjing University, Ling Yan might as well find a piece of tofu and kill him. Taking classes in the classroom gradually became Ling Yan's normal state. He didn't miss a single class. When there was no more to learn, he would practice silently, recover the energy that had been consumed, consolidate his cultivation, and wait for an opportunity to break through the 9th level of training. 4 days after Ling Yan returned to the school, after some unannounced visits, he attacked the 2 vice principals, Wang Weiqing and Qiu Fenghua. The 2 vice principals deserved to be unlucky. The adultery between the 2 was broken by Ling Yan, and he directly blocked them on Qiu Fenghua's bed. Caught adultery. Ling Yan called Tang Meng and used his mobile phone to take a video of the 2 having an affair, and posted it on the internet. One stone caused 1,000 waves, and the school was in an uproar. The two were completely destroyed by Ling Yun, and they didn't even have the chance to do education again. They both took the blame and resigned, and even Xie Zhenting and Lu Qingtian were implicated to a certain extent. Kong Shiru's position was logical, directly replacing the job of Vice President Qiu Fenghua, and his position in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School was second only to that of President Zheng. However, the position of the vice principal was still just a springboard. Ling Yun's purpose was to make Kong Shiru the top leader of the Qingshui City Education Bureau. Ling Yun also fulfilled his promise, went to Principal Zheng's house in person, visited him, and cured his myopia and cervical spondylosis, which made Principal Zheng grateful. Kong Shiru's phobia really rebounded. She didn't even let Ling Yun touch it, and it seemed that it wasn't just because of her phobia. Since the opening of the ordinary clinic, there seems to be an invisible gap between Kong Shiru and Ling Yun. This gap has nothing to do with Ling Yun, but Kong Shiru's own problem. Ling Yun knew that she was inferior, but he didn't deal with it. He learned his lessons, she took her class, and when she was in the classroom, her eyes occasionally met. Kong Shiru's eyes were like a frightened rabbit, and she hurriedly avoided her. Ling Yun secretly smiled in his heart. "Let's wait until the college entrance examination is over," Ling Yunxin said. On Friday night, Ling Yun completely made up for the vitality consumed by carrying the Qinglong out of the water, and his spirit and energy climbed to the peak again, and his condition has never been better. And Mr. Cui has already been recuperated. In the best state, he drank a large bowl of dragon saliva that Ling Yun gave him, and hit the innate realm. Cui Lao was suppressed in the half-step Xiantian for 18 years, because of the dark disease. This time, the breakthrough was no trivial matter. With the help of Ling Yun, he was like a broken bamboo, and he reached the peak of Xiantian's second floor in one fell swoop. So far, Cui Lao has become the Ling family, the first person other than Ling Yun, whose strength has surpassed the current family head, Ling Yun's uncle Ling Zhen. Old Cui came from the swordsman school and loved to use the sword. Ling Yun taught him the method of destroying the sky, which made him even more powerful. At this time, because Ling Yun started to practice the xuanhuan zhenjing, there was another kind of infuriating energy in his body, xuanhuan zhenqi. Once, Ling Yun was too self-absorbed, because he practiced the xuanhuan scripture. He noticed the xuanhuan zhenqi he cultivated, and he was able to relate to the Book of the Earth Emperor. When Ling Yun stimulated xuanhuang's infuriating energy, he felt that the Book of Earth Emperor had opened a page. The rhythm of the second update is already very fast. I ask everyone to support it with the monthly pass. The story of Qingshui City has ended immediately. The monthly pass is still pending. Fortunately, I glanced at it. This xuanhuan zhenjing is no worse than the yin-yang art of Wen Qi, and it can actually relate to the Emperor's book. After discovering this, Ling Yun was fortunately fearful, but more confused. Isn't the Ling family a big secular family? How can there be such a powerful practice? Moreover, the inheritance of the family turned out to be such a miraculous willow tree. Now, Ling Yun had already brought back the willow tree of the Qingshuiwen villa, and he had also put it in the space ring. When Ling Yun first saw the piece of divine willow that Qin Chuyue had left him, he realized that it was also a dead piece of wood. It was exactly the same as the piece given to him by Mr. Cui. There has been no watering from the Ling family's blood, nor the nourishment of xuanhuan zhenqi. This piece of wood is completely charred and has no buds, just like a burning stick. Of course, these problems are not a problem in front of Ling Yun at all. He has the experience of the last time, and he did the same. At night, he found a barren mountain and wild ridge, watered the willow tree with his own blood, and also nourished it with the xuanhuan zhenqi he cultivated God Willow. That's not all, Ling Yun also used the Supreme Qing Emperor art to help this sacred willow tree germinate and grow leaves. Shen Liumu needs too much spiritual energy, and naturally, the generous help of Di Huangshu is indispensable. What happened is exactly the same as the first time. The second piece of willow tree eventually grew branches and leaves, with numerous tender buds, full of vitality, and strong spiritual energy. Ling Yun could even feel the connection between the two pieces of willow tree, which made him both shocked and excited. With the help of the Emperor's book, Ling Yun cultivated the Supreme Qing Emperor art to the third small realm of the fifth level, and finally he could ripen the plants in a large area and shorten the growth cycle of the plants in the world. With the strong wood aura released by these two pieces of divine willow wood, Ling Yun no longer has to search for wood aura, the 5 elements aura and wood aura are guaranteed. With the support of wood spiritual qi, Ling Yun will naturally enter the realm very quickly after cultivating the Supreme Qing Emperor art. Thousands of miles a day. Also because of this incident, Ling Yun felt that the barrier of the 9th level of body training finally loosened a little, which surprised him inexplicably. The training period is just around the corner. There is still a week before the college entrance examination. After the desperate sprint of the 3rd year of high school, after reaching the extreme, I finally began to relax. The strings are broken too tight. It will be broken, and the extreme will be reversed. All students who take the college entrance examination have this experience. This is the same experience in the school. Therefore, in this last week, although the study is still tense, the school has no longer created that kind of tense atmosphere, no longer put pressure on the students who are desperately sprinting, and started hurting management. The last week is actually a week of adjustment. This week, memorizing a few more words or taking one more test paper is far less important for the upcoming college entrance examination than adjusting one's own state. In other words, up to now, as long as you can adjust your state, you can learn in the classroom. You can study at home, you can study in the dormitory, even if you don't study, you can just hang out on the street, whatever you do, it doesn't matter in school. Anyway, the college entrance examination is coming soon. This Sunday. Ling Yun took Ning Lingyu, who also returned to school, to review, back to Villa number 9 in Qingshui Bay. Come on, come in and put it on to see if it fits. As soon as Ling Yun came home, Aunt May held 2 ready-made clothes and let Ling Yun try them on with a loving expression on her face. This is no ordinary clothes. It's clothes made of Wujing demon silk, brought by Mr. Cui. Ling Yun cut the fabric, and Aunt May volunteered to make him a night clothes. Clothes, trousers, vests, underpants, and even headscarves and face masks, in addition to shoes and socks, 2 complete sets of night clothes. Ling Yun grabbed a night clothes, dodged into the room, quickly put on, and walked out. Wow, brother is so handsome. Ning Lingyu's dreamy eyes instantly turned into a heart shape, and her pretty face blushed inexplicably. Stinky boy, it's really like that. Qin Dongshua's beautiful eyes flowed, staring at Ling Yun, who had changed clothes, the same chafé's cheeks, her face flushed. It fits, this child is a natural clothes rack. Ling Yun was wearing a black night clothes, standing there with a handsome posture, smiling at Aunt May, full of praise. It's Aunt May's craftsmanship. Ling Yun laughed like a child. Aunt May's needlework is really good. Qin Chuyua's cooking skills and needlework are all from her true heritage. Aunt May, you can also make 2 for my aunt and Lingyu, oh right, and also make 2 for Xianer, you can also make 2 for yourself. There was still a lot of black gold silkworm cloth that Cui Lao brought to Ling Yun, enough to make 10 more sets of clothes. When Aunt May saw Ling Yun thinking about herself, let alone the joy in her heart, she couldn't close her mouth. Well, do it all, but I don't need it, it's a waste to wear this. I don't know if Auntie doesn't like wearing black clothes. Qin Dongxua likes white, even at night, she is still white and clean. Ling Yun laughed and said, wear your self-defense first. When the college entrance examination is over, I will find white silk for my aunt. Qin Dongshua's beautiful eyes flickered, stinky boy, what you say should be counted. In the end, Qin Dongxua only had one outfit, Ning Lingyu had 2, and Bai Xian'er took turns wearing them. Now, Qing Dongxue is still at the pinnacle of the 4th floor of the innate, while Ning Lingyu, with the practice of the Dian gathering star treasure and the Wan Shuixianju, has broken through and stabilized at the 4th floor of the postnatal day. Ling Yun and Qing Dongxue are 2 of them. People's guidance, her foundation is called a solid. As for Bai Xian'er's realm, Ling Yun didn't know either, nor did Bai Xian'er herself. The next week, Ling Yun only stayed at school until Wednesday, and after Wednesday, he didn't go to school at all, because he didn't need it anymore. 5 days before the college entrance examination, apart from cultivating wildly, Ling Yun spent the rest of his time hanging out. He used a piece of imperial green the size of a basketball, and asked the Jade Lord to find the best carver master, and made more than a dozen sets of jewelry, bracelets, rings, necklaces, earrings, a set of 4 pieces, which should be in pairs. The mosaic of the mosaic, house-to-house gifts. The first family was undoubtedly Tang Meng's family. Father Tang, Tang Guanqi, is old, although he is not deaf or blind, but his body is suffering from 3 high diseases. Ling Yun is naturally responsible for completely curing the old man. Shang Wenhui was completely stunned by the 2 sets of jewelry that Ling Yun gave her, so she put her own son Tang Meng aside and called Ling Yun a kiss. Put vegetables in Ling Yun's bowl. This made Tang Guanqi, Tang Tianhao, and Tang Meng speechless, collectively. That night, Tang Meng repeatedly reminded Shang Wenhui no less than 10 times, "Mom, I am your own son." Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun went to visit Li Yifeng, the leader of Qingshui City, who went directly to his house with Tang Meng. In order to express his gratitude, he not only gave Li Yifeng's wife a set of jewelry, but also personally took care of it for Li Yifeng. Fan body. Then there are the 5 old men who have a good relationship with Shueshini. Ling Yun also visited one by one. He did not send jewelry, but health. When he entered the door, the 5 old men had their own problems. When Ling Yun left, naturally, all diseases are eliminated. Ling Yun also went to Li Hongmei's house, a former neighbor. He gave Li Hongmei a house, plus 2 million. Li Hongmei was so excited that he wanted to kowtow to Ling Yun. Ling Yun had no intention of publicizing it, but some neighbors on Linjiang Road knew about this matter. His eyes were red with envy, and he regretted it in his heart. Then Ling Yun went to Lu Li's house and gave Lu Li's mother-in-law, Mrs. Li, a set of imperial green jewelry, the same set for Lu Li, and left a fist-sized piece for Li Jian, the 8-month-old fetus in Lu Li's belly. A piece of imperial green jade, plus a check for 20 million. Tang Meng was afraid that Mrs. Li didn't know the value of these things, and would be deceived again. He simply told Lu Li's family that what Ling Yun gave them was worth 200 million yuan. Totally freaked out. At the same time, Mrs. Li immediately understood that Ling Yun was not here for her daughter-in-law, because her daughter-in-law was not worth so much money. "Child, what do you mean? Are you leaving Qingshui City? Are you here to say goodbye?" Mrs. Li saw the clue and asked Ling Yun. "After the college entrance examination, I will leave Qingshui for a while, and go out for a walk in the summer vacation." Ling Yun replied with a smile. "Not coming back?" "The old lady thinks too much. My roots are in Qingshui, of course I will come back. Don't listen to Tang Meng's nonsense, those jewelry can't be used as money, things are just thoughts, just the 20 million, for your living. Like this, you all live a good life, and when I am not in Qingshui, my heart is at ease." Ling Yun explained with a smile. Lu Li's eyes were flushed with tears, and Ling Yun pretended not to see it. After Ling Yun left, Zhuang Tianda's family was the last dealer to go. Zhuang Meina was overjoyed. What made her the most happy was that the admission ticket had come down. It was a mixed arts and science examination room. She and Ling Yun took the exam in the same examination room. Ling Yun gave Zhao Baomen 2 sets of jewelry, and also gave Zhuang Meina a set, and then asked about Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng is still silent, and the family is silent. You don't have to worry about the Sun family will be gone soon. This is a sentence that Ling Yun left to Zhuang Tianda when he was about to leave. It was very indifferent, but it shocked Zhuang Tianda. On June 5th, all Senior 3 are on holiday, preparing for the college entrance examination the day after tomorrow. For half a month, the weather in Qingshui City has not been good. It has been rainy all day, but although this weather is quite troublesome, the temperature has been maintained at around 30 degrees, which is not too hot, which is beneficial to the students of the college entrance examination. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was the day before the college entrance examination. This day is June 6th. The third one. There is one more update after midnight. Is this pace fast enough? Ask for a monthly pass. To be continued. Villa number 1 in Qingxi Villa District. It's really evil. It's been rainy and cloudy for more than half a month. How can the sky suddenly clear when it comes to the college entrance examination? Just after breakfast, Qin Dongxue was sweating profusely and couldn't help frowning Yuanshan's eyebrows, staring at the dazzling sunlight that shone into the living room and said, "Second miss, as the saying goes, in June, a child's face changes as soon as it changes. If you think the sun is dazzling, I'll go and close the curtains." While tidying up the dining table, Aunt May said to Qin Dongxue with a smile. She knew that Qin Dongxue hated hot weather the most. "I'm fine, but there are 2 people in our family who are going to take the college entrance examination." When Qin Qiuyue was away, Qin Dongxue took on the responsibility of taking care of Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu and let them both go to university. This was her sister's wish, and Qin Dongxue naturally attached great importance to this matter. It is one thing not to go to college, but another to be admitted. Because the examination room for the college entrance examination is in Qingshui City, in order not to affect Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu's examination, Qin Dongxue and Aunt May moved to Villa number 1 as early as the day before yesterday. The Qingshuiwen Villa is more than 30 kilometers away from the urban area of Qingshui, which is too far. A corner of the villa's courtyard, under the vicious sun. Ling Yun squatted beside his 7 lights grass, and was carefully collecting the spiritual liquid that the spiritual energy released by the 7 lights grass had turned into. He carefully put the jade box filled with the spiritual liquid into the space ring. This was the 6th box he had collected. Spiritual fluid. After putting away the spiritual liquid, Ling Yun placed the 7th jade box engraved with the spirit gathering array next to the 7 luminaries grass, and waited to collect it again tomorrow. It seems that at least a dozen boxes of spiritual liquid can be collected, which is much better than expected, Ling Yun muttered to himself in his heart. 7 spotted grass, a plant of 7 grasses, each with 7 blades of grass, grows by absorbing the essence of the sun during the day, until 7 yellow-brown spots appear on each blade of grass to be considered fully mature. Therefore, when transplanting qi grass, plant the 7 luminaries directly in the yard where there is the most sunlight. Now, more than 2 months have passed since Ling Yun discovered the 7 glory grass. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, Ling Yun's 7 glory grass is about to mature. This 7 spotted grass, its 49 blades of grass. There are already 5 tawny spots, if it weren't for the rain in the past half-month. Without enough light, it is already ripe now. Originally, Ling Yun had already decided that if the weather continued to be so gloomy, and after the college entrance examination, if the 7 luminaries grass was still unable to ripen, he would directly use the Supreme Qing Emperor art to ripen it, but he did not expect that the sun would come out today. And the sun was still so poisonous, which made him overjoyed. When the 7 luminaries grass is fully mature, the overflowing aura will be very powerful, but it can only last for 7 days. If it is not picked and used in time, it will completely wither after 7 days, and the aura will no longer be there. This 7 spotted grass. Compared with the original 7 lights grass, it has been completely transformed, because when Lingyun transplanted it, he injected a fairy spirit into it. Its aura, as well as the spiritual liquid transformed by the aura, all carry the fairy spirit of pure yang. Lingyun wanted to use the 7 days when the 7 luminaries' herbs matured to practice the divine martial arts of pure yang. Then, Lingyun would pick it and refine the 7 lights grass into 7 lights pill, which would be used to impact the qi training period. Lingyun looked up at the dazzling sun and muttered, "As long as the weather has been this good these past few days, my 7 light grass will mature in 4 or 5 days. It's perfect." The college entrance examination is 2.5 days away, on the 7th, 8th, and the morning of the 9th. In this case, after the college entrance examination is over, Lingyun's 7 lights grass is almost mature. And my sky sun grass, earth shade grass, and ambergris, don't forget it, Lingyun couldn't help reminding himself secretly. In fact, even if he wanted to forget, he couldn't forget it, because Lingyun needed the aura of these spirit grasses when he was in the qi training period. "Hey, brat, you're not too hot, staring at a clump of grass under the sun in a daze." Qin Dongxue didn't go out either, sitting on the sofa in the living room, blowing the air conditioner, and transmitting voice directly to Lingyun. "Oh, I'll go in right away," Lingyun replied casually. When Lingyun returned to the house, Qin Dongxue pursed the corners of her wonderful lips and said to Lingyun, "Jiao, you don't grow up in the world, just go out to sunbathe after dinner." Lingyun smiled, "This temperature is trivial to me, I can't feel the heat at all." In fact, for Qin Dongxue, who is at the peak of the 4th floor of the innate, 36 or 7 degrees is also trivial. She just hates this temperature, not the heat. Qin Dongxue chuckled, "Okay, I know you're amazing, so why don't you go in and change clothes? Why do you still have Lingyu waiting for you?" Lingyun and Ning Lingyu agreed that they were going to Qingshui No. 5 middle school today to go to the exam room, and Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu would come to pick them up later. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu directly gave up the college entrance examination. Tai Xiaohu was too lazy to enter the examination room, while Tang Meng did not take the college entrance examination because he was too busy and had no time. Lingyun calculated the time and felt that Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were almost there, so he immediately went back to his room to change his clothes. When he came out, Ning Lingyu was already waiting for him in the living room. She was wearing a snow-white dress and sat on the sofa next to Qin Dongxue. The two were like a pair of fairies in the sky, falling to the ground together. Mortal, noble and holy. Although the college entrance examination is going to take place tomorrow, Ning Lingyu has no intention of being nervous at all. Because she has started to practice, she has come into contact with a more mysterious and wonderful world, and she can really take the secular college entrance examination indifferently. It's like performing official duties, working hard for yourself for so many years, and drawing a successful conclusion. Lingyu is getting more and more beautiful now. Lingyun went downstairs, looking at Ning Lingyu on the sofa with a pair of handsome eyes, and said with a smile. Ning Lingyu's face was blushing, but her heart was filled with joy. "Brother, it's so hot today, why are you wearing so much?" Ning Lingyu asked in a low voice, blushing. Lingyun wore a white shirt, a pair of jeans, and a pair of casual shoes on his feet. It was very simple, but very dashing, with a tall figure and an inexplicable charm. "It's okay, your brother's exercises won't feel hot even if it is 10 degrees higher," Lingyun said with a faint smile. The family chatted for a few words, and suddenly the car rang outside the hospital. Lingyun knew without looking that it was Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao, and he immediately greeted them with a smile. "Brother Lingyun." When Shui Mining saw Lingyun came out, she immediately jumped off the Ferrari and charged directly into Lingyun's arms. Miao Xiaomiao was wearing a green waist-length dress, fresh and elegant, and followed Shui Mining with a smile on her face. Miao Xiaomiao didn't even have a student status, and of course she didn't need to take the college entrance examination. "Why is Ninger here?" Ling Yun gently hugged xuanhuan, then asked with a smile. I'm really going to accompany you to the exam room. Xuanhuan knew that Qin Dongxue was in the house, and she didn't dare to be too intimate with Ling Yun. She just said a word to Ling Yun and ran into the living room of the villa. Hello, Auntie. Xuanhuan greeted Qin Dongxue obediently with her slightly heroic face blushing. Ninger and Xiaomiao are here, sit down. Qin Dongxue said with a smile. Villa number 1 soon became lively. A few minutes later, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu came to the courtyard of the villa, 1 person and 1 car. Ling Yun didn't let them get out of the car either. He told Qin Dongxue and went out with Ning Lingyu, Ninger and the others. Under Tang Meng's gracious invitation, all 4 of Ling Yun got into his car, Tai Xiaohu followed behind, and the 2 cars turned around in the villa and drove out again. Tang Meng, turn on the air conditioner a little bit, we are all wearing skirts. As soon as Xuanhuan got in the car, she gave Tang Meng an order. The weather was too hot, and the air conditioner was turned on too much in Tang Meng's car. Okay. Tang Meng had no choice but to do as he did. Brother Yun, I am very familiar with number 5 middle school. Dandan is a student in number 5 high school. The admission rate of number 5 high school is slightly lower than that of our number 1 high school, but their school construction is better than our number 1 high school, just like a university. Tang Meng turned off the air conditioner and said directly to Ling Yun, who was on the co-pilot. How far? Ling Yun asked, casually. It's only 7 or 8 kilometers away from Villa number 1. If you drive faster, you'll be there in 5 minutes. The 2 cars quickly arrived at Qingshui number 5 middle school. Of course, the number 5 middle school was on holiday, but there were students everywhere and crowded, all of whom came to familiarize themselves with the examination room. There are so many people. It's the same with our number 1 high school now. We're all candidates from the examination room, Tang Meng laughed. After finding a place to park the car, everyone got out of the car. Ling Yun glanced in the direction of the teaching building of Qingshui number 5 middle school, and then said to Lingyu, let's go to your examination room first. Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu's examination room, although not the same classroom, is in the same teaching building, and they are quite close to each other, with only 2 classrooms in the middle. The admission ticket is based on the student card. Xuanhuan and Ning Lingyu are students in the same class. If Xuanhuan and Ling Yun can take the college entrance examination in the same classroom, Ning Lingyu will not be too far away. The classroom door of the examination room was open, and students could come and go at will. Ling Yun sent Ning Lingyu to her examination room, and asked Miao Xiaomiao to accompany her to familiarize herself with the classroom, and then went to her own examination room. Hey, Qi Xiaoqing, I knew you would come to the exam room today, let's go, I'll take you in and tell you in advance, I'll sit behind you for this college entrance examination. Ling Yun brought Tang Meng and Xuanhuan to the entrance of his examination room, and found that there were a lot of people around the entrance of the examination room, including parents and students. Li Tian, you, don't go too far, only a shy female voice said. Ling Yun frowned slightly, and he swept away with his divine sense, only to see a beautiful girl dressed in plain clothes, grabbed by the arm of a wealthy boy wearing a famous brand, half hugged in his arms, dragging him into the examination room to be continued. Don't be too much? Am I too much? Too much is right. Haha. Li Tian ignored Qi Xiaoqing's struggle, and even the more she struggled, the more relaxed Li Tian felt. He almost hugged Qi Xiaoqing in his arms, with a lewd smile on his face. Qi Xiaoqing, now we are all after graduating, let me see how your head teacher can save you. I've been chasing you for a whole year. You don't agree to be my girlfriend, and you still want to take the college entrance examination comfortably? I tell you, as long as I'm here, you don't want to be admitted to any university. With a grim smile on his face, Li Tian pushed Qi Xiaoqing into the examination room. With tears of humiliation and despair in her eyes, Qi Xiaoqing struggled with humiliation and anger, trying to break free from Li Tian's embrace, but she also knew that she couldn't break free from Li Tian. Even if she could break free from Li Tian's claws, she would not be able to escape today. That's right, because Li Tian was accompanied by 5 burly men. At this time, students and parents inside and outside the classroom were all stunned to see this scene. Some people were very angry, but no one dared to come out to control it. Ling Yun frowned and shook his head, and immediately walked towards the crowd, raised his hand lightly to push away the crowded crowd in front of him, and walked into the classroom. Stop. As soon as Ling Yun entered the room, he said to Li Tian indifferently. Li Tian half hugged and half pushed Qi Xiaoqing into the house. Seeing that no one was in charge, he became even more arrogant, and his hands began to become dishonest. Xiaoqing moved his hands and feet. But at this moment, he heard a faint shouting sound, and he was suddenly unhappy. He suddenly turned his head, followed the source of the sound, and looked over. Boy, who did you tell me to stop? Li Tian gave Ling Yun a disdainful look and said angrily. Let you stop and let go of her. Ling Yun's mouth curled into a bright smile. Ha 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 ha. Li Tian laughed wildly, as if he had heard the best joke in the world. He pointed at Ling Yun and said, I didn't expect that I was really him. There are still people who want to be a hero to save beauty these days. After he finished speaking, Li Tian snorted coldly and said with a wicked smile, Boy, you don't want to ask, who is I, and you dare to take care of my affairs? At this time, xuanhuan, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu also pushed aside the crowd. Walking into the classroom, Li Tian saw xuanhuan, who followed Ling Yun in. He was stunned for a while, then turned to look at Qi Xiaoqing, and said that he was lucky today, and I met another beautiful woman. I asked you to scold the next door. Tang Meng looked at Li Tian and kept calling him Ling Yun. He couldn't help it for a long time, and he rushed up and wanted to do it. The 5 burly men each snorted angrily, and silently stopped in front of Li Tian. But there is no further action. Ling Yun raised his hand gently, stopped Tang Meng, and then smiled at Li Tian. Then who are you? Can you tell me, so I can see if I dare to care? Li Tian thought Ling Yun was frightened. He immediately smiled proudly and said, Boy, have you heard of Qingshui No. 9 High School? Do you know who the Qingshui No. 9 High School can't provoke? Who is it? Ling Yun asked with a smile. It's me, Brother Tian. Li Tian stretched out his right thumb. Pointing at the tip of his nose, he was extremely arrogant. Oh, so it's Brother Tian. I haven't heard of it at all. Ling Yun repeated a sentence, pretending to be suddenly enlightened, and then said indifferently. After speaking, Ling Yun took a step forward and said to Li Tian in a deep voice, Let go of her. I will only give you 10 seconds, otherwise, you will be at your own risk. I really don't know where the idiot came from, and dare to destroy the good deeds of Lao Tzu. You guys, give it to me, and beat this boy hard. Beat him to death. Li Tian finished. He didn't care about Ling Yun anymore, but turned around and tried to move his feet against Qi Xiaoqing again. Boom bang 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 bang. 5 consecutive dull voices sounded, and the 5 bodyguards beside Li Tian had already been knocked to the ground by Tai Xiaohu, who rushed up, rolling and crawling, bleeding from the corners of everyone's mouth. Ling Yun stood in the same place, did not even move, still giggling, looking at Li Tian, who was stunned and turned his head again. His face was already pale with fright. Look, they don't seem to listen to you, they're all lying on the ground. Ling Yun said with a smile, Is it time to let go of this classmate now? Seeing the sudden abnormality, Li Tian had long since let go of Qi Xiaoqing involuntarily. Qi Xiaoqing immediately broke free from his embrace and rushed to Ling Yun's side desperately. You dare to beat my people? Li Tian murmured. Ling Yun was delighted. Well, dare, don't talk about them, even you dare to fight. Before Ling Yun finished his words, Tai Xiaohu had kicked away the two bodyguards who were rolling under his feet, and came to him in one step. Li Tian was so frightened that he shrank back suddenly, took a step back, and then his face was pale, and he said sternly, do you know who I am? Ling Yun said lightly, didn't you just say, Li Tian of the 9 Middle School, Brother Tian? Li Tian hurriedly said, I tell you, my father is. Crack. A crisp slap sounded. Ah. Li Tian let out a miserable cry, covering his face immediately, and was immediately stunned. It took a long time for him to feel uncomfortable in his mouth, and when he opened his mouth and spit it out, blood foam with a few teeth was spit out. It doesn't matter who your father is, because even if your father is the king of heaven, you will be beaten today. Beat. Ling Yun gave an order. Tang Meng couldn't wait to rush up, and it was a volley kick. Bang! Li Tian was kicked in the chest by Tang Meng. Although Tang Meng was not skilled in martial arts, he was tall and strong. This kick used all his strength, and Li Tian was kicked back several times by him. He took a step, hit the podium table, and stopped with a groan. Boy, accept your fate. Brother Yun said he wanted to beat you. Even if the immortals came, he couldn't save you. Tang Meng's kick was so refreshing, he immediately stepped forward, bowed left and right at Li Tian's face, and fanned wildly. The big ears were twitching and crackling like firecrackers. Tai Xiaohu wanted to step forward to help, but he couldn't get in. Li Tian couldn't hide, and in the end, he could only slip out of the body to the ground, hold his head in his hands, and hide there. But Tang Meng still didn't let him go. He kicked him again, and at the end he was so tired that he could only breathe heavily, and then he gave up. Tai Xiaohu, it's yours, I'm exhausted. Tang Meng stopped fighting. Don't fight. I was wrong, I apologize, I don't dare anymore. Li Tian's nose was blue and his face was swollen, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. His eyes had already turned into panda eyes. He held his head in his hands and began to beg for mercy. Who are you apologizing to? Ling Yun hugged Ninger's shoulders and looked at Li Tian with a smile. Follow, with you. Fart. You have to apologize to this classmate. Ling Yun glanced at Qi Xiaoqing, but saw Qi Xiaoqing's delicate body trembling, and his eyes became even more frightened. Thank you, I don't need him to apologize. Qi Xiaoqing said with fear in his eyes. Ling Yun smiled, looked at Qi Xiaoqing and said, why? Qi Xiaoqing lowered his head sharply, groaning, trembling body, and didn't dare to say anything. Don't ask, he must be afraid of Li Tian's revenge. Ling Yun was even more angry, thinking that Li Tian, his grandson, how wicked must he be to scare people like this. He couldn't help but think of Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan, and suddenly he was furious. The surnamed Li, hurry up and apologize to this classmate, or I will destroy you today. Li Tian didn't dare to cross, because he found that his 5 bodyguards were still lying on the ground humming until this time, unable to even stand up. Yes. I apologize. Qi Xiaoqing, I was wrong, I'm sorry for you, please let me go. Tang Meng kicked him like a dead dog. Will you apologize? Kneel down and apologize. Ah? Li Tian was completely dumbfounded. He kowtowed to his parents during the Chinese New Year, and never kowtowed to anyone else. What? Hurry up. Tang Meng said as he went up with 2 ruthless kicks. Better than dandy? Then arrogant? Now in the entire Jiangnan province, who can surpass the 3 men of Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu? The 3 gangsters in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School have been frightened by Ling Yun and don't know where to hide, and they haven't even heard from them. Li Tian slapped Tang Meng's feet again, baring his teeth and grinning in pain. He couldn't care about anything else, and immediately kowtowed to Qi Xiaoqing to apologize. Tang Meng waited for his apology to finish, then he smiled and said, "Let me guess what you're thinking now. Well, you're thinking about how to get revenge on us after you leave, but you don't know our names, right?" Li Tiangang wanted to speak, but was stopped by Tang Meng. "You don't have to say it, you must be insincere when you say it, I don't believe it. Let me tell you, we are all from Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. If you want to take revenge, go to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School to inquire and ask who Tang Meng is, and then take revenge as you please. As for this female classmate, if you dare to pester him again, see how I will deal with you. Bring your people, hurry up and get out." As he spoke, Tang Meng raised his right hand and lightly patted Li Tian's face twice. Although it was not heavy, it was a naked humiliation. Li Tianjian finally had a chance to escape, and he ignored the 5 bodyguards next to him, and rushed out of the examination room with a rolling and crawling. Shui Mining was very kind. She took Qi Xiaoqing's hand and said, "Classmate, don't be afraid. If that rascal dares to bully you again, tell us, and he will definitely let him go. But his family is really powerful." Qi Xiaoqing was hurriedly thanking Ling Yun and the others, while her face was full of sadness. Seeing this, Ling Yun smiled and said, "Xiao Hu, you can leave her contact information, and then send a few brothers to protect her in the few days of the college entrance examination." When Ling Yun said these words, it was like giving Qi Xiaoqing an amulet. Tai Xiaohu nodded immediately. "Tang Meng, ask someone to go to the 9 high school, to find out where this Li Tian came from. I rely on it. In broad daylight, you dare to be so arrogant. This is a bit too much." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he ignored the stunned and indifferent audience around him, and walked straight to his examination seat. Ling Yun's position is in the middle of the entire classroom. To be continued. Ling Yun's rescue of Qi Xiaoqing was just a little effort for him, he didn't take it to heart at all. HP//772E6F742E6F%6. Under the shocking gaze of everyone, Ling Yun stood on his exam table for a while, thinking that he didn't know where Zhuang Meina was sitting. However, he just thought about it casually and was not in a hurry. Now Ling Yun, as long as he is in this classroom, no matter where he is, his consciousness can cover the entire classroom, even the corridor outside the classroom. Before leaving, Qi Xiaoqing thanked Ling Yun with a blushing face. Ling Yun just smiled lightly, wishing her a successful college entrance examination, and forgot about it. Now that he knew where the examination room was, today's task was completed. Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu to send the terrified Qi Xiaoqing back. He took Ning'er and Tang Meng, and joined Ning Lingyu, who had also watched the examination room. Almost left Qingshui No. 5 Middle School. Ling Yun quickly returned to the Villa No. 1 in Qingxi District, and found that there were a lot of people in the family: Lin Minghan, Long Wu, Yao Rou. They knew that Ling Yun was going to take the college entrance examination tomorrow, so they all came to cheer Ling Yun. Ling Yun simply stopped cultivating. Even Bai Xianer, who had been cultivating frantically for a long time, also called and took everyone to Shangri-La, ordered a table full of dishes, and had a big meal. This day passed in an atmosphere of laughter and laughter. On the first day of the college entrance examination, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu came to Villa No. 1 early, and then Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu went to the examination room. This time even Qin Dongxue followed. Today is hotter than yesterday. The sun that just rose is like a huge fireball, spraying roaring flames and scorching the earth. The heat waves in the air, and everyone is sweating more than taking a sauna. When he came to Qingshui No. 5 Middle School again, Tang Meng drove Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu directly to the downstairs of the exam. Everyone got out of the car. Qin Dongxue, like other parents, warned Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu, "Anyway, since you have to take the test, then you too have to take the test hard, and you can't disappoint my sister, understand?" Seeing that Qin Dongxue was rarely so serious, Ling Yun smiled and said, don't worry, Auntie, I promise to give you the highest score in the test and come back with a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Okay. You are the biggest today. It's better to try to win a national college entrance examination champion. Qin Dongxue smiled brightly. Gorgeous unparalleled, white dress and white dress. Like a fairy. It's difficult, but you can give it a try. Ling Yun said sternly. He was talking to Qin Dongxue. I noticed old Chui in the distance, and knew that old Chui cared about him, so I gave old Chui a voice transmission to reassure him and go back to practice. This is the young master of the Ling family taking the college entrance examination, and it is a big event anyway. How could Elder Chui be willing to leave for half a step? Elder Chui did not leave, so Ling Yin said nothing more, nodded to Elder Chui, and then walked towards the examination room with Ning Lingyu. In fact, it wasn't just old Chui, many people wanted to come to accompany Ling Yun to take the exam today, but Ling Yun didn't want to make too much trouble, so they all refused. After the early exam, he fell down, and he had a lot of important things to do. Lingyu, can the temperature today affect your performance? Ling Yun asked as he walked. Ning Lingyu shook his head and said, maybe it's because of the Dianju Xingju, I don't feel so hot. Ling Yun laughed and said, you have already cultivated to the 5th small realm of the Great Evolution and Gathering Star Treasure Art. Such a temperature should not affect you. Ning Lingyu's cultivation speed. Absolutely terrifying. Since she learned the Great Evolution and Gathering Star Treasure Art, it only took half a month for her to cultivate to the 5th small realm, and she has been able to keep pace with Qin Dongxue. Moreover, even so, Ning Lingyu did not delay the practice of Wanxue Xianjue. You can enter the 5th floor of the day after tomorrow at any time. Although this is related to Ning Lingyu's fairy body, her ability to cultivate so fast has a lot to do with her excellent understanding. The two came upstairs and prepared to enter the examination room separately. Ning Lingyu suddenly stopped, biting her charming lower lip lightly, and raised her head shyly. Brother, I know that the college entrance examination is nothing to you at all, and you won't care, but, for the sake of Mother and me, can you get the best score in the exam? Lingyu laughed happily. Of course, otherwise, my last 2 weeks will not be wasted. Lingyu, rest assured, my brother will definitely go all out. Lingyan thought about it for a while, and suddenly said again, how about we compare the two to see if your former grade's first test score is higher, or my grade's last test is better. When Ning Lingyu heard this, she immediately became excited, her face flushed, and said, okay, then, what if whoever loses? Lingyan couldn't imagine that there was still a gambler. He raised his hand and scratched his hair, and said thoughtfully, well, when the score is down, whoever has a lower score will have to tell a secret with a higher score, the biggest secret. How does it look? Ling Yun is now the identity of the descendant of the Ling family, and he cannot disclose it for the time being. He wants to wait for the college entrance examination, and he also went to the capital to see his grandfather Ling Lai, and then tell Ning Lingyu about this. Who knows, after hearing Ling Yun's words, Ning Lingyu's face turned red, her face was full of red, her heartbeat was like a drum, and even her breathing became a little heavier. Ning Lingyu was confused. What is Ning Lingyu's biggest secret? Lingyu, what's wrong with you? Ling Yun asked nervously, thinking that Ning Lingyu was suddenly unwell. It's okay, okay, brother, you have to keep your word. Ning Lingyu didn't dare to look up and said shyly. Ling Yun laughed and gently scratched Ning Lingyu's pretty nose. Of course it counts, let's see who can win. The two separated. Ling Yun watched Ning Lingyu walk towards the examination room, and then turned around and walked towards his own examination room. Ling Yun. Xuanhuan also came. She had noticed Ling Yun long ago, but she didn't call him when she saw Ling Yun was talking to Ning Lingyu. Hey, I'm really lucky to have the same exam room as my sister-in-law in the college entrance examination. Ling Yun came to Xuanhuan's side and said with a smile. Xuanhuan frowned immediately. I said, my sister hasn't married you yet. Who is your sister-in-law? However, Zhuang Meina's heart is sweet. At least, since the opening of the clinic, Ling Yun has not deliberately rejected her. Although the relationship between the two is lukewarm, this is already very satisfying for Zhuang Meina. In fact, it was Zhuang Meina who underestimated Ling Yun's mind and underestimated Zhuang Meifeng's position in Ling Yun's heart. Ling Yun was a cultivator, and he was a man. He couldn't get along with a 17 or 18-year-old girl for trivial matters. Another point, how important is Zhuang Meifeng's position in Ling Yun's heart? For Ling Yun's sake, she was taken away by the old Taoist nun of Jingxi nunnery. Even if the Zhuang family were sorry to Zhuang Meifeng and Ling Yun couldn't really be so heartless and ignore Zhuang Tianda's family. Your sister will marry me sooner or later. Ling Yun thought of Zhuang Meifeng, and his expression gradually became serious. Zhuang Meina directly ignored Ling Yun's words. She looked up at Ling Yun and said, Ling Yun, how sure are you to be admitted to Yanqing University? You even bet 100 million with, and others. Of course what Zhuang Meina was talking about was Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa, but it was too late for her to chase after Ling Yun. How dare she mention Xie Zhenyan's name in front of Ling Yun? Ling Yun smiled and said, it must be 100% sure, right? If you are willing to call me brother-in-law now, then by the time of the college entrance examination, as long as there are questions that you can't understand in Chinese, mathematics, and foreign languages, I will do it all. Can I tell you how? Zhuang Meina is a science major. In the past 3 years, in order to compete with Ning Lingyu, she has worked hard in the 3 subjects of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Therefore, her mathematics, physics, and chemistry scores are very good, but her shortcomings are Chinese and foreign languages. Hearing Ling Yun turn the topic around again and tricked her into calling her brother-in-law, Zhuang Meina was about to refute it on the spot, but after thinking about it, she glanced at Ling Yun suspiciously, lowered her voice and asked Ling Yun, brother, this is the college entrance examination, isn't it? Can you cheat too? Ling Yun blinked, there is a way. Zhuang Meina said, I don't believe it. Ling Yun said with a smile, think about it, and then make a decision. Anyway, it will only benefit you, not harm. Zhuang Meina thought for a while. She remembered Ling Yun's miraculous performance in the Qingshuiwen villa, and Ling Yun's magical medical skills when the clinic opened. Sister trusts him so much. How can I not believe it? Zhuang Meina had an idea in her heart. But when she had an idea, her face turned red. She turned her head and looked around, seeing that the students around were busy reviewing, and immediately lowered her voice and shouted, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law teasing sister-in-law, the more you tease, the more interesting it is indeed. Ling Yun smiled happily agreed, and then said, do the problem as you want. If you can't do it, just give me a password. By the way, you in which row? Zhuang Meina was made cheap by Ling Yun, but there was a strange feeling in her heart. She seemed to enjoy the current state of Ling Yun. She twisted and said, the 3rd row in front, the 2nd table from the left. Ling Yunxin said that it would be more convenient to be in front of me, so he smiled and said, don't worry, I will help you when the time comes, even if it's a composition. In the past 2 weeks, Ling Yun had almost no more than 10,000 excellent compositions by heart. Also, if you take the English test, you don't need to listen to your English listening. Just do the questions that follow, and I'll tell you the answer. Zhuang Meina's brother-in-law's call made Ling Yun elated, and she simply came to the end. Brother-in-law, how did you tell me? Zhuang Meina said in confusion. 1,000 miles of voice transmission. Ling Yun was mysterious. Zhuang Meina was shocked, but at this time, the invigilator asked the candidates to enter the examination room. Ling Yun also saw Qi Shaoqing yesterday, and thought that although this girl was dressed simply, she was really beautiful, with an aura, even more beautiful than Yao Rou. Candidates took their admit cards and began to enter the examination room one by one, some calm, some nervous, and some excited. Ling Yun was very calm and was the last to enter, but when he was about to enter the door with the admission ticket, he was stopped by the invigilator. Wait. To be continued. Ling Yun stopped and looked at the invigilator. Student, this is not you. It's me. It's really not you. Look at how fat this face is in the photo, you're too thin. This is really me, I lost weight, Ling Yun explained seriously. As far as I know, the photos of this admission ticket were all taken in mid-March, so it will take 2 months. You can reduce it to what it is now. The invigilator didn't believe it at all. In fact, Ling Yun had already discovered this problem when he got the admission ticket. Ning Lingyu asked him to tell the school, but Ling Yun didn't take it seriously at all, so the current situation happened. Teacher Wang, look, is this classmate the same person as the one in the photo? The invigilator held Ling Yun's admission ticket in both hands, looked left and right in front of his eyes, and felt that they were not the same person. Undecided. Teacher Wang brought Ling Yun's admission ticket, compared it repeatedly, and frowned, looking at the outline and eyes. The two are indeed quite similar, but the gap is too big. The fat and thin contrast, and this skin color is definitely not the same person. Did you take the exam for you? No wonder the two invigilators read it wrong. The difference between the photo and the real person is too great. At least 9.5 out of 10 people do not believe it is the same person. The previous Ling Yun weighed at least 210 pounds, the current Ling Yun is only 160 pounds at most. It turned out that although Ling Yun was fat, his face was sallow, his eyes were puffy, and his eyes were dull. Now Ling Yun's skin is fair and crystal clear, with a looming luster. His eyes are like dazzling stars in the dark night, his eyes are firm and piercing, and there is a charming dimple on his left cheek. If it weren't for the fact that they looked a bit similar, and the current Ling Yun was very likable, how would these two invigilators spend so much time with him? They would have taken him as a substitute for the exam long ago. Classmate, how can you prove it? You are the person in the photo. At the beginning, the teacher took the admission ticket and took a look at it again, and asked Ling Yun. I can prove it. Zhuang Meina walked out of the classroom again and said directly to the two invigilators, he and I are both in number 1 high school. I can prove it for him. We can also prove it for Ling Yun. 7 or 8 students stood up in the classroom, all of them from Qingshui number 1 middle school, and even several from Ling Yun's class. They were placed in an exam room. The two invigilators looked at each other in amazement. My heart said that if I was really alone, the weight loss rate would be too fast, but even if I lost weight. What's the matter with this skin? Ling Yun didn't apply any grease or powder, why did it suddenly become so white? But looking at the appearance of these students, they didn't look like they were lying, which made the two teachers find it difficult. If you really colluded to take the test, then it would be a big problem. If they let Ling Yun in, they wouldn't be able to afford it. But since some students have come out to prove it, if it is really a person, if they have affected Ling Yun's exam, they can't take the responsibility. Ling Yun, do you have a better way to prove your identity? It's very important, we can't be cautious. Teacher Wang said with a serious look. Ling Yun had no grudge against the invigilator. Not wanting to embarrass them, he thought for a while and said, let's talk about a few people, let's see who you know and who you can believe, and I'll call him. Let him testify for me, how about it? The two invigilators were not from number 1 high school. If they were, they would have let him in long ago. After listening to Ling Yun's words, he said that he was really bragging. If you say that we know a few people, then you are too arrogant. Ling Yun smiled lightly. Then several names came out of his mouth, Principal Zheng of our Qingshui number 1 middle school, Director of the Qingshui Municipal Public Security Bureau, and Secretary of the Qingshui Municipal Party Committee. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun smiled and looked at the two dumbfounded invigilators, and said lightly, which one do you believe in, which one do you believe in? I will call him immediately to see if he can testify for me. This. The two invigilators were all dumbfounded. After they were shocked, they looked at each other, and then looked at the classmates who testified for Ling Yun just now with questioning eyes. Trust him, he can really call. If you don't believe me, you can ask him to call. Can really call. Many classmates laughed. Ling Yun's deeds, which one of Qingshui No. 1 middle school did not know. Zhuang Meina glared at Ling Yun, then came outside the classroom, pulled the teacher Wang aside, and whispered, "Teacher, let me be honest with you. I am the chairman of Zhuang's pharmaceutical group, the daughter of Zhuang Tianda. It's my admission ticket. You better believe me, he can really call those people, and they will come very quickly." Teacher Wang was shocked, glanced at Ling Yun, and asked in a low voice, "Those people will come just for him?" Zhuang Meina smiled and nodded, 100% will come, and he has not taken the exam for 100%. If he is not happy, you will even lose your qualifications as an invigilator. If you still don't believe it, you can ask Ling Yun to make a phone call, and you will understand everything after you talk to the person on the other end of the phone. Teacher Wang was taken aback and wondered what kind of character this high school student was, and he had never heard of any big man surnamed Ling in the province. I'll look at the photo again, it's just thin. Look at these eyes, eyebrows, it's really a person, no problem, not a test. The two invigilators didn't dare to gamble, and they didn't have time, so they changed their tune tacitly at the same time, and with their eyes met, they invited Ling Yun into the examination room. Ling Yun came to his seat and sat down. Seeing Zhuang Meina just turned around and gave him a look, it was obvious, "How can you thank me?" Ling Yun smiled indifferently, and made no further statement. He noticed that there was an empty seat in the classroom, and in front of that seat was Qi Shaoqing, and Li Tian didn't come. "It's so hot today. There is no air conditioner in the classroom, it's so hot." "There is an air conditioner, but it can't be turned on, because the noise is too loud. I'm afraid it will affect the performance." "It's so hot, it affects the performance even more. It's really unfortunate. It's been cloudy for half a month, and it's been very cool. But when the college entrance examination is over, why is the sun out? 38 degrees high." There were 40 candidates in the room, and each of them was sweating profusely, groaning and complaining. Ling Yunqing said, "I am in the same examination room as me, you are lucky." He quietly ran the yin-yang art of qi, and the cold air slowly poured out of his body. Soon the room dropped 10 degrees. Originally, Ling Yun could reduce the temperature in the room by 10 degrees in an instant. But he was worried that these students would catch a cold because of the sudden cold, so he had to use himself as an air conditioner to slowly cool down the classroom. "My God, how can you turn on the air conditioner so cool? Comfortable, so comfortable, this temperature is suitable for the college entrance examination. It's so cool." Everyone exclaimed, they couldn't believe everything they felt, it was too shocking. 28 degrees, although not quite cool, is already a very comfortable temperature, cooler than usual on cloudy days. Ling Yun smiled secretly in his heart, and at the same time noticed Zhuang Meina's look back, which was a look of fanatical admiration. As the bell rang, the college entrance examination finally began. Thousands of troops and horses crossed the single-plank bridge together, marched desperately towards the ivory tower in their hearts, and rode hard. The first exam was of course Chinese. Ling Yun only used his divine sense to swipe all the questions in his eyes and read the composition. He couldn't help but chuckle in his heart, he had memorized many similar excellent compositions, and it would not be too bad to just pick one up. As for the previous question, Ling Yun not only memorized all the Chinese textbooks, but also imprinted the Chinese dictionary and the idiom dictionary in his mind, which is extremely simple. To put it bluntly, Ling Yun knows the 4 spellings for fennel. "I just said it was pediatrics," Ling Yun muttered disdainfully. "All that's left is to write." This is Ling Yun's strength. His handwriting is very beautiful, and without practicing calligraphy, he is better than any calligraphy master. He is a self-cultivator, and his Taoism is natural. Ling Yun incorporates swordsmanship into his calligraphy. Every tick and stroke reveals a sharp sword intent. The font is about to fly off the paper. Not only did he write well, but he also wrote quickly. Because of his spiritual awareness, he didn't need to read the question at all, and he had the answer in his mind. It only took 1/3 of the time for Ling Yun to hand in the paper. At most, deduct me a few points for the composition. Ling Yun threw the pen away and hooked the corner of his mouth towards the paper. And the fact is true, Ling Yun's language is only 2 points out of the full score, and if he loses the score, he will be lost in the composition. With 2/3 of the time left, Ling Yun was not in a hurry to leave early. He used his divine sense to scan Xuanmeina's exam paper, and directly sent a voice transmission to Xuanmeina, "Sister-in-law, you can do the question as you want, don't be unusual. Performance, they can't hear what I say. Now, I said, you can just write the answer, don't worry, it's guaranteed not to be wrong." Xuanmeina was extremely shocked, but she still listened to Ling Yun. Without raising her head, she listened to the answers to every question that Ling Yun said, and began to answer the questions. I changed it all over again, and I had an hour to write the essay. Ling Yun even helped with the composition. He read a sentence and asked Xuanmeina to write a sentence, and the work was finished in 800 words quickly. Cheating in the college entrance examination is absolutely unprecedented, and no one has come since. Brother Yun is the first. After Xuanmeina finished all the questions, Ling Yun left her alone. He locked his consciousness on Qi Xiaoqing's test paper, and Ling Yun was shocked. Qi Xiaoqing is also a liberal arts student. Ling Yun compared it and found that the two of them answered almost the same except for the composition. God, this girl is really good at studying. Ling Yun couldn't help but secretly admired her, saying that she seemed to be really good at studying. During the 2.5-day college entrance examination, the sun was shining brightly, and the temperature was over 38 degrees Celsius. Every candidate took a sauna in the examination room. Only Ling Yun was the only one in the examination room, because he acted as an air conditioner very well. It is very cool and comfortable, and it has played a super level once. No matter which subject, Ling Yun was the first to finish the exam paper, and then began to help Xuanmeina to cheat. The two cooperated seamlessly. Xuanmeina's college entrance examination score and Huaqing University in the capital were more than enough. In the 3rd year of high school, Xuanmeina was suppressed by Ning Lingyu and lost, and Ling Yun returned it to her the moment her college entrance examination results came out. On the morning of June 9th, as the bell rang for the end of the exam, Ling Yun's high school career came to an end. On the Mid-Autumn Festival, I wish all book friends a happy Mid-Autumn Festival, family reunion, good health, and step by step. By the way, ask how you are for a few monthly passes. There will be a separate thank you chapter tonight. The moment the bell rang for the end of the last exam, Ling Yun immediately moved his consciousness and expelled all the things he had learned in order to take the exam and get high scores out of his mind, and waited until all the junk knowledge was cleaned up. After that, Ling Yun smiled slightly, got up and left his examination table. Humph. Thoughts, kill people. Ling Yun snorted coldly, his eyes piercingly cold. Ling Yun doesn't believe in any thoughts, he only believes in his own heart. Brother-in-law. Xuanmeina seemed to get used to the name quickly after being called her brother-in-law by Ling Yun for the first time, and every time she called Ling Yun's brother-in-law, an inexplicable excitement surged in her body. When she returned to her dream at midnight, Xuanmeina imagined herself more than once as a Z in the 8 Dragons, imagining that she and Ling Yun would have a soul-stirring, unforgettable love. Ling Yun grinned, looking at Xuanmeina, who was biting her lip lightly, her pretty face blushing inexplicably, and deliberately asked, "How was the test? Did you perform well?" Brother-in-law, you're dead. You've already finished the exam and you're deliberately making fun of others. Xuanhuan came to Ling Yun's side, boldly took the initiative to take Ling Yun's arm, and continued coquettishly, you know best whether you're doing well or not, still ask? Let's go. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, she took Ling Yun's arm and left, with a bright smile on her face, which was also very sweet. Qi Shaoqing left the classroom early, but did not leave immediately, but stood pretty beside the railing outside the classroom door, waiting for Ling Yun to come out. Ling Yun, thank you. Qi Shaoqing saw Ling Yun walk out the door. Immediately bent down, bowed deeply to Ling Yun and said gratefully, "This is heartfelt gratitude." Ling Yun looked at this stunning girl who was in a series of troubles, and said with a smile, "It's just a trivial matter, you don't need to thank me so many times." "Congratulations, you did well in the test." Ling Yun was sure that Qi Shaoqing had at least 2 homework. "You can get full marks in mathematics and foreign languages." Qi Shaoqing was shocked. Without Li Tian's entanglement and influence, she really performed at an extraordinary level, but how did Ling Yun know? "Thank you." The shock turned into shock, but Qi Shaoqing still politely thanked Ling Yun. "Brother." Ning Lingyu ran over from her examination room, her face changed slightly when she saw Xuanhuan hugging Ling Yun's arm affectionately. "Lingyu, how was this exam?" Ling Yun saw Ning Lingyu coming, so she stopped letting Xuanhuan hold him. Naturally, he pulled out his arms and came over to embrace Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulders. "Play as normal, brother, let's go, auntie and the others are still waiting for us." Ning Lingyu well concealed the sadness in her heart and urged Ling Yun to leave quickly. "Oh, good. Wait for Zhang Ling, she'll be here soon. Let's go together." After speaking, Ling Yun turned to ask Qi Shaoqing, do you want to send it to you? Qi Shaoqing's beautiful eyes flowed, she gave Ning Lingyu a deep look, smiled, and shook her head, "Thank you. No need." Qi Shaoqing, who believes that his appearance, body, and temperament are not inferior to anyone else, was shocked by Ning Lingyu's dreamy and ethereal temperament. Ling Yun didn't force it, and didn't mention it again. When Zhang Ling came over, the 4 of them walked downstairs together. Finally free. You can surf the internet, chat, watch movies, play games. Hey, I failed the exam this time, so I can only choose to repeat the study, and fight again next year. After the end of the college entrance examination, the senior high school students who worked hard for a year finally unloaded the heavy burden on their shoulders. They were excited, vented, and discussed. Some people were excited, some were crying, some were lost, and the students were in groups of 3 or 5. The students gathered around to communicate, and the campus was boiling. Finally graduated, I no longer have to read books and do crazy questions every day. In the future, I can eat and play, I can go shopping, I will put that damn alarm clock into the cold room, and sleep until I wake up naturally. Zhang Ling gritted her teeth fiercely, as if the alarm clock at the bedside at home was her class enemy. Ning Lingyu giggled and laughed, be careful of your body shape. Zhang Ling was stunned, and suddenly blushed and glanced at Ling Yun, not daring to speak any more. Lingyu, why are you going on summer vacation? In the past few days for the college entrance examination, Xuanhuan and Ling Yun were in the same examination room, so naturally she could meet with Ning Lingyu several times a day. Ning Lingyu said a few words, deliberately to please Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu said lightly, well, I listen to my brother. Wherever my brother goes, I will go. Ling Yun heard a move in his heart, but did not speak. The most important thing for Ning Lingyu now is to cultivate with peace of mind, not to run around with him. The 4 of them chatted, and soon came to the parking place, where Qin Dongxue was waiting for them. The car that picked up Xuanhuan was also parked nearby. Xuanhuan seemed to be a little afraid of Qin Dongxue. After she came over, she said hello to Qin Dongxue, then reluctantly said goodbye to Ling Yun and went back in her own car. "Hey, Brother Yun, how's your exam? Are you sure you'll go to Yanqing University?" Tang Meng threw away the cigarette butt in his hand and ran over with big strides. For the past 2 days, he and Tai Xiaohu had been the ones in charge of picking up Ling Yun. Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu, and Qin Dongxue had always been in the car, driven by Tang Meng. Ling Yun and the two entered the test, and only Qin Dongxue and Tang Meng were left in the car. Qin Dongshue's aura was so great that Tang Meng didn't dare staying in the car for a long time. During the exam time, Tang Meng had no choice but to find a shade of a tree to smoke, or go to Tai Xiaohu's car and discuss important matters with him. "I'm not grading the papers, you ask me who I'm going to ask? Anyway, the test is over, so let's go," Ling Yun said casually. "Don't, we still have 100 million, this money can't be lost in vain." Ling Yun smiled and said, "I know you care about the 100 million, don't worry, you can't lose it." Tang Meng took a reassurance and finally felt at ease, and immediately smiled. "Okay, don't be there, hee, let's go. Let's go home." The temperature in Qingshui City was close to 40 degrees today, and it finally turned into an oven. Everyone was sweating profusely, taking a free sauna. In addition, there was a lot of chaos here. Ling Yun didn't want to stay here for another second. Everyone got into the car and quickly left Qingshui No. 5 Middle School. First, send Zhang Ling home on the way, and then go back to Villa No. 1. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu arrived home. They ran to their rooms involuntarily, and they wanted to take a shower. However, Ling Yun came to the side of his own 7-spotted grass, and saw that a 7th yellow spot had faintly appeared on the blade of the 7-spotted grass. He was eager to collect his own spiritual liquid. This time he harvested a total of 2 boxes, the first one, the 11th box and the 12th box. This big sun is really powerful, one can support 2. If so, for 2 more days. The 7th yellow spot on the leaves of the 7 lights grass will grow out completely, and at the same time, the 7 lights grass will truly mature. Ling Yun felt the concentration of spiritual energy released by the 7 luminaries grass. This time, he put down 3 jade boxes at once, continued to collect spiritual liquid, and then returned to the house. Aunt May turned on the central air conditioner to 23 degrees, which was neither cold nor hot. The whole villa is very cool, and the difference between the door and the door is 16 or 7 degrees. This deformed college entrance examination is finally over, what a fucking trouble. Ling Yun said hello to Aunt May, who was busy making tea, then sat down on the sofa and said disdainfully, "Hee. Brother Yun, I can make a net profit of 100 million in 2.5 days. This business is worth it. I will do more in the future," Tang Meng said carelessly. Ling Yun stared. "Fuck, is it 2.5 days? Including these 3 days of college entrance examination, it's a full 20 days. Aunt May brought the brewed tea and smiled at Ling Yun's nameless fire here. "Do not speak." Ling Yun casually complained a couple of words, then he didn't raise the test again. Instead he pondered for a while, and started talking to Tang Meng about serious matters. "You two happen to be here today. Tai Xiaohu has no energy to manage Qinglong. Tang Meng, have you found a suitable candidate?" Speaking of business, Tang Meng became serious. He scratched his head and said, "Brother Yun, as for this candidate, I really think that there is one person, quite suitable." Ling Yun just asked, casually. He didn't expect Tang Meng to actually find someone. He immediately sat up and asked, "Oh? Did you really find someone?" Tang Meng nodded and said, "Brother Yun, Ah Bing has been with me all this time, I think he should be able to do the job." The figure of Ah Bing immediately appeared in Ling Yun's mind. He is 1.8 meters tall, thin but tall, with cold eyes, always with a cigarette in his mouth, sharp eyes, shrewd and capable, good eloquence, but rarely speaks, and works very calmly. Don't say it. This kid's conditions are quite suitable. Ling Yun muttered. But he immediately said, but, there are still 3 questions. First, don't you say that he is a descendant of a soldier? Can a descendant of a soldier be the boss of the underworld? Second, is this soldier loyal enough? Third, just him, can the 3-legged cat be able to hold down Qinglong's little brothers who are slaughtering at every turn? Ling Yun didn't talk nonsense, and pointed directly to the point. Tang Meng laughed and said, Brother Yun, your first question is not a question at all. In our China, it is most suitable for a person like a Bing to be the boss of the underworld, because he grew up in the army since he was a child. Yes, there is definitely no problem in management, and it is very convenient to engage in guns. Secondly, as for the issue of loyalty, with Brother Yun, and Tai Xiaohu, and I, are you still worried about what kind of tricks Ah Bing dares to play? The last time the clinic opened, it almost shocked Ah Bing. Besides, I played with him since childhood, I know him too well, he can't play all those twists and turns with me. Finally, as for fighting and killing, Ah Bing is often thrown into the Special Forces training camp by his father in the army. The training intensity is the same. He has absolutely no problem fighting 5 or 6 ordinary people. Wouldn't it be over if you teach him 2 more tricks? After Ling Yun heard this, he felt that Tang Meng's analysis was very reasonable. He smiled and nodded, it seems that you have already made up your mind about this matter. That's okay, you can bring him over tonight. Tang Meng said, hee, I really thought about it a long time ago, but I haven't had time to tell you. To be continued. Tomorrow, 6 more breakout notices. In fact, there are still more than a dozen monthly passes, and we can rise 3 or 4 places in the overall list. For the sake of tomorrow's 6 shifts, ask for a monthly pass. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Xiaohu, tonight, you bring me all Qinglong's account books, then I will talk to Ah Bing. If he is really qualified for the position of Qinglong's boss, I will give him all these account books, and then you will bring. He took a while, and when he was more familiar with it, he handed over the power to him. Yes. When Tai Xiaohu saw that someone was finally going to take over his drudgery, he was so excited that he hurriedly agreed. Ling Yun smiled slightly and said again, but, you too, you must also take a post in Qinglong. Well, I think you can be the 2 elders of Qinglong. Tang Meng supervises the general ledger, and Tai Xiaohu is in charge of the punishment hall. Qinglong is the foundation created by Uncle Long himself. Although he is in the underworld, he has never done such evil things as forcing the good as a prostitute and selling white powder. I don't want Qinglong to be in my hands. The taste has changed, you understand? Ling Yan said these words very seriously. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu dared to neglect them, they immediately answered honestly. After saying this, Tai Xiaohu immediately smiled, and put down the biggest stone in his heart. In fact, although Tai Xiaohu is tall and big, he is by no means a stupid big man. On the contrary, he is extremely shrewd. He has been in Qinglong for 3 years, and he knows Qinglong's site, industry, and operation very well. If he is willing to manage Qinglong with heart, he will do. The position of Qinglong's boss is simply the most suitable, but Tai Xiaohu loves Wu and becomes an idiot, and swears to follow Ling Yun to the death, and does not want to be tied to this position. Iron Tiger is happy. It's Tang Meng's turn right now. His Heaven and Earth group still hasn't given a word. Tang Meng smiled at Ling Yun, and asked, while the iron was hot, Brother Yun, Tai Xiaohu is at ease now, what can I do here? Not to mention the large amount of cash and countless treasures in Ling Yan's hands, it's just Ling Yan's current large amount of assets. It was enough for Tang Meng to have a headache. Among them, the biggest one is naturally the 6 companies that Shueshini gave to Ling Yun. Then there is the clothing store across from the ordinary clinic, and then there is Ling Yun's jewelry business in Qingshui City Antique Market. Apart from these, there is also 100 acres of land in Linjiang district, and construction will start soon. Although Ling Yan's ordinary clinic was said to be taken care of by himself, Ling Yan simply let it go when he was busy, and Tang Meng had to help him take care of all aspects. Originally, Tang Meng wanted to set up a film and television company, a real estate company, and a medicinal material company. Now the medicinal material company naturally does not need him to set up, but Ling Yun clearly proposed that Tang Meng should buy him a large metal smelter. What does a metal smelter do? Ling Yun is refining tools in the city. Of course it is impossible to get a furnace in his own backyard to refine the thousands of tons of metals collected, let alone Ling Yun is far from reaching this level, even if it is really achieved. He also needs a big factory to hide from the public. At the very least, you are a large metal smelter that emits smoke every day and purchases so many metal materials every day, which will not arouse suspicion from others, right? Ling Yun was preparing for the smelting, so Tang Meng's plan to set up a film and television company and a real estate company could only be put on hold for the time being. First, he would buy a metal smelter for Ling Yun. So many big things piled up together. Tang Meng, an 18-year-old kid who didn't even take the college entrance examination, can handle it? Absolutely impossible. Speaking of which, Ling Yun's business is very simple. The clinic treats diseases, and if they are willing to treat them, they will be cured. Anyway, Miao Xiaomiao and Shui Mining were there to support him, and the rest was to arrange for Tang Meng to buy medicinal materials and metals for him. Medicinal materials are used for refining spirit talismans and medicinal pills, and metals are used for refining tools. All of these require huge amounts, not only an astonishing amount of capital, but also a warehouse with a large enough area. Ling Yun naturally knew what Tang Meng's problem was, and seeing him ask him now, he immediately laughed and said, "Tang Meng, I know you're in a daze right now, you're just flying around like a fly, and when you do things with me, you have to understand a little bit. Don't be too hands-on. Look at how good I am, I have nothing to do." Ling Yun laughed. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu said in their hearts, "Brother Yun, of course, you've taken care of yourself. We've all done all the miscellaneous things." Of course, neither of the two dared to say these words, and they could only hide them silently in their hearts. You're not as good as xuanhuan in selling clothing, you're not as good as Uncle Song and Prince Yu and the others in jewelry, and in medicine, if you're compared with Uncle Shui and the banker, you're even worse off. Tang Meng listened to Ling Yan's mad criticism of him, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he could not wait to find a crack to burrow in. If Ling Yan said a few more words, he would probably burst into tears on the spot. Because you're not as professional as them, let alone professional. You don't even understand it now. You're all a layman. Do you think you can stop running around like a headless fly? Brother Yun, what should we do then? Tang Meng was really about to cry, and said with a sad face. Ling Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I already told you the way just now. Although you don't have the professional skills mentioned above, you also have your own advantages." Tang Meng said in his heart that Brother Yun finally talked about my advantage, so I still have an advantage? He immediately removed his hands covering his red face, and listened with pricked ears. You communicate very well, you know how to integrate, and you can handle some messy and clueless things in an orderly manner. This is your biggest advantage. Ling Yan smiled leisurely, "So, I don't need your professionalism. I asked you to follow me, not to make you and me suffer. You leave the clothing to Wang Hongyuan, and the jewelry to Uncle Song and Boss Yu. For medicine, aren't the 6 companies running well? Anyway, I've signed it, we just need to go and receive it. How it works now is." When Tang Meng heard it, "Come on," Brother Yun said that, "it has nothing to do with me at all," he couldn't help but wonder, "Brother Yun, what am I here to do?" Ling Yun laughed loudly, "Integration. After the integration is complete, supervise these professionals and maintain good communication with them. You are a great achievement. At that time, no matter how complicated the matter is, you just need to grasp the right direction, and then swipe the pen, and then make the rewards and punishments clear. Isn't it easy? In this case, you will open 10 more companies. 100 companies, with professionals taking care of them, still need you to worry? I said this, you understand how to do it in the future, right? Ling Yan said with a smile. Tang Meng said in his heart that Brother Yun is really awesome, but he still had a big question, and he immediately asked, but Brother Yun, I don't even understand that, in case these professional people are tricking us in secret. How to do? Ling Yan smiled, and he said indifferently, when the water is clear, there will be no fish. If you want others to get nothing out of it, that's absolutely impossible. Only if you can make money with you and get more and bigger benefits, people will work for you, and you want to eat alone. Everything is yours, if you don't leave it to others, then you can't do anything. Ling Yan understands human nature too well, he sees it very well, and doesn't care about those trivialities at all. Of course, although Uncle Tang's identity is there. But now everything on my side is taken care of by you, and others will definitely not take you seriously. Therefore, there is a necessary premise to do so. Having said that, Tang Meng understood that, of course, he needed a necessary premise, and this premise was Ling Yun himself. Ling Yun talked about it. In fact, I just wanted to tell Tang Meng one thing, that Ling Yan's assets and money were all handed over to Tang Meng, and Tang Meng was Ling Yan's spokesperson. Whether it's Song Xingyang, jade or gold, or the properties of Wang Hongyuan and Shui's family, they are willing to listen to Tang Meng's dispatch, just because Ling Yun is standing behind Tang Meng. As long as they don't break the law, anyone can offend Tang Meng and don't care about him at all, but who would dare to care about Ling Yun? Dare to despise Ling Yun for a try? In these 2 days, you will take over and integrate the industry I own now, and then set up your Tiandi group. You don't need to look at me, the Tiandi group is yours, you are the top person in charge, and I will never get involved. Seeing Tang Meng staring at him with gleaming eyes, Ling Yun quickly cleaned himself up, he would never suffer that crime. Then, I will greet all these people and say that everything related to me will be handled by you, and they will definitely treat you as a baby, trust me. Ling Yun showed Tang Meng a clear path, and said that Tang Meng was determined in his heart, not to mention the complacent refreshment, and he smiled instantly. Also, let's not talk about martial arts, Song Xingyang is a natural manager. His skills and abilities are not inferior to Uncle Long, while Boss Jade is a natural businessman. This person is the most disciplined. I have repeated this point. After the test, you can let the 2 of them be your right-hand men, make plans for you to open up territory, plus the power in the hands of Uncle Li and Uncle Tang, plus the support of the entire Qinglong behind, the entire Jiangnan province, not yet. Your world? Tang Meng hurriedly looked solemn, and corrected himself seriously, Brother Yun, it's your world, not mine. Ling Yun laughed happily, waved his hands indifferently and said, it's our brother's world anyway, so why are you so clear about it? Just like what I said, you first exercise in Qingshui City for a while, and when you have experience, everything will be done with ease, and I have bigger things to do for you. What is clear water? It's just a puddle of shallow water. Ling Yun's eyes have long been on the whole of China, and even the whole world. Ling Yun wants to cultivate, the Ling family wants to rise, and he wants to stand proudly at the top of China. Not only does he need money, but he also needs people. There are many, many people. If Ling Yun doesn't teach Tang Meng like this, then don't do anything in the future. Personally, it is enough to wander around Shimizu City all day. Ling Yun smiled and asked, do you know how to do it now? Understood. Ling Yun stood up, walked over and patted Tang Meng's shoulder lightly, then smiled, I understand, hurry up and make an order, it's time for lunch. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The first of 6 updates. Ask for a monthly pass. After lunch, Ling Yun asked Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to do their own business, while he himself came to the ordinary clinic. Shui Mining, Miao Xiaomiao, and Yao Rou were all there, and of course the 3 pretty nurses. Wow! The boss is here. Shang Mingming's eyes were sharp, and the first one noticed Ling Yun's arrival. Her eyes widened immediately, and she shouted excitedly, because the movement was too exaggerated. A pair of huge towering chests suddenly trembled up and down, knocking the 2 around her. The male patient's Adam's apple trembled when he saw it. Sun Yujiao was concentrating on taking care of the patient beside her. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly furrowed and the corners of her mouth were slightly pursed. She was very serious about her work. She heard that Ling Yun was coming. She just turned her head slightly to take a look at the door, and immediately retracted her gaze. Famous. Hey, Ling Yun is here? How is the college entrance examination? I'm sure I can win the national champion, right? Look at this sweaty guy, sit down and drink some water, cool down. Li Jinlian is the most exaggerated. This mature woman is really bold, pungent, flirtatious, and coquettish. When Ling Yun comes in, she doesn't care about anything, staring at Ling Yun's face with a pair of ecstatic eyes. Watching this scene, Shang Mengmeng and Sun Yujiao pouted, wondering why did you stop in front of Ling Yun? Wouldn't it be better to just go straight into his arms? I'm not thirsty. Ling Yun smiled at Li Jinlian, then glanced at the room full of sick patients, while Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao were occupying a separate compartment, carefully treating the patients who came to seek medical treatment. I was so busy that I didn't even know that Ling Yun was coming. Have they eaten lunch yet? Ling Yun raised his chin, pointed to the 2 beautiful doctors, and asked lightly. How can I have time to eat? Li Jinlian raised her slender eyebrows and complained distressedly, Boss, look at so many patients in the clinic. They can't come, let them wait here? There are too many patients in the clinic. The 4 benches prepared originally were simply not enough. Now 8 more benches have been added, making a total of 12 benches. All of them are full of patients, and there are still some standing around. Humph. Don't you want to practice medicine to help the world? Are you helping the wounded? Are you dumbfounded now? Ling Yun was both distressed and angry. At first. On the second day of the clinic's opening, he told Yao Rou that the cost of seeing him was 300,000 yuan, which was not less than a cent. As a result, Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao had not waited for the implementation to begin. A girl ruthlessly abolished. My God, is Brother Ling Yun crazy about money? This is what the little demon girl Shui Mining said when she heard about the registration fee. On the other hand, Miao Xiaomiao sneered at Ling Yun and scolded Ling Yun for being shameless and greedy for money. Certainly. The price paid by the 2 beautiful doctors is also painful. Every day they leave early and return late, and they don't even have time to eat. The room full of patients is there with sad faces, groaning and waiting for treatment. They can't just leave it alone. Go out and play? Ling Yun frowned and snorted, and walked quickly to the small room where he was registered. He smiled and asked Yao Judao, Ruer, how much did you charge for the diagnosis and treatment today? Yao Rou gave Ling Yun a gentle and bright smile. A total of 70 patients came this morning, and the registration fee was charged at 3,500. Okay, $50 apiece. Ling Yun's brows furrowed even tighter. This registration fee is really cheap. The ordinary clinic is completely ordinary now. Have you eaten roer yet? Ling Yun asked. Yao Rou raised her hand and stretched out her slender index finger. He pointed in the direction of Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao, and then shook his head quietly. That means Ling Yun understands, the 2 of them haven't eaten yet, how can I possibly eat? Ling Yun was completely annoyed. He let go of his voice and shouted at Shui Mining, you two are busy, I'll take them out to dinner first. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he pulled Yao Rou up. He walked out from the registration desk and said to the three pretty little nurses, please go to a big meal, will you go? Really? Li Jinglian's delicate body trembled with excitement. She stood up as soon as she twisted her body, and immediately prepared to change clothes. Ah? Eating? Shang Mengmeng was indeed starving. Hearing that Ling Yun was going to take them to dinner, she swallowed greedily, but then looked at the room full of patients and the two beauties who were busy treating their illnesses. Hesitant. Sun Yujiao didn't respond to Ling Yun's words, how busy she should be. Ling Yun was on fire, so he didn't bother to pay attention to this. He just said with a faint smile, let's go to eat first. If you want to eat, follow along, and if you don't want to eat, continue to work. Xuanhuan knew that Ling Yun was coming. She was happy in her heart, but she didn't expect Ling Yun to come. She wanted to take Yao Rou and the three nurses to dinner. Strayed. Please wait. Xuanhuan had no intention of treating the disease anymore. She said something to the patient in front of her, bit her lip and ran out, her big eyes watering with tears. She pouted at Ling Yun. Too eccentric. The little demon girl has initially learned the Lingxi art, and has been able to absorb some spiritual energy, and can pass into the patient's body through the silver needle. Under Ling Yun's guidance, her 9 needles of the spirit pivot are becoming more and more skilled and handy. Xuanhuan's traditional Chinese medicine skills were obtained from the true inheritance of Xueshini, and she has already achieved it. Now that she has learned Lingxi tactics and can perform the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, it is naturally more powerful. After a few consultations in ordinary clinics, she quickly played fame. Now, more and more people come to the ordinary clinic for treatment. The number of patients is full. The little demon girl feels that her efforts have not been in vain. Of course she couldn't stand such a result. Brother Ling Yun, you. The little demon girl pouted and ran out, looking at Ling Yun standing there holding Yao Rou's waist, her big eyes immediately filled with tears. Miao Xiaomiao did not come out. She was also using a silver needle to treat the patient. The needle in her hand only paused for a while, but immediately and accurately aimed at a certain acupuncture point of the patient and punctured it. You can treat the patients you brought in by yourself, but, what time is it now, and a few of them haven't eaten yet, where can I go? I'll take them to dinner. You can slowly heal here. Good people and good things? Good people and good deeds come at a price, and this is the price. To this day, Ling Yun still remembers that on the night of his rebirth, he sat in a pool of blood, and there were so many vehicles passing by, but none of them stopped. None. Ling Yun finished speaking. Without any emotion in his eyes, he pulled Yao Rou up arrogantly. As soon as he walked out of the clinic, he didn't care who came and who didn't. Li Jinglian naturally chased after him immediately, but Shang Mengmeng hesitated for a while before chasing after him. Only Miao Xiaomiao, the crying Xuanhuan, and the proud Sun Yujiao were left in the clinic. Seeing that Ling Yun really ignored her, he walked out with Yao Rou. Xuanhuan's tears rolled down like broken beads, heartbroken. Outside the clinic. Hello, is this the best clinic in Qingshui City? I heard that it can be rejuvenated, and it's very cheap. A luxury car stopped at the door of the ordinary clinic, and a very rich middle-aged man got out of the car, stopped Ling Yun and the 4, and asked politely. Ling Yun smiled slightly. Indifferently said, yes, it is indeed possible to rejuvenate, but it is not very cheap. The registration fee is quite expensive. Didn't you say that the registration fee is 50 yuan? It's not too expensive? Am I looking for the wrong one? The man was very puzzled. You didn't find the wrong place, but you did remember the registration fee wrong. The registration fee is 300,000 yuan. Ling Yun said unceremoniously. Ga? 300,000? The middle-aged rich man was completely dumbfounded. Hey! Are you deceived? Where is the 300,000 registration fee? The middle-aged rich man was annoyed and thought Ling Yun was joking. Ling Yun smiled, raised his hand and pointed to the sign of the ordinary clinic. I'm the boss of this clinic. Do you think I look like a fool? Thinking of money is crazy. The rich man was stunned and shocked for a while, then he got in the car and turned around and left. Also stunned was Li Jinlian and monk Meng Meng. 300,000 registration fee? They turned their heads to look inside the clinic, and then thought about the salary Ling Yun offered them. Thinking about Ling Yun's medical skills that can bring the dead back to life, he vaguely understood where the contradiction between the two little beauties and Ling Yun was. It turns out that his boss is really not a philanthropist. He opened a clinic to make money, and it was a lot of money. Ling Yun didn't go too far. He found a seafood restaurant nearby and invited Yao Rou and the three to have a delicious seafood dinner. After more than an hour, he brought them back. The four of them came back and saw that there were indeed many fewer patients in the clinic, and there were only a dozen or so people left waiting for treatment. Xuanhuan and Miao Xiaomiao were still fighting in the cubicle for treatment. Ling Yun laughed inwardly, and deliberately said loudly to Shang Meng Meng, if another patient comes in, tell him directly that the cost of diagnosis and treatment is 300,000 yuan, and if there is less than a cent, there will be no cure. Do you understand? Shang Meng Meng had already been instructed by Ling Yun. She nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, her face flushed with excitement. Come on, Ruer, go upstairs and make me a pot of good tea, and then give me a massage. Although the seafood in that seafood restaurant is good, the tea is really bad. After speaking, Ling Yun took Yao Rou straight to the second floor, still ignoring Xuanhuan, ignoring her, as if she didn't exist. Not to mention Xuanhuan's sadness, her big eyes were flushed, and she was shedding tears to administer needles to the patient in front of her, and she kept wiping her tears with the back of her hands. Ling Yun went up to the second floor and let Yao Rou make tea for him, while he sat down on the sofa with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, $50 will cure the disease, my spirit, the pivot 9 needles are too cheap. Yao Rou made the tea and came to Ling Yun's back gently, kneading and massaging him. Only after kneading a few times, Ling Yun snorted comfortably. Ruer, your massage technique seems to have improved a lot. Yao Rou Jiao smiled and said, in order to serve you well, they paid a lot of money to learn from the best masseuses. Okay, it's still my Ruer who loves people the most. After another half hour, Ling Yun was squinting and enjoying, when he saw Miao Xiaomiao drag Xuanhuan to the second floor of the clinic. Ling Yun, I need you to give me an explanation. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The second of the 6 shifts. Hey, have you all negotiated it? Just don't support Brother Yun? Have a meeting of friends, are you determined not to vote? At the end of the month, it will be doubled at the end of the month. I need tickets now. Explain what? Ling Yun sat still, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, looked at the angry Miao Xiaomiao and the sad Xuanhuan, and asked lazily. He has been keeping an eye on the downstairs with his spiritual sense, knowing that the last dozen or so patients have all left, and Sun Yujiao also washed her hands, changed her clothes, and went out to eat. Miao Xiaomiao was pulling Xuanhuan up to seek justice. Yao Rou, still concentrated on massaging Ling Yun, lowered her brows to please her eyes, and didn't say a word. For half a month, Yao Rou had a very good relationship with this pair of sisters, Hua Chu, but it had to be compared with whom, no matter who it was, no matter how good Yao Rou's friend was, no matter how close he was, as long as he had trouble with Ling Yun contradictory, Yao Rou is definitely on Ling Yun's side unconditionally. Ling Yun just pointed at the fire pit and asked Yao Rou to jump into it. She would never hesitate for a second and jumped in without blinking. Miao Xiaomiao broke out completely. She wished Xiao Jin bite Ling Yun. Her pretty face flushed with anger, and she said angrily, don't you know this? After your clinic opened, have you been treated for a day in the clinic? Isn't Ninger and I supporting you here? Ninger works hard to treat so many patients every day, even if there is no credit, there is still hard work, right? Why do you bully her so much? Ling Yin smiled and said calmly, it seems that you came to the clinic on your own initiative, right? I don't remember asking you to come to the clinic to help. Besides, where did I bully Ninger? At this time, Shui Mining was already crying with pear blossoms and rain, and the grievances stopped crying. Miao Xiaomiao was even more angry when she saw this. Humph. Your clinic has opened, and besides you, there is not even a doctor. If we don't come again, don't we? Is it so desolate? Where did you bully Ninger? You don't know it yourself? After you came, you were eating, drinking tea, and having a massage. You are more comfortable. Let the two of us treat you below with an empty stomach. You can't even take a sip of water, what should we do or owe you? You have enough to eat and drink, and you don't even have a word of concern, so you go upstairs to play, isn't this bullying Ninger? Miao Xiaomiao was completely annoyed, she had never seen such a shameless person as Ling Yun. Ling Yun looked at Miao Xiaomiao, whose chest heaved violently. He smiled secretly in his heart, spread his hands and said, if you are hungry, you should eat. It's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, shouldn't we have dinner? What's wrong with me taking my employees out for a meal? As for you, I see that you are busy practicing medicine and helping the world, saving the dying and helping the wounded. I really don't want to delay your style, for fear of destroying your glorious image as a benevolent doctor, so I can only let you decide whether to eat or not, sorry. Nearly 10,000 compositions have not been recited in vain. Now Ling Yun is sarcastic without spit out a dirty word. Have I said just now that anyone who wants to eat will come along? If you don't come, what can I do? Does this count as bullying you? Miao Xiaomiao was stunned by Ling Yun, and said angrily, you. Ling Yun laughed and said, what am I? Did I say something wrong? What I said is the truth. What Ling Yun said was indeed the truth, and Miao Xiaomiao had nothing to say. But, there are more than 30 patients in the clinic. Do you want us to leave them alone? Miao Xiaomiao thought for a while, finally found the key, and blurted out. Ling Yun said disdainfully, there is still a commute in the hospital, why does my clinic have to treat patients 24 hours a day and night? Ling Yun pointed downstairs, those 3 nurses came to me to work. They didn't come to work hard. You want to be good people and good deeds. You want to treat as many patients as possible, but I thought that they are human too. Also need to rest, also need to eat. Ling Yun deliberately used the dragon's whistle, so that Li Jinlian and Shang Mengmeng downstairs could hear it. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other with joy. Such a boss is really hard to find in the sky, and the ground is hard to find, this job is too comfortable. Miao Xiaomiao was speechless again, choked by Ling Yun. After staying for a while, she said again, but we are also doing good for your clinic. Who opened a clinic, didn't they hope that the more patients that come in their clinic, the better? Ling Yun smiled and said, I thank you all for the good of my clinic, but what I want is not such a good method. Healing and colds can also be cured? A bad stomach can also be cured? Accidentally cut by a knife and also cured? Do you think that my healing talisman can be made without any cost? I would rather not have one of these patients. Come. During lunch, Ling Yun heard Shang Mengmeng say that in order to treat a child who had cut his hand with a knife, Ling Yun directly used a healing talisman, which made Ling Yun angry. That is the Qingyu talisman, not a yellow watch that you can buy a knife for a few dollars. If it goes on like this, the compensation will be lost. You two's medical skills, including Yao Rou, there are a total of 4 nurses, 6 of them are tired and vomiting blood, they can't even eat their meals, and they are busy all day, just for these $3,000 or $4,000? As long as I treat one patient, it's 300,000 yuan. You've been busy like this for 3 months. Do you think I'll be unhappy? Ling Yan started to fight back, and his shot was very sharp. Humph. Do you want to be crazy about money? It's 300,000 yuan to treat any disease, why are you? Miao Xiaomiao was so angry, her beautiful eyes were blazing with angry flames, and she said contemptuously to Ling Yun. Ling Yun was very indifferent and said calmly, I think you two have misunderstood. I opened the clinic not to treat diseases, but to save lives. You say, whose life is not worth 300,000 yuan? 300,000 yuan is it expensive? My ordinary clinic only treats diseases that others can't treat. It treats terminal illnesses, not these minor diseases and disasters. Xuanhuan finally stopped crying. She opened her big red eyes and looked at Ling Yun pitifully, biting her lips and not speaking. Ling Yun glanced at her and felt distressed in his heart, but he said, I open a clinic, not a shantang, and I don't need to use such a cheap price to earn a compliment from others, no matter who it is. Spend $5-10 can cure all diseases, everyone will praise it, such a false name. I don't want it in Ling Yun. Everyone's energy is limited, and you are no exception. Even if your energy is unlimited, your time is limited, right? For a false name, for a psychological satisfaction, so much precious time is spent on such meaningless things. Only the two of you can do it. It's not just stupid, it's just stupid. Ling Yan's words were serious. Undeniably, he was treating Miao Xiaomiao and Xuanhuan's heart problems. With so much time, how much can Ninger's Lingxi art improve? How much can her spirit pivot 9 needles improve? And you, Miao Xiaomiao, don't you practice cultivation? Oh, your medical skills are good, you open a clinic, and you think all the patients in the world are yours? Tell you, the earth will turn around without you. There is no ordinary clinic, the earth will not be destroyed, and mankind will not perish. This point, Ling Yun sees it too thoroughly, he never puts himself too high, he sees this kind of problem indifferently, because he has seen too much. The disease can be cured with a hanging bottle in the hospital. You are working hard here. There are so many patients in Qingshui City. Can you cure it? Ling Yun made Miao Xiaomiao speechless, he snorted coldly, and continued, and the most important point, you don't know medicine. People. Whether it's sick or injured, it has something to do with everyone's physique. It's true, but you ignore sickness and injury, what's behind it? The things behind this are people's eating and living habits, as well as people's temperament, and so on. Ling Yan's expression became extremely serious. Have you ever thought about it? A person's bad stomach is mostly caused by his living habits. As a result, he came to you and was cured by your hands. Then, will he still care about his eating habits? Continue to grow up after eating and drinking. I feel that my stomach is not good anyway, come to you here to take care of it. A child was cut by a knife without paying any price. Come here, you will heal it, with a clear healing talisman. Do you think he will continue to play with knives and scissors in the future, if he accidentally stabs him next time? If you are blind, who will take the responsibility? A person can get great benefits without paying enough price, and the world will be in chaos. So, it's not that I'm cruel, or that I'm greedy for money, but that I know human nature too well. 50 yuan can cure a disease. Believe it or not, some people even deliberately get sick for you to cure for fun. Just kidding? Also, Ninger, don't blame me for being angry, the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot that I taught you are not so cheap. The healing talismans I gave you were not for you to use to treat scratches with knives. Miao Xiaomiao was speechless, and she was at a loss for words. Xuanhuan bowed her head in shame, groaning, she wanted to speak but didn't dare to say it, she finally knew where she was wrong. How to practice medicine to help the world, to cure diseases and save people such good things, will it change the taste in Ling Yun's mouth? Thanks to his plausible words, others have nothing to say. When Ling Yun saw that the two little beauties had taken it up, he felt that it was almost the same. He lay down comfortably behind the sofa and said directly, "From now on, no matter who comes to the ordinary clinic to see a doctor, the diagnosis and treatment fee will be 300,000 yuan. Although Miao Xiaomiao was speechless by what Ling Yun said, she still felt that what Ling Yun said was wrong, but she couldn't find the right words to refute Ling Yun's wrong reasoning. She thought about it for a while, and finally hummed angrily, "Humph, for the 300,000 medical treatment fee, do you really think there is such a big deal?" Ling Yun smiled, without saying a word. Before Miao Xiaomiao finished speaking, she saw Shang Mengmeng rushing upstairs, her huge breasts trembling, and she said out of breath, "Old boss, someone is here to treat the disease." "Did you mention the cost of medical treatment?" Ling Yun asked with a smile. Said, 300,000 yuan, they handed over the money without saying a word. Shang Mingming's excited voice trembled. "Not open for 3 years, open to eat for 3 years, it's itchy hands today, let's go for treatment." After speaking, Ling Yun stood up proudly, without even looking at Miao Xiaomiao, and walked downstairs from her side. Miao Xiaomiao opened her mouth to the widest, and was speechless for a long while in shock. After a long time, he muttered to himself in disbelief, "There are people looking for him to see a doctor like this. Could it be that Ling Yun asked him to ask him?" Suddenly, she raised her hand to cover her cheek, feeling a little hot. He was slapped in the face by Ling Yun. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net.